give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost. Please make sure.
We're live in Ukraine this morning.
Our Tom Yamas is on the ground where now over 2 million Ukrainians have fled their homes in just 2 weeks.
And the first January 6th rioter to stand trial has been convicted of all 5 counts. Will this change future cases?
Plus, our Hallie Jackson on a disturbing trend. As more women gain positions of power, there's also an increase in violent threats against them. A busy Wednesday ahead. Early Today starts right now.
A lot going on. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the invasion of Ukraine, which is now in its 14th day. As Russia intensifies its attacks on cities, the UN estimates over 2 million people have fled the country, and at least 29 children have been killed in the fighting.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the UK Parliament. He echoed a speech Sir Winston Churchill famously gave to that same chamber in 1940.
I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard, which are important again. We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost.
Zelensky's powerful speech got a standing ovation from the members of parliament.
As the battle rages in Ukraine, we are seeing more evidence of the extreme danger civilians are in. The northeastern town of Sumy was hit by heavy shelling. Officials say at least 18 people were killed. NBC's Molly Hunter joins us now live from Lviv. And Molly, you told us yesterday about plans for a ceasefire there in Sumy. What do we know about the efforts to get people out safely?
Francis, good morning. That's right. According to the ICRC, the International Committee for the Red Cross, they are the neutral body facilitating these talks between Russia and Ukraine. 5,000 people got out of Sumy specifically, but we just got new information from the Ukrainian side that they have now agreed to even more humanitarian corridors and safe passages for civilians today in 5 cities, including Sumy and Mariupol, and including 5 suburbs of Kyiv. So we know that the Sumy evacuation largely held yesterday. We'll be watching closely today. The previous evacuations, though, from Mariupol, for instance, that is the southeastern city on the Black Sea that we have been talking so much about, that has been under constant bombardment. Previous attempts to evacuate civilians from there on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all failed. So we will be watching that very, very closely. According to the Ukrainian side, the window for those humanitarian corridors open today is 9 a.m., so about 90 minutes ago, and to 9 p.m. tonight. Francis?
And Molly, even with Russia's slow progress on the ground, the Pentagon seems to feel Russia might be closing its grip on the capital there in Kyiv.
Yeah, that's right. So 2 big points here. So we have been watching the Russian forces start to surround the capital, and the Pentagon, according to a senior defense official yesterday, says that Russia is now really trying to close in from a third northeastern access. That is an area that we are seeing a lot of Russian bombardment. It's also an area where we are seeing huge pleas from a town called Charniv for humanitarian corridors. So one of the things that really worries the Ukrainians is the Russian bombardment is so focused on the exact areas they are trying to get civilians out, which makes these ceasefires, these possible humanitarian corridors, even more fragile. Francis?
We see how that's day by day. It gets more intense that way. Molly, thank you.
President Biden is severing another financial pipeline to Vladimir Putin by banning Russian oil imports. He announced that move yesterday after mounting pressure from both parties. But the president also warned that this will drive up gas prices even higher. Biden called this Putin's price hike. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest now. And Bree, Americans overwhelmingly support this decision right now, anyway.
That's right, Stephen. A new Wall Street Journal poll puts it into perspective, showing that nearly 8 in 10 Americans support the ban on Russian oil, even if it means eating the cost. As every driver is painfully aware already, prices are jumping every day because of Russia's war on Ukraine. The average cost for a gallon of regular unleaded is up to $4.17 nationwide. That's nearly $1.50 higher than what it was, or what we paid a year ago. But the president said the alternative could come at an even higher cost.
This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in the Congress and I believe in the country. Americans have rallied to support their Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. There will be cost as well here in the United States. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow.
In a new video on Telegram, Ukraine's President Zelensky thanked Mr. Biden and the American people for taking a stand against Russia. Meanwhile, a bipartisan team in Congress is racing to provide more aid to Ukraine. The measure would provide $14 billion in assistance for humanitarian efforts and also bolster Ukraine's military and economy. Now, that bill could head to President Biden's desk as soon as next week. Stephen.
Bree, thank you so much.
Russia's failure to rapidly seize Kyiv has fallen short of expectations for Vladimir Putin. On Capitol Hill, U.S. officials shared a grim assessment of Putin's mindset.
I think Putin is determined to dominate and control Ukraine, to shape its orientation. This is a matter of deep personal conviction for him. He's been stewing in a combustible combination of grievance and ambition for many years. Putin is angry and frustrated right now. He's likely to double down and try to grind down the Ukrainian military with no regard for civilian casualties.
As Russian forces ramp up attacks, countries around the globe are responding with sanctions. And we should know Russia has cracked down on the media there, limiting what reporters can say under threat of imprisonment. NBC's Keir Simmons is in Moscow.
We're banning.
Just hours after President Biden announced his ban on Russian oil, President Putin unveiling restrictions on imports and exports to ensure the safety of the Russian Federation. It's not clear what goods or countries are targeted. Before the U.S. announcement, the Russian Deputy Prime Minister saying rejecting Russian oil would lead to catastrophic consequences for the global market and warning Russia could cut gas supplies to Europe. The European Union did not join the U.S. ban, but did propose gaining independence from Russian fossil fuels by 2030. Europe imports 45% of its gas from Russia and 25% of its oil. While Russian oil and gas revenues reached $119 billion in 2021, according to Russia's finance ministry. The leaders of Germany and France spoke with China's President Xi. In February, the Chinese leader stood shoulder to shoulder with President Putin ahead of the Olympics. Xi called for maximum restraint, warning sanctions against Russia will dampen the global economy. But despite the diplomatic tension, a senior Russian foreign ministry official called for maintaining a constructive dialogue with the U.S. in international security.
All right, Keir, thank you.
And as Russia's attack in Ukraine grinds on, an unprecedented number of Ukrainians have now fled the country. NBC's Tom Yamas is in Lviv with their stories of escape.
2 million refugees have escaped Ukraine. Half of them are children. And so many still trapped in the east, in crippled cities like Mariupol. Why shouldn't I cry, she says. I'm so sad about the people, the city, the children.
Extraordinary situation.
Right. And in Lviv, the mayor told me his city is housing more than 200,000 refugees.
It is new reality. It's in my home stay refugees.
In your home, there's refugees
staying? Yes.
But he's frustrated, saying they're reaching a breaking point and need more help.
International organization in this moment must be in Lviv, not in Poland, not in different countries, in Lviv. No tomorrow, immediately. We need immediately.
Lviv, known as Ukraine's capital of culture, is now the capital of refugees. 25-year-old Alyona Yevtushenko and others are now calling this aerobic studio home. She fled from Kyiv. Days of living in a bomb shelter became too much.
What has been the hardest part so far?
The hardest part to understand that we are now safe here and our friends and family are not safe.
She's grateful her mother and 8-year-old brother are with her, but they all want to know, when can they go back?
He really wants to get home. Yeah. And I also want to get home. But right now, we can't.
Yeah, you'll get home. You'll get home.
I believe that 100% we will get home.
Ukrainians and the world praying for that safe return. Tom Yamas, NBC News, Lviv.
Meantime, major companies in food and drink announced they are pulling out of Russia. McDonald's is temporarily shutting down all 850 restaurants across Russia. In a statement, McDonald's said it would continue to pay Russian employees while restaurants are closed.
Coca-Cola is also suspending business in Russia. The company said in a brief statement that its hearts are with the people of Ukraine. PepsiCo said in a statement it would be suspending ad campaigns and the sale of some products in Russia. The company did add that it has a responsibility to continue to offer milk, baby formula, and other products to the Russian people.
Starbucks followed suit in closing its Russian stores. The coffee chain also halted all shipment of Starbucks products into the country. And Lego has paused shipments products there into Russia. The company also donated over $16 million to emergency relief efforts.
Salesforce says the company and its employees donated $2 million to nonprofit relief organizations for refugees and those still in Ukraine. The software company says it began cutting ties with its Russian-based customers last week. And eBay announced it would begin removing items on its online storefront that show support for Russian President Vladimir Putin.
And let's turn now to your Wednesday weather. And NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's tracking multiple storms out there. Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. We had a wild night in areas like Mobile. We had a potential tornado that was moving right through and towards the downtown area. Thankfully, it looks like it dissipated and weakened just in time, only with reports of some minor damage to some trees. That tornado watch continues till 8 a.m. Central Time. Some very strong storms are about to move on shore between Pensacola and Panama City. Watch out around the Fort Walton Beach area. To the north, a big swath of rain this morning. A rainy morning commute for you from Kentucky to West Virginia through Virginia areas from Charlotte to Greensboro. This is all heading up into Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, New York for your morning drive. Give yourself a little extra time. We will see some snow breaking out this morning in Pennsylvania, the southern tier of New York towards the Hudson Valley, but it's mostly going to be accumulating in the higher elevations of Pennsylvania, New York, also the Berkshires of Western Mass and also Connecticut, and a little section there of northern New Jersey. So again, most of the roads will remain wet, especially the treated roads, but we'll get some accumulation on the grass. And then this afternoon, we'll continue to watch that severe weather threat from Tallahassee to Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, all included. Isolated chance of tornadoes and possibility of wind damage. So pretty dangerous and active day for weather on the eastern seaboard. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, the temperatures are warm enough for us to support some of these severe storms today, especially in North Florida, Georgia, and areas of South Carolina and maybe even southern North Carolina. And the temperatures are warm enough for mostly just rain in the big cities today. The weekend storm also looks wild and a lot more powerful than this one. We'll talk those details ahead.
All right, Bill, thank you. Well, NFL Hall of Famer Deion Sanders is opening up about a life-changing operation. The 54-year-old, who is now head coach at Jackson State University, has revealed that he had 2 toes on his left foot amputated. This was due to blood clots stemming from a previous surgery. Sanders said his toes began to darken under the bandages, and he had developed a femoral arterial blood clot along with compartment syndrome, which led to that amputation.
We've got the details and controversy behind Florida's Don't Say Gay bill that will soon be law.
And guilty on all counts, the first January 6th rioter to stand trial has learned his fate. That and more next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame.
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news, the controversial Don't Say Gay bill has passed the Florida Senate. That bill prohibits teachers from having any type of discussion or lessons about sexual orientation or gender identity from kindergarten through 3rd grade. Parents will also be allowed to sue schools or teachers who violate this rule. Advocates argue this turns back the clock on LGBTQ rights. If Governor DeSantis signs this bill, the law would go into effect July 1st.
The first January 6 rioter whose case went to trial was found guilty on all 5 counts by a unanimous jury. Guy Reffitt from Texas tried to storm the Capitol armed with a gun and zip ties. Video showed him leading a mob up the steps of the west side of the Capitol, where some of the most brutal attacks on law enforcement took place. After his conviction, Reffitt's wife told reporters that the verdict was against all American people and that they plan to appeal. His sentencing is scheduled for June 8th.
WW, the company formerly known as Weight Watchers, is under fire from the Federal Trade Commission. The FTC alleged the company used its children's weight loss app, Kurbo, to collect personal data from minors without parental consent. According to the FTC, the platform has agreed to pay nearly $2 million in a settlement. However, Kurbo representatives do say that settlement is not an admission of guilt, and they say the information gathered was only used to promote healthy eating in users.
Still to come on Early Today, feeling the squeeze, the staggering impact of inflation on average Americans.
And giving back for a good cause, where America ranks on the list of most generous countries.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In today's News by the Numbers, WalletHub has revealed the states with the highest and lowest tax rate. Illinois, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, and Kansas rounded out the top 5 for highest tax rates. Wyoming, Nevada, Montana, Delaware, and Alaska were ranked the lowest.
As inflation continues to surge, 64% of Americans are now living paycheck to paycheck, according to a report by Lending Club. High grocery and gas prices are hitting households especially hard as the rate of inflation rises faster than wage growth.
America has been ranked the world's most generous country over the last decade. According to the Charities and Foundations World Giving Index, 61% of Americans have donated money over the last decade. Meanwhile, 72% of Americans have helped strangers and 42% of Americans have volunteered.
Straight ahead on your Wednesday, Bill's got your midweek weather forecast.
And then the alarming rise in threats against women in politics.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today, and so much for that early spring. Look at the map on Friday. Snow as far south as North Texas. We should see snow in Arkansas, Oklahoma, through Missouri on Friday. And this storm system will be sliding up to the north as we go throughout the weekend. Also, we have the chance of some severe storms we may have to deal with in the southeast come Friday night into Saturday. And Saturday's the day where the weather really changes in the east. We will be seeing that cold front sweeping through, rain changing over to snow in many cases, and even the possibility of some heavy snow in areas of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and all the way through New York State up into Vermont. And then by Sunday, everything quiets down. But a lot of problems with travel in the east on Saturday.
A mess. All right, Bill, thanks for the update. The U.S. is seeing a surge of women in power, but it is also seeing a rise in threats against them. We've got Hallie Jackson's report up next here at Early Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame.
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Across the country, more women are in office today, more than ever before. But with that rise also comes a rise in threats. NBC's Hallie Jackson has a look at the alarming trend.
The year 2020 brought a wave of women leaders to the highest levels of U.S. government. A record 149 women currently serving in the Congress, 3 women sitting on the Supreme Court, a 4th potentially by next term. And for the first time in U.S. history, a woman was sworn in as vice president.
Madam Vice President, no president has ever said those words from this podium.
But with the surge of women in power, experts say threats and attacks, both in person and online, surged too. Take Representative Ilhan Omar, one of the first 2 Muslim women to serve in Congress, who's gotten death threats from the public.
Don't worry, there's plenty that will love the opportunity to take you off the face of earth.
The Institute for Strategic Dialogue, which tracks online disinformation, hate, and extremism, looked at online abuse targeting congressional candidates during the 2020 election and found female Democratic candidates were 10 times more likely to get abusive comments on Facebook than male Democratic candidates. Researchers say it could be because of a difference in party ideology.
Whereas women in the Democratic Party really are seen as, pushing women's rights issues, pushing issues of racial justice. And I think that really breaks with the status quo of power. And so I think it attracts a lot of hostility.
And when former President Trump continued to push his lie of widespread voter fraud, which didn't exist in the 2020 election, some state-level elections officials, like Colorado Secretary of State Jena Griswold, became targets for telling the truth.
Have you had threats to your family, to yourself?
Yes, death threats for just doing my job, for protecting Colorado elections and making sure that Republicans, Democrats, and independents have access.
And experts say those threats are becoming more violent and more radical, pointing to the kidnapping plot of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer over COVID restrictions.
When the group initially came together, whatever that orientation was initially, it switched to something far more sinister and far darker, and the size and scope of it was also unprecedented when looking at other types of militia threats and anti-government threats in the United States.
And our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report.
Thanks for kicking off your Wednesday with Early Today. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Great to have you with us. Coming up on Today, NBC Sports' Mike Tirico and Justin Thomas are live in Florida with a preview of this weekend's action in the Players' Championship. We've got more news straight ahead. Your news continues right here on NBC and our NBC stations. We'll see you right back here tomorrow.
We We are nearing the third week of Russia's attack on Ukraine as a potential rift rises among NATO allies over the U.S. rejecting Poland's offer on jets for Ukraine.
Oil prices continue surging on supply fears coming off of President Biden's decision to halt Russian energy imports.
And watching it all unfold intently is China, as the U.S. and the EU, along with Japan, managed to bond in a united front.
And here at home, the controversial Florida bill known as Don't Say Gay passes the legislature and will soon become law. It's Wednesday, March 9th. Early Today starts right now.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Romo.
Glad you could be with us. I'm Frances Rivera. It has been nearly 2 weeks since Russia began its assault on Ukraine. NBC News has confirmed that the U.S. military will reposition 2 Patriot missile defense systems to Poland. This step is meant to deter aggression and reassure our NATO allies.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the UK's House of Commons, and he evoked famous wartime words of Sir Winston Churchill.
I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard, and which are important again. We will not give up, and we will not lose. We will fight till the end, at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost.
Zelensky got a standing ovation from the members of parliament for that.
On Capitol Hill, U.S. officials shared a grim assessment of Vladimir Putin's mindset, saying the Russian leader sees this as a war he cannot afford to lose.
I think Putin is determined to dominate and control Ukraine, to shape its orientation. This is a matter of deep personal conviction for him. He's been stewing in a combustible combination of grievance and ambition for many years. Putin is angry and frustrated right now. He's likely to double down and try to grind down the Ukrainian military with no regard for civilian casualties.
And we are seeing more examples of civilians put in serious danger. The town of Sumy saw heavy shelling. Ukrainian officials reported at least 18 civilian deaths there, including 2 children. NBC's Molly Hunter joins us now live from Lviv, Ukraine. And Molly, what do we know about the efforts to get people safely out of Sumy?
Francis, as you mentioned, look, a lot of the towns that we are looking at for these possible humanitarian corridors and ceasefires are the towns that are getting hit the absolute hardest. Sumy has been under constant bombardment over the weekend. We do know that yesterday 5,000 people from Sumy were evacuated. We have heard this morning from the Ukrainian side that they have agreed once again via the ICRC, the International Committee for the Red Cross, which is the neutral body which brokers these ceasefires, that an evacuation effort, a humanitarian corridor, is back underway in Sumy, as well as 4 other cities, including Mariupol and 5 different suburbs of the capital of Kyiv. Now, previous attempts to evacuate anyone, civilians, from Mariupol, it is that southeastern city. The conditions are dire. People there are living without water, without electricity, without heat. According to the Red Cross, 200,000 people need to get out of there. But previous attempts, Francis, over the weekend and earlier this week to evacuate civilians from Mariupol have failed because of Russian shelling. Francis?
Yeah, and even with Russia's slow progress on the ground, Molly, the Pentagon seems to feel Russia might be closing its grip on the capital, Kyiv.
That's exactly what we heard from the Pentagon yesterday. So 2 big points. The first is that Russia has committed almost 100% of its forces either to the border or across in Ukraine. The other point is that 95% of Russian forces are still intact. Now, according to a senior defense official, Russia is really working on a 3rd axis of attack to the capital of Kyiv. That's where we will be watching closely. That attack route, though, is also where they are shelling civilians very heavily. And that is one of the places that is being talked about a lot for possible humanitarian corridors and safe passage for civilians later this week. Francis?
Yeah, the country, Ukraine, the world bracing themselves as we see them nearing and the possibility of taking over the capital. Molly, thank you.
Now to the growing anguish at the Ukrainian border and staggering numbers. More than 2 million women and children, along with elderly, have fled that country since Russia started its invasion. Joining us live near the Polish-Ukrainian border is Jay Gray. Jay, how are things looking this morning?
Yeah, Stephen, I want to give you an idea. Our camera's the first allowed inside this shelter in Chechov, about 60 miles from the border. As you can see, it is packed. They are taking care of thousands here, and it is desperately needed right now.
In some areas, evacuations come during the calm of a humanitarian ceasefire.
In others, families run from the horror of an all-out attack on their city. As Russian troops advance, laying waste to smaller towns and villages, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky speaking defiantly from his office in Kyiv after reports that he was in hiding, declaring he's not afraid of anyone and urging Ukrainians to continue fighting. As now the first of Ukrainian's International Legion, foreign volunteers who join the fight, take their place along the front lines.
I'm fighting for democracy because democracy is precious.
Others, mostly women and children, are fighting to escape the war zone. Many still unable to comprehend how and why it's all happening.
It is absolutely insane because it is 2022 and people are going to moon, and we have Tesla cars and we have all that amazing technology in our world, and here comes war, the stupid war.
A war that's pushed more than 2 million from their homeland, so many unsure of what comes next. Yeah, and look, this is what's next for so many. You've got the cafeteria here where people are getting fed, some not having a good hot meal for quite some time. I want to walk you through. This place is amazing, and I'm going to tell you, it was all done by a doctor who just felt the need. This used to be a mall, a shopping mall. Now, in 2 days, working around the clock, they've got a washroom that's built in this mall. They've got beds all around. I want to show you, they got food here. Where people can come in and get their food. And then if we take one more step down, you'll see they've got a 24-hour doctor here to help anybody who may need it. So amazing work that these volunteers are doing. And Stephen, it's, like I said, desperately needed for so many.
An incredible view at life in that shelter. Jay, thank you.
President Biden is severing another financial pipeline to Vladimir Putin by banning Russian oil imports. He announced the move after mounting pressure from both parties. But the president also warned that this will drive up gas prices even higher. Biden called this Putin's price hike. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. And Bree, Americans overwhelmingly support this decision right now anyway.
Good morning, Francis. That's right. Well, a new Wall Street Journal poll helps put it into perspective. It shows that 8 in 10 Americans support the ban on Russian oil, even if it means eating the cost. As every driver is painfully aware already, prices are jumping every day because of Russia's war in Ukraine. The average cost for a gallon of regular unleaded is up to $4.17 nationwide. That's nearly $1.50 higher than what we paid a year ago. But the president said the alternative could come at an even higher cost.
This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in Congress and I believe in the country. Americans have rallied to support their Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. There will be cost as well here in the United States. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow.
In a new video on Telegram, Ukraine's President Zelensky thanked Mr. Biden and the American people for taking a stand against Russia. Meanwhile, a bipartisan team in Congress is racing to provide more aid to Ukraine. The measure would provide $14 billion in assistance for humanitarian efforts and also bolster Ukraine's military and economy. Now, that bill could head to the president's desk as early as next week. Francis.
All right, Bree, thank you.
Well, yesterday's gas prices are certainly not today's gas prices. And like that hit song by rapper Fat Joe says, they're going all the way up. And it is due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. According to AAA, the average national price for a gallon of regular gasoline hit the highest price ever, $4.17 on Tuesday, not accounting for inflation. That number beats a previous high last seen in 2008. Right now, California has the most expensive prices in the country at $5.44 per gallon. The Golden State is followed by Hawaii, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State.
The controversial Don't Say Gay bill has passed the Florida Senate. The bill prohibits teachers from having any type of discussion or lessons about sexual orientation or gender identity from kindergarten through 3rd grade. Parents will also be allowed to sue schools who teach or teachers who violate this rule. Advocates argue this turns back the clock on LGBTQ rights. If Governor DeSantis signs the bill, the law would go into effect July 1st.
To Mother Nature now, and battling the elements with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. And hey, Bill, we hear there's a couple storms on the radar.
Yeah, we have the big storm we're dealing with today on the East Coast, and then an even bigger one, especially Saturday, in areas of the Northeast. So the concern this morning is the threat of isolated tornadoes. We had a scary scenario in Mobile overnight where we had a confirmed tornado moving towards the airport in the downtown. Thankfully, it dissipated pretty quickly before it did too much damage. And now we're watching the additional threat of storms from Pensacola, now sliding towards Panama City. So pretty strong storms right along the beaches. The other area of concern will be the rain to snow line as we go throughout the morning. It's already beginning to change from rain to snow in areas of central Pennsylvania, and eventually this will move up into New York State and through New England. As far as severe weather goes, 6 million people at risk from this morning down and along the beaches of the Panhandle of Florida, but later today towards Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, our friends there around Brunswick and even Jacksonville could deal with some strong storms. As far as snow goes, this will mostly be on the grassy surfaces, but the higher elevations in the Northeast will get a couple inches. That's a look at the national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, obviously concerned with the tornado threat early today, and then we'll probably get a little bit of a break this morning, and then additional thunderstorms and that warmer air will form as it heads towards the East Coast and especially the southeast beaches, and there's that messy weather in the Northeast. Yeah, hold on to your hats this weekend, guys. Rest is going to be a pretty big storm in the Northeast. Details coming up.
Wow, we're almost heading into halfway into the month. All right, Bill, thank you. One climber is dead and another is critically injured after suffering a 200-foot fall on Mount Hood. Search and rescue crews plus volunteer teams first attempted to reach the climbers on Sunday, but in a two-day effort, wind and snow conditions proved to be too difficult. The first climber was pronounced dead on the mountain. The second climber was in critical condition.
Well, back in a minute with the details surrounding Prince Andrew's financial settlement with Virginia Giuffre.
And NFL star Richard Sherman pleads guilty to 2 misdemeanor charges. His sentence revealed next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News. Streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
NBC News. Streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, the sexual abuse lawsuit filed against Britain's Prince Andrew has been dismissed. His accuser, Virginia Giuffre, has agreed to a settlement involving the prince paying a substantial donation to her charity, which supports survivors of sex trafficking. He was also required to declare he never meant to malign her character, which he said in a statement last month. Giuffre's lawyer telling NBC that it's an important step, but shouldn't be the last in holding Jeffrey Epstein's enablers accountable.
A small plane crashed in Centennial, Colorado Tuesday afternoon. The pilot and single passenger were able to walk away from the crash and were taken to the hospital with only minor injuries. Crew said the small fire in the aircraft had been extinguished and the cause of the crash is under investigation.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers cornerback Richard Sherman pleaded guilty in a Seattle courtroom Monday to 2 misdemeanor charges stemming from a domestic incident last summer. Officials say he tried to break into his in-laws' home and crashed his vehicle at a construction site in July. As part of the plea, Richard has agreed to pay more than $2,000 in court fees as well as complete community service. He will also remain under court supervision for the next 2 years.
Still to come, the Golden Arches go dark. McDonald's shuts down operations in Russia in protest of the war in Ukraine. The other major chains following suit.
And CNBC's Steve Sedgwick will look at whether the Russian oil ban could lead to supply shortages.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
More on the crunch that we're seeing put on Russia. McDonald's is temporarily shutting down all 850 restaurants across Russia. In a statement, McDonald's said it would continue to pay Russian employees while restaurants are still closed.
And more major companies in food and drink announced they're pulling out of Russia. Coca-Cola suspending business in the country. The company reps said in a brief statement that their hearts are with the people of Ukraine.
PepsiCo also said in a statement it would be suspending the sales of products and advertising in Russia. The company added it has a responsibility to continue to offer milk, baby formula, and other products to the Russian people. Starbucks followed suit in closing its Russian stores. The coffee chain also halted all shipment of Starbucks products into the country. And Lego has paused product shipments into Russia. The company also donated over $16 million to emergency relief efforts.
Salesforce says the company and its employees have donated $2 million to nonprofit relief organizations for refugees and those still in Ukraine. The software company says it began cutting ties with its Russian-based customers last week. And eBay announced it will start removing items on its online storefront that show support for Russian President Vladimir Putin.
As the war rages in Ukraine, China is keeping a very close eye on how the rest of the world is reacting and how they're seemingly bonding as well. Plus, we're watching green arrows across the board as oil continues to skyrocket. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is watching it all and more from Lithuania today. Steve, good morning.
Good morning to you, Francis. Good morning, Stephen. Yes, absolutely. China is watching and with a certain amount of alarm, according to some analysts, because the unity from the likes of the Japanese, from the Europeans, from the EU, from the likes of NATO, and of course being led by the United States, has slightly alarmed those in China who are looking at what is happening with Russia and just wondering if further down the line, the same kind of sanctions, the same kind of unity and creation of an isolation around Russia could well affect them at some stage. They have exposure to their supply chains and vulnerabilities there, and the Chinese have been working to get rid of some of those over the last couple of years. Now, I'm afraid this oil price rally, as you say, Francis, it continues as well. We've got WTI, the US measure, around about $125 per barrel at the moment. Brent, the global measure, at $130 per barrel. I'm afraid that's sending gasoline prices higher. This as the US President, Mr. Biden, has banned Russian imports of oil and gas into the United States. Now, the Russians export around about 8% of their oil to the US. The UK is also trying to phase out Russian oil over the next year. The EU is a lot more reliant on Russian oil and gas. They're going to try and lessen that dependence by 2/3 in the next year. I'm afraid to say, though, Francis and Stephen, the prices at the pump are huge. 1 year ago, $2.79 was the price for a regular gallon of gasoline. It is now, as of the last 24 hours, $4.25.
Yeah,
Back to you both.
and expected to rise even more in the days and weeks, months to come. Steve, thank you.
Well, Bill is tracking some severe weekend weather next.
And land of the generous, where America ranks when it comes to giving back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today. Our next storm we'll be tracking, this will be a big one and bringing snow and cold all the way to the south. Look at the Friday map with snow in areas of Arkansas, North Texas, through Missouri, areas of Illinois and Indiana. And then on Saturday, this will go from rain to snow in many areas of the Northeast, especially interior sections. We'll have a chance for some heavy snow and gusty winds. So hold on tight.
All right, Bill, thank you. Next on Early Today, from the gas pump to the grocery aisle, the sobering impact on inflation on average Americans.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In today's News by the Numbers, inflation continues to surge, and 64% of Americans are now living paycheck to paycheck. That's according to a report by Lending Club. High grocery and gas prices are hitting households especially hard as inflation rises faster than wage growth.
America has been ranked the world's most generous country over the last decade, according to the Charities and Foundations World Giving Index. 61% of Americans have donated money over the last decade. Meanwhile, 72% of Americans have helped strangers, and 42% of Americans have volunteered, which is what we need to hear right now. And we see that with so many efforts and ways to give back, especially to those who are fleeing and need that help in Ukraine.
So much kindness. Glad to hear that. Well, as we celebrate the achievements of women across the globe this Women's History Month, NBC's Lester Holt reflects on those women leading the way to safety in Ukraine right now.
They've said goodbye to everything. Thousands of women left to lead the way to safety, holding their children's hands and the little they can carry with them. Outside a train station in Lviv, Irina, who evacuated from the Donetsk region, tells me she and her daughter will shelter here.
Her job is to keep her daughter safe, and her husband's job is to keep the country safe.
Behind the tears, resilience and fortitude. Leah came here from Kharkiv with her twins to escape the fighting, protecting them, telling them the sounds of war were actually just bad weather. She's ready to leave that storm far behind them.
We want to get to Poland. I want to go in Kyrgyzstan.
The girls, for now, content to play. 22-year-old Sophia is a volunteer. She tells me she is in awe of the women she sees here.
A lot of the people I see here are women with children. They have a lot of strength. Can you talk about what they face and how they're dealing with it?
They have a lot of, I don't know, woman power to have the children and go away to nowhere
And on this International Women's Day, firefighters in Romania handed out tulips to women as they crossed the border, a promise of spring and new beginnings.
So much strength there right now. Our thanks to Lester Holt for that report.
Yeah, that is so powerful to see them hanging out of those flowers as a symbol of some brightness and beauty that hopefully will come their way when this is all done.
Much needed. Thanks for waking up with Early Today. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great Wednesday. See you back here tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to the latest out of Ukraine. And breaking news this morning, Ukrainian officials announcing a new temporary ceasefire with Russia to allow more civilians to escape. The two countries agreeing to 6 routes out. This after a similar effort yesterday allowed thousands of people to get out of the city of Sumy. Despite this pause in some areas, overall, Russia is intensifying its attacks on Ukraine with devastating effects on the people still in the country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying relentless shelling has killed hundreds of civilians, including more than 50 children. And along the western border of Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis is growing. More than 2 million refugees have fled the violence, according to the UN, many of them forced apart from their loved ones.
The hardest part to understand that we are now safe here and our friends and family are not safe.
The British Defense Ministry says Russians have closed in on several key Ukrainian cities, but Ukraine forces have kept Russian troops out of the capital of Kyiv. And a defiant President Zelensky, speaking to British lawmakers yesterday, echoed the words of another wartime leader, legendary Prime Minister Winston Churchill.
We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost.
Here at home, President Biden is moving to ban U.S. imports of Russian oil and is sending 2 Patriot missile batteries to Poland to support NATO allies. But the U.S. rejected an offer by Poland to transfer custody of Soviet-era fighter jets for delivery to Ukraine. There's a lot to get to this morning. We have a team covering it all, including NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. We're going to start in Ukraine in the western city of Lviv with NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. So, Molly, Ukraine said it evacuated 5,000 people from Sumy yesterday. This morning, the government has agreed to a ceasefire with Russia along 6 humanitarian corridors. So how are the evacuations going today? Is the ceasefire being observed?
Hey, Joe, good morning. That's right. So we've heard from the Ukrainian side, from the Red Cross, that confirmation, as you mentioned, that 5,000 civilians got out of Sumy. That is not nearly at the numbers that humanitarian organizations want to see. So we are now looking at 5 different humanitarian corridors, including out of Sumy again and that southeastern city, Mariupol, which we've been talking about so much. In addition, a 6th route that includes 5 suburbs of Kyiv that actually goes into the center of Kyiv. Now, the ICRC is actually the one brokering this talks, is on hand in all of these cities to try to open up those humanitarian corridors. The problem, Joe, all week and over the weekend is that the Russian shelling has not stopped in the exact places where civilians are known to be evacuating. Joe?
So, Molly, I want to focus more on Kyiv and the situation in and around there. We know the region is seeing heavy fighting. Are we getting closer to a potential conflict in the capital itself?
Yeah, Joe, when you look at a map, it is no mistake that the Russians are shelling Sumy very heavily. They have been shelling Irpin very heavily, where our colleague Richard Engel has been, where civilians have been trying to evacuate. It's been really dramatic pictures. Those are strategic routes into Kyiv. And so as the Russian shelling increases, those are also why humanitarian corridors are being talked about in those areas. Now, we know from the Pentagon yesterday, a senior defense official says that the Russians are now trying to get in through a 3rd access point to Kyiv. As of now, though, that convoy that we've been talking so much about, it's 40 miles long, 15 miles away from the city, hasn't made that much progress, Joe.
And Molly, you also mentioned Mariupol. It is one of the hardest hit cities in Ukraine. What is the humanitarian situation like over there right now?
Joe, it's devastating, and we've been talking to MSF, Doctors Without Borders, who has staff there, the ICRC, the International Committee for the Red Cross, as we mentioned, who's brokering and facilitating these humanitarian corridors. They have staff on the ground. Now, according to the Red Cross, more than 200,000 people are in dire need of getting out. They have been living without electricity, without water, without heat. It is completely unlivable. The latest on that evacuation is that 8 trucks, 30 buses filled with humanitarian aid, Joe, were going into the city yesterday. We heard reports that there may have been an incident, there may have been Russian firing on that convoy. The idea was that once that humanitarian aid, badly needed humanitarian aid, got into the city, that civilians would then be able to load onto those trucks and buses and get out. And Joe, I just want to say anecdotally, as you mentioned, I am in Lviv, in the western part of the country. We have been meeting refugees all week now, talking to them about where they have been fleeing from. We haven't met anyone from Mariupol. And I'm sure, look, I'm sure people have gotten out and made it to the west of the country. I haven't met anyone from Mariupol.
And that speaks volumes about perhaps how hard it is to get out of that city right now. Molly Hunter in Lviv. Molly, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee in Washington. Carol, good morning. So let's begin first with President Biden's decision to ban Russian oil imports. So, I mean, gas prices were already at record highs before this move. Now this could send an average gallon of U.S. gas past $5. What's the White House saying about concerns over how this will hurt Americans as many Americans really just kind of start to see the repercussions and realize this?
Yeah, right, Savannah. Well, the president said yesterday that, look, this is going to cost Americans more, that this is something that they're already experiencing pain economically from, and that it's only going to get worse. And look, this was a significant shift for this White House. This is not a step that the president was overly supportive of just a week ago, but he came under a lot of pressure from Congress to do this, a lot of pressure from Ukrainian President Zelensky. And part of the reason why the president decided to do this was he was either going to be forced to do it by Congress or he could come out and take credit for it and do it on his own. But there's a belief that the country is behind him on this, and particularly Republicans, and that, in the sense, would give him political cover for some of those price increases at the gas pump that you were just talking about. Take a listen to the president yesterday.
This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin. But there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning. And when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this.
Now, look, this is something that the White House doesn't know how far Americans are willing to go in terms of their tolerance for these high gas prices in order to inflict pain on Putin. But the president, again, feels like he has some cover. And what you heard from him yesterday, Savannah, was interesting. There's a little bit of shift in the president's message here, and we've written about this on NBCnews.com, and that is to blame Putin for these gas prices, because this is a political issue for him. So we heard him step out and place this squarely on President Putin, and that's something that we're going to hear more of going forward.
Now, Carol, one important point here also is, you know, the European Union and the United States and its NATO allies have really been in lockstep when it comes to moving forward here with what to do in terms of sanctions. Well, the European Union did not join America on this ban. They're still heavily dependent, in fact, on Russian gas and oil. Without an EU ban in place, with a lot of the world still dependent on Russia's oil, does the Biden administration think this ban is really going to have the desired impact on that country?
It's not going to have the impact that it could, Savannah, if Europe joined with the U.S. in this. But what we heard from the president and other White House officials is that they understand why the Europeans aren't willing to take this step necessarily right now, that there's some momentum to eventually get there, but that they're not ready to do that because this would really hurt the European economy. And also, you know, they might want to be careful what they wish for anyways, because if Europe were to take that step, it could have a ripple effect on just the global economy. And so it could have blowback here in the United States as well. So the UK said that they are going to phase out their dependence on Russian oil through the end of 2022. There's others who are looking at doing this in the future. And for now, the White House is saying, that's okay, we understand.
Carol, I also want to ask you about something else that's going on here, a little bit of a rift again between NATO nations. It has to do with those fighter jets being supplied to Ukraine. So yesterday, Poland made an offer to have the U.S., this gets a little confusing, take custody of those Soviet-era fighter jets and then have those jets transferred to Ukraine. Earlier this week, the White House had signaled their hesitancy towards a deal of this sort. Yesterday, the Defense Department basically just rejected this offer flat out from Poland. I just heard a member of Congress explain this a little bit ago as an unfortunate miscommunication, but walk us through this decision. I mean, why does it seem that Poland wouldn't just give them? It seems like nobody wants this sort of direct responsibility.
That's absolutely right. And this has become somewhat of a hot potato where you have Poland and the U.S. kind of saying, no, it's yours, no, it's yours. And what happened here is that Poland said they're willing to do this. The U.S. said they're willing to do this publicly because this is a demand from President Zelensky. So no one wants to say no to this because they've already said no to a no-fly zone. So they're trying to figure out a way to make this work. But there's not a lot of appetite for this for a couple of reasons. It's really difficult logistically to get the planes there. You've heard from administration officials. And also there's fears of escalation, that Vladimir Putin would see this as direct involvement by the U.S. or Poland and essentially NATO in the conflict in Ukraine and take it out on NATO allies. So the U.S. had expected that Poland, if this was going to go forward, would move those planes themselves to Ukraine. And instead, Poland said, no, we'll send them over to a U.S. military base in Germany and the U.S. can do it. And the U.S. was caught off guard and said, hey, this is not what we expected.
Carol Lee, I think a lot of our viewers have been confused by this, especially as they continually hear President Zelensky call for a no-fly zone, need these types of weapons. Thank you so much for that explanation.
Let's get to Clint Watts for more on the situation on the ground. He's a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and an NBC News national security analyst. Clint, good to have you with us. Let's start with the evacuation routes that Molly was reporting on a few minutes ago. Walk us through where these routes are and what the plan is to try and get more civilians out.
That's right. So what we're seeing in terms of the refugees, the numbers grow every day, but also the humanitarian corridors offered by the Russians were absolutely ridiculous. They were essentially pushing folks into both Russia and Belarus, the countries that are attacking them. The one that has opened up is essentially here. You're seeing people try and move from Kharkiv to Sumy or into this corridor from Sumy to this town here. Big problem with this is that ultimately, they're still in harm's way. This is becoming basically a population center that is going to be overloaded. And when you look at the bigger picture here, you're seeing Russian forces start to advance all the way down into here. Dnipro is where we think they're trying to move both from the north and the south. You're just moving populations around on a very long and extended journey to a place that may fall into those hands again. Your reporter right before this, as I was coming on, was talking about not seeing folks from Mariupol, just not seeing a lot of them. This town is completely under siege and decimated. In all of these eastern cities that are close to the Russian border, they've seen heavy conflict. I think the big thing now is you're seeing dehydration, starvation, no electricity. They are exposed. They're in the cold. This is winter still in Ukraine. It's a very dangerous situation for anybody left behind.
I mean, Clint, can you talk more about what the situation is like on the ground and around Mariupol right now? What are you seeing there?
Sure. So in the south here, some key notes. The Russians did this initial advance right here. You also saw them come in from Russia. And in this area, they're basically surrounded. You're seeing massive heavy indirect fires, aviation, everything's being used against it. Separately, you're starting to see the Russians put together their own logistical convoys, but those aren't supporting the humans that are inside these towns. And you're starting to see them try and push to head north. We saw this was the nuclear plant we were so worried about last week. Now you're seeing them trying to push even further north. They will be completely cut off. There will be no resupply either from sea or from land. So it's going to be an absolutely dire situation for anybody that's left behind in this area.
Clint, while we have you, I also want to ask you about the Patriot missile batteries the U.S. is sending to neighboring Poland. These are defensive weapons. Tell us, what do they do and how could they most effectively be used? Why is the U.S. taking this step right now?
Yeah, so you probably remember Patriot missile batteries, if you're old enough, from the first Gulf War. Essentially, they are there to intercept ballistic missiles that are surface to surface that come from, let's say, inside Russia into Ukraine. They're trying to do the same thing, which is make sure that any Russian missiles that are out there can be interdicted don't enter into NATO territory. When you look at the bigger picture here, along this Polish border, they're worried because there are supply lines essentially moving from here in Poland into Kyiv and from into Lviv, and from Lviv into Kyiv. The western part of Ukraine essentially is becoming supply routes. You have foreign fighters drift in. I'm sure NATO is worried. How do we protect against any indirect fire that might be coming in from surface-to-surface missiles, from aviation? One of the ways to sort of send a signal to Putin and the Russians is to put Patriot missile batteries right there on the front lines of NATO.
All right, Clint Watts, thanks so much for walking us through so much of that. We really appreciate it. Now, we're hearing more stories from the front lines of Ukraine this morning as thousands of residents try and flee to countries in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, the humanitarian crisis continues to unfold in refugee centers near the borders of Ukraine, but regular citizens and people from all over the world are stepping up to help out in any way they can. One of those people is Terrell Germain Starr, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Terrell actually joined us 2 weeks ago, as you may remember, from Kyiv as the invasion was just getting started in Ukraine, driving in his car with his friend who is signing up to fight. Andre, I believe is his name. He's been helping people get out of the country. And now today, he's near the border in Uzhgorod. Terrell, thank you so much for being with us again today. We actually know that you just traveled all the way to Lviv, that's that far western city, to help a Ukrainian woman leave the country so she could get medical treatment in Lithuania. Tell us about the journey. Tell us about what you encountered on the way out of the country and what it was like to help her out.
Thank you very much for having me. So first of all, the person, her name is Irina, and we escorted her and her family to Lviv, where a bus bound for Lithuania was set to take them and dozens of other people out of the country. And so what is that journey like? Well, getting from Kiev to Lviv, generally speaking, if you're going on a train, for example, would take about 6 or 7 hours. But on the road, and given the circumstances and the dozens of checkpoints, roughly about 30 of them that you have to go through on your way there, makes that trip more like a day and a half. So what we saw was sirens constantly going off, not knowing exactly where you're going to stay, because it's not a matter of money. It's a matter of, can you find a home or a group of people who are willing to open up their, who have good hearts, that are open up to give you a room. In our case, our midpoint was Ternopil, which is 2 hours outside of Lviv. And so this family fortunately had an entire apartment to host myself, Andre, and Irina's entire family. And so what it really depends on right now to get to basically take refugees from Kiev, from these hot points to the border, are open hearts, a lot of local knowledge, a lot of local language, and just goodwill. Because once you get out of these hot zones, you still have a very challenging road ahead, and it's all based on context and goodwill.
Thank goodness for those helpers all along the way. Wow. I mean, Terrell, over the last couple of weeks, tell us about any of the people who you've met who just really stand out, some of the stories that really have inspired you over the last couple of weeks.
Well, it starts off with Andre. And by the way, I'm a working journalist myself. So in addition to covering this war, this Russia waged war against Ukraine, I'm also deciding that I'm going to involve myself in the humanitarian efforts of moving people out. What you see is a country that has decided to unite against Russian aggression, whereby they say that, excuse me, we are not going to get on our knees and succumb to Putin's abuse. Andre is a prime example of that. At first, he started off as a member of the territorial defense units. Once he realized that his role there was not as effective as it could have been, he moved into, from holding a Kalashnikov to escorting people, driving hours upon hours nonstop from Kiev to one part of the country. And again, it's a very taxing thing. One part of this that people don't understand is that you could usually go from Kiev to, let's say, Uzhgorod or Lviv with 1 tank of gas. Because of the checkpoints and that you have to idle for hours on end, you may have to go through 3 or 4 tanks of gas for one trip that ordinarily will require 1. So it's expensive. And so you have people like Andre who are not rich, who are not wealthy, or who are going out of their way to assist. So he's a prime example of that, and somebody who took his own family to Poland for safety, but he stayed behind. Well, he has to stay behind because he's a man. And if you're between the ages of 18 and 60, Ukrainian government will not let you cross that border. And so while he is there, he's making ample use of his time.
Absolutely. I was actually going to ask you for an update on him, so that's so great to hear, Terrell, that he's safe. Terrell, what is your plan now? I mean, do you intend to keep on helping people move out of the country as things sort of deteriorate there? What's next?
Yeah, so I am going to continue to be here in Ukraine. I am going to assist as many people as possible logistically to get from whatever point to the other, particularly those who are in Sumy. I'm deeply concerned about them, these African students, the foreign, the Indian students, the foreign students who are there. I'm definitely focused on helping them logistically to get from point A to point B. There are a number of people here who are willing to help them, but the people who need the most help don't understand how to connect. And so I'm using my platform in order to help do so, while at the same time working as an independent journalist to capture these stories, to capture video, and to document these cases of how people are coming together and how people are escaping Putin's brutality.
Terrell Jermaine Starr, thank you so much for everything you're doing and for keeping us updated. And please continue to check in with us throughout everything you're doing there in Ukraine. Take care.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep hearing. Thanks, Terrell. Now, the UN estimates more than 2 million refugees have now fled Ukraine since the invasion began 2 weeks ago. More than half of those 2 million have entered Poland. And there's no sign that flood will end anytime soon. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from a refugee processing center in Poland. Hi, Jay. Good morning. Good to see you again. Now, when we saw you yesterday, we know you were at the border. Thousands were crossing into Poland on foot. Many of them then moved to places like where you are, again, a refugee processing center. Tell us what you're seeing at a location like this.
Yeah, and Savannah, we want to give you a first-hand look at what those refugees come to when they cross over the border. This is an area in Rzeszów, about 60 miles from the border, where people have made their way. And it's kind of a waypoint for all of these refugees that are continuing to pile in. But I want to show you what's been done here and tell you a little bit about it. They have a lunchroom here. This, 2 weeks ago, was a shopping mall. This was an area where people would come and buy different goods. It's been transformed by one man, a doctor here in Rzeszów, who said, I've got to do something. I've got to make something happen. So he's now got this lunchroom. You see, they've got catered meals here. They've transformed this entire place in 2 days. He brought crews in, construction crews, who did the work, installed showers and bathrooms. And I'm going to walk you down this way and show you what else. This place is unbelievable. 800 beds, but they continue to move people through. He installed a washroom with washers, dryers. People can do their clothes. How desperately is that needed after you've spent, some people, 50 hours trying to get here? You move down the way. When the catered lunch is in here, they've got another area where there's some food, some microwaves, some fruit, so people can have that. And then one of the biggest deals, and one of the things they're using the most here, is this area. It's a 24/7 medic area, doctor on call constantly. Savannah, it's amazing to see what so many people are doing for so many people that so desperately need it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're calling it this refugee processing center. It's a refugee processing center that didn't exist days ago because there weren't millions of refugees crossing over into this country. It's amazing to see what they've done. Jay, I want to ask you, though, about some reports of, some of the chaos here. I mean, as this gets more and more desperate. There is this visa center, a UK visa application center with large crowds waiting in freezing temperatures for hours before ultimately being turned away. What are you hearing about this? What are you hearing as it does start to get more chaotic? And also, if you could walk us through what a refugee has to do before they can, if they're somewhere like that trying to get a visa, they get to the border, before they can move on from a shelter, a camp, a processing center like where you are, to more stable housing elsewhere in Europe. When does this end for people?
Yeah. Well, they've got to show their papers crossing into the border. Now, everybody's allowed in, but there's still the idea that you've got to show that and let people know. I heard from a person yesterday at the Medica crossing where we were who said it took 58 hours from the time he got there to get through the processing, and he said the crowds are growing exponentially there. So once they're through there, and that's a madness with thousands of people moving everywhere, then they've got to wait on a bus to get them to a train station. They've got to be able to get a ticket on that train. And remember, at each one of these stops, you're seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of people with the same mission: to get somewhere, to do something, to find a place to lay their head. And that's what this is. This center is available. People can stay 2 days, kind of get their thoughts together, figure out where they're going to go. They've got counselors, volunteers here that are also helping in that process. And then it's right next to a train station where people are led to the train station, and they provided a ticket and allowed to then move on. So this is just one of those places, really, Savannah, where you decompress from, as you described, a process that takes days. I talked to a person here today who said they traveled 50 hours just to get to the border, started by car, wasn't going to work, no more gas, and had to walk for days just across the border. So to get here is such a relief for so many.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay Gray, you have been bringing us these incredible scenes of desperation from the border, but now some scenes of people just helping people out in an amazing way. Jay Gray, thank you so much. We'll see you soon. Stay safe.
Now, as Russia feels the squeeze from sanctions, Vladimir Putin signed new measures aimed at easing the economic pain on Russians. The country is also cracking down on the media there, limiting what reporters can say under threat of imprisonment. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons reports from Moscow.
We're banning.
Just hours after President Biden announced his ban on Russian oil, President Putin unveiling restrictions on imports and exports to ensure the safety of the Russian Federation. It's not clear what goods or countries are targeted. Before the US announcement, the Russian Deputy Prime Minister saying rejecting Russian oil would lead to catastrophic consequences for the global market, and warning Russia could cut gas supplies to Europe. The European Union did not join the US ban, but did propose gaining independence from Russian fossil fuels by 2030. Europe imports 45% of its gas from Russia and 25% of its oil. While Russian oil and gas revenues reached $119 billion in 2021, according to Russia's finance ministry. The leaders of Germany and France spoke with China's President Xi. In February, the Chinese leader stood shoulder to shoulder with President Putin ahead of the Olympics. Xi called for maximum restraint, warning sanctions against Russia will dampen the global economy. But despite the diplomatic tension, a senior Russian foreign ministry official called for maintaining a constructive dialogue with the US in international security. Keir Simmons, NBC News, Moscow.
Look, more breaking news coverage on the war in Ukraine, and also look at some of the other news today. Coming up, the grim warning to lawmakers on Capitol Hill on the war's growing threat to America, plus other dangers to look out for.
Also guilty on all counts. More on the first ever verdict against a January 6th rioter. That's all next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We'll have more coverage out of Ukraine coming up as efforts to evacuate more cities get underway this morning. But we do want to get some other stories that are making news this morning.
Yeah, U.S. intelligence officials offered grim warnings about Russia's invasion of Ukraine during Tuesday's House hearing on worldwide threats. First, let's listen to some of that.
Our analysts assess that Putin is unlikely to be deterred by such setbacks and instead may escalate. We assess Putin feels aggrieved the West does not give him proper deference and perceives this as a war he cannot afford to lose.
Putin is angry and frustrated right now. He's likely to double down and try to grind down the Ukrainian military with no regard for civilian casualties.
NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now with more on this. Ken, good morning. So, I mean, those are just some pretty frightening assessments, and they touch on a few things that have sort of been these open questions. How will this end? What's going on in Putin's mind right now? We just heard he cannot afford to lose. He may double down. What else came out of that hearing, and how concerned should we be for what's to come in Ukraine?
Good morning, Savannah. After listening to those intelligence chiefs, I would say extremely concerned. They were very clear this is going to get ugly. And those were some of the most candid assessments of Vladimir Putin's mindset that we've heard from U.S. officials. You know, Bill Burns, who's the CIA director, was once the ambassador to Moscow. He's been dealing with Putin for years, and he painted a picture of a guy who's increasingly isolated from reality, a narrow circle of advisors, extremely frustrated, but prepared to double down, even though all the assumptions that Putin made about how this war would go turned out to be wrong. He thought he was going to take Ukraine in 2 days, these intelligence chiefs said. And Avril Haines, the director of national intelligence, pointed out that Putin did not anticipate this level of international sanctions from the world, and also the pullback from private firms who are acting without sanctions, McDonald's, Visa, MasterCard, Starbucks, just pulling out of Russia. All this has come as a shock to Putin, but it's also left him in a position where he feels like he has no choice but to double down, Savannah.
Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit more about, how this could potentially end. I mean, first of all, the U.S. estimates up to 4,000 Russian soldiers have been killed so far. It's just a matter of weeks. That doesn't seem to be a deterrent here. So I want to play something House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff said following the hearing about what it might take to end this conflict. Let's listen.
One thing Putin does fear is the ability of the Russian people to rise up against him. I think until he feels that his own regime is at risk, it's hard to see him looking for an exit ramp.
Do intelligence officials agree with that? Would pressure from within Russia deter Putin? But then, I mean, also, what's the reality of that? I mean, their media is completely controlled there. It doesn't seem like a lot of the Russian people even know what's going on.
Well, you asked exactly the right question, Savannah. They do agree that pressure would deter Putin, but they're not seeing much evidence of it right now. Putin has created a regime with layers of control. He's got control of the oligarchs. Their money is beholden to him, and he's got control of a network of strong men and intelligence services that protect him with their lives. And you've seen him on the opposite end of those long tables, meeting with advisors. There's been speculation that's about his fear of COVID, but in recent days, I've been hearing other people say it's more than COVID that he's worried about. He's very concerned about his own safety, but he's also taking steps to assure that safety. And I didn't hear anything out of that hearing that suggested that the U.S. intelligence community believes that Putin is in any real danger right now in terms of pressure from inside Russia.
Yeah. All right. And now a reminder, this was the worldwide threats hearing. Russia is not the only threat at this moment, though, of course, it's a pressing one. This document from U.S. intelligence also listed China, Iran, and North Korea. Climate change also made the list. Tell us more about these other threats.
Yes, if we weren't in the middle of a horrific war right now, those threats that you mentioned would have gotten a lot more attention. This was about as stark a portrayal of the threat from China to U.S. national security as I can remember seeing in one of these documents. And this document for years focused on the threat from international terrorism, which obviously has receded, and we didn't see much about it in the document yesterday. China led the list. China is expanding its military. Its nuclear forces is continuing to attack the United States through cyber and steal intellectual property. North Korea, Iran also using cyber, and a really stark assessment of the threat, obviously, from global pandemics. There could be another one. And climate change. You know, the intelligence community has been warning about climate change for years as a threat to national security, and they said it again yesterday. This is something we all should be paying attention to as a threat to U.S. national security. Savannah.
Ken Dilanian, as always, thank you so much.
The first January 6 rioter to go on trial was found guilty on all counts on Tuesday. Guy Reffitt, a Texas man who tried to storm the Capitol, was convicted on 5 counts, including obstruction of an official proceeding and transport of a firearm in support of civil disorder. Jurors began deliberating yesterday morning after a week-long trial and reached their verdict in 2 hours. The most damning evidence against Reffitt, his own recordings, both before and after the riots, where he discussed what he planned to do and later what he did. More than 750 people have been arrested in connection with the January 6th attack, and more than 200 defendants have already pleaded guilty and have been sentenced. Reffitt's sentencing date is set for June. His wife told reporters they plan to appeal.
It is now time for your weekly checkup.
Yeah, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us to discuss the latest health headlines you might have missed. First one is a bit of a talker here. A new study shows that lead from gasoline lowered the IQ about half the U.S. population. In fact, for people born in the 60s and 70s, the IQ loss was estimated to be up to 6 points, for some more than 7. Glad I don't have a car anymore. What more can you tell us about this?
All right, so first of all, let me say that these are just estimates, okay? Nothing concrete here. And let me secondarily say that any exposure to lead is really not considered good. It's a neurotoxin. There could be acute effects as well as more chronic effects. This applies to people who were born before 1996 because at that time, there was a ban that gasoline could contain lead. Prior to 1996, gasoline actually contained lead, and so this was inhalation exposure. And as you mentioned, they measured the lead levels in millions of Americans. They found that over 50% of them had a level that was higher than the upper limit of normal, correlating with a potential loss in IQ points of about 2 to 3 points for the average population, more if you were born or when I was born in 1970. So, but here's the take home. If you're sort of in the middle to the upper range on the IQ spectrum, 1 to 2 points is probably not going to make a difference. But if you're lower on the IQ spectrum, this can make a significant difference. And more at a population level, we're talking about increased risks of dementia and heart disease and things like that. So super important. Thankfully, something was done about it. None of us likes to wake up and hear stories like this when we know that it could theoretically pertain to us, but there's nothing you can do about it now.
Right.
So no doctor's orders.
Just, you know, maybe take one of those free online tests. Check out where your IQ scores at.
It's going.
If you're in the age group. Okay.
Here to make you happy.
Yeah, I was waiting for our nice little graphic with the folder. Okay, all right, doctor. Now, of course, we've all gotten quite used to being about 6 feet or so apart from each other. Yes. Everybody has their personal space bubble. People are kind of feeling anxious as people start to get closer to them. How much space do we really need? Tell us about this anxiety people are feeling.
Right. So first of all, I have to give credit to these researchers at Mass General because they had the foresight to actually measure and look at this before the pandemic and during the pandemic. Okay. And they found that, in fact, people's personal space requirements increased by about 40 to 50% after the pandemic. And think about it, it makes sense. Pre-pandemic, it was about 2 to 3 feet, but then all this messaging, we did it. Social distancing, all these fears, everything. And believe it or not, just like everything in life, guys, there's a neural trigger for this. There's basically a neural network that's activated by anxiety and danger, and that then triggers movement. So you almost have a reflex to move away from things. I think it's really neat. Doctor's orders is this. Even though it might have expanded, we still have to honor that people have personal space boundaries. We all have it. And a gradual re-exposure to people to being closer. Do you guys do this in line? Like if you find someone standing close to you, you're like, whoa, buddy, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm like, where have you been for 2 years?
We can reacclimate. We can get used to being closer to one another again, but it's not going to be an on-off switch.
All right, let's quickly tackle this last one. A new study says the more we drink, the quicker we age the brain. Researchers at Penn found moderate drinking may cause risk to the brain. So how many drinks are we talking
moderate.
about?
Right. And so here they were talking about 1 unit of alcohol is about half a drink. And they said basically if you went from 1 unit to 2 units, that's basically one serving for a woman, 2 servings for a man, you lost about 2 years of brain function. brain life. Yeah, but they basically were saying they were correlating the number of drinks you had to brain volume, and that volume was a correlate for cognitive function. You look perplexed by this, Savannah.
Well, I'm just seeing one drink on that slide, and I'm like, shoot.
Right, and I would also like to add that brain volume doesn't necessarily correlate with brain function, but what we know that alcohol can have deleterious effect on brain cells. So I think it's just another reminder to us not to be drinking so much. And of course, doctors' orders are, exercise, do things to, divert your attention away from alcohol. I'm so glad I'm making you laugh this morning, Savannah.
If you want a glass of wine, get on the treadmill.
Yeah, exactly, to offset that, and be persistent about your non-drinking.
Yeah.
All right.
That's my take home.
So less booze, less gas. All right. We're good.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Azar, thank you so much. It's always so fun, especially when you're on set.
Yes, love it.
Now, let's get a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Bill has very high IQ. Bill, good morning to you.
I don't know. I think I have a big brain volume, but she said that doesn't mean anything. I mean, I can have a big brain volume, and it just doesn't do anything. So I don't know. We'll have to get that investigated. So unfortunately, some serious weather overnight. That's what our lead story is. We had a tornado warning for downtown Mobile, Alabama in the middle of the night. Sirens going off. We had a confirmed tornado. It was heading towards the airport. Thankfully, it dissipated just in time that it did not do a lot of damage, so that's great. We still have some active tornado warnings, though. One just to the southeast of Columbus, Georgia. Tornado watch continues until 1 p.m. So another active severe weather day in the southeast. Then to the north, just a messy morning commute. Everywhere you see in blue and white, that is snow. So areas of Ohio, I-70 from Columbus towards Pittsburgh, and then in State College, the snow is now breaking out throughout much of Pennsylvania. We will see that snow moving into New York State and much of New England as we go throughout the rest of the morning commute. New York City, Philly, D.C., all rain for you, Baltimore, too. You may see some snowflakes mixing in, but it's going to melt when it hits the pavement, so it might as well be rain. And as far as severe weather goes, 6 million people are at risk. Gusty, strong winds up to 60 miles per hour. As we mentioned, isolated tornadoes are possible. So Myrtle Beach, Charleston, Columbia, Savannah, our friends down towards Tallahassee, all at risk of severe weather today. And this is how it plays out in the Northeast. We're going to see snow likely mixed with that rain till about 5 or 6 p.m. in the New York area, and then it's over with. Same for you in Hartford. Boston, it's not going to end till probably around 8 or 9 p.m. this evening, just to help you out with your timing for anyone heading back home from work. Snowfall map. It's funny, the blue on this map, the dark blue, kind of highlights the higher elevations of the Berkshires. You can see northern New Jersey where there's some higher elevations, Pennsylvania, the Catskills, the southern tier of New York. Those are the areas that will get that up to 3 inches of snow. Everybody else, maybe just a slushy inch. And as I said, that'll be on the grass and on your car, not likely on the roads, especially treated surfaces. So the forecast today, the hot weather's in Florida. That's why we're going to have those storms. And then another Arctic outbreak begins. Billings 17 today. Denver only 22 with snow, so it's not pretty in the Rockies. And then that cold air is on the move Thursday, guys, into areas of the Midwest. And guess where it's heading for Saturday?
Here.
The Northeast.
New York.
And at the same time as a rainstorm arrives from the south, just wait till I tell you the weekend forecast for New England. It's not going to be pretty.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you for the
warning.
Wonderful
A lot to look
tease,
forward
Bill.
to with my big brain volume.
Yeah.
Everybody stick around for
Full
the
of
doom
forecasts and
report
bad news. All right.
from Bill next. Thank you.
Bill. Coming up on Morning News Now, sharing her story.
Yeah, after the break, we'll be joined by a Ukrainian tour guide, now refugee, as she live streams her experience fleeing from the violence. That's next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. More now on our coverage of the invasion of Ukraine. A Ukrainian tour guide is finding a new audience as she live streams her journey fleeing her homeland. Olga Dudakova's virtual tours of Kyiv usually attract between 30 and 100 people, but after the Russian invasion started, she drew larger audiences with nearly 2,000 people tuning into her videos. Some have even asked her questions live. Olga Dudakova joins us now to tell us more about this. Olga, good morning. Thank you for being with us. First of all, just tell us how you and your family are doing and what it was like for you getting out of Ukraine.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olga, and currently I'm kind of refugee. It's a strange word for me to pronounce now because I left normal life, and I was a tour guide in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Everything changed in a moment, instantly, on the 24th of February. And I live not far away from the area which was heavily bombarded just from the first day of invasion. We spent in Kiev 2 more nights with my kids. And when I just saw that it's unbearable to sleep in the shelters, in the bomb shelters, because we couldn't kind of naturally sleep there. There is the basement in the house, and you could stand or sit there. And we decided to flee, to escape Kiev at least. And that decision was very heavy for us to make because we're a family and we have an apartment to live. And then when it was raining and shelling underway, I was managed to take just very essential things. And it's funny, but I have different shoes. I fled in different shoes. Nothing, I cared about nothing, just to escape, to be in the safe place. And at first we moved to the central part of Ukraine, to the other region, and then we just crossed the border, and we in another country. We in Hungary currently.
Well, you're so happy that you made it there safe. Thank you for sharing that journey with us. I know it must have been quite difficult. Let's talk now about those live stream tours. One was titled "A Small Town to Hide from Bombing." That was after leaving Kyiv on this journey. Tell us about why you wanted to share this experience and what it was like.
So at first I wanted to scream. So at the first date, when the war started, yes, this is the exact picture of that date. I wanted to scream to the world that something terrible is happening. So that never has happened before. This unjustified and unprovoked attack, it's changed the destiny of so many people in Ukraine, and it's unbearable. It's impossible to be seen on the 21st century. That is why I just launched my first tour on the first day of the war. It was I was making it in a shock. I was very frightened. I was scared. And I wanted to scream for help. This tour was my scream for the audience, because I really have great audience to show around the world, to see and to reach people. And then I started my touring, virtual tours, from the places where I stayed as a refugee. At first in my own country, at first in Ukraine, the first tours were made from there. And then I moved to Hungary, and I'm continuing to stream from the place where I'm currently staying. This is my story.
Well, Olga, we are grateful for you sharing your story. We are glad that you are doing okay and wish you all the best as you continue to share that story with everyone. Olga, thank you so much. Coming up, Americans bracing for more pain at the pump as the U.S. bans imports of Russian oil. We'll have more on how the cost of war is being paid here at home.
And reliving the trauma, Ukrainian Holocaust survivors in one Brooklyn community reflect on the war unfolding overseas.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This morning, a look at the impact on gas prices and the economy after President Biden's announcement that the U.S. will no longer import oil from Russia. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jo Ling Kent joins us with more on that. Joe, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Biden's new ban on Russian oil has triggered more sticker shock at the pump today. Although Russian oil only accounts for about 8% of U.S. supply, Americans are at the mercy of global prices. That has President Biden warning drivers, you'll keep having to pay more.
This morning, gas prices are breaking records again. The national average hitting $4.25 a gallon, 8 cents more than just yesterday. And President Biden warning there's more to come.
It's gonna go up.
When asked what he can do about it,
Can't do much right now. Russia's responsible.
After announcing the new measures taking aim at the heart of the Russian economy.
We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
The president making the announcement after rare bipartisan pressure to stop the flow from Russia. Ukraine's President Zelensky expressing his gratitude to the U.S., calling it a strong signal to the rest of the world, saying the import ban of Russian oil to the U.S. will weaken the country economically, politically, and ideologically. President Biden telling Americans to brace for even more pain at the pump, but also warning oil and gas companies not to exploit consumers or pad profits.
Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging.
The U.S. ban comes after impassioned requests. Ukrainian parliament member Alexandra Ustinova telling Savannah last week.
The president of the United States is protecting them from paying extra 20-30 cents for a gallon of gas, and that's why so many Ukrainians have to die.
Though many Americans say they support the ban, it also means gas prices continue to skyrocket.
I shudder to even think about how much it's going to be for me to fill up.
On Wall Street, another volatile day of trading as oil prices climbed yet again after President Biden's announcement. The pressure on Putin intensifying as Americans feel the fallout at the pump.
As for how high gas prices could climb, I know everyone's wondering about that. Well, we've got summer driving season on the way, and experts we talked to say it's hard to predict the prices since the situation in Russia could, of course, change significantly, as well as the situation in Ukraine, all of that affecting the price of crude oil. But by Memorial Day, the national average could be as much as 50 cents higher than it is today, with similar prices or higher, I hate to say, for the 4th of July holiday, guys.
Wow. All right, Jolene Kent in L.A. Joel, thank you. The world's financial markets are taking investors on a roller coaster ride. Today, analysts expect some small gains after yesterday's dip.
Yes, CNBC reporter Silvana Henao joins us with more on what we can expect from the markets today. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. We're going to start with what's going on over with Russia. So McDonald's, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, and Starbucks and General Electric are the latest Western brands suspending business in Russia. The companies had faced international pressure to do so, and McDonald's will temporarily close 850 stores, but continue paying its 62,000 employees. It has been in Russia since 1990, before the Soviet Union collapsed. Meanwhile, PepsiCo will halt sales of beverages, suspend investments and promotions, but will still produce milk, baby formula, and baby food. GE is partially suspending operations except for essential medical equipment and existing power services. Oil prices are giving up overnight gains after Brent crude, the international benchmark, topped $130 a barrel. The moves coming after President Biden announced a ban on imports of Russian oil and fuel products. There are signs buyers are already shunning Russian oil. Gold, which is seen as a safe haven asset for investors, also slipping today, but still trading above $2,000 an ounce, the highest level since 2020. Europe is rallying, and Wall Street appears headed for a higher open as stocks look to snap a 4-day losing streak. And Bitcoin is surging back above $42,000, boosting the rest of the crypto market. The spike coming after remarks by Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen were published inadvertently. They revealed President Biden's executive order on cryptocurrency, which was announced this morning. It would take a constructive approach to regulating the industry. The president's order has attracted attention due to speculation wealthy Russians could be using Bitcoin to bypass Western sanctions. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You got it.
Brighton Beach, New York, is a community in Brooklyn known as Little Odessa. It's named after the port city in Ukraine, and on the streets you hear Russian and Ukrainian more often than you hear English. Within the large Russian and Ukrainian Jewish community, emotions are running high as the war in Ukraine rages on. We spoke to people in the neighborhood, including Holocaust survivors, about how the news is impacting them.
Stores along Brighton Beach Avenue are waving Ukrainian flags, propping up signs that say "Stop Putin," and putting up QR codes for charities supporting Ukraine. Brighton Beach is home to the highest concentration of Russian-speaking immigrants in the U.S. At a Jewish community center nearby, Russian and Ukrainian seniors can be found playing games, dancing, and reading local newspapers in Russian. The war in Ukraine is ever present among this particular group.
It's impossible for me to watch any of this without tearing up and crying immediately.
My heart is bleeding as I'm seeing how they are annihilating the city and annihilating the people of the city.
Many of these seniors are Holocaust survivors and are watching the latest news out of Ukraine with a deep sense of fear and shock.
I don't know a single Jewish senior whose family went through the Holocaust and who immigrated from the former Soviet Union, where they did not have an easy life, who doesn't report, "I cannot sleep. My whole life is flipped upside down." It's terrifying.
Many of the Russian-speaking Holocaust survivors and the Ukrainian Holocaust survivors are experiencing and reliving trauma, and this is triggering PTSD from their wartime years.
In 1941, Hitler's forces were moving into Ukraine. Pavel Iverbuk says he made it on the last boat out of Odessa when he was just 6 years old.
I'm remembering the bombings and fear from the fact that at any second they could destroy us and a bomb could hit our house. It's a terrifying feeling. Even at 6 years old, I was completely petrified by the sound of the bombs.
A Russian missile strike that appeared to target a TV tower in Ukraine's capital on March 1st struck the vicinity of the Babinya Holocaust Memorial, a site where more than 33,000 Jews were killed over a 2-day period. Holocaust survivor Vladimir Bravarnik has relatives who were murdered in Babi Yar.
They hit Babi Yar. It was simply like a punch to the heart. I cannot fathom how it's possible to survive World War II, this major war against fascism, and then afterwards, turn around and attack your own people.
Anatoly Sukharukov was evacuated towards the end of World War II from Moscow to River Ural. He is deeply disturbed by Putin's claims that Russia's military action is being taken to, quote, denazify Ukraine.
That's a lie. That's a complete, total lie. Putin is playing on the feeling of Russian people who hate the Nazis.
All of these people survived the Holocaust. Now they are seeing their homeland ripped apart by war.
For the older generation of people who are Jewish, to them, this is what they were afraid of. And this is what they were screaming and fighting and giving up their lives, and their family members gave up their lives for never again.
As Holocaust survivors in the Little Odessa area watch the news unfold, they're thinking about ways to help.
I love America, I love New York.
We are very worried about Ukraine. We're very worried about the people dying. We're thrilled to be in this country, and if there's any way to help, we would love to help our brothers.
I think one of the most striking things there is hearing them speak both Russian and Ukrainian. You know, it's this area that knows each other. There's family on either sides, and there's just so much hurt also both on either side.
Such an important perspective. I'm glad we were able to tell that story because it's so close to home and reminds us how many people are impacted by what's happening in Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin this hour with the push to get Ukrainians out of the war zone. This morning, Ukraine announced a temporary ceasefire with Russia with 6 routes out of cities that are being targeted by the Russian military. But since similar agreements haven't held elsewhere, there are concerns Russia could violate this ceasefire, putting thousands of Ukrainians at risk. This morning, more Ukrainians are fleeing their country, half of them children. Our Tom Yamas spoke with a woman at a shelter in the western city of Lviv. She's there with her 8-year-old brother.
Really wants to get home, and I also want to get home. But right now we can't.
As Russian forces try to close in on Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying this morning that risk there is now at its highest level yet. But he says the Ukrainian people will not surrender. Also, a push to get fighter jets to Ukraine is up in the air this morning. Poland offered Soviet-era fighter jets, but only if the U.S. would assist in the move of those jets, an announcement that apparently blindsided U.S. officials and was quickly rejected by the Department of Defense. Meanwhile, the U.S. is taking more action against Russia, banning its oil from entering the country. The move puts more pressure on Vladimir Putin to de-escalate this crisis.
Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin.
We are covering every angle of this for you this morning, and we start this hour with our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
Ukrainian officials are expressing frustration this morning. They have long been calling for a no-fly zone or more fighter jets to help protect the skies, particularly Soviet-era fighters that Ukrainian pilots already know how to fly. And they thought they had a deal yesterday when Poland said it would give Ukraine all of its MiG-29 jets, first sending them to a U.S. airbase in Germany. But the Pentagon said it is not willing to allow that deal to go forward, that it's too close to direct U.S. military involvement. Ukraine's president said that this is no time for indecision and to send the planes now to help stop the Russian offensive.
Russian troops are trying to grind out a victory by beating Ukrainian towns and cities into submission. But so far, all that Russia is doing successfully is killing Ukrainian troops and innocents. At an intensive care unit in Kiev this morning, a doctor showed us the wards. The windows all covered to prevent sniper fire. In every room, a victim of Russian fire. All civilians. A man shot in the leg, Another whose house was bombed. He was trapped under the rubble for 2 days and just arrived here this morning.
Vladimir Putin says that the Russian army is not bombing civilians, that no civilians are being hurt.
It's a lie. It's an obvious lie.
Down the hall, an entire family. They were escaping their neighborhood north of Kiev. A Russian soldier told them it was safe to leave. But as they started moving in their car, other Russian troops opened fire, shooting them all. Katerina was shot in the back. Tanya took 12 bullets in her legs. The Ukrainian government is standing firm behind President Zelensky. He addressed the British Parliament by video and paraphrased Winston Churchill's "Fight them on the beaches" speech of the Battle of Britain.
We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores.
The message of resistance to the end struck a deep chord in the United Kingdom. Across Ukraine, Zelensky's fighting spirit seems to be contagious. Miro Popovich, who served in the U.S. military, fought in Afghanistan, used the GI Bill, and became an American citizen, is now defending Kiev, where he was born.
We're on the right side. I mean, they came to our home trying to destroy us. We don't have a choice. We stand, divided we fall. So that's it.
Do you think you're going to win? By win, I mean push the Russians out, have a government.
Right now it looks like we are winning. We're pushing them back and they have no fuel and they're dying.
Russia's military offensive has often looked inept, with vehicles running out of gas, soldiers surrendering, and abandoning trucks full of weapons. But the embarrassing videos don't tell the full picture. A senior U.S. military official says Russia still has 95% of its military force in Ukraine intact, more than enough to destroy the country's cities and create much more suffering.
Ukrainian officials this morning are once again expressing concern about the Chernobyl nuclear exclusion zone. Russian forces took over the area several days ago, and now Ukrainian officials say that they have cut off Chernobyl from the main power grid. Chernobyl still contains radioactive material, and Ukrainians say that not being connected to the power grid eliminates monitoring systems and protection systems that are in place. It's unclear if the Russians have brought in their own power to the site.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
This morning, we're hearing from a woman with a unique perspective on the war, former Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. As a Foreign Service officer for more than 30 years, she served all over the world. She had stints in Moscow and London before taking on the role as U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine from 2016 to 19. She sat down exclusively with Today co-host Savannah Guthrie this morning to share her perspective.
Is the U.S. and the West, are we doing enough?
We are doing a lot, and we need to keep on doing more. And I think the administration and NATO are looking at what more can be done. There's unbelievable security assistance that is flowing to Ukraine that is vital, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance. And I think the administration and NATO do need to look at the possibility of a no-fly zone for humanitarian purposes.
Of course, they say that means you're walking into World War III. You're having a direct confrontation with Russia. What's the counter to that? I mean, everybody wants to help Ukraine, right, and everyone is terrified of a nuclear confrontation with Russia.
Right. So that is a real concern. But I also think that we cannot let Putin set the terms of this debate and have Putin decide how this is going to go.
Many have suggested that Putin won't stop with Ukraine, and that's really the bedrock of Ukraine's argument for more military intervention from the West, that if you don't stop him here, he's going to keep going.
And I think that's what we've seen over the last 2 decades, where Putin went into Georgia in 2008, Ukraine in 2014, got away with it, and thought he was going to get away with it again. And that was a huge miscalculation.
Is there an off-ramp for Putin? I mean, people talk about saving face or some kind of graceful exit. It's unclear whether he even cares about such things. But is there a way out of this?
I think there's always a way out. Diplomats are very optimistic always. And so the Ukrainians and the Russians are still talking. That's important. And obviously we are looking for ways to reach out. And when Putin is in the right place, I think there will be a way to conduct those negotiations. The Ukrainian people are, unruly. They love freedom. They're not going to let anybody tell them what to do, certainly not Putin. They're kind of like us in that sort of very independent way. And they have always been strong and independent. And I think you're seeing that now, that they're not going to give in. They're not going to give up.
Savannah Guthrie speaking this morning with Ambassador Yovanovitch.
Let's dig a little deeper into everything that you've just heard this morning with Joe Cirincione. He's a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft and a national security analyst. Joe, thank you so much for joining us. So first, I want to start with something that our viewers just heard at the end of Richard Engel's report there, and especially since you're a nuclear expert, I want to get your view on what we're seeing at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. So it was captured by Russia. Our viewers probably remember that. Well, this morning we're hearing, as Richard mentioned, from the Ukrainians that the plant has been fully disconnected from the power grid. Now, Ukraine's foreign minister has called on Russia to restore the power supply. This is tweets right here from him. Quote, reserve diesel generators have a 48-hour capacity to power Chernobyl. After that, cooling systems of the storage facility for spent nuclear fuel will stop, making radiation leaks imminent. I want to ask you about that. Putin's barbaric war puts entire Europe in danger. He must stop it immediately. What is your assessment about what's going on there? Are you concerned? Is some type of nuclear disaster, as this tweet says, imminent? Should this not be back on a power grid soon?
Yes, yes, and yes. This is an extremely dangerous situation. You remember that the Russian forces have seized 2 nuclear power facilities, Chernobyl, and then the 6 reactors that they stormed and took over as well just 5 days ago. We now have a situation where the electricity has been cut off at Chernobyl. Now, Chernobyl is not operating. It is not an operating facility. Anybody who lived through it or saw the HBO movie knows that one of the reactors exploded in the worst nuclear power disaster in history. The other 3 reactors, however, had their fuel removed, and that fuel is now stored in spent fuel ponds. But that fuel has to be kept cool, so water circulates through it. If the electricity has been cut off, that means that the plant and the coolant system is now operating on backup generators. The Ukrainian officials are telling us that those backup generators have enough fuel for about 48 hours under typical conditions. And of course, this is not typical conditions. So we may have 2 days in order to get that electricity back up before the pumps fail. If the pumps fail, that means those 20,000 fuel assemblies will start to superheat and melt down, exploding in the process, spewing radioactive material once again into the atmosphere.
So basically, it sounds like this is something we very much need to keep our eyes on, and it sounds like you will. You also mentioned that HBO miniseries, which, by the way, Russia created its own answer to with a completely different narrative funded by state TV, pinning it on a U.S. CIA agent, which just says a lot about the propaganda machine in that country. Joe, I want to ask you now about these fighter jets. So the Pentagon has dismissed a plan by a NATO ally, by Poland, to send the U.S. its Soviet-era fighter jets. It'd be headed in this agreement to a base in Germany. Now, that would then be passed on to Ukraine, essentially by the U.S. So let's talk through here what I think might be confusing for some viewers. First of all, how much of a danger, explain, could a move like that be in terms of escalating the crisis, but also why this back and forth, especially for viewers who are just hearing President Zelensky call for a no-fly zone, ask for these types of weapons. Explain here why this is such a difficult decision to make.
Well, you understand why Ukraine wants the fighters. You know, they have to attack these armed convoys that are streaming to encircle and lay siege to their cities. So the fighters are very important to Ukraine. They still have some flying, remarkably, almost 2 weeks after the war started, but they need more, and they're Russian-made. The Ukrainians use Russian equipment, so our jets don't work, F-16s, F-15s, etc. Poland has similar jet aircraft. But strangely, instead of Poland saying, well, we'll just send them to you, they sent them to now a German air base, or are planning to, where then the U.S. would do something with them. Here's the problem. It's one thing to send Javelin anti-tank missiles, Stinger, anti-aircraft missiles, but now this is heavy weaponry. This is serious military hardware. Putin has already said that supplying Ukraine with this type of equipment would be considered an act of war. He would consider it engaging in combat against Russian forces, and he has a point. This would be a major escalation. Should we do it anyway? Personally, I feel it. I want to do it, but there's no question. You do this, and you're taking a step towards the brink of war with Russia, and that could escalate quickly out of control.
Joe, thank you so much. Your expertise analysis very, very much appreciated this morning.
Thank you, Savannah.
Russia's invasion has led to a surge in oil prices that shows no signs of easing up. For Americans, it's already causing some serious strain at the pump, but more expensive oil will affect a lot more than just the price for a gallon of gas. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Coral Gables, Florida, to explain. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Look, the trickle-down effect here is enormous because 60% of oil consumption is for fuel, which is to say 40%, Joe, is for everything else, from the plastic inside of your smartphone to the containers for sunscreen to fertilizer for produce to the grains that feed our chickens. All of that, Joe, is impacted by what's going on in the oil markets right now, which is why you're seeing such a big boost in grocery bills and really everything else across the board.
It's a ripple effect that stretches far beyond just filling up. The skyrocketing cost of oil hitting you at the pump, tied to not tens or hundreds, but thousands of other products. Sure, there's delivering the items.
The majority of them are going to be on truck or rail, which consumes diesel fuel.
But unknown to many shoppers, oil is in your products too. Petroleum derivatives make up plastics and electronics like TVs and smartphones. For home and construction, they're in furniture, carpet, and roof shingles. At the grocery store, the crunch on fertilizer impacts produce, grain, and even meat and dairy. And everyday goods like moisturizer and sunscreen are packaged in plastic.
Basic lotion for everyday use.
At University Pharmacy in South Florida, Natasha Patel sees the upticks on her shelves. But she says medicine, from asthma and cholesterol to blood pressure medication, is also on a steep curve. In some cases, up 200% or more, with petrochemicals often involved in production.
It's so hard to tell a patient, especially with groceries going up, gas prices going up, to tell them, hey, now your medication that you need on a day-to-day basis to survive is going up as well.
Nothing operates in a vacuum. Supply chain issues are also playing a role, making isolating the spike from oil alone very difficult. But it's a huge spoke in the wheel.
A lot of people know there's petroleum products in tires, but if you're using a bike as an example, what about the cables on the brakes, the tape on the handles, the styrofoam in the helmets, the plastic in these bottles? Half the products in the store have some form of petroleum.
At No Boundaries Sports in Coral Gables, Oscar Paez tells me it's a perfect storm of issues.
Shortage of supply, we have logistical issues, and you see gas prices go up or petroleum-based stuff, you'll see higher prices.
While racing to get a bike might save you on fuel, some more practical tips for staying conscientious at any point include buying off-brand food products. The most expensive ones are often at eye level, and shopping for appliances at independent stores where you might negotiate a better bargain. Either way, shoppers are starting to see double vision.
If you wear eyeglasses, the cost of polycarbonate lenses just went up.
And right now, guys, we're talking about the oil fallout, but a lot of people probably don't know that Ukraine as a country is one of the largest wheat exporters in the world, about 12% of total exports of wheat, which affects things like spaghetti and pasta. If you see those prices going up higher than the other items inside of your grocery store, that might be part of the reason why, too. So there's just so many dimensions to this conversation. Joe, let me send it back to you.
Thanks for helping us understand a few of those dimensions. Sam Brock, thank you.
And we're covering the latest from Ukraine throughout the hour, but there are also other major headlines we want to get this morning.
Coming up, Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill now on the verge of becoming law. We're going to take a closer look at the impact this bill could have on LGBTQ students in the state.
Plus, NBC News has been covering the tensions over race and gender identity in Southlake, Texas over the past year. Up next, the new lawsuit over bullying the school district is now facing. Stick with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Welcome back. We're following the latest out of Ukraine this morning, including native Ukrainians returning home from countries like Britain. That's just ahead. But we're going to take a look at some other news making headlines this morning.
In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to sign controversial legislation that critics have dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill. The state Senate passed that bill yesterday. Florida Democrats warn it would endanger LGBTQ students if it goes into effect. We're going to take a closer look now at the bill and its likely impact, starting with NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
A controversial bill in Florida, which opponents call the Don't Say Gay bill because it forbids instruction on sexual identity and sexual orientation for younger students, sits on the governor's desk awaiting his signature to become law.
22 yeas, 17 nays, Mr. President.
So the bill passes. The bill was passed by a Republican-dominated state Senate, but not before sparking heated debate.
This bill says parents, your right to raise your children does not end when they walk into a classroom.
And to those who think you can legislate gay people away, I'm sorry. You cannot.
The bill, entitled Parental Rights in Education, was introduced by Republican State Representative Joe Harding. It says in part, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3. Parents would be able to sue the district if a school violates the law. Opponents worry that it could have a chilling effect on discussion of those topics in any grade. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis left no questions as to whether he will be signing the bill into law.
I think it's inappropriate to be injecting those matters like a transgenderism into a kindergarten classroom.
But critics are not letting this go quietly. They have staged school walkouts and protests, saying the bill would erase decades of progress. Denise Soufrine is gay and has been a teacher for 34 years. In her kindergarten class, she has these books, no matter what the law.
These books will remain in my classroom as long as I am a teacher in this district.
Even with a law like this?
Even with a law like this.
Could it cost you your job?
I don't think so.
And if it does?
It would be worth it.
Kerry Sanders, thank you for that report. For more on this, let's bring in GLAAD President and CEO Sarah Kate Ellis. Sarah Kate, always good to have you with us. You know, some of the lawmakers behind this bill, their argument is kids have their whole lives to sort out their sexual orientation or gender identity, so they don't need to have those conversations now. How do you respond to that?
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me. That was a very emotional piece for me, actually. I am a parent, a gay parent, and I have 13-year-old twins. And so seeing what's unfolding, we're not talking about sexual orientation, gender identity in kindergarten. This is not about that. Show me a curriculum that does that. This is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And this is a politician who is creating division within a school that doesn't need to be created. Families or kids like mine who have two moms, now when they say, draw us a picture of your family, they cannot draw a picture of their family. This is about ostracizing, shaming LGBTQ kids and their families. And it's downright wrong. And what it's going to lead to, and already is for families and LGBTQ families, and LGBTQ kids to feel shamed less than. And what we see direct relation is more suicidal ideation. It's just, this is a problem that doesn't exist.
I want to ask you, there's a recent Gallup survey. It showed that younger Americans are coming out at higher rates than older generations. In fact, 21% of Gen Z adults identify as LGBTQ. Well, during the debate on Monday, a Republican sponsor of this bill, Senator Dennis Baxley, seemed to acknowledge the bill was designed to actually try to slow down the numbers of young people who are coming out. Take a listen to this.
All of a sudden, overnight, they're a celebrity when they felt like they were nobody. And so I don't know how all those parts play, but I know parents are very concerned about the departure from the core belief systems and values.
Sarah Kate, when you hear that, what goes through your mind?
I'd like you to point out one gay person or trans person or gender non-binary person that feels like a celebrity. It is a political statement, just being alive and stating who you are. It is very hard to navigate as LGBTQ in this world. It has gotten better over the years with the passage of marriage equality and more visibility for our community, but it is still a tough road. And especially when you're younger, I see it in my kids' school. I see it in real time. When these kids come out, they are still ostracized and shamed, but some of them find safe havens at school. And now these politicians are making school a terrible place for them. So if they can't find safety there, they're completely vulnerable. And how are they going to learn?
The free speech organization PEN America says at least 15 bills looking to restrict or penalize conversations about gender and sexual orientation are being considered right now in 9 states. What do you think is behind this movement? We know President Biden has condemned this type of legislation. Is there anything at the federal level that could be done to try and stop some of these bills?
This is a concerted effort, and it's very coordinated because the bills actually all have the same language. And these are people who couldn't fight against marriage equality. It's the same groups that said that, you know, if LGBTQ people were afforded the right to marry, the whole society would come undone. And guess what? The sun rose the next day and everything's fine. There's over or nearly 200 anti-LGBTQ bills across the country right now. There is an Equality Act that is sitting in the Senate that has passed the House that would help with eradicating a lot of these anti-LGBTQ sentiments. Now, when you look at all of these bills, I just want to look at it as a body. About 90% don't make it through, 10%. And this one, the Florida one that we're talking about, the Texas one that we're talking about, are egregious and very, very dangerous and harmful. The problem happens when these bills are actually proposed because they're politicizing people's identity and orientation. And we're just people. We just want to live our lives and we don't want to be politicized. Now we're being politicized on the playgrounds and in the classrooms. It's a very dangerous path that these folks are taking.
Sarah Kate Ellis, thank you so much for taking some time to speak with us this morning about this important issue. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, we've also been reporting on tensions over sexual identity, race, and the school system in Southlake, Texas for some time. One student told NBC News he was mercilessly bullied for being bisexual and pansexual. His school district now faces a lawsuit and a federal investigation. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been on this for us. She has more now, and we do want to warn you that this story mentions suicide.
Like many 12-year-olds, Christian loves Yu-Gi-Oh!, science fiction, and hanging out in his room.
I really wanted to make an elemental hero deck.
But recently, he says he's struggled after being bullied relentlessly for identifying as pansexual at Durham Intermediate School, part of the Carroll Independent School District in Southlake, Texas.
It mainly just gave me depression, and it felt more nerve-wracking to go to school.
What were kids saying?
They were using gay slurs and being very rude to me just by making jokes.
One day, his mother, Christina Edmiston, noticed welts all over his legs. Christian told her other students had hit him.
I would go to pick him up, and I would see him standing by himself, but then watching kids circle him, kind of like a lion would stalk its prey.
Southlake schools have been in the national spotlight since 2018, when a video of high school students chanting the N-word went viral. Volunteers spent almost 2 years working on a school diversity and inclusion plan, but conservative residents launched a lawsuit and voted in new school board members opposed to it. Now, the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights is investigating alleged discrimination based on race, sexuality, and nation of origin. The NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund has also filed a complaint on behalf of 4 students, saying the district failed to intervene. Christian is one of them.
Why did the NAACP now add to this investigation?
This is not about any particular individual, but rather this is systemic. This is happening over and over again.
Did the Carroll School District fail this 12-year-old?
Absolutely. This is any parent's worst nightmare.
September was the breaking point. Christian says he told a friend that he no longer wanted to be alive. Students allegedly turned an old volleyball net into a noose, encouraging Christian to hang himself from a football post in the schoolyard.
Since that incident, has there been an investigation, and have any of the kids involved been held accountable?
Not to my knowledge. It feels to me like they are trying to sweep it under the rug, and they are trying to not address it.
Christina has filed 3 detailed grievances with the district and has pulled Christian out of Southlake schools. The district did not respond to numerous requests for comment. If the federal government finds violations, Carroll schools could be forced to implement new diversity training. But that process could take months or even years, something Christina says her family cannot afford to wait and see.
Some days are really still difficult. He's working really hard to overcome, but the good days we're just so thankful for every day because we almost didn't have any more with him.
What gave you the bravery to talk about this?
Mainly just being able to know that other people in the school district, if they are listening to this, that they'll be able to actually see that there will be some good in this world.
Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Southlake, Texas.
And if you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255 or text TALK to 741-741.
Let's take a little turn here and talk about the talk of the sports world. Aaron Rodgers is returning to the Green Bay Packers in what could potentially be a record-setting deal.
The reigning NFL MVP ended months of speculation yesterday, officially announcing his return to Lambeau Field on Twitter, which means that we have NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk returning to our studios. Stephanie, give us the details.
All right, guys. Aaron Rodgers has been casting doubt about his future with the Green Bay Packers for the last 2 years, even though he's won the NFL MVP in both of those seasons. But now Packers fans can rest easy. Their star quarterback, who likes to court the occasional controversy, says he's staying in exchange for what could be a lot of money. Aaron Rodgers collects headlines like he collects touchdown passes, and now he has more. On Tuesday, radio host and Rodgers' good friend Pat McAfee said the quarterback is staying with the Green Bay Packers.
He said, hey, why don't you let the people know that I am officially returning to the Green Bay Packers?
Later, a report surfaced that Rodgers signed a 4-year, $200 million contract. It would make the 38-year-old the highest-paid NFL player in history. Rodgers confirmed he would be staying on in Green Bay, but called the report that he signed a contract inaccurate, as are the supposed terms. He added, "I'm very excited to be back." Chances are the contract terms, whatever they may be, will include a lot of money, and Rodgers deserves it. He's won 4 league MVP awards, including one this year.
I'd like to thank the Green Bay Packers. It's been an amazing 17 years.
It's an award just a couple of months ago Rodgers predicted he would not get after a controversy over his COVID vaccination status.
That's probably never going to happen, right?
I think that's a legitimate statement.
Rodgers tested positive for COVID in November, revealing he had never been vaccinated, even though he had this to say to the public at the beginning of the season.
Are you vaccinated, and what's your stance on vaccinations?
Yeah, I've been immunized.
After an outcry, Rodgers later said he, quote, misled people in that press conference.
Which I take full responsibility of those comments. But in the end, I have to stay true to who I am.
Rodgers was drafted by Green Bay in 2005. Now pushing 40, he has that other quarterback, Tom Brady, in his sights. But he has a long way to go. Brady is way ahead in all-time passing yards and touchdown passes. Rodgers has 1 Super Bowl ring. Brady has 7. This season and last, the Packers just couldn't get to the big game, despite dominating the league. All the money in the world can't buy Rodgers that next ring.
I wonder who you're a fan of.
Did you get that out of your system, Stephanie? Did you get that out of your system?
I will admit it's a little bit of a dig, and I am a Tom Brady fan. We need to be open and honest
let's be transparent with the audience.
There might be a little bit of...
How many years, though, could we see Aaron Rodgers continuing?
So he's 38. Brady announced his retirement at 44. That gives him 6 years, but he has to stay healthy. And as you can tell, he's kind of a mercurial guy. So you don't really know whether he's going to stick around and try to match those numbers.
Yeah.
You have to win a Super Bowl every one of those years then, so.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
Steph, thanks so much.
Thank you, Steph.
All right, let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Which means Bill Cairns is back with a weekend forecast, which we usually like, but he told us it's going to be bad. So, hey, Bill.
Stephanie's a Bears fan. If she's not a Bears fan, she made all the Bears fans very happy at the end of that. So, yeah, there is that.
An indirect one right now.
Yeah, I did kind of tease you guys. Right, yeah. I did kind of tease you guys and tell you about the weekend forecast looking a little dicey. So let's get into this. Let me get you there first. Today we had the storm in the East Coast, tornado threat in the south, rain and snow in the Northeast. It's going to cause some air problems. But the big issue is going to be all that cold air you see in the middle of the country. That's on the move. On to Thursday, that's going down. Highs only in the 20s from Denver to Minneapolis. And that sets the stage for another storm coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. So that warm air hitting that cold air, and we're going to have an area of pretty significant snow. We're going to have snow on Friday, even in North Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. And this is going to develop into an even stronger storm on Saturday. And a heads up to all our friends, behind the storm, that bitter cold is going to make it all the way down to the Gulf Coast. A late season freeze is likely in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. So I hope people didn't go out and plant their gardens too early this year, because you're going to pay the price. And what an ugly map this is for Saturday. So we start off with rain on the eastern coast for D.C., Philly, New York, and Boston, and then it changes over to snow, windy, and cold. We should get what we call a flash freeze, so whatever rain was out there, as temperatures drop, all the puddles will freeze, the sidewalks will freeze over, so be careful driving, especially after sunset Saturday night. And as far as the snow goes, interior New England looks for the best chance of shoveling and plowing. Sunday, everything kind of quiets down a little bit. We will see a new storm system in the northwest with a little bit of rain, but obviously Friday and Saturday are the worst. So potential snowfall, it's too early to give exact amounts, but if you're in the light white colors, it means at least you're going to see some snow. If you're in the blue, and in the blue means kind of a moderate snowfall, purple means heavy snow possible. So for ski lovers, Vermont, northern New Hampshire, upstate New York, Catskills, you could enjoy this weekend. And my son's already trying to drag me on Sunday to go skiing when I told him the season was over. So if either of you want to take them, then you can be my guest.
That wouldn't end well if I took them, so.
All right, Bill, thank you so much. Now we have more of our coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in just a few minutes.
Including the Ukrainians abroad who are returning to their homeland to fight. We're going to speak with a Ukrainian from the UK next with what's behind his decision to go to the front lines.
Plus, for many Ukrainians, the western city of Lviv is the last stop before they leave the country. And a small corner of that city has become a sanctuary from the chaos of war. NBC News got rare access to this train station and will introduce you to the mothers and children fleeing violence. That's up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Ukrainians in Britain are responding to President Zelensky's call to defend their homeland. Many are heading back to Ukraine to join the fight nearly 2 weeks after the invasion began. Joining us now is Oleksandr Billy. He's someone who did just that. Oleksandr, good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us right now. So let's just start with how you got to where you are, and then we'll talk about what you're seeing. You were living in Britain. I understand you packed up your car, you said goodbye to your wife, you returned to Ukraine to fight. Why did you decide to go back? Was it a difficult decision for you to go from somewhere safe to a war zone?
Hi, thank you for having me. It was not a difficult decision. It's our homeland for all Ukrainians. So that's why we have to go back and we have to fight for our country. We cannot let the Russians to take our country, our homeland and our freedom.
And what was it like, your journey there? I mean, people are coming the opposite way at the border right now. They're fleeing Ukraine. How did you enter the country? What happened when you got there? And tell us what you've seen now that you are in the country. Are you fighting with other civilians?
So actually, it was third day of war. I came to Ukraine. It was Sunday. So, yeah, people were looking at me like crazy one, but okay, because only I was on the way to Lviv. After the border of Ukraine. So, but now a lot of people have came back. Hello, like more interviewed you. Та я не знімаю, я себе знімаю. Sorry. So, a lot of people are coming back. So, yeah, we are joining now. They are telling us to stand by. Then they are training us, and then we will go to fight if it will need it.
We understand your son is actually getting ready to deploy with the Ukrainian army. Tell us, have you been in contact with him? And for you, what is this experience like as a parent? I mean, you are obviously someone who cares so much for your country that you've come back to fight. What is it like, though, thinking about your son there doing the same?
That's one of the reasons why I'm here. I have to be here. If my son will fight, I have to fight as well.
Absolutely. Have you been in contact with him?
Of course. We are living in one city. Yeah, definitely. And he's preparing as well. He's preparing for fight, for war. So we are ready. They can come anytime.
Alexander, thank you so much. Stay safe, and we will check in with you and your family.
Thank you, guys. Bye. Peace.
Hundreds of Indian students trapped at Sumy University in northeast Ukraine have been successfully evacuated, according to their government. But for some, the journey out of the war zone is not yet over, and the road to safety is increasingly uncertain. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamwa has more, and we do want to warn you, some of the images you're about to see are disturbing.
International students trapped in Ukraine finally evacuated out of the war zone. Since Russia's invasion began, students pleaded for help.
We are afraid.
And for food and water.
It's 2022 and you had to melt snow for water. How does that feel?
It feels like we're in Stone Age.
Now, this convoy of students fleeing the region during a temporary ceasefire on Tuesday, according to India's government and student accounts. India says there were about 700 Indian students stuck at Sumy University by the Russian border, with as many as 1,700 foreign students still in the dorms.
Just pray for us. We are just moving from our own risk.
Their prayers answered. On Tuesday, Ukrainian officials announced an evacuation corridor from Sumy to Poltava and asked Russia to uphold its ceasefire commitment. Tuesday morning, a long line of evacuation buses. But the hope of safe evacuation is overshadowed by fear. Shivangi Jaiswal said Tuesday the journey is, quote, very stressful. On Monday night, Ukraine said Sumy rescue efforts were interrupted by a Russian airstrike in a residential area. Verified video shows a rubble-filled Sumy with just a few trees and buildings standing. Still, the Indian government says it successfully evacuated students, while others, like Jaiswal, say as of Tuesday, they are still in transit with no idea about their routes. Before her journey, we spoke to her.
What do you want the world to know about what's happening to you and other Indian students who are stuck in Ukraine?
I want the world to stop this war. We want peace.
That was Zincle Esamwa reporting. Now, in the war-torn country of Ukraine, a quiet place can be hard to come by.
Well, NBC News was given rare access to a private hall upstairs in the Lviv, Ukraine train station where only single mothers and the littlest children are allowed. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Lviv. Hi, Molly. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. That's right. Arriving into Lviv train station is chaotic. It's confusing, but there is a room around the back of the train station above the tracks that's quiet, that's peaceful. It's a lifeline for young mothers. It'll break your heart. It's also will give you some hope. Take a look.
Leaving home like this is traumatic. No one chooses this for their children. Millions making their way west to Lviv Central train station.
Arriving in Lviv Central train station is chaotic. It's confusing. But there's a group of volunteers right over here separating out mothers and the youngest children, infants, taking them inside upstairs to a warm room. There's food. It's essentially a sanctuary on their very long journey.
Up the stairs, it's just mothers and the youngest children. 5-year-old Miroslava and mother Natalia left Zaporizhia.
You left your husband, but she's safe.
Natalia says Miroslava finally believes that once again. Olga and 9-year-old Sonia left Kharkiv as the bombing intensified. Russian airstrikes every minute, she says, the circle getting smaller and smaller around their house. But here, there's still smiles and plenty of hugs to go around. Women arriving sometimes carrying just their children, and greeting them are young Ukrainian volunteers eager to help their country in some way.
Everything will be fine. You're in the right place.
Hi, Melita. 23-year-old Sofia from Dnipro is a single mom of Sonia and Melita. But as we're talking, a volunteer came up. It was time to go. Packing up and racing out so they wouldn't miss their ride. First Poland, then hopefully on to Italy. For some women, this room is the first moment they've had to stop and think. 28-year-old Ira and her 2 children left Kharkiv just yesterday. My children are traumatized, she says.
So they knew it was scary. They knew it was war.
They think it's some kind of game. Ira says she's so disappointed with how her life has turned out and doesn't know what's next.
I don't know.
But here in this room, there's relief and shared gratitude for making it this far.
Now, their stories are devastating. They are scary, and these mothers are frightened. But there were also some smiles, as we showed you right there. 9-year-old Sonia from Kharkiv. We asked her what she packed in her backpack when she left, what she grabbed when she left home. And she described she grabbed a set of colored pencils. But you guys, she described that she sharpened them all really, really short so she could fit more colors. But then when when my producer and I asked to see the colored pencils, she said actually on her 24-hour train journey from Kharkiv, she'd actually given them away to all of her new friends. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Oh, Molly, quick question for you. You mentioned in there this is the first chance a lot of these women have had a second to, process what's happened to them, what's happened to their home, their life.
Yeah.
What else did they tell you about that?
Yeah, and I think what's interesting, Savannah, about the women that are fleeing now 2 weeks into the conflict, we spoke with women who have all left their homes in the last couple of days. These people have seen more conflict, more violence than people who were leaving their homes maybe with more means 2 weeks ago. So I think the trauma is real. I think a lot of these people don't necessarily have relatives in other countries. They don't necessarily have a plan. And a lot of the women that we talked to yesterday and the day before really don't know what they're going to do, where they're going to sleep tonight, Savannah.
Molly Hunter, heartbreaking. Thank you so much. Amazing report.
Coming up, McDonald's is just the latest company to cut ties with Russia over its invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, the move signals a major cutoff from the West and Western life, something a lot of people in Russia have only had for a little over 30 years. The significance of this move next.
Plus, more than 2 million people have left Ukraine, and for most of them, the decision to leave was a quick one. Next, the items Ukrainians took with them as they fled the violence. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
McDonald's is the latest iconic U.S. company to suspend its business in Russia, temporarily closing all 850 of its restaurants operating in the country. CNBC anchor Shepard Smith takes us back to 1990, when the first McDonald's opened in what was then the Soviet Union, a symbolic moment in the final chapter of the Cold War.
It was a cultural phenomenon. McCapitalism unveiled in Pushkin Square in Soviet Russia, 1990.
Well, are you people excited or what's going on here? Are you excited? What do you think? Come on.
They were excited. That's the CEO marveling at his grand creation. The largest Mickey D's in all the world. 27 registers, 900 seats, 600 workers. The buns stacked up by the thousands. The patties rolling down the Western-made assembly line. They served 30,000 meals that day, a McDonald's record. And the staff, trained to be happy and welcoming, blew Muscovites away.
Because it's very unusual for Soviet people to be kind and to be polite to everybody.
Service with a smile, American style.
McDonald's opens in Moscow.
It was featured on Nightly News, and the CEO marked the moment with Deborah Norville on the Today Show.
There was a man 2 days ago walking by the restaurant, typical Russian fur hat, big beard, and said in Russian, "This is the first dove of perestroika."
The first dove in perestroika.
It's fantastic. It's just like eating in New York. Only everything's in Russian. I don't understand it.
The beginning of Western-style restructure and reform in Russia.
Big Mac, Big Mac.
Today, it's over.
Hugely symbolic on the way in for everyone and different symbolism on the way out.
CNBC's Steve Leisman lived in Moscow back then.
My guess is those who oppose this war will understand why it's happening and see it as just another rollback of all the changes in their lives that they've gotten used to, and now they're seeing taken away almost every day.
And those who support the war will likely view businesses shuttering as an unjust move by the West amid a modest, justified military action in Ukraine. The open arms of 1990 closed and crushed by Putin's war machine.
Thanks to Shepard Smith, several other major U.S. brands also announced yesterday they're suspending business in Russia. That includes Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and Starbucks. They join a growing list of Western firms pulling back from the country after the invasion of Ukraine.
Now, the refugee crisis along Ukraine's border is escalating this morning. More than 2 million people have now fled the country to escape Russia's invasion, and they're being met in camps and towns on the other side of the border by people helping out in any way they can. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaye joins us now from one of those border towns in Poland. Kelly, some of this has been some of the just most stunning displays of humanity that we've seen. Good morning.
I'm sorry. Yeah, good morning, Savannah. You can see just a constant flow of volunteers and also refugee families who have arrived at this train station in Przemysl. This is one of the busiest border crossings all along that Ukraine border. And people are coming here by the thousands every day. This town is essentially doubling in size just from the influx of refugees, mostly women and children, who are coming here with little more than a suitcase.
Across Ukraine's borders, the need is growing by the minute. Tens of thousands of women and children arriving every morning, cold, tired, and hungry. Volunteers offering hot soup and a playmate for the youngest refugees, like 2-year-old Alina. Her grandmother says, "We were afraid, but our husbands were even more afraid. That's why they sent us here." The UN says more than 2 million refugees have now fled Ukraine. 1 million are children. UNICEF calling it a dark historical first.
This is the favorite toy from home?
A dancing dinosaur, the only thing 5-year-old Sophia could bring from home. Her mother says everything they have is in this suitcase. I was lucky to have this, she says. People were leaving without anything.
The people who are coming now have less means than the people who came initially. And they've also experienced more likely conflict directly, so they're probably more traumatized.
And many now have no friends or family to take them in, like Ludmila and her children. Their town is under attack, her husband home fighting. Putin and the Russian army are destroying Ukraine and Ukrainians, she says. This gaming company offering her family and dozens of others a place to sleep. There's now a desperate need for shelter. This expo center in Warsaw can sleep 10,000. And a need for better coordination. Michael Capone, founder of Florida-based Global Empowerment Mission, now setting up a warehouse to distribute mountains of donations.
A church might be lacking baby food, and another camp may only be lacking water. You don't want the overlap.
I mean, the need here is immense, and it's growing every day.
I've been on disaster fronts for 20 years. This will be by far, and it already is, times 1,000 of anything any organization or the UN has ever seen.
Kelly, just heartbreaking to hear. I know so many people are wondering how they can help. What do these refugees need the most?
Well, according to Michael Capone, who you just heard there from Gem, what they really need is a more permanent place to stay. And following on to that, they're working with Bethany Frankel's Be Strong to get plane tickets for the people who can travel to friends and families in different countries. But here on the ground, the other thing they need is blankets, hygiene kits, the basic necessities. Again, Savannah, people came with nothing. There are lots of volunteer agencies here who are trying to help, but the need, as I said, just continues to come day in and day out. Savannah.
Kelly Kobaya, thank you so much.
For the millions who are fleeing violence in eastern Ukraine, their decision to leave happened in an instant, and many of them could only take what they could carry.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Cal Perry shares what some Ukrainians chose to take with them as they escaped the violence.
It begins with the obvious: roller bags and suitcases, backpacks and grocery bags, and pets. So many pets. The city of Lviv is becoming a story of what people carried. A city of 700,000 has now become a city of close to 1 million. But in this small theater, now a makeshift shelter, two families share with us what they brought with them.
So it wasn't safe to stay there.
With only 30 minutes to pack and the Russian army literally closing in on the outskirts of Kyiv, Tamila took only the essentials.
Clothes for my child, and maybe some food like bread or some cookie and some water for children. That's all.
Essential to every parent: cell phones. Cell phones are everywhere, to distract, to communicate, to speak to loved ones left behind on the front lines.
Today she sent a message, honey, I love you, and I know we will be together soon.
Newly minted reporter 9-year-old Eve helps me interview her 6-year-old brother Meyran. For them, fleeing meant securing their stuffed animals.
Her name is Bone.
Matt V quickly arrives on the scene and presents Hank.
This is his favorite.
He's had it since he was born. It's his bed buddy every night. Little Emma then announces her presence. Her sister relays the sad news. She was getting dressed too slowly, so she didn't have time to pack her toys, we're told. Dad, Yafan, brought a bag of what he thought was vital: paperwork and clothes, as well as his 5 children, his wife, his sister, and her mother. As many kids' clothes as can be stuffed into a bag seems to be the overwhelming and the consistent necessity of parents everywhere across this war. Though every parent can relate to this: room for a child's drawing. The heaviest things, the emotional baggage, comes no matter what is physically carried. Uncle Nikolai tells us it's fear, it's stress, and uncertainty that he carries, but he finishes with hope. A hope that he says one day they'll all be able to return home. Cal Perry, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Hope that we all have. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to the latest out of Ukraine. And breaking news this morning: Ukrainian officials announcing a new temporary ceasefire with Russia to allow more civilians to escape. The two countries agreeing to 6 routes out. This after a similar effort yesterday allowed thousands of people to get out of the city of Sumy. Despite this pause in some areas, overall, Russia is intensifying its attacks on Ukraine, with devastating effects on the people still in the country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying relentless shelling has killed hundreds of civilians, including more than 50 children. And along the western border of Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis is growing. More than 2 million refugees have fled the violence, according to the UN, many of them forced apart from their loved ones.
The hardest part to understand that we are now safe here and our friends and family are not safe.
The British Defense Ministry says Russians have closed in on several key Ukrainian cities, but Ukraine forces have kept Russian troops out of the capital of Kyiv. And a defiant President Zelensky, speaking to British lawmakers yesterday, echoed the words of another wartime leader, legendary Prime Minister Winston Churchill.
We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost.
Here at home, President Biden is moving to ban U.S. imports of Russian oil and is sending 2 Patriot missile batteries to Poland to support NATO allies. But the U.S. rejected an offer by Poland to transfer custody of Soviet-era fighter jets for delivery to Ukraine. There's a lot to get to this morning. We have a team covering it all, including NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. We're going to start in Ukraine in the western city of Lviv with NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. So, Molly, Ukraine said it evacuated 5,000 people from Sumy yesterday. This morning, the government has agreed to a ceasefire with Russia along 6 humanitarian corridors. So how are the evacuations going today? Is the ceasefire being observed?
Hey, Joe, good morning. That's right. So we've heard from the Ukrainian side, from the Red Cross, that confirmation, as you mentioned, that 5,000 civilians got out of Sumy. That is not nearly at the numbers that humanitarian organizations want to see. So we are now looking at 5 different humanitarian corridors, including out of Sumy again, and that southeastern city, Mariupol, which we've been talking about so much. In addition, a 6th route that includes 5 suburbs of Kyiv that actually goes into the center of Kyiv. Now, the ICRC is actually the one brokering this talks, is on hand in all of these cities to try to open up those humanitarian corridors. The problem, Joe, all week and over the weekend is that the Russian shelling has not stopped in the exact places where civilians are known to be evacuating. Joe?
So, Molly, I want to focus more on Kyiv and the situation in and around there. We know the region is seeing heavy fighting. Are we getting closer to a potential conflict in the capital itself?
Yeah, Joe, when you look at a map, it is no mistake that the Russians are shelling Sumy very heavily. They have been shelling Irpin very heavily, where our colleague Richard Engel has been, where civilians have been trying to evacuate. It's been really dramatic pictures. Those are strategic routes into Kyiv. And so as the Russian shelling increases, those are also why humanitarian corridors are being talked about in those areas. Now, we know from the Pentagon yesterday, a senior defense official says that the Russians are now trying to get in through a 3rd access point to Kyiv. As of now, though, that convoy that we've been talking so much about, it's 40 miles long, 15 miles away from the city, hasn't made that much progress, Joe.
And Molly, you also mentioned Mariupol. It is one of the hardest hit cities in Ukraine. What is the humanitarian situation like over there right now?
Joe, it's devastating, and we've been talking to MSF, Doctors Without Borders, who has staff there, the ICRC, the International Committee for the Red Cross, as we mentioned, who's brokering and facilitating these humanitarian corridors. They have staff on the ground. Now, according to the Red Cross, more than 200,000 people are in dire need of getting out. They have been living without electricity, without water, without heat. It is completely unlivable. The latest on that evacuation is that 8 trucks, 30 buses filled with humanitarian aid, Joe, were going into the city yesterday. We heard reports that there may have been an incident, there may have been Russian firing on that convoy. The idea was that once that humanitarian aid, badly needed humanitarian aid, got into the city, that civilians would then be able to load onto those trucks and buses and get out. And Joe, I just want to say anecdotally, as you mentioned, I'm in Lviv, in the western part of the country. We have been meeting refugees all week now, talking to them about where they have been fleeing from. We haven't met anyone from Mariupol. And I'm sure, look, I'm sure people have gotten out and made it to the west of the country. I haven't met anyone from Mariupol.
And that speaks volumes about perhaps how hard it is to get out of that city right now. Molly Hunter in Lviv. Molly, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee in Washington. Carol, good morning. So let's begin first with President Biden's decision to ban Russian oil imports. So, I mean, gas prices were already at record highs before this move. Now this could send an average gallon of U.S. gas past $5. What's the White House saying about concerns over how this will hurt Americans, as many Americans really just kind of start to see the repercussions and realize this?
Yeah, right, Savannah. Well, the president said yesterday that, look, this is going to cost Americans more, that this is something that they're already experiencing pain economically from, and that it's only going to get worse. And look, this was a significant shift for this White House. This is not a step that the president was overly supportive of just a week ago, but he came under a lot of pressure from Congress to do this, a lot of pressure from Ukrainian President Zelensky. And part of the reason why the president decided to do this was he was either going to be forced to do it by Congress or he could come out and take credit for it and do it on his own. But there's a belief that the country is behind him on this, and particularly Republicans, and that, in the sense, would give him political cover for some of those price increases at the gas pump that you were just talking about. Take a listen to the president yesterday.
This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin. But there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning. And when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this.
Now, look, this is something that the White House doesn't know how far Americans are willing to go in terms of their tolerance for these high gas prices in order to inflict pain on Putin. But the president, again, feels like he has some cover. And what you heard from him yesterday, Savannah, was interesting. There's a little bit of shift in the president's message here, and we've written about this on NBCnews.com, and that is to blame Putin for these gas prices, because this is a political issue for him. So we heard him step out and place this squarely on President Putin, and that's something that we're going to hear more of going forward.
Now, Carol, one important point here also is, the European Union and the United States and its NATO allies have really been in lockstep when it comes to moving forward here with what to do in terms of sanctions. Well, the European Union did not join America on this ban. They're still heavily dependent, in fact, on Russian gas and oil. Without an EU ban in place, with a lot of the world still dependent on Russia's oil, does the Biden administration think this ban is really going to have the desired impact on that country?
It's not going to have the impact that it could, Savannah, if Europe joined with the U.S. in this. But what we heard from the president and other White House officials is that they understand why the Europeans aren't willing to take this step necessarily right now, that there's some momentum to eventually get there, but that they're not ready to do that because this would really hurt the European economy. And also, they might want to be careful what they wish for anyways, because if Europe were to take that step, it could have a ripple effect on just the global economy. And so it could have blowback here in the United States as well. So the UK said that they are going to phase out their dependence on Russian oil through the end of 2022. There's others who are looking at doing this in the future. And for now, the White House is saying, that's okay, we understand.
Carol, I also want to ask you about something else that's going on here, a little bit of a rift again between NATO nations. It has to do with those fighter jets being supplied to Ukraine. So yesterday, Poland made an offer to have the U.S., this gets a little confusing, take custody of those Soviet-era fighter jets and then have those jets transferred to Ukraine. Earlier this week, the White House had signaled their hesitancy towards a deal of this sort. Yesterday, the Defense Department basically just rejected this offer flat out from Poland. I just heard a member of Congress explain this a little bit ago as an unfortunate miscommunication, but walk us through this decision. I mean, why does it seem that Poland wouldn't just give them? It seems like nobody wants this sort of direct responsibility.
That's absolutely right. And this has become somewhat of a hot potato where you have Poland and the U.S. kind of saying, no, it's yours, no, it's yours. And what happened here is that Poland said they're willing to do this. The U.S. said they're willing to do this publicly because this is a demand from President Zelensky. So no one wants to say no to this because they've already said no to a no-fly zone. So they're trying to figure out a way to make this work. But there's not a lot of appetite for this for a couple of reasons. It's really difficult logistically to get the planes there. You've heard from administration officials. And also there's fears of escalation, that Vladimir Putin would see this as direct involvement by the U.S. or Poland and essentially NATO in the conflict in Ukraine and take it out on NATO allies. So the U.S. had expected that Poland, if this was going to go forward, would move those planes themselves to Ukraine. And instead, Poland said, no, we'll send them over to a U.S. military base in Germany and the U.S. can do it. And the U.S. was caught off guard and said, hey, this is not what we expected.
Carol Lee, I think a lot of our viewers have been confused by this, especially as they continually hear President Zelensky call for a no-fly zone, need these types of weapons. Thank you so much for that explanation.
Let's get to Clint Watts for more on the situation on the ground. He's a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and an NBC News national security analyst. Clint, good to have you with us. Let's start with the evacuation routes that Molly was reporting on a few minutes ago. Walk us through where these routes are and what the plan is to try and get more civilians out.
That's right. So what we're seeing in terms of the refugees, the numbers grow every day, but also the humanitarian corridors offered by the Russians were absolutely ridiculous. They were essentially pushing folks into both Russia and Belarus, the countries that are attacking them. The one that has opened up is essentially here. You're seeing people try and move from Kharkiv to Sumy or into this corridor from Sumy to this town here. Big problem with this is that ultimately, they're still in harm's way. This is becoming basically a population center that is going to be overloaded. And when you look at the bigger picture here, you're seeing Russian forces start to advance all the way down into here. Dnipro is where we think they're trying to move both from the north and the south. You're just moving populations around on a very long and extended journey to a place that may fall into those hands again. Your reporter right before this, as I was coming on, was talking about not seeing folks from Mariupol, just not seeing a lot of them. This town is completely under siege and decimated. In all of these eastern cities that are close to the Russian border, they've seen heavy conflict. I think the big thing now is you're seeing dehydration, starvation, no electricity. They are exposed. They're in the cold. This is winter still in Ukraine. It's a very dangerous situation for anybody left behind.
I mean, Clint, can you talk more about what the situation is like on the ground and around Mariupol right now? What are you seeing there?
Sure. So in the south here, some key notes. The Russians did this initial advance right here. You also saw them come in from Russia. And in this area, they're basically surrounded. You're seeing massive heavy indirect fires, aviation, everything's being used against it. Separately, you're starting to see the Russians put together their own logistical convoys, but those aren't supporting the humans that are inside these towns. And you're starting to see them try and push to head north. We saw this was the nuclear plant we were so worried about last week. Now you're seeing them trying to push even further north. They will be completely cut off. There will be no resupply either from sea or from land. So it's going to be an absolutely dire situation for anybody that's left behind in this area.
Clint, while we have you, I also want to ask you about the Patriot missile batteries the U.S. is sending to neighboring Poland. These are defensive weapons. Tell us, what do they do and how could they most effectively be used? Why is the U.S. taking this step right now?
Yeah, so you probably remember Patriot missile batteries, if you're old enough, from the first Gulf War. Essentially, they are there to intercept ballistic missiles that are surface to surface that come from, let's say, inside Russia into Ukraine. They're trying to do the same thing, which makes sure that any Russian missiles that are out there can be interdicted don't enter into NATO territory. When you look at the bigger picture here, along this Polish border, they're worried because there are supply lines essentially moving from here in Poland into Kyiv and from into Lviv and from Lviv into Kyiv. The western part of Ukraine essentially is becoming supply routes. You have foreign fighters drift in. I'm sure NATO is worried, how do we protect against any indirect fire that might be coming in from surface-to-surface missiles, from aviation? One of the ways to sort of send a signal to Putin and the Russians is to put Patriot missile batteries right there on the front lines of NATO.
All right, Clint Watts, thanks so much for walking us through so much of that. We really appreciate it. Now, we're hearing more stories from the front lines of Ukraine this morning as thousands of residents try and flee to countries in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, the humanitarian crisis continues to unfold in refugee centers near the borders of Ukraine, but regular citizens and people from all over the world are stepping up to help out in any way they can. One of those people is Terrell Germain Starr, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Terrell actually joined us 2 weeks ago, as you may remember, from Kyiv as the invasion was just getting started in Ukraine, driving in his car with his friend who was signing up to fight. Andre, I believe is his name. He's been helping people get out of the country. And now today, he's near the border in Uzhgorod. Terrell, thank you so much for being with us again today. We actually know that you just traveled all the way to Lviv, that's that far western city, to help a Ukrainian woman leave the country so she could get medical treatment in Lithuania. Tell us about the journey. Tell us about what you encountered on the way out of the country and what it was like to help her out.
Thank you very much for having me. So first of all, the person, her name is Irina, and we escorted her and her family to Lviv, where a bus bound for Lithuania was set to take them and dozens of other people out of the country. And so what is that journey like? Well, getting from Kiev to Lviv, generally speaking, if you're going on a train, for example, would take about 6 or 7 hours. But on the road, and given the circumstances and the dozens of checkpoints, roughly about 30 of them that you have to go through on your way there, makes that trip more like a day and a half. So what we saw was sirens constantly going off, not knowing exactly where you're going to stay, because it's not a matter of money. It's a matter of, can you find a home or a group of people who are willing to open up their, who have good hearts, that are open up to give you a room. In our case, our midpoint was Ternopil, which is 2 hours outside of Lviv. And so this family fortunately had an entire apartment to host myself, Andre, and Irina's entire family. And so what it really depends on right now to get to basically take refugees from Kiev, from these hot points to the border, are open hearts, a lot of local knowledge, a lot of local language, and just goodwill. Because once you get out of these hot zones, you still have a very challenging road ahead, and it's all based on context and goodwill.
Thank goodness for those helpers all along the way. I mean, Terrell, over the last couple of weeks, tell us about any of the people who you've met who just really stand out, some of the stories that really have inspired you over the last couple of weeks.
Well, it starts off with Andre. And by the way, I'm a working journalist myself. So in addition to covering this war, this Russia waged war against Ukraine, I'm also deciding that I'm going to involve myself in the humanitarian efforts of moving people out. What you see is a country that has decided to unite against Russian aggression, whereby they say that, excuse me, we are not going to get on our knees and succumb to Putin's abuse. Andre is a prime example of that. At first, he started off as a member of the territorial defense units. Once he realized that his role there was not as effective as it could have been, he moved into, from holding a Kalashnikov to escorting people, driving hours upon hours nonstop from Kiev to one part of the country. And again, it's a very taxing thing. One part of this that people don't understand is that you could usually go from Kiev to, let's say, Uzhhorod or Lviv with 1 tank of gas. Because of the checkpoints and that you have to idle for hours on end, you may have to go through 3 or 4 tanks of gas for one trip that ordinarily will require 1. So it's expensive. And so you have people like Andre who are not rich, who are not wealthy, or who are going out of their way to assist. So he's a prime example of that, and somebody who took his own family to Poland for safety, but he stayed behind. Well, he has to stay behind because he's a man. And if you're between the ages of 18 and 60, Ukrainian government will not let you cross that border. And so while he is there, he's making ample use of his time.
Absolutely. I was actually going to ask you for an update on him, so that's so great to hear, Terrell, that he's safe. Terrell, what is your plan now? Do you intend to keep on helping people move out of the country as things sort of deteriorate there? What's next?
Yeah, so I am going to continue to be here in Ukraine. I am going to assist as many people as possible logistically to get from whatever point to the other, particularly those who are in Sumy. I'm deeply concerned about them, these African students, the foreign, the Indian students, the foreign students who are there. I'm definitely focused on helping them logistically to get from point A to point B. There are a number of people here who are willing to help them, but the people who need the most help don't understand how to connect. And so I'm using my platform in order to help do so, while at the same time working as an independent journalist to capture these stories, to capture video, and to document these cases of how people are coming together and how people are escaping Putin's brutality.
Terrell Jermaine Starr, thank you so much for everything you're doing and for keeping us updated. And please continue to check in with us throughout everything you're doing there in Ukraine. Take care.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep hearing. Thanks, Terrell. Now, the UN estimates more than 2 million refugees have now fled Ukraine since the invasion began 2 weeks ago. More than half of those 2 million have entered Poland. And there's no sign that flood will end anytime soon. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from a refugee processing center in Poland. Hi, Jay. Good morning. Good to see you again. Now, when we saw you yesterday, we know you were at the border. Thousands were crossing into Poland on foot. Many of them then moved to places like where you are, again, a refugee processing center. Tell us what you're seeing at a location like this.
Yeah, and Savannah, we want to give you a first-hand look at what those refugees come to when they cross over the border. This is an area in Rzeszów, about 60 miles from the border, where people have made their way. And it's kind of a waypoint for all of these refugees that are continuing to pile in. But I want to show you what's been done here and tell you a little bit about it. They have a lunchroom here. This, 2 weeks ago, was a shopping mall. This was an area where people would come and buy different goods. It's been transformed by one man, a doctor here in Rzeszów, who said, I've got to do something. I've got to make something happen. So he's now got this lunchroom. You see, they've got catered meals here. They've transformed this entire place in 2 days. He brought crews in, construction crews, who did the work, installed showers and bathrooms. And I'm going to walk you down this way and show you what else. This place is unbelievable. 800 beds, but they continue to move people through. He installed a washroom with washers, dryers. People can do their clothes. How desperately is that needed after you've spent, some people, 50 hours trying to get here? You move down the way. When the catered lunch is in here, they've got another area where there's some food, some microwaves, some fruit, so people can have that. And then one of the biggest deals, and one of the things they're using the most here, is this area. It's a 24/7 medic area, doctor on call constantly. Savannah, it's amazing to see what so many people are doing for so many people that so desperately need it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're calling it this refugee processing center. It's a refugee processing center that didn't exist days ago because there weren't millions of refugees crossing over into this country. It's amazing to see what they've done. Jay, I want to ask you, though, about some reports of, some of the chaos here. I mean, as this gets more and more desperate, there is this visa center, a UK visa application center with large crowds waiting in freezing temperatures for hours before ultimately being turned away. What are you hearing about this? What are you hearing as it does start to get more chaotic? And also, if you could walk us through what a refugee has to do before they can, if they're somewhere like that trying to get a visa, they get to the border, before they can move on from a shelter, a camp, a processing center like where you are, to more stable housing elsewhere in Europe. When does this end for people?
Yeah. Well, they've got to show their papers crossing into the border. Now, everybody's allowed in, but there's still the idea that you've got to show that and let people know. I heard from a person yesterday at the Medica crossing where we were who said it took 58 hours from the time he got there to get through the processing, and he said the crowds are growing exponentially there. So once they're through there, and that's a madness with thousands of people moving everywhere, then they've got to wait on a bus to get them to a train station. They've got to be able to get a ticket on that train. And remember, at each one of these stops, you're seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of people with the same mission: to get somewhere, to do something, to find a place to lay their head. And that's what this is. This center is available. People can stay 2 days, kind of get their thoughts together, figure out where they're going to go. They've got counselors, volunteers here that are also helping in that process. And then it's right next to a train station where people are led to the train station, and they provided a ticket and allowed to then move on. So this is just one of those places, really, Savannah, where you decompress from, as you described, a process that takes days. I talked to a person here today who said they traveled 50 hours just to get to the border, started by car, wasn't going to work, no more gas, and had to walk for days just across the border. So to get here is such a relief for so many.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay Gray, you have been bringing us these incredible scenes of desperation from the border, but now some scenes of people just helping people out in an amazing way. Jay Gray, thank you so much. We'll see you soon. Stay safe.
Now, as Russia feels the squeeze from sanctions, Vladimir Putin signed new measures aimed at easing the economic pain on Russians. The country is also cracking down on the media there, limiting what reporters can say under threat of imprisonment. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons Reports from Moscow.
We're banning.
Just hours after President Biden announced his ban on Russian oil, President Putin unveiling restrictions on imports and exports to ensure the safety of the Russian Federation. It's not clear what goods or countries are targeted. Before the US announcement, the Russian Deputy Prime Minister saying rejecting Russian oil would lead to catastrophic consequences for the global market, and warning Russia could cut gas supplies to Europe. The European Union did not join the US ban, but did propose gaining independence from Russian fossil fuels by 2030. Europe imports 45% of its gas from Russia and 25% of its oil. While Russian oil and gas revenues reached $119 billion in 2021, according to Russia's finance ministry. The leaders of Germany and France spoke with China's President Xi. In February, the Chinese leader stood shoulder to shoulder with President Putin ahead of the Olympics. Xi called for maximum restraint, warning sanctions against Russia will dampen the global economy. But despite the diplomatic tension, a senior Russian foreign ministry official called for maintaining a constructive dialogue with the US in international security. Keir Simmons, NBC News, Moscow.
Look, more breaking news coverage on the war in Ukraine, and also look at some of the other news today. Coming up, the grim warning to lawmakers on Capitol Hill on the war's growing threat to America, plus other dangers to look out for.
Also guilty on all counts. More on the first ever verdict against a January 6th rioter. That's all next on Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We'll have more coverage out of Ukraine coming up as efforts to evacuate more cities get underway this morning. But we do want to get to some other stories that are making news this morning.
Yeah, U.S. intelligence officials offered grim warnings about Russia's invasion of Ukraine during Tuesday's House hearing on worldwide threats. First, let's listen to some of that.
Our analysts assess that Putin is unlikely to be deterred by such setbacks and instead may escalate. We assess Putin feels aggrieved the West does not give him proper deference and perceives this as a war he cannot afford to lose.
Putin is angry and frustrated right now. He's likely to double down and try to grind down the Ukrainian military with no regard for civilian casualties.
NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now with more on this. Ken, good morning. So, those are some pretty frightening assessments, and they touch on a few things that have sort of been these open questions. How will this end? What's going on in Putin's mind right now? We just heard he cannot afford to lose. He may double down. What else came out of that hearing, and how concerned should we be for what's to come in Ukraine?
Good morning, Savannah. After listening to those intelligence chiefs, I would say extremely concerned. They were very clear this is going to get ugly. And those were some of the most candid assessments of Vladimir Putin's mindset that we've heard from U.S. officials. You know, Bill Burns, who's the CIA director, was once the ambassador to Moscow. He's been dealing with Putin for years, and he painted a picture of a guy who's increasingly isolated from reality, a narrow circle of advisors, extremely frustrated, but prepared to double down, even though all the assumptions that Putin made about how this war would go turned out to be wrong. He thought he was going to take Ukraine in 2 days, these intelligence chiefs said. And Avril Haines, the director of national intelligence, pointed out that Putin did not anticipate this level of international sanctions from the world, and also the pullback from private firms who are acting without sanctions, McDonald's, Visa, MasterCard, Starbucks, just pulling out of Russia. All this has come as a shock to Putin, but it's also left him in a position where he feels like he has no choice but to double down, Savannah.
Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit more about, how this could potentially end. I mean, first of all, the U.S. estimates up to 4,000 Russian soldiers have been killed so far. It's just a matter of weeks. That doesn't seem to be a deterrent here. So I want to play something House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff said following the hearing about what it might take to end this conflict. Let's listen.
One thing Putin does fear is the ability of the Russian people to rise up against him. I think until he feels that his own regime is at risk, it's hard to see him looking for an exit ramp.
Do intelligence officials agree with that? Would pressure from within Russia deter Putin? But then, also, what's the reality of that? I mean, their media is completely controlled there. It doesn't seem like a lot of the Russian people even know what's going on.
Well, you asked exactly the right question, Savannah. They do agree that pressure would deter Putin, but they're not seeing much evidence of it right now. Putin has created a regime with layers of control. He's got control of the oligarchs. Their money is beholden to him. And he's got control of a network of strong men and intelligence services that protect him with their lives. And you've seen him on the opposite end of those long tables meeting with advisors. There's been speculation that's about his fear of COVID. But in recent days, I've been hearing other people say it's more than COVID that he's worried about. He's very concerned about his own safety, but he's also taking steps to assure that safety. And I didn't hear anything out of that hearing that suggested that the U.S. intelligence community believes that Putin is in any real danger right now in terms of pressure from inside Russia.
Yeah. All right. And now a reminder, this was the worldwide threats hearing. Russia is not the only threat at this moment, though, of course, it's a pressing one. This document from U.S. intelligence also listed China, Iran, and North Korea. Climate change also made the list. Tell us more about these other threats.
Yes, if we weren't in the middle of a horrific war right now, those threats that you mentioned would have gotten a lot more attention. This was about as stark a portrayal of the threat from China to U.S. national security as I can remember seeing in one of these documents. And this document for years focused on the threat from international terrorism, which obviously has receded, and we didn't see much about it in the document yesterday. China led the list. China is expanding its military. Its nuclear forces is continuing to attack the United States through cyber and steal intellectual property. North Korea, Iran also using cyber, and a really stark assessment of the threat, obviously, from global pandemics. There could be another one. And climate change. The intelligence community has been warning about climate change for years as a threat to national security, and they said it again yesterday. This is something we all should be paying attention to as a threat to U.S. national security. Savannah.
Ken Dilanian, as always, thank you so much.
The first January 6 rioter to go on trial was found guilty on all counts on Tuesday. Guy Reffitt, a Texas man who tried to storm the Capitol, was convicted on 5 counts, including obstruction of an official proceeding and transport of a firearm in support of civil disorder. Jurors began deliberating yesterday morning after a week-long trial and reached their verdict in 2 hours. The most damning evidence against Reffitt, his own recordings, both before and after the riots, where he discussed what he planned to do and later what he did. More than 750 people have been arrested in connection with the January 6th attack, and more than 200 defendants have already pleaded guilty and have been sentenced. Reffitt's sentencing date is set for June. His wife told reporters they plan to appeal.
It is now time for your weekly checkup.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us to discuss the latest health headlines you might have missed. First one is a bit of a talker here. A new study shows that lead from gasoline lowered the IQ about half the U.S. population. In fact, for people born in the 60s and 70s, the IQ loss was estimated to be up to 6 points for some, more than 7. Glad I don't have a car anymore. What more can you tell us about this?
All right, so first of all, let me say that these are just estimates, okay? Nothing concrete here. And let me secondarily say that any exposure to lead is really not considered good. It's a neurotoxin. There could be acute effects as well as more chronic effects. This applies to people who were born before 1996 because at that time, there was a ban that gasoline could contain lead. Prior to 1996, gasoline actually contained lead, and so this was inhalation exposure. And as you mentioned, they measured the lead levels in millions of Americans. They found that over 50% of them had a level that was higher than the upper limit of normal, correlating with a potential loss in IQ points of about 2 to 3 points for the average population, more if you were born or when I was born in 1970. So, but here's the take home. If you're sort of in the middle to the upper range on the IQ spectrum, 1 to 2 points is probably not going to make a difference. But if you're lower on the IQ spectrum, this can make a significant difference. And more at a population level, we're talking about increased risks of dementia and heart disease and things like that. So super important. Thankfully, something was done about it. None of us likes to wake up and hear stories like this when we know that it could theoretically pertain to us, but there's nothing you can do about it now.
Right.
So no doctor's orders.
Just, maybe take one of those free online tests.
Yeah,
Check out what your IQ scores
how
at.
it's going.
If you're in the age group. Okay.
Here to make you happy.
Yeah, I was waiting for our nice little graphic with the folder. Okay, all right, doctor. Now, of course, we've all gotten quite used to being about 6 feet or so apart from each other. Yes. Everybody has their personal space bubble. People are kind of feeling anxious as people start to get closer to them. How much space do we really need? Tell us about this anxiety people are feeling.
Right. So first of all, I have to give credit to these researchers at Mass General because they had the foresight to actually measure and look at this before the pandemic and during the pandemic. Okay. And they found that, in fact, people's personal space requirements increased by about 40 to 50% after the pandemic. And think about it, it makes sense. Pre-pandemic, it was about 2 to 3 feet, but then all this messaging, we did it. Social distancing, all these fears, everything. And believe it or not, just like everything in life, guys, there's a neural trigger for this. There's basically a neural network that's activated by anxiety and danger, and that then triggers movement. So you almost have a reflex to move away from things. I think it's really neat. Doctor's orders is this. Even though it might have expanded, we still have to honor that people have personal space boundaries. We all have it. And a gradual re-exposure to people to being closer. Do you guys do this in line? Like if you find someone standing close to you, you're like, whoa, buddy, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm like, where have you been for 2 years?
We can reacclimate. We can get used to being closer to one another again, but it's not going to be an on-off switch.
All right, let's quickly tackle this last one. A new study says the more we drink, the quicker we age the brain. Researchers at Penn found moderate drinking may cause risk to the brain. So how many drinks are we talking
moderate.
about?
Right. And so here they were talking about 1 unit of alcohol is about half a drink. And they said basically if you went from 1 unit to 2 units, that's basically one serving for a woman, 2 servings for a man, you lost about 2 years of brain function. Brain life. Yeah, but they basically were saying they were correlating the number of drinks you had to brain volume, and that volume was a correlate for cognitive function. You look perplexed by this, Savannah.
Well, I'm just seeing one drink on that slide, and I'm like, shoot.
Right, and I would also like to add that brain volume doesn't necessarily correlate with brain function, but we know that alcohol can have deleterious effect on brain cells, so I think it's just another reminder to us not to be drinking so much. And of course, doctor's orders are, exercise, do things to, divert your attention away from alcohol. I'm so glad I'm making you laugh this morning, Savannah.
If you want a glass of wine, get on the treadmill.
Yeah, exactly, to offset that. And be persistent about your non-drinking.
Yeah.
All right.
That's my take home.
So less booze, less gas. All right. We're good.
Yes.
All right. Dr. Azar, thank you so much. It's always so fun, especially when you're on set.
Yes, love it.
Now, let's get a check of your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Bill has very high IQ. Bill, good morning to you.
I don't know. I think I have a big brain volume, but she said that doesn't mean anything. I mean, I can have a big brain volume, but it just doesn't do anything. So I don't know. We'll have to get that investigated. So unfortunately, some serious weather overnight. That's what our lead story is. We had a tornado warning for downtown Mobile, Alabama in the middle of the night. Sirens going off. We had a confirmed tornado. It was heading towards the airport. Thankfully, it dissipated just in time that it did not do a lot of damage, so that's great. We still have some active tornado warnings, though. One just to the southeast of Columbus, Georgia. Tornado watch continues until 1 p.m. So another active severe weather day in the southeast. Then to the north, just a messy morning commute. Everywhere you see in blue and white, that is snow. So areas of Ohio, I-70 from Columbus towards Pittsburgh, and then in State College, the snow is now breaking out throughout much of Pennsylvania. We will see that snow moving into New York State and much of New England as we go throughout the rest of the morning commute. New York City, Philly, D.C., all rain for you. Baltimore, too. You may see some snowflakes mixing in, but it's going to melt when it hits the pavement, so it might as well be rain. And as far as severe weather goes, 6 million people are at risk. Gusty, strong winds up to 60 miles per hour. As we mentioned, isolated tornadoes are possible. So Myrtle Beach, Charleston, Columbia, Savannah, our friends down towards Tallahassee, all at risk of severe weather today. And this is how it plays out in the Northeast. We're going to see snow likely mixed with that rain till about 5 or 6 p.m. in the New York area, and then it's over with. Same for you in Hartford. Boston, it's not going to end till probably around 8 or 9 p.m. this evening, just to help you out with your timing for anyone heading back home from work. Snowfall map. It's funny, the blue on this map, the dark blue, kind of highlights the higher elevations of the Berkshires. You can see northern New Jersey where there's some higher elevations, Pennsylvania, the Catskills, the southern tier of New York. Those are the areas that will get that up to 3 inches of snow. Everybody else, maybe just a slushy inch. And as I said, that'll be on the grass and on your car, not likely on the roads, especially treated surfaces. So the forecast today, the hot weather's in Florida. That's why we're going to have those storms. And then another Arctic outbreak begins. Billings 17 today. Denver only 22 with snow, so it's not pretty in the Rockies. And then that cold air is on the move Thursday, guys, into areas of the Midwest. And guess where it's heading for Saturday?
Here.
The Northeast.
New York.
And at the same time as a rainstorm arrives from the south, just wait till I tell you the weekend forecast for New England. It's not going to be pretty.
Okay.
Oh, well, thank you for the
warning.
Wonderful
A lot to look
tease,
forward
Bill.
to with my big brain volume.
Yeah.
Everybody stick around for
Full of
the doom
forecasts and
report
bad news. All right.
from Bill next. Thank you.
Bill. Coming up on Morning News Now, sharing her story.
Yeah, after the break, we'll be joined by a Ukrainian tour guide, now refugee, as she live streams her experience fleeing from the violence. That's next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. More now on our coverage of the invasion of Ukraine. A Ukrainian tour guide is finding a new audience as she live streams her journey fleeing her homeland. Olga Dudakova's virtual tours of Kyiv usually attract between 30 and 100 people, but after the Russian invasion started, she drew larger audiences with nearly 2,000 people tuning into her videos. Some have even asked her questions live. Olga Dudakova joins us now to tell us more about this. Olga, good morning. Thank you for being with us. First of all, just tell us how you and your family are doing and what it was like for you getting out of Ukraine.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olga, and currently I'm kind of refugee. It's a strange word for me to pronounce now because I left normal life, and I was a tour guide in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. everything changed in a moment, instantly, on the 24th of February. And I live not far away from the area which was heavily bombarded just from the first day of invasion. We spent in Kiev 2 more nights with my kids. And when I just saw that it's unbearable to sleep in the shelters, in the bomb shelters, because we couldn't kind of naturally sleep there. There is the basement in the house, and you could stand or sit there. And we decided to flee, to escape Kiev at least. And that decision was very heavy for us to make, because we're a family and we have apartment to live. And then when it was raining and shelling underway, I was managed to take just very essential things. And it's funny, but I have different shoes. I fled in different shoes. Nothing, I cared about nothing, just to escape, to be in the safe place. And at first we moved to the central part of Ukraine, to the other region. And then we just crossed the border, and we in another country. We in Hungary currently.
Well, you're so happy that you made it there safe. Thank you for sharing that journey with us. I know it must have been quite difficult. Let's talk now about those live stream tours. One was titled "A Small Town to Hide from Bombing." That was after leaving Kyiv on this journey. Tell us about why you wanted to share this experience and what it was like.
So at first I wanted to scream. So at the first date, when the war started, yes, this is the exactly picture of that date. I wanted to scream to the world that something terrible is happening. So that never has happened before. This unjustified and unprovoked attack, it's changed the destiny of so many people in Ukraine, and it's unbearable. It's impossible to be seen on the 21st century. That is why I just launched my first tour on the first day of the war. It was I was making it in a shock. I was very frightened, I was scared, and I wanted to scream for help. This was my this tour was my scream for the audience, because I really have great audience to show around the world, to see and to reach people. And then I started my touring, virtual tours, from the places where I stayed as a refugee. At first in my own country, at first in Ukraine, the first tours were made from there. And then I moved to Hungary, and I'm continuing to stream from the place where I'm currently staying. This is my story.
Well, Olga, we are grateful for you sharing your story. We are glad that you are doing okay and wish you all the best as you continue to share that story with everyone. Olga, thank you so much. Coming up, Americans bracing for more pain at the pump as the U.S. bans imports of Russian oil. We'll have more on how the cost of war is being paid here at home.
And reliving the trauma, Ukrainian Holocaust survivors in one Brooklyn community reflect on the war unfolding overseas.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This morning, a look at the impact on gas prices and the economy after President Biden's announcement that the U.S. will no longer import oil from Russia. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jo Ling Kent joins us with more on that. Joe, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Biden's new ban on Russian oil has triggered more sticker shock at the pump today. Although Russian oil only accounts for about 8% of U.S. supply, Americans are at the mercy of global prices. That has President Biden warning drivers, you'll keep having to pay more.
This morning, gas prices are breaking records again. The national average hitting $4.25 a gallon, 8 cents more than just yesterday. And President Biden warning there's more to come.
It's gonna go up.
When asked what he can do about it,
Can't do much right now. Russia's responsible.
after announcing the new measures taking aim at the heart of the Russian economy.
We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
The president making the announcement after rare bipartisan pressure to stop the flow from Russia. Ukraine's President Zelensky expressing his gratitude to the U.S., calling it a strong signal to the rest of the world, saying the import ban of Russian oil to the U.S. will weaken the country economically, politically, and ideologically. President Biden telling Americans to brace for even more pain at the pump, but also warning oil and gas companies not to exploit consumers or pad profits.
Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging.
The U.S. ban comes after impassioned requests. Ukrainian parliament member Alexandra Ustinova telling Savannah last week.
The president of the United States is protecting them from paying extra 20-30 cents for a gallon of gas, and that's why so many Ukrainians have to die.
Though many Americans say they support the ban, it also means gas prices continue to skyrocket.
I shudder to even think about how much it's going to be for me to fill up.
On Wall Street, another volatile day of trading as oil prices climbed yet again after President Biden's announcement. The pressure on Putin intensifying as Americans feel the fallout at the pump.
As for how high gas prices could climb, I know everyone's wondering about that. Well, we've got summer driving season on the way, and experts we talk to say it's hard to predict the prices since the situation in Russia could, of course, change significantly, as well as the situation in Ukraine, all of that affecting the price of crude oil. But by Memorial Day, the national average could be as much as 50 cents higher than it is today, with similar prices or higher, I hate to say, for the 4th of July holiday, guys.
Wow. All right, Jo Ling Kent in L.A. Jo, thank you. The world's financial markets are taking investors on a roller coaster ride. Today, analysts expect some small gains after yesterday's dip.
Yes, CNBC reporter Silvana Henao joins us with more on what we can expect from the markets today. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. We're going to start with what's going on over with Russia. So McDonald's, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, and Starbucks and General Electric are the latest Western brands suspending business in Russia. The companies had faced international pressure to do so, and McDonald's will temporarily close 850 stores, but continue paying its 62,000 employees. It has been in Russia since 1990, before the Soviet Union collapsed. Meanwhile, PepsiCo will halt sales of beverages, suspend investments and promotions, but will still produce milk, baby formula, and baby food. GE is partially suspending operations except for essential medical equipment and existing power services. Oil prices are giving up overnight gains after Brent crude, the international benchmark, topped $130 a barrel. The moves coming after President Biden announced a ban on imports of Russian oil and fuel products. There are signs buyers are already shunning Russian oil. Gold, which is seen as a safe haven asset for investors, also slipping today, but still trading above $2,000 an ounce, the highest level since 2020. Europe is rallying, and Wall Street appears headed for a higher open as stocks look to snap a 4-day losing streak. And Bitcoin is surging back above $42,000, boosting the rest of the crypto market. The spike coming after remarks by Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen were published inadvertently. They revealed President Biden's executive order on cryptocurrency, which was announced this morning. It would take a constructive approach to regulating the industry. The president's order has attracted attention due to speculation wealthy Russians could be using Bitcoin to bypass Western sanctions. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You got it.
Brighton Beach, New York, is a community in Brooklyn known as Little Odessa. It's named after the port city in Ukraine, and on the streets you hear Russian and Ukrainian more often than you hear English. Within the large Russian and Ukrainian Jewish community, emotions are running high as the war in Ukraine rages on. We spoke to people in the neighborhood, including Holocaust survivors, about how the news is impacting them.
Stores along Brighton Beach Avenue are waving Ukrainian flags, propping up signs that say "Stop Putin," and putting up QR codes for charities supporting Ukraine. Brighton Beach is home to the highest concentration of Russian-speaking immigrants in the U.S. At a Jewish community center nearby, Russian and Ukrainian seniors can be found playing games, dancing, and reading local newspapers in Russian. The war in Ukraine is ever present among this particular group.
It's impossible for me to watch any of this without tearing up and crying immediately.
My heart is bleeding as I'm seeing how they are annihilating the city and annihilating the people of the city.
Many of these seniors are Holocaust survivors and are watching the latest news out of Ukraine with a deep sense of fear and shock.
I don't know a single Jewish senior whose family went through the Holocaust and who immigrated from the former Soviet Union, where they did not have an easy life, who doesn't report, "I cannot sleep. My whole life is flipped upside down." It's terrifying.
Many of the Russian-speaking Holocaust survivors and the Ukrainian Holocaust survivors are experiencing and reliving trauma, and this is triggering PTSD from their wartime years.
In 1941, Hitler's forces were moving into Ukraine. Pavel Iverbuk says he made it on the last boat out of Odessa when he was just 6 years old.
I'm remembering the bombings and fear from the fact that at any second they could destroy us and a bomb could hit our house. It's a terrifying feeling. Even at 6 years old, I was completely petrified by the sound of the bombs.
A Russian missile strike that appeared to target a TV tower in Ukraine's capital on March 1st struck the vicinity of the Babinya Holocaust Memorial, a site where more than 33,000 Jews were killed over a 2-day period. Holocaust survivor Vladimir Brovarnik has relatives who were murdered in Babinya.
They hit Babi Yar. It was simply like a punch to the heart. I cannot fathom how it's possible to survive World War II, this major war against fascism, and then afterwards, turn around and attack your own people.
Anatoly Sukharukov was evacuated towards the end of World War II from Moscow to River Ural. He is deeply disturbed by Putin's claims that Russia's military action is being taken to, quote, denazify Ukraine.
That's a lie. That's a complete, total lie. Putin is playing on the feeling of Russian people who hate the Nazis.
All of these people survived the Holocaust. Now they are seeing their homeland ripped apart by war.
For the older generation of people who are Jewish, to them, this is what they were afraid of. And this is what they were screaming and fighting and giving up their lives, and their family members gave up their lives for never again.
As Holocaust survivors in the Little Odessa area watch the news unfold, they're thinking about ways to help.
I love America, I love New York.
We are very worried about Ukraine. We're very worried about the people dying. We're thrilled to be in this country, and if there's any way to help, we would love to help our brothers.
I think one of the most striking things there is hearing them speak both Russian and Ukrainian. You know, it's this area that knows each other. There's family on either sides, and there's just so much hurt also both on either side.
Such an important perspective. I'm glad we were able to tell that story because it's so close to home. It reminds us how many people are impacted by what's happening in Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin this hour with the push to get Ukrainians out of the war zone. This morning, Ukraine announced a temporary ceasefire with Russia with 6 routes out of cities that are being targeted by the Russian military. But since similar agreements haven't held elsewhere, there are concerns Russia could violate this ceasefire, putting thousands of Ukrainians at risk. This morning, more Ukrainians are fleeing their country, half of them children. Our Tom Yamas spoke with a woman at a shelter in the western city of Lviv. She's there with her 8-year-old brother.
Really wants to get home, and I also want to get home. But right now we can't.
As Russian forces try to close in on Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying this morning that risk there is now at its highest level yet. But he says the Ukrainian people will not surrender. Also, a push to get fighter jets to Ukraine is up in the air this morning. Poland offered Soviet-era fighter jets, but only if the U.S. would assist in the move of those jets, an announcement that apparently blindsided U.S. officials and was quickly rejected by the Department of Defense. Meanwhile, the U.S. is taking more action against Russia, banning its oil from entering the country. The move puts more pressure on Vladimir Putin to de-escalate this crisis.
Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin.
We are covering every angle of this for you this morning, and we start this hour with our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
Ukrainian officials are expressing frustration this morning. They have long been calling for a no-fly zone or more fighter jets to help protect the skies, particularly Soviet-era fighters that Ukrainian pilots already know how to fly. And they thought they had a deal yesterday when Poland said it would give Ukraine all of its MiG-29 jets, first sending them to a U.S. airbase in Germany. But the Pentagon said it is not willing to allow that deal to go forward, that it's too close to direct U.S. military involvement. Ukraine's president said that this is no time for indecision and to send the planes now to help stop the Russian offensive.
Russian troops are trying to grind out a victory by beating Ukrainian towns and cities into submission. But so far, all that Russia is doing successfully is killing Ukrainian troops and innocents. At an intensive care unit in Kiev this morning, a doctor showed us the wards. The windows all covered to prevent sniper fire. In every room, a victim of Russian fire. All civilians. A man shot in the leg, another whose house was bombed. He was trapped under the rubble for 2 days and just arrived here this morning.
Vladimir Putin says that the Russian army is not bombing civilians, that no civilians are being hurt.
It's a lie. It's an obvious lie.
Down the hall, an entire family. They were escaping their neighborhood north of Kiev. A Russian soldier told them it was safe to leave. But as they started moving in their car, other Russian troops opened fire, shooting them all. Katerina was shot in the back. Tanya took 12 bullets in her legs. The Ukrainian government is standing firm behind President Zelensky. He addressed the British Parliament by video and paraphrased Winston Churchill's "Fight them on the beaches" speech of the Battle of Britain.
We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores.
The message of resistance to the end struck a deep chord in the United Kingdom. Across Ukraine, Zelensky's fighting spirit seems to be contagious. Miro Popovich, who served in the U.S. military, fought in Afghanistan, used the GI Bill, and became an American citizen, is now defending Kiev, where he was born.
We're on the right side. I mean, they came to our home trying to destroy us. We don't have a choice. United States, we stand, divided we fall. So that's it.
Do you think you're going to win? By win, I mean push the Russians out, have a government.
Right now it looks like we are winning. We're pushing them back, and they have no fuel, and they're dying.
Russia's military offensive has often looked inept, with vehicles running out of gas, soldiers surrendering, and abandoning trucks full of weapons. But the embarrassing videos don't tell the full picture. A senior U.S. military official says Russia still has 95% of its military force in Ukraine intact, more than enough to destroy the country's cities and create much more suffering.
Ukrainian officials this morning are once again expressing concern about the Chernobyl nuclear exclusion zone. Russian forces took over the area several days ago, and now Ukrainian officials say that they have cut off Chernobyl from the main power grid. Chernobyl still contains radioactive material, and Ukrainians say that not being connected to the power grid eliminates monitoring systems and protection systems that are in place. It's unclear if the Russians have brought in their own power to the site.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
This morning, we're hearing from a woman with a unique perspective on the war, former Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. As a Foreign Service officer for more than 30 years, she served all over the world. She had stints in Moscow and London before taking on the role as U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine from 2016 to 19. She sat down exclusively with Today co-host Savannah Guthrie this morning to share her perspective.
Is the U.S. and the West, are we doing enough?
We are doing a lot, and we need to keep on doing more. And I think the administration and NATO are looking at what more can be done. There's unbelievable security assistance that is flowing to Ukraine. That is vital. Humanitarian assistance, economic assistance. And I think the administration and NATO do need to look at the possibility of a no-fly zone for humanitarian purposes.
Of course, they say that means you're walking into World War III. You're having a direct confrontation with Russia. What's the counter to that? I mean, everybody wants to help Ukraine, right, and everyone is terrified of a nuclear confrontation with Russia.
Right. So that is a real concern. But I also think that we cannot let Putin set the terms of this debate and have Putin decide how this is going to go.
Many have suggested that Putin won't stop with Ukraine, and that's really the bedrock of Ukraine's argument for more military intervention from the West, that if you don't stop him here, he's going to keep going.
And I think that's what we've seen over the last 2 decades, where Putin went into Georgia in 2008, Ukraine in 2014, got away with it, and thought he was going to get away with it again. And that was a huge miscalculation.
Is there an off-ramp for Putin? I mean, people talk about saving face or some kind of graceful exit. It's unclear whether he even cares about such things. But is there a way out of this?
I think there's always a way out. Diplomats are very optimistic always. And so the Ukrainians and the Russians are still talking. That's important. And obviously we are looking for ways to reach out. And when Putin is in the right place, I think there will be a way to conduct those negotiations. The Ukrainian people are, unruly. They love freedom. They're not going to let anybody tell them what to do, certainly not Putin. They're kind of like us in that sort of very independent way. And they have always been strong and independent. And I think you're seeing that now, that they're not going to give in. They're not going to give up.
Savannah Guthrie speaking this morning with Ambassador Yovanovitch.
Let's dig a little deeper into everything that you've just heard this morning with Joe Cirincione. He's a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft and a national security analyst. Joe, thank you so much for joining us. So first, I want to start with something that our viewers just heard at the end of Richard Engel's report there, and especially since you're a nuclear expert, I want to get your view on what we're seeing at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. So it was captured by Russia. Our viewers probably remember that. Well, this morning we're hearing, as Richard mentioned, from the Ukrainians that the plant has been fully disconnected from the power grid. Now, Ukraine's foreign minister has called on Russia to restore the power supply. This is tweets right here from him. Quote, reserve diesel generators have a 48-hour capacity to power Chernobyl. After that, cooling systems of the storage facility for spent nuclear fuel will stop, making radiation leaks imminent. I want to ask you about that. Putin's barbaric war puts entire Europe in danger. He must stop it immediately. What is your assessment about what's going on there? Are you concerned? Is some type of nuclear disaster, as this tweet says, imminent? Should this not be back on a power grid soon?
Yes, yes, and yes.
This is an extremely dangerous situation. You remember that the Russian forces have seized 2 nuclear power facilities, Chernobyl, and then the 6 reactors that they stormed and took over as well just 5 days ago. We now have a situation where the electricity has been cut off at Chernobyl. Now, Chernobyl is not operating. It is not an operating facility. Anybody who lived through it or saw the HBO movie knows that one of the reactors exploded in the worst nuclear power disaster in history. The other 3 reactors, however, had their fuel removed, and that fuel is now stored in spent fuel ponds. But that fuel has to be kept cool, so water circulates through it. If the electricity has been cut off, that means that the plant and the coolant system is now operating on backup generators. The Ukrainian officials are telling us that those backup generators have enough fuel for about 48 hours under typical conditions. And of course, this is not typical conditions. So we may have 2 days in order to get that electricity back up before the pumps fail. If the pumps fail, that means those 20,000 fuel assemblies will start to superheat and melt down, exploding in the process, spewing radioactive material once again into the atmosphere.
So basically, it sounds like this is something we very much need to keep our eyes on, and it sounds like you will. You also mentioned that HBO miniseries, which, by the way, Russia created its own answer to with a completely different narrative funded by state TV, pinning it on a U.S. CIA agent, which just says a lot about the propaganda machine in that country. Joe, I want to ask you now about these fighter jets. So the Pentagon has dismissed a plan by a NATO ally, by Poland, to send the U.S. its Soviet-era fighter jets. It'd be headed in this agreement to a base in Germany. Now, that would then be passed on to Ukraine, essentially by the U.S. So let's talk through here what I think might be confusing for some viewers. First of all, how much of a danger, explain, could a move like that be in terms of escalating the crisis, but also why this back and forth, especially for viewers who are just hearing President Zelensky call for a no-fly zone, ask for these types of weapons. Explain here why this is such a difficult decision to make.
Well, you understand why Ukraine wants the fighters. You know, they have to attack these armed convoys that are streaming to encircle and lay siege to their cities. So the fighters are very important to Ukraine. They still have some flying, remarkably, almost 2 weeks after the war started, but they need more, and they're Russian-made. The Ukrainians use Russian equipment, so our jets don't work, F-16s, F-15s, etc. Poland has similar jet aircraft. But strangely, instead of Poland saying, well, we'll just send them to you, they sent them to now a German air base, or are planning to, where then the U.S. would do something with them. Here's the problem. It's one thing to send Javelin anti-tank missiles, Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, but now this is heavy weaponry. This is serious military hardware. Putin has already said that supplying Ukraine with this type of equipment would be considered an act of war. He would consider it engaging in combat against Russian forces, and he has a point. This would be a major escalation. Should we do it anyway? Personally, I feel it. I want to do it, but there's no question. You do this, and you're taking a step towards the brink of war with Russia, and that could escalate quickly out of control.
Joe Cirincione, thank you. And actually, we're getting some reaction from the International Atomic Energy Agency to Ukraine, saying the Chernobyl nuclear plant has been disconnected from power. The agency appeared to downplay the risks, tweeting, quote, "The development violates a key safety pillar on ensuring uninterrupted power supply. In this case, IAEA sees no critical impact on safety." IAEA says the heat load of spent fuel storage pool and volume of cooling water at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is sufficient for effective heat removal without the need for electrical supply. So a little update there.
Russia's invasion has led to a surge in oil prices that shows no signs of easing up. For Americans, it's already causing some serious strain at the pump, but more expensive oil will affect a lot more than just the price for a gallon of gas. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Coral Gables, Florida, to explain. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Look, the trickle-down effect here is enormous because 60% of oil consumption is for fuel, which is to say 40%, Joe, is for everything else, from the plastic inside of your smartphone to the containers for sunscreen to fertilizer for produce to the grains that feed our chickens. All of that, Joe, is impacted by what's going on in the oil markets right now, which is why you're seeing such a big boost in grocery bills and really everything else across the board.
It's a ripple effect that stretches far beyond just filling up. The skyrocketing cost of oil hitting you at the pump, tied to not tens or hundreds, but thousands of other products. Sure, there's delivering the items.
The majority of them are going to be on truck or rail, which consumes diesel fuel.
But unknown to many shoppers, oil is in your products too. Petroleum derivatives make up plastics and electronics like TVs and smartphones. For home and construction, they're in furniture, carpet, and roof shingles. At the grocery store, the crunch on fertilizer impacts produce, grain, and even meat and dairy. And everyday goods like moisturizer and sunscreen are packaged in plastic.
Basic lotion for everyday use.
At University Pharmacy in South Florida, Natasha Patel sees the upticks on her shelves. But she says medicine, from asthma and cholesterol to blood pressure medication, is also on a steep curve. In some cases, up 200% or more, with petrochemicals often involved in production.
It's so hard to tell a patient, especially with groceries going up, gas prices going up, to tell them, hey, now your medication that you need on a day-to-day basis to survive is going up as well.
Nothing operates in a vacuum. Supply chain issues are also playing a role, making isolating the spike from oil alone very difficult. But it's a huge spoke in the wheel.
A lot of people know there's petroleum products in tires, but if you're using a bike as an example, what about the cables on the brakes, the tape on the handles, the styrofoam in the helmets, the plastic in these bottles? Half the products in the store have some form of petroleum.
At No Boundaries Sports in Coral Gables, Oscar Paez tells me it's a perfect storm of issues.
Shortage of supply, we have logistical issues, and you see gas prices go up or petroleum-based stuff, you'll see higher prices.
While racing to get a bike might save you on fuel, some more practical tips for staying conscientious at any point include buying off-brand food products. The most expensive ones are often at eye level, and shopping for appliances at independent stores where you might negotiate a better bargain. Either way, shoppers are starting to see double vision.
If you wear eyeglasses, the cost of polycarbonate lenses just went up.
And right now, guys, we're talking about the oil fallout, but a lot of people probably don't know that Ukraine as a country is one of the largest wheat exporters in the world, about 12%, of total exports of wheat, which affects things like spaghetti and pasta. If you see those prices going up higher than the other items inside of your grocery store, that might be part of the reason why, too. So there's just so many dimensions to this conversation. Joe, let me send it back to you.
Thanks for helping us understand a few of those dimensions. Sam Brock, thank you.
And we're covering the latest from Ukraine throughout the hour, but there are also other major headlines we want to get this morning.
Coming up, Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill now on the verge of becoming law. We're going to take a closer look at the impact this bill could have on LGBTQ students in the state.
Plus, NBC News has been covering the tensions over race and gender identity in Southlake, Texas over the past year. Up next, the new lawsuit over bullying the school district is now facing. Stick with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. We're following the latest out of Ukraine this morning, including native Ukrainians returning home from countries like Britain. That's just ahead. But we're going to take a look at some other news making headlines this morning.
In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to sign controversial legislation that critics have dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill. The state Senate passed that bill yesterday. Florida Democrats warn it would endanger LGBTQ students if it goes into effect. We're going to take a closer look now at the bill and its likely impact, starting with NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
A controversial bill in Florida, which opponents call the Don't Say Gay bill because it forbids instruction on sexual identity and sexual orientation for younger students, sits on the governor's desk awaiting his signature to become law.
22 yeas, 17 nays, Mr. President.
So the bill passes.
The bill was passed by a Republican-dominated state Senate, but not before sparking heated debate.
This bill says, parents, your right to raise your children does not end when they walk into a classroom.
And to those who think you can legislate gay people away, I'm sorry. You cannot.
The bill, entitled Parental Rights in Education, was introduced by Republican State Representative Joe Harding. It says in part, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3. Parents would be able to sue the district if a school violates the law. Opponents worry that it could have a chilling effect on discussion of those topics in any grade. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis left no questions as to whether he will be signing the bill into law.
I think it's inappropriate to be injecting those matters like a transgenderism into a kindergarten classroom.
But critics are not letting this go quietly. They have staged school walkouts and protests, saying the bill would erase decades of progress. Denise Soufrine is gay and has been a teacher for 34 years. In her kindergarten class, she has these books, no matter what the law.
These books will remain in my classroom as long as I am a teacher in this district.
Even with a law like this?
Even with a law like this.
Could it cost you your job?
I don't think so.
And if it does?
It would be worth it.
Kerry Sanders, thank you for that report. For more on this, let's bring in GLAAD President and CEO Sarah Kate Ellis. Sarah Kate, always good to have you with us. You know, some of the lawmakers behind this bill, their argument is kids have their whole lives to sort out their sexual orientation or gender identity, so they don't need to have those conversations now. How do you respond to that?
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me. That was a very emotional piece for me, actually. I am a parent, a gay parent, and I have 13-year-old twins. And so seeing what's unfolding, we're not talking about sexual orientation, gender identity in kindergarten. This is not about that. Show me a curriculum that does that. This is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And this is a politician who is creating division within a school that doesn't need to be created. Families or kids like mine who have two moms, now when they say draws a picture of your family. They cannot draw a picture of their family. This is about ostracizing, shaming LGBTQ kids and their families. And it's downright wrong. And what it's going to lead to, and already is for families and LGBTQ families, and LGBTQ kids to feel shamed less than. And what we see direct relation is more suicidal ideation. It's just, this is a problem that doesn't exist.
I want to ask you, there's a recent Gallup survey. It showed that younger Americans are coming out at higher rates than older generations. In fact, 21% of Gen Z adults identify as LGBTQ. Well, during the debate on Monday, a Republican sponsor of this bill, Senator Dennis Baxley, seemed to acknowledge the bill was designed to actually try to slow down the numbers of young people who are coming out. Take a listen to this.
All of a sudden, overnight, they're a celebrity when they felt like they were nobody. And so I don't know how all those parts play, but I know parents are very concerned about the departure from the core belief systems and values.
Sarah Kate, when you hear that, what goes through your mind?
I'd like you to point out one gay person or trans person or gender non-binary person that feels like a celebrity. It is a political statement, just being alive and stating who you are. It is very hard to navigate as LGBTQ in this world. It has gotten better over the years with the passage of marriage equality and more visibility for our community, but it is still a tough road, and especially when you're younger. I see it in my kids' school. I see it in real time. When these kids come out, they are still ostracized and shamed, but some of them find safe havens at school. And now these politicians are making school a terrible place for them. So if they can't find safety there, they're completely vulnerable. And how are they going to learn?
The free speech organization PEN America says at least 15 bills looking to restrict or penalize conversations about gender and sexual orientation are being considered right now in 9 states. What do you think is behind this movement? We know President Biden has condemned this type of legislation. Is there anything at the federal level that could be done to try and stop some of these bills?
This is a concerted effort, and it's very coordinated because the bills actually all have the same language. And these are people who couldn't fight against marriage equality. It's the same groups that said that, you know, if LGBTQ people were afforded the right to marry, the whole society would come undone. And guess what? The sun rose the next day and everything's fine. There's over or nearly 200 anti-LGBTQ bills across the country right now. There is an Equality Act that is sitting in the Senate that has passed the House that would help with eradicating a lot of these anti-LGBTQ sentiments. Now, when you look at all of these bills, I just want to look at it as a body. About 90% don't make it through, 10%. And this one, the Florida one that we're talking about, the Texas one that we're talking about, are egregious and very, very dangerous and harmful. The problem happens when these bills are actually proposed because they're politicizing people's identity and orientation. And we're just people. We just want to live our lives, and we don't want to be politicized. Now we're being politicized on the playgrounds and in the classrooms. It's a very dangerous path that these folks are taking.
Sarah Kate Ellis, thank you so much for taking some time to speak with us this morning about this important issue. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, we've also been reporting on tensions over sexual identity, race, and the school system in Southlake, Texas for some time. One student told NBC News he was mercilessly bullied for being bisexual and pansexual. His school district now faces a lawsuit and a federal investigation. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been on this for us. She has more now, and we do want to warn you that this story mentions suicide.
Like many 12-year-olds, Christian loves Yu-Gi-Oh!, science fiction, and hanging out in his room.
I really wanted to make an elemental hero deck.
But recently, he says he's struggled after being bullied relentlessly for identifying as pansexual at Durham Intermediate School, part of the Carroll Independent School District in Southlake, Texas.
It mainly just gave me depression, and it felt more nerve-wracking to go to school.
What were kids saying?
They were using gay slurs and being very rude to me just by making jokes.
One day, his mother, Christina Edmiston, noticed welts all over his legs. Christian told her other students had hit him.
I would go to pick him up, and I would see him standing by himself, but then watching kids circle him, kind of like a lion would stalk its prey.
Southlake schools have been in the national spotlight since 2018, when a video of high school students chanting the N-word went viral. Volunteers spent almost 2 years working on a school diversity and inclusion plan, but conservative residents launched a lawsuit and voted in new school board members opposed to it. Now, the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights is investigating alleged discrimination based on race, sexuality, and nation of origin. The NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund has also filed a complaint on behalf of 4 students, saying the district failed to intervene. Christian is one of them.
Why did the NAACP now add to this investigation?
This is not about any particular individual, but rather this is systemic. This is happening over and over again.
Did the Carroll School District fail this 12-year-old?
Absolutely. This is any parent's worst nightmare.
September was the breaking point. Christian says he told a friend that he no longer wanted to be alive. Students allegedly turned an old volleyball net into a noose, encouraging Christian to hang himself from a football post in the schoolyard.
Since that incident, has there been an investigation, and have any of the kids involved been held accountable?
Not to my knowledge. It feels to me like they are trying to sweep it under the rug, and they are trying to not address it.
Christina has filed 3 detailed grievances with the district and has pulled Christian out of Southlake schools. The district did not respond to numerous requests for comment. If the federal government finds violations, Carroll schools could be forced to implement new diversity training. But that process could take months or even years, something Christina says her family cannot afford to wait and see.
Some days are really still difficult. He's working really hard to overcome, but the good days we're just so thankful for every day because we almost didn't have any more with him.
What gave you the bravery to talk about this?
Mainly just being able to know that other people in the school district, if they are listening to this, that they'll be able to actually see that there will be some good in this world.
Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Southlake, Texas.
And if you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255 or text TALK to 741-741.
Let's take a little turn here and talk about the talk of the sports world. Aaron Rodgers is returning to the Green Bay Packers in what could potentially be a record-setting deal.
The reigning NFL MVP ended months of speculation yesterday, officially announcing his return to Lambeau Field on Twitter, which means that we have NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk returning to our studios. Stephanie, give us the details.
All right, guys. Aaron Rodgers has been casting doubt about his future with the Green Bay Packers for the last 2 years, even though he's won the NFL MVP in both of those seasons. But now Packers fans can rest easy. Their star quarterback, who likes to court the occasional controversy, says he's staying in exchange for what could be a lot of money. Aaron Rodgers collects headlines like he collects touchdown passes, and now he has more. On Tuesday, radio host and Rodgers' good friend Pat McAfee said the quarterback is staying with the Green Bay Packers.
He said, hey, why don't you let the people know that I am officially returning to the Green Bay Packers?
Later, a report surfaced that Rodgers signed a 4-year, $200 million contract. It would make the 38-year-old the highest-paid NFL player in history. Rodgers confirmed he would be staying on in Green Bay, but called the report that he signed a contract inaccurate, as are the supposed terms. He added, I'm very excited to be back. Chances are the contract terms, whatever they may be, will include a lot of money, and Rodgers deserves it. He's won 4 league MVP awards, including one this year.
I'd like to thank the Green Bay Packers. It's been an amazing 17 years.
It's an award just a couple of months ago Rodgers predicted he would not get after a controversy over his COVID vaccination status.
That's probably never going to happen, right?
I think that's a legitimate statement.
Rodgers tested positive for COVID in November, revealing he had never been vaccinated, even though he had this to say to the public at the beginning of the season.
Are you vaccinated, and what's your stance on vaccinations?
Yeah, I've been immunized.
After an outcry, Rodgers later said he, quote, misled people in that press conference.
Which I take full responsibility of those comments. But in the end, I have to stay true to who I am.
Rodgers was drafted by Green Bay in 2005. Now pushing 40, he has that other quarterback, Tom Brady, in his sights. But he has a long way to go. Brady is way ahead in all-time passing yards and touchdown passes. Rodgers has 1 Super Bowl ring. Brady has 7. This season and last, the Packers just couldn't get to the big game, despite dominating the league. All the money in the world can't buy Rodgers that next ring.
I wonder who you're a fan of.
Did you get that out of your system, Stephanie? Did you get that out of your system?
I will admit it's a little bit of a dig, and I am a Tom Brady fan. We need to be open.
Yeah, let's be transparent with the audience.
There might be a little bit of.
How many years, though, could we see Aaron Rodgers continuing?
So he's 38. Brady announced his retirement at 44. That gives him 6 years, but he has to stay healthy. And as you can tell, he's kind of a mercurial guy. So you don't really know whether he's going to stick around and try to match those numbers.
Yeah.
You have to win a Super Bowl every one of those years then, so.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Steph.
All right, let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Which means Bill Cairns is back with a weekend forecast, which we usually like, but he told us it's going to be bad. So, hey, Bill.
Stephanie's a Bears fan. If she's not a Bears fan, she made all the Bears fans very happy at the end of that. So, yeah, there is that.
An indirect one right now.
Yeah, I did kind of tease you guys. Right, yeah. I did kind of tease you guys and tell you about the weekend forecast looking a little dicey. So let's get into this. Let me get you there first. Today we had the storm in the East Coast, tornado threat in the south, rain and snow in the Northeast. It's going to cause some air problems. But the big issue is going to be all that cold air you see in the middle of the country. That's on the move. On to Thursday, that's coming down. Highs only in the 20s from Denver to Minneapolis. And that sets the stage for another storm coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. So that warm air hitting that cold air, and we're going to have an area of pretty significant snow. We're going to have snow on Friday, even in North Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. And this is going to develop into an even stronger storm on Saturday. And a heads up to all our friends, behind this storm, that bitter cold is going to make it all the way down to the Gulf Coast. A late season freeze is likely in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. So I hope people didn't go out and plant their gardens too early this year, because you're going to pay the price. And what an ugly map this is for Saturday. So we start off with rain on the eastern coast for D.C., Philly, New York, and Boston, and then it changes over to snow, windy, and cold. We should get what we call a flash freeze, so whatever rain was out there, as temperatures drop, all the puddles will freeze, the sidewalks will freeze over, so be careful driving, especially after sunset Saturday night. And as far as the snow goes, interior New England looks for the best chance of shoveling and plowing. Sunday, everything kind of quiets down a little bit. We will see a new storm system in the northwest with a little bit of rain, but obviously Friday and Saturday are the worst. So potential snowfall, it's too early to give exact amounts, but if you're in the light white colors, it means at least you're going to see some snow. If you're in the blue, and in the blue means kind of a moderate snowfall, purple means heavy snow possible. So for ski lovers, Vermont, northern New Hampshire, upstate New York, Catskills, you could enjoy this weekend. And my son's already trying to drag me on Sunday to go skiing when I told him the season was over. So if either of you want to take them, then you can be my guest.
That wouldn't end well if I took them, so.
All right, Bill, thank you so much. Now, we have more of our coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in just a few minutes.
Including the Ukrainians abroad who are returning to their homeland to fight. We're going to speak with a Ukrainian from the UK next with what's behind his decision to go to the front lines.
Plus, for many Ukrainians, the western city of Lviv is the last stop before they leave the country. And a small corner of that city has become a sanctuary from the chaos of war. NBC News got rare access to this train station and will introduce you to the mothers and children fleeing violence. That's up next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome back. Ukrainians in Britain are responding to President Zelensky's call to defend their homeland. Many are heading back to Ukraine to join the fight nearly 2 weeks after the invasion began. Joining us now is Oleksandr Billy. He's someone who did just that. Oleksandr, good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us right now. So let's just start with how you got to where you are, and then we'll talk about what you're seeing. You were living in Britain. I understand you packed up your car, you said goodbye to your wife, you returned to Ukraine to fight. Why did you decide to go back? Was it a difficult decision for you to go from somewhere safe to a war zone?
Hi, thank you for having me. It was not a difficult decision. It's our homeland for all Ukrainians. So that's why we have to go back and we have to fight for our country. We cannot let the Russians to take our country, our homeland and our freedom.
And what was it like, your journey there? I mean, people are coming the opposite way at the border right now. They're fleeing Ukraine. How did you enter the country? What happened when you got there? And tell us what you've seen now that you are in the country. Are you fighting with other civilians?
So actually, it was third day of war. I came to Ukraine. It was Sunday. So, yeah, people were looking at me like crazy one, but okay, because only I was on the way to Lviv. I mean, after the border of Ukraine. So, but now a lot of people have came back. Hello, like more interview you. Я интервью даю. Да я не снимаю, я себе снимаю. Sorry. So, a lot of people are coming back. So, yeah, we are joining now they are telling us to stand by, then they are training us, and then we will go to fight if it will need it.
We understand your son is actually getting ready to deploy with the Ukrainian army. Tell us, have you been in contact with him? And for you, what is this experience like as a parent? I mean, you are obviously someone who cares so much for your country that you've come back to fight. What is it like, though, thinking about your son there doing the same?
That's one of the reasons why I'm here. I have to be here. If my son will fight, I have to fight as well.
Absolutely. Have you been in contact with him?
Of course. We are living in one city. Yeah, definitely. And he's preparing as well. He's preparing for fight, for war. So we are ready. They can come anytime.
Oleksandr, thank you so much. Stay safe, and we will check in with you and your family.
Thank you, guys. Bye. Peace.
Hundreds of Indian students trapped at Sumy University in northeast Ukraine have been successfully evacuated, according to their government. But for some, the journey out of the war zone is not yet over, and the road to safety is increasingly uncertain. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamwa has more, and we do want to warn you, some of the images you're about to see are disturbing.
international students trapped in Ukraine finally evacuated out of the war zone. Since Russia's invasion began, students pleaded for help.
We are afraid.
And for food and water.
It's 2022 and you had to melt snow for water. How does that feel?
It feels like we're in Stone Age.
Now, this convoy of students fleeing the region during a temporary ceasefire on Tuesday, according to India's government and student accounts. India says there were about 700 Indian students stuck at Sumy University by the Russian border, with as many as 1,700 foreign students still in the dorms.
Just pray for us. We are just moving from our own risk.
Their prayers answered. On Tuesday, Ukrainian officials announced an evacuation corridor from Sumy to Poltava and asked Russia to uphold its ceasefire commitment. Tuesday morning, a long line of evacuation buses. But the hope of safe evacuation is overshadowed by fear. Shivangi Jaswal said Tuesday the journey is, quote, very stressful. On Monday night, Ukraine said Sumy rescue efforts were interrupted by a Russian airstrike in a residential area. Verified video shows a rubble-filled Sumy with just a few trees and buildings standing. Still, the Indian government says it successfully evacuated students, while others, like Jaswal, say as of Tuesday, they are still in transit with no idea about their routes. Before her journey, we spoke to her.
What do you want the world to know about what's happening to you and other Indian students who are stuck in Ukraine?
I want the world to stop this war. We want peace.
That was Zincle Esimwa reporting. Now, in the war-torn country of Ukraine, a quiet place can be hard to come by.
Well, NBC News was given rare access to a private hall upstairs in the Lviv, Ukraine train station where only single mothers and the littlest children are allowed. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Lviv. Hi, Molly. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. That's right. Arriving into Lviv train station is chaotic. It's confusing, but there is a room around the back of the train station above the tracks. It's quiet. It's peaceful. It's a lifeline for young mothers. They'll break your heart. It's also will give you some hope. Take a look.
Leaving home like this is traumatic. No one chooses this for their children. Millions making their way west to Lviv Central train station.
Arriving in Lviv Central train station is chaotic. It's confusing. But there's a group of volunteers right over here separating out mothers and the youngest children, infants, taking them inside upstairs to a warm room. There's food. It's essentially a sanctuary on their very long journey.
Up the stairs, it's just mothers and the youngest children. 5-year-old Miroslava and mother Natalia left Zaporizhia.
You left your husband, but she's safe.
Natalia says Miroslava finally believes that once again. Olga and 9-year-old Sonia left Kharkiv as the bombing intensified. Russian airstrikes every minute, she says, the circle getting smaller and smaller around their house. But here, there's still smiles and plenty of hugs to go around. Women arriving sometimes carrying just their children, and greeting them are young Ukrainian volunteers eager to help their country in some way.
Everything will be fine. You are in the right place.
Hi, Melita.
23-year-old Sofia from Dnipro is a single mom of Sonia and Melita. But as we're talking, a volunteer came up. It was time to go. Packing up and racing out so they wouldn't miss their ride. First Poland, then hopefully on to Italy. For some women, this room is the first moment they've had to stop and think. 28-year-old Ira and her 2 children left Kharkiv just yesterday. My children are traumatized, she says.
So they knew it was scary. They knew it was war.
They think it's some kind of game. Ira says she's so disappointed with how her life has turned out and doesn't know what's next.
I don't know.
But here in this room, there's relief and shared gratitude for making it this far.
Now, their stories are devastating. They are scary, and these mothers are frightened. But there were also some smiles, as we showed you right there. 9-year-old Sonia from Kharkiv. We asked her what she packed in her backpack when she left, what she grabbed when she left home. And she described she grabbed a set of colored pencils. But you guys, she described that she sharpened them all really, really short so she could fit more colors. But then when when my producer and I asked to see the colored pencils, she said actually on her 24-hour train journey from Kharkiv, she'd actually given them away to all of her new friends. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Oh, Molly, quick question for you. You mentioned in there this is the first chance a lot of these women have had a second to, process what's happened to them, what's happened to their home, their life.
Yeah.
What else did they tell you about that?
Yeah, and I think what's interesting, Savannah, about the women that are fleeing now 2 weeks into the conflict, we spoke with women who have all left their homes in the last couple of days. These people have seen more conflict, more violence than people who were leaving their homes maybe with more means 2 weeks ago. So I think the trauma is real. I think a lot of these people don't necessarily have relatives in other countries. They don't necessarily have a plan. And a lot of the women that we talked to yesterday and the day before really don't know what they're going to do, where they're going to sleep tonight, Savannah.
Molly Hunter, heartbreaking. Thank you so much. Amazing report.
Coming up, McDonald's is just the latest company to cut ties with Russia over its invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, the move signals a major cutoff from the West and Western life, something a lot of people in Russia have only had for a little over 30 years. The significance of this move next.
Plus, more than 2 million people have left Ukraine, and for most of them, the decision to leave was a quick one. Next, the items Ukrainians took with them as they fled the violence.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
McDonald's is the latest iconic U.S. company to suspend its business in Russia, temporarily closing all 850 of its restaurants operating in the country. CNBC anchor Shepard Smith takes us back to 1990, when the first McDonald's opened in what was then the Soviet Union, a symbolic moment in the final chapter of the Cold War.
It was a cultural phenomenon. McCapitalism unveiled in Pushkin Square in Soviet Russia, 1990.
Well, are you people excited or what's going on here? Are you excited? What do you think? Come on.
They were excited. That's the CEO marveling at his grand creation. The largest Mickey D's in all the world. 27 registers, 900 seats, 600 workers. The buns stacked up by the thousands. The patties rolling down the Western-made assembly line. They served 30,000 meals that day, a McDonald's record. And the staff, trained to be happy and welcoming, blew Muscovites away.
Because it's very unusual for Soviet people to be kind and to be polite to everybody.
Service with a smile, American style.
McDonald's opens in Moscow.
It was featured on nightly news, and the CEO marked the moment with Deborah Norville on the Today Show.
There was a man 2 days ago walking by the restaurant, typical Russian fur hat, big beard, and said in Russian, "This is the first dove of perestroika."
The first dove in perestroika.
It's fantastic. It's just like eating in New York. Only everything's in Russian. I don't understand it.
The beginning of Western-style restructure and reform in Russia.
Big Mac, Big Mac.
Today, it's over.
Hugely symbolic on the way in for everyone and different symbolism on the way out.
CNBC's Steve Leisman lived in Moscow back then.
My guess is those who oppose this war will understand why it's happening and see it as just another rollback of all the changes in their lives that they've gotten used to, and now they're seeing taken away almost every day.
And those who support the war will likely view businesses shuttering as an unjust move by the West amid a modest, justified military action in Ukraine. The open arms of 1990 closed and crushed by Putin's war machine.
Thanks to Shepard Smith, several other major U.S. brands also announced yesterday they're suspending business in Russia. That includes Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and Starbucks. They join a growing list of Western firms pulling back from the country after the invasion of Ukraine.
Now, the refugee crisis along Ukraine's border is escalating this morning. More than 2 million people have now fled the country to escape Russia's invasion, and they're being met in camps and towns on the other side of the border by people helping out in any way they can. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from one of those border towns in Poland. Kelly, some of this has been some of the just most stunning displays of humanity that we've seen. Good morning.
I'm sorry. Yeah, good morning, Savannah. You can see just a constant flow of volunteers and also refugee families who've arrived at this train station in Przemysl. This is one of the busiest border crossings all along that Ukraine border. And people are coming here by the thousands every day. This town is essentially doubling in size just from the influx of refugees, mostly women and children, who are coming here with little more than a suitcase.
Across Ukraine's borders, the need is growing by the minute. Tens of thousands of women and children arriving every morning, cold, tired, and hungry. Volunteers offering hot soup and a playmate for the youngest refugees, like 2-year-old Alina. Her grandmother says, "We were afraid, but our husbands were even more afraid. That's why they sent us here." The UN says more than 2 million refugees have now fled Ukraine. 1 million are children. UNICEF calling it a dark historical first.
This is the favorite toy from home?
A dancing dinosaur, the only thing 5-year-old Sophia could bring from home. Her mother says everything they have is in this suitcase. "I was lucky to have this," she says. People were leaving without anything.
The people who are coming now have less means than the people who came initially. And they've also experienced more likely conflict directly, so they're probably more traumatized.
And many now have no friends or family to take them in, like Ludmila and her children. Their town is under attack, her husband home fighting. Putin and the Russian army are destroying Ukraine and Ukrainians, she says. This gaming company offering her family and dozens of others a place to sleep. There's now a desperate need for shelter. This expo center in Warsaw can sleep 10,000. And a need for better coordination. Michael Capone, founder of Florida-based Global Empowerment Mission, now setting up a warehouse to distribute mountains of donations.
A church might be lacking baby food, and another camp may only be lacking water. You don't want the overlap.
I mean, the need here is immense, and it's growing every day.
I've been on disaster fronts for 20 years. This will be by far, and it already is, times 1,000 of anything any organization or the UN has ever seen.
Kelly, just heartbreaking to hear. I know so many people are wondering how they can help. What do these refugees need the most?
Well, according to Michael Capone, who you just heard there from Jem, what they really need is a more permanent place to stay. And following on to that, they're working with Bethany Frankel's Be Strong to get plane tickets for the people who can travel to friends and families in different countries. But here on the ground, the other thing they need is blankets, hygiene kits, the basic necessities. Again, Savannah, people came with nothing. There are lots of volunteer agencies here who are trying to help, but the need, as I said, just continues to come day in and day out. Savannah.
Kelly Kobaya, thank you so much.
For the millions who are fleeing violence in eastern Ukraine, their decision to leave happened in an instant, and many of them could only take what they could carry.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Cal Perry shares what some Ukrainians chose to take with them as they escaped the violence.
It begins with the obvious: roller bags and suitcases, backpacks and grocery bags, and pets. So many pets. The city of Lviv is becoming a story of what people carried. A city of 700,000 has now become a city of close to 1 million. But in this small theater, now a makeshift shelter, two families share with us what they brought with them.
So it wasn't safe to stay there.
With only 30 minutes to pack and the Russian army literally closing in on the outskirts of Kyiv, Tamila took only the essentials.
Clothes for my child and and maybe some food like bread or some cookie and some water for children. That's all.
Essential to every parent, cell phones. Cell phones are everywhere to distract, to communicate, to speak to loved ones left behind on the front lines.
Today she sent a message, honey, I love you and I know we will be together soon.
Newly minted reporter 9-year-old Eve helps me interview her 6-year-old brother Mehran. For them, fleeing meant securing their stuffed animals.
Her name is Bone. Kostachka.
Matt V quickly arrives on the scene and presents Hank.
This is his favorite.
He's had it since he was born. It's his bed buddy every night. Little Emma then announces her presence. Her sister relays the sad news. She was getting dressed too slowly, so she didn't have time to pack her toys, we're told. Dad, Yafan, brought a bag of what he thought was vital, paperwork and clothes, as well as his 5 children, his wife, his sister, and her mother. As many kids' clothes as can be stuffed into a bag seems to be the overwhelming and the consistent necessity of parents everywhere across this war. Though every parent can relate to this, room for a child's drawing. The heaviest things, the emotional baggage, comes no matter what is physically carried. Uncle Nikolai tells us it's fear, it's stress, and uncertainty that he carries, but he finishes with hope. A hope that he says one day they'll all be able to return home. Cal Perry, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Hope that we all have. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. The rush to escape. Thousands of Ukrainian refugees flooding the borders of neighboring countries. The growing humanitarian crisis as Russian forces intensify their assault.
Record surge, gas prices skyrocketing from coast to coast, while the White House says the worst may still be yet to come.
Stamp of approval. Congress signing off on a massive overhaul of the Postal Service. The plan to save the agency billions of dollars and what it means for your mail.
And the $200 million man. Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers inking a new deal in Green Bay. We'll tell you what the star football player is saying about his major new contract.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin with Russia's invasion of Ukraine officially hitting the 2-week mark. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky saying in a video today, quote, "The scale of the threat is in its peak. We're also monitoring a developing situation at the now Russian-controlled Chernobyl nuclear plant. The facility has been disconnected from the power grid, which means that no electricity is coming in. This could potentially jeopardize the cooling of nuclear material still stored at that site."
Russian troops took control of that plant back on February 24th. Ukraine's foreign minister also warning that radiation leaks could happen if repairs are not done. He's now calling for a ceasefire to make that happen. And on the diplomatic front, Vice President Kamala Harris is on her way to Poland as we speak. This comes as the U.S. and Poland are at odds over how to get fighter jets to Ukraine. Our team is following all of the late-breaking developments at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. She's in Lviv, Ukraine, for us again today. Molly, let's start with this humanitarian effort, specifically in southern Ukraine. Do we know if civilians are getting out of that area or if aid is getting into Mariupol?
Yeah, Aaron, this has been the big focus, and for the last 5 days, the humanitarian corridors have largely failed. Now, minutes ago, we just got a statement. It says Ukrainian Interior Ministry advisor says humanitarian corridor agreements mostly did not work on Wednesday. They add that it did work slightly from Sumy, another town called Enerhodor, but not from Kharkiv, and we are not hearing any positive news out of Mariupol. So the plan this morning, Aaron, was 6 new humanitarian corridors, including out of the city of Sumy Sumy, where we know that 5,000 civilians got out yesterday, also in Volnovakha and also in Mariupol. We have been focused so much on Mariupol, Aaron. It is in the southeast. It is on the Black Sea. It's a city of about 450,000. But according to the Red Cross, the situation is incredibly dire. More than 200,000 people remain there trapped without water, without heat, without any electricity. Now, the plan was for humanitarian aid on 30 buses and 8 trucks to go in and pick up civilians and go out as of this hour. And it is about 6 o'clock local time. We have not seen any evidence of actually civilians getting out of that city onto the buses and to relative safety. Aaron?
So that's the humanitarian side of this for us. Molly, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now to talk about the military side of this. Dan, Poland says that it is ready to get some fighter jets to the Ukrainian people. The U.S. is saying not so fast on that. Explain to us the disconnect here. What happened? What's at issue?
Yeah, Aaron, I think really this is an illustration of the dilemmas facing the U.S. and NATO allies. And on the one hand, trying to help Ukraine defend itself, and on the other hand, avoiding any step that could somehow escalate or widen the war and turn it into a kind of a direct NATO-U.S. conflict. And so the problem here was that Poland said, okay, we're ready to donate our Russian-made Soviet-era fighter jets to Ukraine, but they also wanted the U.S. to give them airplanes to replace them. But they were very worried about flying those planes to the Polish border and then have Russia accuse them of being a party to the conflict. So they said, we'll send those planes to a U.S. base in Germany. And then you had the Pentagon yesterday saying that's not tenable. We can't be, this is a really complicated endeavor and dangerous possibly to fly fighter jets into the war zone. So everyone wants to help Ukraine, but also they don't want to antagonize Russia. And that's where we are.
All right, we'll wait to see how this works itself out, hopefully in the near future here. Dan DeLuce for us in Washington. Thank you, Dan.
Meanwhile, the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine is speaking out. Marie Yovanovitch served in that post from 2016 to 2019, and this morning joined Savannah Guthrie on Today's Show to really discuss the war and why she thinks the U.S. might want to consider a no-fly zone.
I think the administration and NATO do need to look at the possibility of a no-fly zone for humanitarian purposes.
Of course, they say that means you're walking into World War III. You're having a direct confrontation with Russia. What's the counter to that? I mean, everybody wants to help Ukraine, right, and everyone is terrified of a nuclear confrontation with Russia.
Right. So that is a real concern. But I also think that we cannot let Putin set the terms of this debate and have Putin decide how this is going to go. But we nevertheless need to be very careful and plan everything out well.
Yesterday, the CIA director told Congress that Putin's mindset has hardened. His words in recent years, he's become more isolated, and he is likely to double down. What's your assessment? How far is he willing to take this, despite the economic and other pain he may be feeling from this?
I think that assessment is probably correct. I think everything we've seen is that Putin is not yet on a path to an off-ramp and that he will double down. And the Ukrainian people are the ones that are going to pay the price, but so are the Russian people. And I think that's important to remember.
And many have suggested that Putin won't stop with Ukraine. And that's really the bedrock of Ukraine's argument for more military intervention from the West, that if you don't stop him here, he's going to keep going.
And I think that's what we've seen over the last 2 decades, where Putin went into Georgia in 2008, Ukraine in 2014, got away with it, and thought he was going to get away with it again. And that was a huge miscalculation.
Why do you think he chose to invade now?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that he has been obsessed with Ukraine for a long time. You can see it in his actions as well as in his writings and his speeches. I think, he's got presidential elections coming up in 2024. He wants to look good and strong, and he miscalculated. He thought this would be a cakewalk, and it is not. The Ukrainian people are resisting, as those of us who know the Ukrainian people knew they would.
Tell us about the will of the Ukrainian people. What are we seeing on display? And President Zelensky as well.
Yeah. So I think, just to start with President Zelensky, I mean, he's a comedian, as everybody knows. He's also a businessman. He started this media conglomerate, a self-made man. And now he's president, and that was extremely unlikely. But he has met his moment. He's a hero now, inspiring not only the Ukrainian people, but also the world. The Ukrainian people are, unruly. They love freedom. They're not going to let anybody tell them what to do, certainly not Putin. They're kind of like us in that sort of very independent way. And they have always been strong and independent, and I think you're seeing that now, that they're not going to give in, they're not going to give up. Everybody from, little kids to grandmas packing Molotov cocktails and other things. I mean, it's incredible.
Now, the economic fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is getting worse by the day. Gas prices here in the U.S. soaring to record highs. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now from L.A. Joe, another day, another record.
Yeah, that's right. Gas prices hitting $4.25 as the national average, according to AAA. I was just checking the markets there to see how markets are reacting. The Dow is up 600 points right now. But President Biden issuing this Russian ban on oil as it enjoys rare bipartisan support. But he's also warning that prices will continue to go up.
Gas prices are breaking records again. The national average hitting $4.25 a gallon, 8 cents more than just yesterday. And President Biden warning there's more to come.
It's gonna go up.
When asked what he can do about it,
Can't do much right now. Russia's responsible.
After announcing the new measures taking aim at the heart of the Russian economy.
We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
The president making the announcement after rare bipartisan pressure to stop the flow from Russia. Ukraine's President Zelensky expressing his gratitude to the U.S., calling it a strong signal to the rest of the world, saying the import ban of Russian oil to the U.S. will weaken the country economically, politically, and ideologically. President Biden telling Americans to brace for even more pain at the pump, but also warning oil and gas companies not to exploit consumers or pad profits.
Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging.
The U.S. ban comes after impassioned requests. Ukrainian parliament member Alexandra Ustinova telling Savannah last week.
The president of the United States is protecting them from paying extra 20-30 cents for a gallon of gas, and that's why so many Ukrainians have to die.
Though many Americans say they support the ban, it also means gas prices continue to skyrocket.
I shudder to even think about how much it's going to be for me to fill up.
On Wall Street, another volatile day of trading as oil prices climbed yet again after President Biden's announcement. The pressure on Putin intensifying as Americans feel the fallout at the pump.
So the big question really is, how high will gas prices go? How much will it affect small businesses like these coffee shops and boutiques here in Los Angeles when it comes to their bottom line? And the answer is there is no crystal ball. It really depends, analysts say, on the situation inside Russia, inside Ukraine. But at the pace we're going now and the current projections in place, we could be seeing up to 50 more cents per gallon in the national average by Memorial Day. Aaron?
All right, Jolene Kent for us in L.A. today. Joe, thanks.
And today, a key meeting between President Biden, state governors, and business leaders. On the agenda, the supply chain and reducing U.S. reliance on foreign manufacturing. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from Washington. Carol, look, these talks come on the heels of President Biden just announcing this ban on Russian oil. So we know how the U.S. supply chain links to China, but we also know that China is a close ally of Russia. So what is the White House saying about that? I mean, is there any concern about a potential conflict there?
Well, look, Morgan, if you remember, Vladimir Putin was hosted in China last month, and they stood next to President Xi and really showed a solidarity between Russia and China. And that was something that U.S. officials really took notice of. And now you're hearing U.S. officials say privately that this is something that they believe may have emboldened Putin to take this action in Ukraine, knowing that he had this really close ally in China. So there is concern about this alliance, but it's something that has been growing for some time. I think now the thing to look for is whether the U.S. can somehow convince China to use the power that it might have with Russia to try to get Vladimir Putin to de-escalate somehow at some point. So there is this perception that, the relationship between the two is potentially problematic, but also if the U.S. can play things right, that they might be able to take advantage of that and try to use it to their benefit, because we're seeing signs from China that they're not quite so sure that they're on board with what Putin is doing in Ukraine.
All right, NBC's Carol Lee for us there. Carol, thank you so much.
And lawmakers on Capitol Hill have agreed to a deal to fund the federal government through September. That $1.5 trillion package includes billions of dollars for aid to Ukraine and money for pandemic response. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from his post. Sahil, walk us through this deal and some of the big takeaways here.
Yeah, Aaron, this is a massive government funding bill, $1.5 trillion that has been in the works for weeks now. And the base bill is $1.5 trillion, divided about evenly between Department of Defense funding and domestic discretionary spending, with two key add-ons here. One is a package of aid for Ukraine. You see it on the screen just now, $13.6 billion in security, military, and humanitarian assistance, as well as $15.6 billion for COVID response. That's largely to protect against the next COVID variant after the United States was, caught off guard to a large extent by the Delta and Omicron variants. The administration does not want to be caught flat-footed if and when the next variant strikes. This was released in a massive piece of legislation overnight around 1 to 2 a.m. The House is hoping to vote on it today, and the Senate will have a couple of days before that Friday midnight deadline when government funding lapses. They may go a little bit over it. Some of the senators I spoke to, including the Appropriations Chairman Patrick Leahy, suggesting yesterday. But the base deal is done. It's just a matter of time when they get this to the president's desk.
And at the same time, Sahil, lawmakers also passed some legislation to overhaul the Postal Service. This has been talked about and worked on for a long time now. What do people need to know about that?
An overwhelming bipartisan vote in the Senate, 79 to 19, to pass legislation that would overhaul the U.S. Postal Service. This bill has already passed the House, also on an overwhelming vote from both parties, and it is headed to President Biden's desk. These are the provisions that you see right now. It would lift some budget requirements that are unique to the Postal Service that other organizations don't have. It would require 6-day-a-week a delivery schedule for the post office, with rare exceptions such as federal holidays and natural disasters. It would also put future retirees in Medicare. That would save a significant amount of money for health care. This is, a government-funded venture. Medicare is a government-run insurance program, which, of course, would be much more efficient to do than putting these people in private programs. So the whole idea here is to save a bunch of money for the post office, to streamline delivery service. And by the way, it would create an online dashboard as well that shows delivery time, so Americans would have a better sense of what's going on with their mail. All told, it's expected to save somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 billion over the long haul. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us on Capitol Hill today. Thank you.
The federal government has filed new charges involving the Proud Boys and their connection to the Capitol riot. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams now from D.C. with the latest. Pete, talk to us about these new charges. I mean, who exactly are they targeting?
Well, there's just one new person. This is added to a new government indictment, and the one new person is Enrique Tarrio, the former chairman of the Proud Boys. He was not actually in the Capitol on January 6th because he'd been arrested 2 days earlier on charges of damaging a flag that had been taken out of a historic black church in Washington during a pro-Trump rally in December. But the government says that he helped inspire and lead this charge to the Capitol and the whole idea of coming to Washington. Now, what's interesting about this indictment is, in the past, the other members of the Proud Boys who were named in the indictment that he was added to, that indictment said that the Proud Boys came to Washington with some sort of unspecified plan to stage some sort of violent protest in an effort to discourage Congress from counting the electoral votes for president. What the new indictment says, though, is for the first time the government is saying that there was actual discussion before January 6th of storming the Capitol. And that's important because for over a year now, it's been a big question. Was the riot at the Capitol something that was planned in advance, or was it a sort of a taking advantage of the moment, heat of the moment kind of decision? And what the indictment says is that Theriault was exchanging messages with other Proud Boys that discussed either staging demonstrations right at the Capitol, or occupying the House or Senate office buildings, or actually storming the Capitol. So that's what makes this indictment so interesting and different.
It's interesting and different, and we have this indictment, as you mentioned. It's been filed, but what comes next? I mean, can you kind of give us a sense of the timeline here?
Well, what comes next is the normal steps in a criminal trial. He will be brought before a magistrate later this week for a detention hearing. There was a very brief hearing yesterday in Miami. There'll be a detention hearing on Friday. The prosecutor said they want him held in jail pending his trial. So then the defense will begin to attack the government's case, and they'll eventually head to a trial. Now, there have been guilty pleas in some of these other cases involving the Oath Keepers, but we haven't seen that kind of guilty pleas yet involving key members of this conspiracy, and that could be an important next step if there are any for the government. But the defense will argue that in Theriault's case, certainly, he wasn't even at the Capitol, and that any sort of talk about January 6th was very general. So we're just at the early stages now for him.
All right, NBC's Pete Williams joining us live from D.C. Pete, thank you.
A new report says hackers working on behalf of the Chinese government broke into the computer networks of at least 6 state governments. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian is tracking that story today. Ken, what do we know about these hackings that happened and who was targeted?
Not a lot, Aaron. This report by cybersecurity firm Mandiant does not identify the states that were targeted or ascribe a motive for the intrusions, which began last May. But the Chinese group believed responsible for the breaches is thought to be a state-sponsored actor and has a history of launching hacking operations both for espionage purposes and for financial gain. The report says the hackers exploited a previously unknown vulnerability in an off-the-shelf commercial web application used by 18 states for animal health management. And they say the hackers also took advantage of a software flaw known as Log4j that was discovered in December, and the U.S. official said is present in hundreds of millions of devices. The report said the hackers began exploiting the vulnerability within hours of it becoming public, Aaron.
You know, Ken, there's been a lot more attention paid to cybersecurity in the last couple of years here. In particular, the Biden administration has had a big focus on that issue. What is the administration doing to try to prevent things like this from happening?
Well, the government is never going to be able to stop all attacks by foreign intelligence agencies and their proxies, Aaron, but the Biden administration has done more than any previous government to try to shore up federal cybersecurity. Biden has beefed up cybersecurity at federal agencies and set voluntary standards for critical infrastructure. That said, experts believe there's a lot more that needs to be done. Right now, Congress is considering a bill that would require companies to report when they are hacked, and the White House says it will support that bill, Aaron.
All right, Ken Dilanian for us in Washington today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
We are less than 2 weeks away from the start of spring, and we have not one, but 2 winter storms we're tracking into this weekend. The massive weather system is moving east from the Rockies and could bring snow from Texas all the way up to New England. NBC News meteorologist Bill Karen joins us now with more. Bill, what is the latest on this one?
It's not my fault. I'm not responsible. I love spring as much as anyone else does, and what a tease it was with the 60s and 70s over the last week throughout much of the country. And now the cold air has returned, the snow with it, and even some severe weather, too, especially in the south. So that's where we'll start. That's the most dangerous aspect of what's happening right now. Tornado watch is still in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon, southern Georgia, and also the panhandle of Florida from Panama City over through Tallahassee. And we've had some strong thunderstorms earlier today. We haven't had any reports of any tornadoes in the last couple hours. To the north. Yes, winter has returned. It is snowing from Ohio through much of Pennsylvania. There's snowflakes falling just outside of New York City, all the way through the Hudson Valley. And now it's going to move into cold enough air that it'll start accumulating even on the roads in some areas of Pennsylvania, driving through any bridges, overpasses, high elevations. That's where the snow is going to stick. As far as the severe weather goes, we're roughly watching 6 to 7 million people at risk of severe storms the rest of today. Myrtle Beach, Charleston, Columbia, South Carolina, all the way down to Savannah. These are all areas that'll have a line of strong thunderstorms going between now and probably about 8 p.m. this evening. After that, the threat seems to diminish. Additional snowfall. This isn't a huge event in the Northeast. It's just enough to cause some slick spots on your way home later today, especially at higher elevations, Berkshires, Catskills, driving through the Poconos or the southern tier of New York. So let me get you to the next storm, because this storm exits pretty quickly. The next storm is already starting today in areas of Colorado. Denver's 22 degrees in snow. I mean, that's not a March forecast. That's like a January forecast. Thursday, tomorrow, still cold. Then we're going to see that storm combining with another storm. And here's where the problems really begin on Friday. Snow from North Texas. Yeah, North Texas would snow in the middle of March. There could even be accumulating snows in Missouri through Indiana. And then by the time we get to Saturday, all of this mess heads for the Northeast. It looks like from D.C. to New York to Boston, mostly a rain event with some snow at the tail end. But interior New England could get some heavy plowable snow out of this, especially West Virginia, Pennsylvania, western and central New York, the Adirondacks, the White and the Green Mountains of Vermont and New Hampshire. Those are all areas that have some significant snow to deal with, and windy and cold on the backside of that for your Sunday. So who's going to get the most snow out of this weekend storm? The white shows you enough that you get it on the grassy surfaces. Shouldn't be too bad on the roads or the sidewalks. Where you get into the bluish colors, that's where we should have enough to shovel from West Virginia to Pittsburgh. And once you're in the purple, that's where it's going to be a while before you see the green grass, because we expect heavy snow. Someone's going to get a foot of snow out of this storm this upcoming weekend. Yes, spring's heading our way, but we're going to have to wait for it, especially in New England.
Oh, man, that is not the news I wanted to hear, Bill Cairns. I will be honest. You know, I got very spoiled, as you mentioned, with that 60-degree day.
It was so nice. It was 70. Nice. It was so nice. I pulled a pair of shorts out.
I literally looked up at the weather and I was like, I don't have to go back, right? No, we're done with that. And now you're telling me not so close. Anyways, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks so much, Bill. And coming up, millions of civilians are being forced out of Ukraine.
The red tape refugees with American ties are running into as they try to escape the war zone.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening. Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Making news right now, Hawaii now joining the rest of the country in dropping mask mandates. The governor says Hawaii will lift its requirement for face coverings indoors on March 25th. The state is the last in the nation to announce the change. The governor says cases there are trending way down and the vaccination rate is high. The college basketball game interrupted by a fight in the stands. Fans started throwing punches and drinks during the Bryant University and Wagner College NEC championship last night in Rhode Island. The court was cleared, but one player from Wagner was ejected for trying to run into the stands. Bryant won that game 70-43, which may have contributed to the angst building up among the fans. And Apple rolling out new products, including a new budget iPhone. The iPhone SE is the successor to the 2020 model, but with 5G. The new phone costs $429 and hits store shelves next Friday. During the announcement yesterday, Apple CEO Tim Cook wore a blue sweater and yellow watch band, an apparent show of support for Ukraine.
Speaking of which, let's go ahead and bring you up to date on the breaking developments out of Ukraine. The humanitarian crisis is growing as more civilians rush to escape cities under siege. Today, Russia and Ukraine agreed to several evacuation corridors. We're talking about routes from 6 cities that have been established to help civilians escape that violence.
Meanwhile, thousands remain trapped. Ukraine's foreign minister says hundreds of thousands are still in war-torn Mariupol, stranded without essentials. Nearly 3,000 newborns don't have medicine or food. The UN says 2 million people have been able to make it out, and the Polish embassy says more than 1.3 million people came to Poland alone. Vice President Kamala Harris is making her way to Poland right now to meet with both government officials and refugees.
And Ukrainian civilians are bearing the brunt of this war. Hundreds have been killed, millions have been displaced. As Sky News correspondent Greg Millam tells us, they are remaining resilient despite the relentless attacks.
Vova has undergone surgery after being hit in the head by a bullet. How are you? Asks the doctor. Fine, comes the faint reply. This is the Children's Hospital in Kharkiv, a city that's seen some of the fiercest fighting of this war. 8-year-old Dima was hit by shrapnel when a shell struck the family home. It's lodged at the base of his skull.
We have operated on 4 children suffering from shrapnel wounds or bullet wounds. Sadly, one little girl died yesterday.
The staff here continue to work in the face of regular bombardment and constant anxiety. Russia denies targeting civilians, but few in Ukraine believe that. There is some hope for those trying to escape. Buses bound for humanitarian corridors, finally able to pass without being shelled. Some from the city of Mariupol, though, did reportedly come under fire. They leave behind a desperate situation. What their government really wants is to get their hands on these Polish fighter jets. Poland happy to send them, but only via the US military in Germany.
We are ready to give all of our fleet of jet fighters to Ramstein, but we are not ready to make any moves on our own because, as I said, we are not party to this war. Thank you.
It came as news to the Americans. Within hours, the Pentagon had killed the idea. It is simply not clear that there is a substantive rationale for the US or NATO to be flying jets over Ukraine, it said. But concerns over being dragged into this conflict haven't prevented sanctions, again welcomed by Ukraine's president.
Every cent paid to Russia, they turn into bullets and missiles that are aimed at other sovereign states.
But satellite images show the continuing destruction of his country. There is hope for another humanitarian effort today, but US intelligence assessments say Putin has been surprised by the resistance from Ukraine. His response, they say, will be to escalate this war.
Now, Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv remains in the epicenter of this crisis. The president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is still there, and so are many, many others. U.S. officials say a 40-mile-long Russian military convoy is still stalled just outside the city. The head of CIA warns that Vladimir Putin is, quote, angry and frustrated and is likely to double down on his invasion. Joining us now is Andriy Morozov. Sorry, I mispronounced it. Morozovsky. Thank you. I appreciate you helping me out there. I know you're a resident of Kyiv. We do appreciate you making time to talk to us today. Can you tell us what you're experiencing right now in your capital city?
So far, situation in Kyiv is pretty much okay compared to what you've seen in Mariupol, Izium, Kharkiv, and other cities of eastern Ukraine. Our hearts are broken to see this destruction. And I've just got a report, it's still not confirmed, about a shell or rocket hitting a maternity house in Mariupol. But in Kiev, the situation is more or less okay. We have roadblocks, we have checkpoints, shops have short working time, but they are working. Everything is there. The epicenter of fight is northwest of Kiev, and the humanitarian crisis is like 20 kilometers from where I live.
Do you have plans to stay there? Do you have a plan to leave at any moment if you need to?
I took my child to my brother, like 200 miles away from Kiev, but we decided to stay here because, as we say, we believe in different gods, but we trust in the Ukrainian armed forces. And I made the decision just because I have some experience in the military, that until Russians deploy artillery and multiple launch rocket systems to shell our part of the city, we stay here. We support our military and the territorial defense, and and everybody volunteers for some kind of activity. I personally deliver transport elderly people because the public transport is not working. I transport elderly people to hospitals, and the doctors who have no cars, they go to the shifts at the hospitals, and they cannot reach there. So I take my car and I drive through the checkpoints to the homes and then to the hospitals.
Yeah, it's been so wonderful to watch Ukrainians like you step up and try to help out whoever needs help in whatever way you can. I do want to ask you before we let you go, for folks who are watching this interview, what do you want people to know about you, about Ukrainians, as we watch this crisis unfold in your country?
I would like to tell that this war is a myth-busting experience for the whole of the world, and I expect it to be. A whole bunch of myths is being debunked and destroyed about invincible Russian army, about the noble word of Russian officers, and these are not Dostoevsky and Tolstoy and Tchaikovsky people. Those are the Ivan the Terrible oprichniks. Those are the NKVD murderers who killed my grandfather and sentenced 3 of my other grandfathers to Gulag. And these people want destruction here. They are not peaceful people. And we are very much appreciating all the military support, but also the prayers and the support that comes from common people of the free world. It's really, the whole nation is united, but with your support, spiritual support, material support, donations and other charities, and we are feeling like we are already part of the EU and a part of the free world.
Well, Andrei, we know that prayers will continue for you and people will continue to hope for you and your country. We appreciate you making time for us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
We want to stay here and continue our coverage of the humanitarian crisis on the ground. And let's go ahead now to Jay Gray, who's in Poland, right there along the border with Ukraine. Jay, give us a sense of what you're seeing today. I mean, how many more people have been arriving, for example, since we spoke to each other yesterday?
Yeah, Morgan, I'd love to tell you, but there's so many you can't keep count. It's overwhelming to see the flood of refugees pouring in. We're in a shelter right now, and I want to give you an idea of what you're looking at and what people encounter as they first move in. You can see the beds here, 800 beds in this particular shelter, but this is much different than some others that we've seen, because this, 2 weeks ago, was a shopping center. There were vendors in all of these areas, shops. A doctor who lives in this town said, I've got to help these people. I can't take this anymore. He convinced the vendors to go downstairs, and he created this shelter. Again, 800 beds. If you come with me this way, meals for everyone, catered meals as they come in. You can see the meals here. And it's something they desperately need, obviously, when they're making these trips. Showers and bathrooms. You can see here a place to wash and dry your clothes. I mean, how valuable is that for people who have just grabbed a couple of things and made their escape? Here's the deal. 2 days, 48 hours is how long it took them to transform this. He had crews working around the clock to get this done. If you get in and there's no catered meal available, you can come in here and make a sandwich. There are power bars, fruit, there's drinks as well. One of the most important aspects of all of this, though, is right here. And it's a medical center. It's 24/7, and it is fully staffed with doctors for 24/7. They come in. If you need a problem, have a problem, you can come and talk to the doctors. I talked to a lady who was working here today as a doctor, and she said, I was trained. I did my schooling in Ukraine. She said, I had to get back here and help.
Jay, this is, I think, the first report I have seen from inside a place like that. And I appreciate you sort of giving this firsthand look. Yeah. You know, we've been hearing these pleas from people on the ground for international help, specifically from the United States. Yeah. And as we mentioned, Vice President Kamala Harris is making her way to Poland today. So it's sort of emblematic, right, of the U.S. and the U.S. response. What do the people there tell you that they hope she, as a symbol of the United States, will say, do, or promise?
That the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine, stand with the partners who are engaged in this fight. I mean, the thing you hear most often is, close the airspace. Can someone close the airspace over Ukraine? She's not going to do that, and I think people are beginning to realize that. But they'd love to see the idea that the U.S. is so engaged in this and doing what they can. They look at the sanctions and say, yes, you're standing by our side. We applaud what you're doing with those sanctions. Do they want more? Obviously, their homeland's being destroyed. They want troops on the ground. They want fighters in the air. They understand the implications of that, and they are very proud that she's going to be here and represent the U.S. as this continues to unfold.
NBC's Jay Gray for us there. Jay, we really, really appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
Now, as Ukrainians try to escape the fighting in their country, most are ending up in Europe. Few are actually being welcomed into the U.S. at this point, according to the Biden administration. And with the situation overseas growing worse, Americans who have families still in Ukraine are begging for change. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now with that story. Vaughn?
Aaron, for some of these refugees, their closest family members are here in the United States. But right now, U.S. refugee policy is keeping most of them from getting here.
The frantic fleeing from Ukraine has left now more than 2 million refugees displaced.
What led you guys here to being together here?
Sure.
Many of them with family in the United States, but unable to get approval to make the journey here, including 7-year-old Vladislav and 12-year-old Stanislav Kostuk. They are brothers, refugees who fled to Poland. Their parents stayed behind in their Ukrainian town of Zaborov to help defend the country. Here's a photo of their father taken Monday. The boys' nearest extended family is in America. But because the boys can't get official refugee status in the U.S., their uncle and a cousin who live in New York flew to Poland to care for them.
That's all we're asking for, is for the time being, for the kids to just have a safe place to be.
Their uncle went to the U.S. Embassy in Warsaw on Monday, but officials there declined the boys' ability to fly to the U.S. The U.S. Embassy's website explicitly saying such travel is not possible.
It's 7-year-old boy without his mother and father, you know.
The Biden administration has yet to create an expedited refugee pipeline to the U.S. for Ukrainians. But Russia is currently shelling their home country. The oldest brother saying, without my parents, it's more difficult to adjust. Back in New York, Olha Rosanovsky and her son Michael wait. Olha is the boy's aunt and the sister of their mother.
I feel really heartbroken, and yeah, I'm very worried about them, because they are just 2 little kids.
So, Vaughn, do we have a sense of who has been admitted to the U.S. from Ukraine?
Just this week, Aaron, Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, have said that the United States continues to focus its resources, its humanitarian aid, on helping our European partners in their resettlement. The EU has granted temporary protected status to these refugees. The question is, will the United States at some point open up, even in the case of the Kostuk family, for example, family members, individuals who have American relatives over here and nowhere else to go? That is a question mark. The only move the administration has so far made when it comes to Ukrainians is last week granting temporary protected status to Ukrainians who are already in the United States, but before March 1st. Again, though, they continue to focus on those refugee resettlement efforts in Europe. Aaron.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thanks.
And stay with us, because coming up, a 12-year-old student in Texas says bullies led him to thoughts of suicide.
Still ahead, his message to other bullied kids and the new civil rights investigation for a school system already at the center of controversy.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The investigation is widening into a troubled Texas school district already at the center of a federal probe over bullying. A 12-year-old boy who identifies as pansexual says the Carroll Independent School District didn't protect him from relentless bullying that made him have suicidal thoughts. Here's NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton.
Like many 12-year-olds, Christian loves Yu-Gi-Oh!, science fiction, and hanging out in his room.
I really wanted to make an elemental hero deck.
But recently, he says he's struggled after being bullied relentlessly for identifying as pansexual at Durham Intermediate School, part of the Carroll Independent School District in Southlake, Texas.
It mainly just gave me depression, and it felt more nerve-wracking to go to school.
What were kids saying?
They were using gay slurs and being very rude to me just by making jokes.
One day, his mother, Christina Edmiston, noticed welts all over his legs. Christian told her other students had hit him.
I would go to pick him up, and I would see him standing by himself, but then watching kids circle him, kind of like a lion would stalk its prey.
Southlake schools have been in the national spotlight since 2018, when a video of high school students chanting the N-word went viral. Volunteers spent almost 2 years working on a school diversity and inclusion plan, but conservative residents launched a lawsuit and voted in new school board members opposed to it. Now, the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights is investigating alleged discrimination based on race, sexuality, and nation of origin. The NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund has also filed a complaint on behalf of 4 students, saying the district failed to intervene. Christian is one of them.
Why did the NAACP now add to this investigation?
This is not about any particular individual, but rather this is systemic. This is happening over and over again.
Did the Carroll School District fail this 12-year-old?
Absolutely. This is any parent's worst nightmare.
September was the breaking point. Christian says he told a friend that he no longer wanted to be alive. Students allegedly turned an old volleyball net into a noose, encouraging Christian to hang himself from a football post in the schoolyard.
Since that incident, has there been an investigation, and have any of the kids involved been held accountable?
Not to my knowledge. It feels to me like they are trying to sweep it under the rug, and they are trying to not address it.
Christina has filed 3 detailed grievances with the district and has pulled Christian out of Southlake schools. The district did not respond to numerous requests for comment. If the federal government finds violations, Carroll schools could be forced to implement new diversity training. But that process could take months or even years, something Christina says her family cannot afford to wait and see.
Some days are really still difficult. He's working really hard to overcome, but the good days we're just so thankful for every day, because we almost didn't have any more with him.
What gave you the bravery to talk about this?
Mainly just being able to know that other people in the school district, if they are listening to this, that they'll be able to actually see that there will be some good in this world.
Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Southlake, Texas.
Now, Antonia is just out with a new episode of her podcast, Southlake, digging deeper into these new developments. It's available right now. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. We are also following some breaking news right now. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking about the response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He's in Great Britain. Let's listen.
Prime Minister Johnson committed to ban all imports of Russian oil by the end of 2022. We're also united in calling on the Kremlin to immediately allow Ukrainian civilians to safely depart the cities and towns of Ukraine that are besieged by Russian forces. Every country has a responsibility to join us in pressing Moscow to do this. This is not the time to equivocate by calling on both sides to allow civilians in Ukraine cities to leave safely. Doing so obfuscates the basic facts around why these corridors are necessary and who is blocking them. Russia invaded Ukraine without justification. Russian forces now encircle multiple Ukrainian cities after having destroyed much of their critical infrastructure, leaving people without water, without electricity, without access to food and medicine. And Russia's relentless bombardment, including of civilians trying to flee, prevents people from safely escaping the hellish conditions that they've created. The Kremlin's proposals to create humanitarian corridors leading into Russia and Belarus are absurd. It's offensive to suggest the Ukrainian people should seek refuge from the very government that has demonstrated such disregard for their lives. The civilians who were able to escape yesterday through one of those corridors from Sumy to Poltava, another city in Ukraine, shows that this is possible, but it must be allowed to happen on a much broader scale. It's not only in Europe where the United States and the UK are working together to address threats to international peace and security. We also share a grave concern about Iran's nuclear advances. Together, we discussed our work to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the so-called Iran nuclear agreement. Either way, we are committed to ensuring that Iran can never acquire a nuclear weapon. On Northern Ireland, President Biden has been steadfast in his support for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which he views as a historic achievement that must be protected to ensure the peace, stability, and prosperity of people in Northern Ireland. The United States continues to support both sides' efforts to engage in productive dialogue to resolve differences over the Northern Ireland Protocol. Before handing it over to Liz, let me just make one final point. It's not just the British government that's stepping up to help Ukraine. We're also seeing incredible solidarity and compassion from the British people. People like Khaled Al-Mayat in Cheltenham, who is leading a local campaign to buy second-hand ambulances and drive them, packed with supplies, to humanitarian responders at Ukraine's border. People like Yorkshire resident Magdalena Timon, who, on the second night of Russia's invasion, sent a message to a Facebook group called Polish Mums of Leeds, appealing for donations to help people in Ukraine. Within days, she'd received enough to fill 3 18-wheelers. I believe one reason we're seeing such an outpouring of support from the British people is because they've been through something similar. The harrowing Blitz during World War II inflicted colossal suffering on the country's people, killing more than 60,000 British civilians, wounding 86,000 more. It's impossible to see the images of people seeking refuge in Kyiv's metro in 2022 and not think of those who sheltered in the London Underground in 1942. The grit, the compassion, the determination that Britons exhibited 8 decades ago that inspired the world is exactly what we see in the people of Ukraine today, and it's why we need to stand with them. With that, Liz, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Tony, and it's great to be here with my friend and ally, Secretary Blinken, and we've certainly seen a lot of each other around the capitals of Europe over the last week, working very closely with our allies. Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine is causing immense pain and suffering, yet he is not making the progress he planned. Since the build-up on the border, the United Kingdom and the United States have led work in the G7 and through NATO to challenge Putin's aggression. Before the invasion, the United States and the UK called out his playbook of false flags, attempts to install a puppet regime in Kiev, and fake provocations. We worked with our G7 allies to warn that he would face severe costs and a determined Ukrainian people. We have surprised Putin with our unity and the toughness of our sanctions, hitting the banks, the ships, the planes, the oligarchs, and the oil and gas revenues. And the brave Ukrainian people have surprised him with their determination and their leadership. Now is not the time to let up. Putin must fail. We know from history that aggressors only understand one thing, and that is strength. We know that if we don't do enough now, other aggressors around the world will be emboldened. And we know that if Putin is not stopped in Ukraine, there would be terrible implications for European and global security. We would be sending a message that sovereign nations can simply be trampled on. So we must go further and faster in our response. We must double down on our sanctions. That includes a full SWIFT ban and the G7 ending its use of Russian oil and gas. The United States and the United Kingdom this week announced our plans to stop importing Russian oil, and the EU have announced their plans to reduce their dependency too. We want to encourage a wider group of countries to get on board with our sanctions effort. 141 countries voted against Russian aggression at UNGA. And we must continue to supply defensive weapons to Ukraine. I'm proud that the United Kingdom was the first European country to do that, and I welcome the decision of Germany and Japan and many others to send military aid. Since the end of the Cold War, we took our eye off the ball, but we are now stepping up together, and we must never let down our guard again. We're determined to keep strengthening NATO and urge all allies to increase their investment. We must accelerate NATO's modernisation and deepen our cooperation on tech and cyber. We will end strategic dependence on authoritarian regimes for our energy and for other vital resources. And we will step up our work to build economic and security alliances around the world, including with India and the Gulf nations, to further isolate Russia. We'll keep working to bring more countries into the orbit of those who believe in the sovereignty of nation and by playing by the rules. The war in Ukraine is a struggle for the future of freedom and self-determination. We must not rest until Putin fails in Ukraine and the country's sovereignty is restored. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions, taking 2 questions per side, alternating. We'll start with Kylie Atwood of CNN.
Good afternoon or morning. Thank you for doing this. Secretary Blinken, yes or no, do you believe it's possible to get the Ukrainians MiG-29 fighter jets? If so, when and how?
Nothing for my friend. Okay.
We'll go to you next.
First, as we've said, the decision about whether to transfer any equipment to our friends in Ukraine is ultimately one that each government will decide for itself and has to make. We're in very close consultation with allies and partners about the ongoing security assistance to Ukraine, because, in fact, I think what we're seeing is that Poland's proposal shows that there are some complexities that the issue presents when it comes to providing security assistance. We have to make sure that we're doing it in the right way. You heard from the Department of Defense just yesterday about the particular proposal, the prospect of fighter jets at the disposal of the United States government, departing from a U.S. NATO base in Germany to fly into airspace contested with Russia over Ukraine raises some serious concerns for the entire NATO alliance. So we have to work through the specifics of these things going forward. And it's not simply clear to us that there's a substantive rationale for doing it in the way that was put forward yesterday. So what we're doing right now is continuing to consult very closely with Poland, with other NATO allies on this, and the logistical challenges that it presents. Together with Poland, as well as with the UK and many of our other partners, as we've noted, we have provided extraordinary support to Ukraine and to those defending it from the Russian aggression. Support that has been used extremely effectively by Ukrainian defenders, support that will continue in the days, weeks, and months ahead. Just yesterday, with the supplemental legislation being put forward, we have an additional $6.5 billion.
You've been watching Secretary of State Tony Blinken and the UK's Foreign Secretary discussing the ongoing crisis in Ukraine.
Of course, we will continue to follow this breaking story all throughout the day across the platforms of NBC News. And your news continues right now. Breaking on NBC News now, under attack. Russian forces stepping up their assault on Ukraine, the desperate effort to help civilians escape the violence.
High-octane surge. Americans now paying more for gas than ever before. The growing concern, these prices may be here to stay.
Critical meeting. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson meeting with Senator Joe Manchin today. How his vote could make or break her nomination.
And how to help. As we watch the horror unfold in Ukraine, Americans are trying to figure out what they can do. We'll show you ways to figure out whether charities promising to assist refugees are actually legit. Good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with new images of devastation on day 14 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The southern city of Mariupol is under immense attack, and one city leader says that Russian bombs destroyed a children's hospital. NBC News is currently working to confirm those details, but Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky wrote in a tweet that there are children underneath that wreckage.
There are now new worries about the Chernobyl nuclear plant now under Russian control. That facility is now disconnected from the power grid. This could potentially jeopardize the cooling of nuclear material stored at that site since the 1986 disaster. In the U.S., lawmakers are pledging even more support to the Ukrainian people. Congress approved nearly $14 billion as part of a larger government funding deal.
Our team coverage is covering all the developments and impacts of this crisis right now. Let's go to begin overseas with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who joins us once again from Lviv, Ukraine. Matt, we mentioned just a moment ago the developing situation at the Chernobyl nuclear plant. What is the latest there? I mean, do we know yet how this will be impacted if, in fact, it stays disconnected from this power grid?
Well, we just heard from Ukrainian authorities, actually the head of the company that runs sort of the state sort of nuclear energy company. And he said that, even if the power goes out, there are 7 days left of diesel generation there to run the cooling operation. But remember, guys, it's also very cool outside. He mentions ambient temperatures. That's something to consider. They can continue to cool just because it happens to be quite cold, as you can see. So that's part of it. Also, we just heard from the head of the U.S. Department of Energy saying that there's no really proximate danger from this for radiation fallout or anything like that. So it really does look as though this is a situation that, while worrying, might be relatively safe. The real problem is getting in contact with those people who are running the operation there. They are occupied. This is an occupied force, and the Russians have shown a certain amount of, to put it mildly, laxity when it comes to safety and taking care of these plants. We saw that with the Zaporizhzhia power plant on the other side of the country. They had no problems attacking that power plant. So there are concerns that the Russians are simply not taking this very seriously. But for now, it looks like crisis averted. Guys.
Our Josh Lederman has also made his way to Poland ahead of Vice President Harris's visit there today. Josh, what can we expect to hear from the Vice President once she arrives?
Well, Morgan, a senior administration official tells us that Vice President Harris has a separate message for 3 different audiences after she arrives later today here in the Polish capital of Warsaw. The first is to, of course, the Ukrainians. The Vice President expected to tell Ukraine that it can expect more assistance from the United States, not only in terms of the humanitarian needs, but also in terms of military assistance. And then she also has a message to NATO countries, such as Poland, to let them know once again what we've heard from so many U.S. leaders, that NATO intends to defend every inch of its territory, that those who are in NATO countries can feel confident that they are safe from Russian aggression. And then lastly, a message to President Putin. She's expected to say that Putin misjudged this situation, that this whole effort has been misguided, and that the economic costs for Russia will only increase. But really what Harris is stepping into as she arrives here in Poland is a bit of a diplomatic mess over this issue with the airplanes and this announcement from the Poles that seemed to catch the U.S. off guard. She is expected to downplay any signs of a rift between the U.S. and Poland, but officials say she is going to be working on this issue while she is here, trying to find some resolution. The U.S. continuing to say it's up to the Polish government if they want to give those airplanes to Ukraine, but that the U.S. does not want to be a middleman, does not want to get dragged into this conflict by shipping them from a U.S. base in Germany to Poland, nor does the U.S. want to be in the risky situation of flying those aircraft into Ukraine, given the fact that Russia still has significant anti-aircraft capabilities in the airspace over Ukraine.
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley and Josh Lederman for us there. Gentlemen, thank you both.
Now, the invasion's impact is being felt by Russians and Ukrainians half a world away. For some, it brings back memories of surviving the Holocaust. This tragedy is front and center thousands of miles from Eastern Europe in New York City's Brighton Beach neighborhood. Here's NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers.
Hey,
Hey, Aaron and Morgan. Brighton Beach, New York is a community in Brooklyn known as Little Odessa. It's named after the port city in Ukraine, and on the streets you hear Russian and Ukrainian more often than you hear English. Within the large Russian and Ukrainian Jewish community, emotions are running high as the war in Ukraine rages on. We spoke to people in the neighborhood, including Holocaust survivors, about how the news is impacting them.
Stores along Brighton Beach Avenue are waving Ukrainian flags, propping up signs that say "Stop Putin," and putting up QR codes for charities supporting Ukraine. Brighton Beach is home to the highest concentration of Russian-speaking immigrants in the U.S. At a Jewish community center nearby, Russian and Ukrainian seniors can be found playing games, dancing, and reading local newspapers in Russian. The war in Ukraine is ever present among this particular group.
It's impossible for me to watch any of this without tearing up and crying immediately.
My heart is bleeding as I'm seeing how they are annihilating the city and annihilating the people of the city.
Many of these seniors are Holocaust survivors and are watching the latest news out of Ukraine with a deep sense of fear and shock.
I don't know a single Jewish senior whose family went through the Holocaust and who immigrated from the former Soviet Union, where they did not have an easy life, who doesn't report, "I cannot sleep. My whole life is flipped upside down." It's terrifying.
Many of the Russian-speaking Holocaust survivors and the Ukrainian Holocaust survivors are experiencing and reliving trauma, and this is triggering PTSD from their wartime years.
In 1941, Hitler's forces were moving into Ukraine. Pavel Iverbuk says he made it on the last boat out of Odessa when he was just 6 years old.
I'm remembering the bombings and fear from the fact that at any second they could destroy us and a bomb could hit our house. It's a terrifying feeling. Even at 6 years old, I was completely petrified by the sound of the bombs.
A Russian missile strike that appeared to target a TV tower in Ukraine's capital on March 1st struck the vicinity of the Babinya Holocaust Memorial, a site where more than 33,000 Jews were killed over a two-day period. Holocaust survivor Vladimir Brovarnik has relatives who were murdered in Babinya.
They hit Babi Yar. It was simply like a punch to the heart. I cannot fathom how it's possible to survive World War II, this major war against fascism, and then afterwards, turn around and attack your own people.
Anatoly Sukharukov was evacuated towards the end of World War II from Moscow to River Ural. He is deeply disturbed by Putin's claims that Russia's military action is being taken to, quote, denazify Ukraine.
That's a lie. That's a complete, total lie. Putin is playing on the feeling of Russian people who hate the Nazis.
All of these people survived the Holocaust. Now they are seeing their homeland ripped apart by war.
For the older generation of people who are Jewish, to them, this is what they were afraid of. And this is what they were screaming and fighting and giving up their lives, and their family members gave up their lives for never again.
As Holocaust survivors in the Little Odessa area watch the news unfold, they're thinking about ways to help.
I love America, I love New York.
We are very worried about Ukraine. We're very worried about the people dying. We're thrilled to be in this country, and if there's any way to help, we would love to help our brothers.
Now, as we mentioned, and what you were hearing translated there was, again, Russian and Ukrainian. Another reminder of just how close these two communities are and the pain that exists on both sides of this war. Back to you.
Federal prosecutors have charged a dual U.S.-Russian citizen with illegally acting as an agent of the Russian government right here in the United States. The Justice Department says Elena Branson worked to spread Russian interest for nearly a decade. NBC News' Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, what do we know about Elena Branson, and what specifically is she charged with doing?
Well, we know that according to the FBI complaint, Morgan, that this started back in 2011 when, at the time, she actually wrote a letter personally to then Russian Prime Minister Vladimir Putin, asking him for resources and the ability to host cocktail parties and other events at the Russian consulate here in New York City, as well as the embassy in Washington, D.C. And the idea here, according to federal authorities, is that she wanted to present pro-Russian interests and pro-Russian messaging and talking
points and communications and garner favoritism towards the Russian Federation through her efforts here in New York City. That included outreach to state politicians, that included outreach to New York City's City Hall, and that also involved other efforts to lobby to not change the name of a fort in Hawaii, for instance. So this was really wide-ranging. And then the FBI got onto her and as a matter of fact, conducted a search warrant at her Russian Center for New York here in New York City back in 2020. And it was just a month later or so that she actually left the country fearing, she says, as she told Maria Butina, somebody else who's been convicted of acting as an agent of the foreign of the Russian Federation because she was afraid that she would be arrested. They found 11 cell phones on her person at the time and a whole bunch of electronic devices, and were able to seize her emails and communications, which, according to the charging documents, made this whole case a heck of a lot easier to bring forward.
Tom, we also do understand, though, that Elena Branson had some sort of connection to former President Trump. What exactly was that connection?
Well, it was actually a misconnection. It was her efforts, a couple of efforts, and it's just really odd the amount of times that Russia tried to reach out to the former president, then candidate Donald Trump. So back in 2016, while he was running for office in April, tried to invite him to a Russian forum here in New York City in lieu of then candidate Trump, any one of his children to attend. She specifically mentioned Ivanka at one point. And then in November, as a matter of fact, on November 10th, she tried to reach out and reached out to the Trumps through an advisor of his and tried to invite him to a chess tournament here in New York City, a world championship. According to publicly available photos of that event, Dmitry Peskov, kind of one of the right-hand men of Vladimir Putin, his spokesperson, was also at that event. But according to the FBI, no indication the Trumps ever actually went to these events or actually ever reached out to Branson and spoke with her. But again, Morgan, more instances here of the Russian Federation trying to reach out to then candidate Donald Trump at a time that they were actively hacking and infiltrating the DNC.
Wow. All right. NBC's Tom Winterforce there. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Today, President Biden will meet with business leaders and governors. The issue, passing legislation to boost America's competitiveness on the world stage. Bills like the Senate's Innovation and Competition Act aim to strengthen the technology supply chain and reduce reliance on overseas manufacturing. The president wants to pass the bills quickly, saying they will reduce inflation for American families. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is joining us now. So, Carol, what do we expect to come out of this meeting for the president today?
Well, look, the president's trying to revive his legislative agenda and in some form. We've seen his attempt to pass a very large bill, this Build Back Better bill, just completely failed. And now he's coming back at this and trying to do it in smaller bites. And so this is a piece of that. It's a $250 billion bill, the Innovation and Competition Act, and it's designed to really try to make the U.S. compete with China. It's about manufacturing, increasing the manufacturing of semiconductors and wireless technologies here in the United States. So the idea is that they would invest this money in making those products in the U.S. and so that the U.S. would be less dependent on sources outside of the country for these important materials, particularly China. And so it's part of the president's efforts to, as he calls it, strengthen the home front in order to compete more effectively overseas.
All right, Carol Lee for us in Washington today. Carol, thank you.
West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin is set to meet today with Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, President Biden's Supreme Court nominee. Now, this meeting is pretty critical for Jackson since Manchin could hold the decisive vote in this evenly split Senate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell breaks this all down for us. Leanne, the senator says that he has no concerns about Judge Jackson's nomination thus far. Has he signaled anything that could possibly change that?
No, he hasn't really. It's important that he's meeting with the judge today. That's something that all the senators or most of the senators are expected to do. She's had several days of meetings up here on Capitol Hill this week already, as she did last week as well. The thing about Senator Manchin is he usually gives a lot of say to the president and the White House on their nominees. He voted for 2 of the 3 Supreme Court justices under President Trump. He voted for most of President Trump's nominees nominees, and he voted for most of President Biden's nominees as well. So this is something for him that he thinks is mostly an administration issue, and it's up to the Senate just to make sure that these people are qualified. It doesn't matter what their ideological bent is. So I expect Senator Manchin to support Ketanji Brown Jackson, but he will meet with her today, and we'll see how that meeting goes.
Another big development, Leanne, on the Hill. Congressional leaders have agreed on a deal to fund the government, and this would, of course, avert a shutdown this weekend. But what exactly are the specifics of that deal?
Yeah, so this is a massive government funding bill. It's $1.5 trillion. It funds the government for the remainder of the fiscal year that ends September 30th. So we're already halfway through the fiscal year, so they're finally getting this done. But there were some really important parts of this government funding bill, including $15.6 billion for COVID aid, and a lot of that is going to pay for medicine and monoclonal antibodies to fight COVID. There's also $13.6 billion for Ukraine aid. Now, this is more than twice as much as the administration asked for less than 2 weeks ago, but the need has grown dramatically, and so now that number is $13.6 billion. It's for humanitarian aid, for defense aid, and also for economic assistance as well. And there's one other important part of this government funding bill. It also renews the Violence Against Women Act. Of course, this is not, it has to do with appropriations, but it's a must-pass legislation that congressional leaders, both Republicans and Democrats, figured it could be attached to this bill. So this is a major bill. The House is expected to pass it today. The Senate, hopefully, in the next few days, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Leanne Caldwell there, live from the Capitol. Leanne, thank you.
Opening statements begin today in the federal trial of 4 men charged with plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Now, prosecutors say the alleged kidnappers resented the governor because of COVID restrictions she put in place. The government is expected to play secret recordings here and to show evidence that these suspects scouted out Whitmer's vacation home. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos now. Danny, these men are charged with kidnapping conspiracy and conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction. How would you try to lay out a defense here in this case?
It'd be a challenge because in American law, we punish what are called inchoate crimes. That means incomplete crimes, crimes like attempt or conspiracy. And the public policy behind that is if law enforcement intercepts you before you commit the crime, you shouldn't get credit for not having completed the crime because someone else stopped you before you finished. If you trip running into the bank to rob it, then you should still be charged with robbing a bank. And that's what you have here. As you see those 4 gentlemen up there on your screen, you have basically inchoate conspiracy counts. And as a defense attorney, you'd like to be able to mount a defense and say, well, look, just because they were talking about it doesn't mean they were actually going to do it. The problem with that defense is that federal conspiracy law is so broad. You really only need some overt act in furtherance of that conspiracy, that agreement to do something unlawful. Once you get that additional act, that substantial step, not even that really, just barely doing anything, arguably going and buying a ski mask online would count, then you probably have everybody on the hook for a conspiracy. And once you have everyone on the hook, everyone in that conspiracy can be charged for everything bad that they planned to do or that any of their co-conspirators did.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, thank you.
The U.S. ban on Russian oil is sparking concerns that the U.S. economy could soon fall into a recession. Now, those fears are pushing some to really rethink whether fracking might be a viable solution. Let's go ahead and bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, historically speaking, I mean, oil prices, when they've spiked, it typically has come before a recession. So what would actually have to happen for that to become a reality?
Okay, so Morgan, for a recession to become a reality, like you said, you'd have to see a market slowdown in energy consumption due to those higher prices. Now, there are some anecdotal signs of people driving less, perhaps, because of those high prices, or using less fuel because of those high gasoline prices. But if there isn't yet a widespread slate of data that suggests that, you may not see that play out for a while. Now, the reason why fuel costs are so important is because in that inflation-related narrative, the recession narrative, energy use is universal. Every country uses it. Just about everybody around the world uses it in some way or shape or form. The vast majority of that comes from fossil fuels right now. So if the world's energy gets too expensive, there will be what some experts call demand destructions, less use of it because it's just too expensive and economic activity slows down. And oil industry experts like Andy Lipow worry that that slowdown will spread.
And Dom, I mean, some are now also suggesting that the U.S. should actually ramp up its own oil production by subsidizing fracking. Can you break down why that argument is so compelling for some people?
Well, Morgan, it's not just that. Even Elon Musk wants you to produce more oil and gas. This is the man whose name has become synonymous with alternative energy and electric vehicles. He tweeted just this past week that the world needs more oil and gas produced. He hated to say it, but he did, because in his words, quote unquote, extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. Now, he's not alone here. The inflation narrative, even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, had prompted a slew of different folks to call for greater fossil fuel production to ease that burden on rising fuel costs for consumers. The U.S. is in a very high-profile spot here. On the one hand, the Biden administration and progressives are trying to shift resources towards cleaner alternative energy projects. At the same time, America is the world's biggest producer of hydrocarbons and has the ability to produce even more. But right now, Morgan, some oil companies are reluctant to commit more money towards exploring for and producing oil because there's just arguably less support from the government for it. Instead, these oil and gas companies are focused on working with what they already have and then taking that excess money and returning to shareholders because that's what they're supposed to do if they can't find projects to drill more for, Morgan.
So much happening in that space, and it's only changing day by day in the middle of this conflict. CNBC's Dom Chu for us there. Dom, thanks.
Well, the price of oil affects a lot more than just your car's gas tank or your home's heating system. You can expect to pay more for just about everything. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is joining us now to break down some of the specifics here. Hi, Sam.
Aaron, good morning. And look, I was just listening to Dominic, or good afternoon, a second ago, and driving less is not necessarily going to insulate you. The reason being, of all the oil that is consumed, Aaron, globally, 60% of that is for fuel, 40% of it is for everything else, and that means plastics in your phones. It also comes down to produce. Why produce? Because fertilizer utilizes fossil fuel, and right now there is a crunch on fertilizer, meaning that produce and meats and dairy, all the things that come from livestock that need grain, they're all impacted as well. So your grocery bills aren't the only things going up. Pretty much you're seeing higher costs as a consumer, Aaron, across the board.
It's a ripple effect that stretches far beyond just filling up. The skyrocketing cost of oil hitting you at the pump, tied to not tens or hundreds, but thousands of other products. Sure, there's delivering the items.
The majority of them are going to be on truck or rail, which consumes diesel fuel.
But unknown to many shoppers, oil is in your products too. Petroleum derivatives make up plastics and electronics like TVs and smartphones. For home and construction, they're in furniture, carpet, and roof shingles. At the grocery store, the crunch on fertilizer impacts produce, grain, and even meat and dairy. And everyday goods like moisturizer and sunscreen are packaged in plastic.
Basic lotion for everyday use.
At University Pharmacy in South Florida, Natasha Patel sees the upticks on her shelves. But she says medicine, from asthma and cholesterol to blood pressure medication, is also on a steep curve. In some cases, up 200% or more, with petrochemicals often involved in production.
It's so hard to tell a patient, especially with groceries going up, gas prices going up, to tell them, hey, now your medication that you need on a day-to-day basis to survive is going up as well.
Nothing operates in a vacuum. Supply chain issues are also playing a role, making isolating the spike from oil alone very difficult. But it's a huge spoke in the wheel.
A lot of people know there's petroleum products in tires, but if you're using a bike as an example, what about the cables on the brakes, the tape on the handles, the styrofoam in the helmets, the plastic in these bottles? Half the products in the store have some form of petroleum.
At No Boundaries Sports in Coral Gables, Oscar Paez tells me it's a perfect storm of issues.
Shortage of supply,
we have logistical issues and you see gas prices go up or petroleum-based stuff, you'll see higher prices.
While racing to get a bike might save you on fuel, some more practical tips for staying conscientious at any point include buying off-brand food products. The most expensive ones are often at eye level, and shopping for appliances at independent stores where you might negotiate a better bargain. Either way, shoppers are starting to see double vision.
If you wear eyeglasses, the cost of polycarbonate lenses just went up.
And it is pretty incredible just to think about the reach of all of the consumer products that have some sort of petroleum derivative in them. Now, a couple of points for you, Aaron. One is that the trucks that come, the 18-wheelers to your local grocery store, or the Amazon trucks that are bringing food to your house, they are generally running on diesel fuel vehicles, which is to say, if regular fuel right now is at records of $4.25 a gallon, diesel is outpacing that. It's at $4.80 a gallon right now. All of that gets baked into the costs. And second, Ukraine, aside from just the oil fallout, happens to be one of the largest exporters in the world for wheat. So there is an agricultural component to this as well. Obviously, they can't plant their next crops, which is to say that wheat-based products, pasta, spaghetti, bread, any and all of that kind of item are going to be more expensive as well. There are just so many trickle-down effects of what's happening right now. As consumers here, certainly on the ground, it is horrifying. What we're experiencing economically here as well is more pain. Aaron?
A lot more impacts to come. Sam Brock for us in Florida today. Sam, thank you.
Ukrainian leaders say Russia blew up a children's hospital, leaving a pile of rubble behind.
Still ahead, what it looks like for the 2 million Ukrainians trying to escape the violence.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a Philadelphia police officer who shot a 12-year-old boy will be fired. The city's police commissioner announced on Tuesday that the unnamed officer violated the department's use of force directives. The plainclothes officer shot Thomas Sedario in the back last week as he ran away. Now, the commissioner also said evidence suggests that the young boy fired a bullet into an unmarked police car before he was chased. A man at the center of a medical miracle has died. 57-year-old David Bennett had a genetically altered pig heart transplanted into his body in January. Now, he had severe heart disease when he agreed to the experiment. The University of Maryland Medical Center saying his condition began deteriorating a few days before his death on Tuesday. And a stunning discovery in the Antarctic Ocean. A British expedition encountered the wreck of the Endurance 107 years after it sunk. Now get this, this was the ship of English explorer Ernest Shackleton, who attempted a land crossing of Antarctica back in 1914. He led his crew on a very daring escape and survived, making him a legend of British exploration.
Let's bring you up to speed now on the breaking developments out of Ukraine today. At this hour, thousands of civilians are rushing from cities under siege, desperate to get out. Today, Russia and Ukraine agreed to a new evacuation route, or several, to help civilians escape the violence. But Ukraine says hundreds of thousands remained trapped. The United Nations saying there have been more than 1,300 civilian casualties in Ukraine so far.
War-torn Mariupol has been hit especially hard. Today, the city council said Russian airstrikes destroyed a maternity hospital. Ukrainian officials are calling that situation catastrophic. Meanwhile, the UN does report that millions have successfully made their way to neighboring countries.
NBC News crews are covering every angle of this breaking story for you. Let's begin with NBC's Jay Gray. He's in Poland for us now. Jay, I know you're in a shelter there. How are folks there? How are the refugees holding up?
Yeah. Well, it's a difficult go, obviously, and they continue to pour in. We're seeing more and more people move into the shelter, 800 beds here. I want you to look across a donation center, mostly toiletries here, diapers.
All right, it looks like we...
Medical center on the other side of this. There's a kitchen. There's a... Hey, guys, you got me?
Yeah, we have you, Jay. I'm sorry. We lost you for a second, but go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Yeah. There's a medical center on the other side. There's a place to wash and dry clothes and things like that. This was, as we talked about earlier, a shopping mall. These were all vendors that have moved downstairs, a doctor funding this entirely, doing it all on his own because he felt like he had to do something. Move down this hall. We're on the other side from what we showed you earlier. And I want to show you what's just down here. You saw the donations, the toiletries and things like that here. This one's so key for everybody. Clothing. So you've got jackets, you've got blankets, you've got shoes, boots, the things that people need when all they could do was grab a few things, throw them in a bag, and run. And so a lot of people with the opportunity to get things as they stop here and then move on their way. But the most important room that I've seen in this shelter is right next door. And I want to give you a peek inside. It's actually a playroom, guys. And these are kids who quite literally have come through bullets and bombs and the fighting to get to this spot. Some of them traveling 2 and 3 days by foot or being carried by their parents. And this is their first chance in a couple of weeks to just be kids, playing with friends, to see them smile and to see the change that transpires when they come in and see this room and see other kids is amazing. It's remarkable what they're doing here, what the volunteers across Poland are doing to help these refugees.
You're right, Jay. It is beautiful and heartbreaking at the same time to see those kids just getting a little bit of an opportunity to be kids despite all the chaos that's going on around them. We appreciate you showing us that, Jay. Jay Gray for us in Poland today. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, I know that you spoke with some Americans who are trying to help their relatives escape. How exactly? What did they tell you?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, it is heartbreaking. There's a growing sense of uncertainty, a sense of helplessness that is only getting worse by the day.
When his cousin's family sent him this video from their apartment in northeast Ukraine, Andrei Molchanov's life changed.
I just immediately went into red alert.
He then saw his cousin's 6-year-old daughter, Sonia, in a cellar, hiding from the chaos.
Привет всем. Ну, я вам еще хотела пожелать, чтобы Земли было очень хорошо.
They needed an escape plan. So for days, Andre, who lives in LA, has been working virtually around the clock to provide logistical support for his relatives turned refugees.
I know that I can't stop doing what I'm doing because I can't sleep comfortably unless I'm doing everything I can to help.
In New York's Long Island, Voldemort Tokovsky has also been trying to help family members escape since the war broke out. Now his mother and brother don't want to leave.
They're making this choice, right? Because they feel like it's their land, this is their life, and they just don't want to give that up, right? They want to fight.
Olga Soy is a social media influencer from Chicago who'd been visiting her mother in Kyiv when the shelling began.
Has this all sunk in yet?
Not at all, no. This is a bomb shelter.
She documented her brief stay in an underground bomb shelter and then her frantic journey with her mother to Poland.
We're just waiting to get to the border, I guess.
But now she's desperately trying to find an escape plan for her father and other relatives in Kherson, the southern port city under Russian control.
My whole family is still in Ukraine, and your day starts with waking up and calling to see if everybody's alive.
Her hometown defiant in the face of Russian occupation.
There are no words to describe it. It's horrifying. It is. It doesn't make any sense.
Senseless as the war may be, tonight Andre has some hope. Some of his relatives have just managed to cross into Poland, but his cousin stayed behind, putting his life on the line.
It really breaks my heart to know that we might not see each other, and I'm just trying to do whatever I can to not let that happen.
It really is gut-wrenching for these families. Now, even if they are able to get their relatives out of Ukraine, so far they have not been able to get them visas to come here to the U.S. They're asking the federal government to make that easier. Morgan and Aaron?
NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you.
Now, hundreds of students from India trapped near the Russia-Ukraine border are now on their way to safety. Those students have been evacuated through a humanitarian corridor out of the city of Sumy. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esimwa has been following this story for us. She joins us now. Zincle, bring us up to speed.
Yeah, Aaron, so we've been keeping up with these Indian students. I've been texting them all week, and they've been trapped at Sumy University since Russia's invasion began. Some students I spoke with decided to stay at the university because they were fearful about what would happen if they attempted to leave, while others just yesterday began the hours-long journey to flee war-torn Ukraine.
International students trapped in Ukraine finally evacuated out of the war zone. Since Russia's invasion began, students pleaded for help.
We are afraid.
And for food and water.
It's 2022 and you had to melt snow for water. How does that feel?
It feels like we're in Stone Age.
Now, this convoy of students fleeing the region during a temporary ceasefire on Tuesday, according to India's government and student accounts. India says there were about 700 Indian students stuck at Sumy University by the Russian border, with as many as 1,700 foreign students still in the dorms.
Just pray for us. We are just moving from our own risk.
Their prayers answered. On Tuesday, Ukrainian officials announced an evacuation corridor from Sumy to Poltava and asked Russia to uphold its ceasefire commitment. Tuesday morning, a long line of evacuation buses. But the hope of safe evacuation is overshadowed by fear. Shivangi Jaswal said Tuesday the journey is, quote, very stressful. On Monday night, Ukraine said Sumy rescue efforts were interrupted by a Russian airstrike in a residential area. Verified video shows a rubble-filled Sumy with just a few trees and buildings standing. Still, the Indian government says it successfully evacuated students, while others, like Jaswal, say as of Tuesday, they are still in transit with no idea about their routes. Before her journey, we spoke to her.
What do you want the world to know about what's happening to you and other Indian students who are stuck in Ukraine?
I want the world to stop this war. We want peace.
You know, Zincle, we've all seen these reports about some Nigerian students also being trapped in Ukraine. What do we know about that? Have we learned any more about efforts to get them out?
That's an important question, Aaron. I've heard from these African students who include Nigerians who were not only trapped, but say they faced violence from border officials in Ukraine. I know we showed that report on your show earlier last week. And many of those students have successfully gotten out of Ukraine, but say they still feel shocked and fearful. And obviously, they're traumatized. One Nigerian man who was a student in Ukraine earning his master's was asked by our team in Poland if he would go back after the war. And he said absolutely not. And he said the reason was what he called discrimination that he faced at the border. So a lot of really difficult stories coming from Indian, African, and other international students still trying to get out of Ukraine. Aaron?
All right, Zinkley Esemwad, thank you.
Thank you.
And as we've been reporting, Russian troops are amassing just outside of Ukraine's capital, with President Zelensky vowing to remain in the city. Ukrainians are evacuating Kyiv's suburbs to escape Russian bombardment, many of them sheltering in the city's metro stations. Z Gaiman joins us now, a mother of two who has been sheltering with her family there in Kyiv. Z, first off, I want to thank you for taking time to even share your story with us today. First off, how are you and your family doing? How are you coping? Do you have any plans to leave Kyiv?
Currently, we don't have any plans to leave because my husband is in territorial defense. So as long as we have family here, we're not leaving. And right now, there's an airstrike alarm. That's why we're currently in the corridor between the apartments. But otherwise, I think we're okay because this morning, my mom went to the store. So there's still food available. The main necessities are available also. So yeah, we just believe in our army. We believe in the guys that protect us and defend us. So we're here to be there for them when they need us, when they will finally come back with freedom and victory.
You know, it's interesting to hear you talking about them coming back with freedom. I mean, that's the ultimate hope. Can you walk us through? I mean, Z, a lot of people can't even imagine what you're going through right now, what your days look like. How do you all cope hour by hour? Where are you staying? What are you doing? How are you getting access to that food you described? I mean, what does the day-to-day look like for you right now?
The entire 2 weeks, today marks the 2 weeks since the start of the war. It's been surreal because our standard routines are completely overhauled. We started working, I work in an IT company, a small IT company called Husby. And we started working on the projects this week to maintain a sense of normalcy. Otherwise, our kids don't have any school. There are some online classes that are being offered right now by Ukrainian government. So that's very helpful with fun things to do for kids so that they have stuff to do and activities to do. Otherwise, our main day is mostly getting up, having breakfast, then doing some screen time or communicating with a lot of the friends from overseas and from all the other countries that are interested in what's going on. Then it's lunch, then more communication, and dinner, and then the nightly routine. So it feels like we don't do anything, but at the same time, the days fly by just because they're all the same. Because we're all at home, we try to minimize going outside, just so, to simplify the crowd management or something.
Sure.
And plus, our army guys tell us to, if you have an opportunity to stay inside, just because it's safer. And so, yeah.
Z, I want to just thank you for kind of giving us a look at what your life is like there, and I hope you know how much support there is around the world for you and for your safety. Thank you so much, Z, for joining us.
Teachers in Florida worried their classrooms will no longer be safe spaces to have certain conversations.
Still ahead, how student advocates are reacting to that state's passage of the so-called Don't Say Gay bill. Stay with us.
What are you doing doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Florida's controversial Don't Say Gay bill is on its way to the governor's desk after the state legislature approved it. Christian Benavides from our station in South Florida has been following this story for us. He joins us now. Christian?
Hi there, Aaron. All indications currently are that the governor will likely sign the bill. In recent days, he has been defending the legislation, even as protests all throughout the state have been pressuring lawmakers to drop the bill. State Republicans, however, were unfazed, determined to move the legislation forward.
Even in the face of statewide protests and national outcry.
22 yeas, 17 nays, Mr. President.
So the bill passes. The Florida Senate passed the Parental Rights in Education bill. It's a blow to the LGBTQ+ community, which rallied against the legislation, but to no avail.
I knew that I was different by kindergarten. I was getting bullied for being more outwardly feminine, and I was confused and I didn't know why.
Will Larkins organized a massive walkout at his Orlando area high school.
Everyone kind of knew that this was going to happen, but it still happened, and it still hurt, and it's frightening.
Critics have dubbed it the Don't Say Gay bill, which Florida Republicans have taken an issue with.
That's inaccurate. It doesn't say anything in the bill about that. What it talks about is topics of instruction and parental rights on changes of services or monitoring.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis lashed out at a reporter this week when asked about it.
Does it say that in the bill? Does it say that in the bill? I'm asking you to tell me what's in the bill because you are pushing false narratives.
The bill states that classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards.
And we're going to make sure that parents are able to send their kid to kindergarten without having some of this stuff injected into their school curriculum.
But Democrats have argued the language in the bill is broad enough that it could cause a chilling effect across public schools, regardless of grade level, on LGBTQ+ topics. The bill also gives parents the right to sue schools over the matter.
I never wanted to disappoint my dad. And I even told him to watch this today.
Democratic State Senator Chevron Jones, who is openly gay, got emotional as the bill was being debated.
When you're talking about seeing and hearing children who and they're banging the floor to ensure that you do not hurt or harm myself or my friends, and if that doesn't resonate and pull on your heartstring, I don't know what else.
U.S. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona called the bill hateful and wrote in a statement that schools receiving federal funding must follow civil rights law, including protections against discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. If the governor signs this into law, as it's expected, it would take effect in July. Aaron?
Christian Benavides for us. Thank you.
A former high school football coach is taking his firing all the way to the Supreme Court. The sticking point, whether the coach's post-game prayer is in fact protected under free speech and religious rights. CNBC's Scott Cohn spoke with the coach about this case and joins us now. Scott, what'd you find?
Well, Morgan, we expect that the High Court is going to hear arguments on this as soon as next month with a ruling by the summer. This is a case that is closely watched. It pits a former assistant high school football coach who says he was fired against his old employer, but also it pits one part of the First Amendment against another.
And that's what America's built off of.
To hear Joe Kennedy tell it, the essence of freedom is on the line. The 50-yard line, to be exact.
I don't want anybody to ever have to lose their job because of their faith.
This is where his practice of kneeling and saying a prayer of thanks at the end of every football game in this working-class Seattle suburb ignited a controversy now headed to the Supreme Court.
I've been a fighter my whole life, and the Constitution actually really means something to me, and the First Amendment.
Attorneys representing the district agree it's about the First Amendment, the part that bars the government from endorsing religion.
This is a case about a coach who was pressuring his players to pray with him at the 50-yard line, violating their religious freedom after every high school football game repeatedly.
Do you see where that's problematic for the school district?
I really don't. These kids I helped raise. It wasn't like we were doing anything trying to promote a religion or trying to convert anybody. It was just being thankful after a football game, and that was it.
Kennedy, a self-described Christian, says all he ever wanted, all he's fighting for, is to say a brief prayer privately at midfield.
If this were a case about a teacher or a coach's right to pray privately, we wouldn't be here.
The pictures show something far different from private prayer. Players, often from both teams, taking a knee and surrounding Kennedy as he led the post-game ritual.
The school district learned from a player's father that he felt coerced to join the prayer in order to have playtime.
A federal appeals panel twice sided with the district, one judge calling Kennedy's case a deceitful narrative. Now, the Supreme Court will decide if the appeals court and the district went too far. Lost on no one, the conservative tilt of today's Supreme Court.
We're hopeful that the court could still rule the right way.
The ideal outcome for you is that you get your job back and you can go back to the way that things were?
I would like to be the coach here at Bremerton High School again, and I would like to be able to thank God afterwards.
The district's attorneys have offered the justices an alternative. This may be, in football terms, a bit of a Hail Mary. They point out that Kennedy no longer lives in Bremerton. He's moved to Florida. And so they say the justices could just decide the whole thing is moot. But Kennedy says no. If the court rules in his favor, he will be on the first flight back to Bremerton. Morgan?
Wow, a lot to unpack there. CNBC's Scott Cohn. Scott, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
The First Lady of Ukraine is calling out Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Just after the break, the heartbreaking details she shared about the youngest casualties of this war.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
As the war in Ukraine rages on, Ukrainians are left scrambling for basic needs. Many are now left without necessities like clean water, food, or shelter. Now humanitarian groups are doing what they can to help. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen has been following this closely for us. She joins us now. So, Vicky, what do Ukrainians need most at this point?
Aaron, so good to be with you. And think of it as an emergency situation like what we saw here after Hurricane Ida or after the wildfires in the West. People's immediate needs, food, water, shelter. But then it goes beyond that. It's cold there, so they need warm clothes. When you leave with only what you can carry, there are things that moms who are carrying children and babies need that are expensive. Diapers, baby formula, medicine, pain medicine for grown-ups and for kids. So it's a whole list of all kinds of things that are needed. But aid workers tell us it's much better if you can and if you want to donate money, because that is what gives them the ability to be flexible and agile and respond to the needs of the refugees and the people there on the ground. And frankly, you know, there are some groups there right now, Global Empowerment Mission, for example, in Poland. They are using donations to buy plane tickets and train tickets to help those refugees get out of their camps and get to stable housing, Aaron.
All right, Vicky Nguyen for us today with some ideas on how folks can help. Vicky, thank you.
And as Russian forces surround Ukraine's capital, Ukrainian First Lady Olena Zelenska has bravely spoken out against Russia and the war. In an open letter, she voiced frustration and heartache over this conflict. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
In response to what First Lady Olena Zelenska calls an overwhelming number of media requests, she's now posted an emotional letter on social media. She calls it her testimony to Ukraine. Take a look.
The First Lady of Ukraine describing the destruction in vivid and heartbreaking detail. Perhaps the most terrifying and devastating of this invasion are the child casualties. Olena Zelenska writes in her open letter, "When Russia says that it is not waging war against civilians, I call out the names of these murdered children first," with photos of children, she says, who have now been killed in the war. Like her husband, President Volodymyr Zelensky, the First Lady has emerged as a national hero following an unlikely background. Zelensky famously rose to prominence as an actor, while his wife was a comedy writer who largely stayed out of the spotlight before becoming First Lady. Now Zelensky describes himself as Russia's #1 target and his family as target #2. Though reportedly at an undisclosed location with her children, Olena Zelenska has continued to reach out to Ukrainians and the world through social media. The 44-year-old mother now sharing other children's stories, like a girl whose grandfather, she writes, tried to protect her from shells. Zelenska also reflecting on the challenges of getting essential medical care and the heartache of mothers, something we've seen throughout Ukraine as the refugee crisis mounts. And calling out President Putin, writing, "He underestimated our country, our people, and their patriotism." Zelenska adding this dire warning for the rest of the world. The war in Ukraine is not a war somewhere out there. This is a war in Europe. If we don't stop Putin, who threatens to start a nuclear war, there will be no safe place in the world for any of us.
Now, she also makes a direct appeal to the world's media. She says, please keep showing what is happening in Ukraine. Please keep showing the truth. And to the border countries and to the people helping, she says a big thank you, and we see you.
Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. The rush to escape. Thousands of Ukrainian refugees flooding the borders of neighboring countries. The growing humanitarian crisis as Russian forces intensify their assault.
Record surge, gas prices skyrocketing from coast to coast, while the White House says the worst may still be yet to come.
Stamp of approval. Congress signing off on a massive overhaul of the Postal Service. The plan to save the agency billions of dollars and what it means for your mail.
And the $200 million man. Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers inking a new deal in Green Bay. We'll tell you what the star football player is saying about his major new contract.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin with Russia's invasion of Ukraine officially hitting the 2-week mark. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky saying in a video today, quote, "The scale of the threat is in its peak. We're also monitoring a developing situation at the now Russian-controlled Chernobyl nuclear plant. The facility has been disconnected from the power grid, which means that no electricity is coming in. This could potentially jeopardize the cooling of nuclear material still stored at that site."
Russian troops took control of that plant back on February 24th. Ukraine's foreign minister also warning that radiation leaks could happen if repairs are not done. He's now calling for a ceasefire to make that happen. And on the diplomatic front, Vice President Kamala Harris is on her way to Poland as we speak. This comes as the U.S. and Poland are at odds over how to get fighter jets to Ukraine. Our team is following all of the late-breaking developments at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. She's in Lviv, Ukraine, for us again today. Molly, let's start with this humanitarian effort, specifically in southern Ukraine. Do we know if civilians are getting out of that area or if aid is getting into Mariupol?
Yeah, Aaron, this has been the big focus, and for the last 5 days, the humanitarian corridors have largely failed. Now, minutes ago, we just got a statement. It says Ukrainian Interior Ministry advisor says humanitarian corridor agreements mostly did not work on Wednesday. They add that it did work slightly from Sumy, another town called Enerhodor, but not from Kharkiv, and we are not hearing any positive news out of Mariupol. So the plan this morning, Aaron, was 6 new humanitarian corridors, including out of the city of Sumy, where we know that 5,000 civilians got out yesterday, also in Volnovakha and also in Mariupol. We have been focused so much on Mariupol, Aaron. It is in the southeast. It is on the Black Sea. It's a city of about 450,000. But according to the Red Cross, the situation is incredibly dire. More than 200,000 people remain there trapped without water, without heat, without any electricity. Now, the plan was for humanitarian aid on 30 buses and 8 trucks to go in and pick up civilians and go out as of this hour, and it is about 6 o'clock local time. We have not seen any evidence of actually civilians getting out of that city onto the buses and to relative safety. Aaron?
So that's the humanitarian side of this for us. Molly, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now to talk about the military side of this. Dan, Poland says that it is ready to get some fighter jets to the Ukrainian people. The U.S. is saying not so fast on that. Explain to us the disconnect here. What happened? What's at issue?
Yeah, Aaron, I think really this is an illustration of the dilemmas facing the U.S. and NATO allies. And on the one hand, trying to help Ukraine defend itself, and on the other hand, avoiding any step that could somehow escalate or widen the war and turn it into a kind of a direct NATO-U.S. conflict. And so the problem here was that Poland said, okay, we're ready to donate our Russian-made Soviet-era fighter jets to Ukraine, but they also wanted the U.S. to give them airplanes to replace them. But they were very worried about flying those planes to the Polish border and then have Russia accuse them of being a party to the conflict. So they said, we'll send those planes to a U.S. base in Germany. And then you had the Pentagon yesterday saying that's not tenable. We can't be, this is a really complicated endeavor and dangerous possibly to fly fighter jets into the war zone. So everyone wants to help Ukraine, but also they don't want to antagonize Russia. And that's where we are.
All right, we'll wait to see how this works itself out, hopefully in the near future here. Dan DeLuce for us in Washington. Thank you, Dan.
Meanwhile, the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine is speaking out. Marie Yovanovitch served in that post from 2016 to 2019, and this morning joined Savannah Guthrie on Today's Show to really discuss the war and why she thinks the U.S. might want to consider a no-fly zone.
I think the administration and NATO do need to look at the possibility of a no-fly zone for humanitarian purposes.
Of course, they say that means you're walking into World War III. You're having a direct confrontation with Russia. What's the counter to that? I mean, everybody wants to help Ukraine, and everyone is terrified of a nuclear confrontation with Russia.
Right. So that is a real concern. But I also think that we cannot let Putin set the terms of this debate and have Putin decide how this is going to go. But we nevertheless need to be very careful and plan everything out well.
Yesterday, the CIA director told Congress that Putin's mindset has hardened. His words in recent years, he's become more isolated, and he is likely to double down. What's your assessment? How far is he willing to take this, despite the economic and other pain he may be feeling from this?
I think that assessment is probably correct. I think everything we've seen is that Putin is not yet on a path to an off-ramp, and that he will double down. And the Ukrainian people are the ones that are going to pay the price, but so are the Russian people. And I think that's important to remember.
And many have suggested that Putin won't stop with Ukraine, and that's really the bedrock of Ukraine's argument for more military intervention from the West, that if you don't stop him here, he's going to keep going.
And I think that's what we've seen over the last 2 decades, where Putin went into Georgia in 2008, Ukraine in 2014, got away with it, and thought he was going to get away with it again. And that was a huge miscalculation.
Why do you think he chose to invade now?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that he has been obsessed with Ukraine for a long time. You can see it in his actions as well as in his writings and his speeches. I think, he's got presidential elections coming up in 2024. He wants to look good and strong, and he miscalculated. He thought this would be a cakewalk, and it is not. The Ukrainian people are resisting, as those of us who know the Ukrainian people knew they would.
Tell us about the will of the Ukrainian people. What are we seeing on display? And President Zelensky as well.
Yeah. So I think, just to start with President Zelensky, I mean, he's a comedian, as everybody knows. He's also a businessman. He started this media conglomerate, a self-made man. And now he's president, and that was extremely unlikely. But he has met his moment. He's a hero now, inspiring not only the Ukrainian people, but also the world. The Ukrainian people are, unruly. They love freedom. They're not going to let anybody tell them what to do, certainly not Putin. They're kind of like us in that sort of very independent way. And they have always been strong and independent, and I think you're seeing that now, that they're not going to give in, they're not going to give up. Everybody from, little kids to grandmas packing Molotov cocktails and other things. I mean, it's incredible.
Now, the economic fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is getting worse by the day. Gas prices here in the U.S. soaring to record highs. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now from L.A. Joe, another day, another record.
Yeah, that's right. Gas prices hitting $4.25 as the national average, according to AAA. I was just checking the markets there to see how markets are reacting. The Dow is up 600 points right now. But President Biden issuing this Russian ban on oil as it enjoys rare bipartisan support. But he's also warning that prices will continue to go up.
Gas prices are breaking records again. The national average hitting $4.25 a gallon, 8 cents more than just yesterday. And President Biden warning there's more to come.
It's going to go up.
When asked what he can do about it,
can't do much right now. Russia's responsible.
After announcing the new measures taking aim at the heart of the Russian economy.
We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. And the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
The president making the announcement after rare bipartisan pressure to stop the flow from Russia. Ukraine's President Zelensky expressing his gratitude to the U.S.,
Сполучені Штати Америки зробили крок.
calling it a strong signal to the rest of the world, saying the import ban of Russian oil to the U.S. will weaken the country economically, politically, and ideologically. President Biden telling Americans to brace for even more pain at the pump, but also warning oil and gas companies not to exploit consumers or pad profits.
Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging.
The U.S. ban comes after impassioned requests. Ukrainian parliament member Alexandra Ustinova telling Savannah last week.
The president of the United States is protecting them from paying extra 20-30 cents for a gallon of gas, and that's why so many Ukrainians have to die.
Though many Americans say they support the ban, it also means gas prices continue to skyrocket.
I shudder to even think about how much it's going to be for me to fill up.
On Wall Street, another volatile day of trading as oil prices climbed yet again after President Biden's announcement. The pressure on Putin intensifying as Americans feel the fallout at the pump.
So the big question really is, how high will gas prices go? How much will it affect small businesses like these coffee shops and boutiques here in Los Angeles when it comes to their bottom line? And the answer is there is no crystal ball. It really depends, analysts say, on the situation inside Russia, inside Ukraine. But at the pace we're going now and the current projections in place, we could be seeing up to 50 more cents per gallon in the national average by Memorial Day. Aaron?
All right, Jolene Kent for us in L.A. today. Joe, thanks.
And today, a key meeting between President Biden, state governors, and business leaders. On the agenda, the supply chain and reducing U.S. reliance on foreign manufacturing. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from Washington. Carol, look, these talks come on the heels of President Biden just announcing this ban on Russian oil. So we know how the U.S. supply chain links to China, but we also know that China is a close ally of Russia. So what is the White House saying about that? I mean, is there any concern about a potential conflict there?
Well, look, Morgan, if you remember, Vladimir Putin was hosted in China last month, and they stood next to President Xi and really showed a solidarity between Russia and China. And that was something that U.S. officials really took notice of. And now you're hearing U.S. officials say privately that this is something that they believe may have emboldened Putin to take this action in Ukraine, knowing that he had this really close ally in China. So there is concern about this alliance, but it's something that has been growing for some time. I think now the thing to look for is whether the U.S. can somehow convince China to use the power that it might have with Russia to try to get Vladimir Putin to de-escalate somehow at some point. So there is this perception that, the relationship between the two is potentially problematic, but also if the U.S. can play things right, that they might be able to take advantage of that and try to use it to their benefit, because we're seeing signs from China that they're not quite so sure that they're on board with what Putin is doing in Ukraine.
All right, NBC's Carol Lee for us there. Carol, thank you so much.
And lawmakers on Capitol Hill have agreed to a deal to fund the federal government through September. That $1.5 trillion package includes billions of dollars for aid to Ukraine and money for pandemic response. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from his post. Sahil, walk us through this deal and some of the big takeaways here.
Yeah, Aaron, this is a massive government funding bill, $1.5 trillion that has been in the works for weeks now. And the base bill is $1.5 trillion, divided about evenly between Department of Defense funding and domestic discretionary spending, with two key add-ons here. One is a package of aid for Ukraine. You see it on the screen just now, $13.6 billion in security, military, and humanitarian assistance, as well as $15.6 billion for COVID response. That's largely to protect against the next COVID variant after the United States was, caught off guard to a large extent by the Delta and Omicron variants. The administration does not want to be caught flat-footed if and when the next variant strikes. This was released in a massive piece of legislation overnight around 1 to 2 a.m. The House is hoping to vote on it today, and the Senate will have a couple of days before that Friday midnight deadline when government government funding lapses. They may go a little bit over it. Some of the senators I spoke to, including the Appropriations Chairman Patrick Leahy, suggesting yesterday. But the base deal is done. It's just a matter of time when they get this to the president's desk.
And at the same time, Sahil, lawmakers also passed some legislation to overhaul the Postal Service. This has been talked about and worked on for a long time now. What do people need to know about that?
An overwhelming bipartisan vote in the Senate, 79-19, to pass legislation that would overhaul the U.S. Postal Service. This bill has already passed the House, also on an overwhelming vote from both parties, and it is headed to President Biden's desk. These are the provisions that you see right now. It would lift some budget requirements that are unique to the Postal Service that other organizations don't have. It would require 6-day-a-week a delivery schedule for the post office with rare exceptions such as federal holidays and natural disasters. It would also put future retirees in Medicare. That would save a significant amount of money for health care. This is, a government-funded venture. Medicare is a government-run insurance program, which, of course, would be much more efficient to do than putting these people in private programs. So the whole idea here is to save a bunch of money for the post office to streamline delivery service. And by the way, it would create an online dashboard as well that shows delivery time, so Americans would have a better sense of what's going on with their mail. All told, it's expected to save somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 billion over the long haul. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us on Capitol Hill today. Thank you.
The federal government has filed new charges involving the Proud Boys and their connection to the Capitol riot. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams now from D.C. with the latest. Pete, talk to us about these new charges. I mean, who exactly are they targeting?
Well, there's just one new person. This is added to a new government indictment, and the one new person is Enrique Tarrio, the former chairman of the Proud Boys. He was not actually in the Capitol on January 6th because he'd been arrested 2 days earlier on charges of damaging a flag that had been taken out of a historic black church in Washington during a pro-Trump rally in December. But the government says that he helped inspire and lead this charge to the Capitol and the whole idea of coming to Washington. Now, what's interesting about this indictment is, in the past, the other members of the Proud Boys who were named in the indictment that he was added to, that indictment said that the Proud Boys came to Washington with some sort of unspecified plan to stage some sort of violent protest in an effort to discourage Congress from counting the electoral votes for president. What the new indictment says, though, is for the first time the government is saying that there was actual discussion before January 6th of storming the Capitol. And that's important because for over a year now, it's been a big question. Was the riot at the Capitol something that was planned in advance, or was it a sort of a taking advantage of the moment, heat of the moment kind of decision? And what the indictment says is that Tarrio was exchanging messages with other Proud Boys that discussed either staging demonstrations right at the Capitol or occupying the House or Senate office buildings or actually storming the Capitol. So that's what makes this indictment so interesting and different.
It's interesting and different, and we have this indictment, as you mentioned. It's been filed, but what comes next? I mean, can you kind of give us a sense of the timeline here?
Well, what comes next is the normal steps in a criminal trial. He will be brought before a magistrate later this week for a detention hearing. There was a very brief hearing yesterday in Miami. There'll be a detention hearing on Friday. The prosecutor said they want him held in jail pending his trial. So then the defense will begin to attack the government's case, and they'll eventually head to a trial. Now, there have been guilty pleas in some of these other cases involving the Oath Keepers, but we haven't seen that kind of guilty pleas yet involving key members of this conspiracy, and that could be an important next step if there are any for the government. But the defense will argue that in Tarrio's case, certainly, he wasn't even at the Capitol, and that any sort of talk about January 6th was very general. So we're just at the early stages now for him.
All right, NBC's Pete Williams joining us live from D.C. Pete, thank you.
A new report says hackers working on behalf of the Chinese government broke into the computer networks of at least 6 state governments. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney is tracking that story today. Ken, what do we know about these hackings that happened and who was targeted?
Not a lot, Aaron. This report by cybersecurity firm Mandiant does not identify the states that were targeted or ascribe a motive for the intrusions, which began last May. But the Chinese group believed responsible for the breaches is thought to be a state-sponsored actor and has a history of launching hacking operations both for espionage purposes and for financial gain. The report says the hackers exploited a previously unknown vulnerability in an off-the-shelf commercial web application used by 18 states for animal health management. And they say the hackers also took advantage of a software flaw known as Log4j that was discovered in December, and the U.S. official said is present in hundreds of millions of devices. The report said the hackers began exploiting the vulnerability within hours of it becoming public.
You know, Ken, there's been a lot more attention paid to cybersecurity in the last couple of years here. In particular, the Biden administration has had a big focus on that issue. What is the administration doing to try to prevent things like this from happening?
Well, the government is never going to be able to stop all attacks by foreign intelligence agencies and their proxies, Aaron. But the Biden administration has done more than any previous government to try to shore up federal cybersecurity. Biden has beefed up cybersecurity at federal agencies and set voluntary standards for critical infrastructure. That said, experts believe there's a lot more that needs to be done. Right now, Congress is considering a bill that would require companies to report when they are hacked. And the White House says it will support that bill, Aaron.
All right, Ken Dilanian for us in Washington today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
We are less than 2 weeks away from the start of spring, and we have not one, but two winter storms we're tracking into this weekend. The massive weather system is moving east from the Rockies and could bring snow from Texas all the way up to New England. NBC News meteorologist Bill Caron joins us now with more. Bill, what is the latest on this one?
It's not my fault. I'm not responsible. I love spring as much as anyone else does, and what a tease it was with the 60s and 70s over the last week throughout much of the country. And now the cold air has returned, the snow with it, and even some severe weather, too, especially in the south. So that's where we'll start. That's the most dangerous aspect of what's happening right now. Tornado watch is still in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon, southern Georgia, and also the panhandle of Florida from Panama City over through Tallahassee. And we've had some strong thunderstorms earlier today. We haven't had any reports of any tornadoes in the last couple hours. To the north, yes, winter has returned. It is snowing from Ohio through much of Pennsylvania. There's snowflakes falling just outside of New York City, all the way through the Hudson Valley. And now it's going to move into cold enough air that it will start accumulating, even on the roads in some areas of Pennsylvania, driving through any bridges, overpasses, high elevations. That's where the snow is going to stick. As far as the severe weather goes, we're roughly watching 6 to 7 million people at risk of severe storms the rest of today. Myrtle Beach, Charleston, Columbia, South Carolina, all the way down to Savannah. These are all areas that will have a line of strong thunderstorms going between now and probably about 8 p.m. this evening. After that, the threat seems to diminish. Additional snowfall. This isn't a huge event in the Northeast. It's just enough to cause some slick spots on your way home later today, especially at higher elevations, Berkshires, Catskills, driving through the Poconos or the southern tier of New York. So let me get you to the next storm, because this storm exits pretty quickly. The next storm is already starting today in areas of Colorado. Denver's 22 degrees in snow. I mean, that's not a March forecast. That's like a January forecast. Thursday, tomorrow, still cold. Then we're going to see that storm combining with another storm. And here's where the problems really begin on Friday. Snow from North Texas. Yeah, North Texas with snow in the middle of March. There could even be accumulating snows in Missouri through Indiana. And then by the time we get to Saturday, all of this mess heads for the Northeast. It looks like from D.C. to New York to Boston, mostly a rain event with some snow at the tail end. But interior New England could get some heavy plowable snow out of this, especially West Virginia, Pennsylvania, western and central New York, the Adirondacks, the White and the Green Mountains of Vermont and New Hampshire. Those are all areas that have some significant snow to deal with, and windy and cold on the backside of that for your Sunday. So who's going to get the most snow out of this weekend storm? The white shows you enough that you get it on the grassy surfaces. Shouldn't be too bad on the roads or the sidewalks. Where you get into the bluish colors, that's where we should have enough to shovel from West Virginia to Pittsburgh. And once you're in the purple, that's where it's going to be a while before you see the green grass, because we expect heavy snow. Someone's going to get a foot of snow out of this storm this upcoming weekend. Yes, spring's heading our way, but we're going to have to wait for it, especially in New England.
Oh, man, that is not the news I wanted to hear, Bill Caron. I will be honest. You know, I got very spoiled, as you mentioned, with that 60-degree day.
It was so nice. It was 70. It was so nice. I pulled a pair of shorts out.
I literally looked up at the weather and I was like, I don't have to go back, right? No, we're done with that. And now you're telling me not so close. Anyways, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks so much, Bill. And coming up, millions of civilians are being forced out of Ukraine.
The red tape refugees with American ties are running into as they try to escape the war zone.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, Hawaii now joining the rest of the country in dropping mask mandates. The governor says Hawaii will lift its requirement for face coverings indoors on March 25th. The state is the last in the nation to announce the change. The governor says cases there are trending way down and the vaccination rate is high. The college basketball game interrupted by a fight in the stands. Fans started throwing punches and drinks during the Bryant University and Wagner College NEC championship last night in Rhode Island. The court was cleared, but one player from Wagner was ejected for trying to run into the stands. Bryant won that game 70-43, which may have contributed to the angst building up among the fans. And Apple rolling out new products, including a new budget iPhone. The iPhone SE is the successor to the 2020 model, but with 5G. The new phone costs $429 and hits store shelves next Friday. During the announcement yesterday, Apple CEO Tim Cook wore a blue sweater and yellow watch band, an apparent show of support for Ukraine.
Speaking of which, let's go ahead and bring you up to date on the breaking developments out of Ukraine. The humanitarian crisis is growing as more civilians rush to escape cities under siege. Today, Russia and Ukraine agreed to several evacuation corridors. We're talking about routes from 6 cities that have been established to help civilians escape that violence.
Meanwhile, thousands remain trapped. Ukraine's foreign minister says hundreds of thousands are still in war-torn Mariupol, stranded without essentials. Nearly 3,000 newborns don't have medicine or food. The UN says 2 million people have been able to make it out, and the Polish embassy says more than 1.3 million people came to Poland alone. Vice President Kamala Harris is making her way to Poland right now to meet with both government officials and refugees.
And Ukrainian civilians are bearing the brunt of this war. Hundreds have been killed, millions have been displaced. As Sky News correspondent Greg Millam tells us, they are remaining resilient despite the relentless attacks.
Vova has undergone surgery after being hit in the head by a bullet. How are you, asks the doctor.
Vovочка, как дела?
Fine, comes the faint reply. This is the Children's Hospital in Kharkiv, a city that's seen some of the fiercest fighting of this war. 8-year-old Dima was hit by shrapnel when a shell struck the family home. It's lodged at the base of his skull.
We have operated on 4 children suffering from shrapnel wounds or bullet wounds. Sadly, one little girl died yesterday.
The staff here continue to work in the face of regular bombardment and constant anxiety. Russia denies targeting civilians, but few in Ukraine believe that. There is some hope for those trying to escape. Buses bound for humanitarian corridors, finally able to pass without being shelled. Some from the city of Mariupol, though, did reportedly come under fire. They leave behind a desperate situation. What their government really wants is to get their hands on these Polish fighter jets. Poland happy to send them, but only via the US military in Germany.
We are ready to give all of our fleet of jet fighters to Ramstein, but we are not ready to make any moves on our own because, as I said, we are not party to this war. Thank you.
It came as news to the Americans. Within hours, the Pentagon had killed the idea. It is simply not clear that there is a substantive rationale for the US or NATO to be flying jets over Ukraine, it said. But concerns over being dragged into this conflict haven't prevented sanctions, again welcomed by Ukraine's president.
Every cent paid to Russia, they turn into bullets and missiles that are aimed at other sovereign states.
But satellite images show the continuing destruction of his country. There is hope for another humanitarian effort today, but US intelligence assessments say Putin has been surprised by the resistance from Ukraine. His response, they say, will be to escalate this war.
Now, Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv remains in the epicenter of this crisis. The president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is still there, and so are many, many others. U.S. officials say a 40-mile-long Russian military convoy is still stalled just outside the city. The head of CIA warns that Vladimir Putin is, quote, angry and frustrated and is likely to double down on his invasion. Joining us now is Andriy Morozov. Sorry, I mispronounced it. Morozovsky. Thank you. I appreciate you helping me out there. I know you're a resident of Kyiv. We do appreciate you making time to talk to us today. Can you tell us what you're experiencing right now in your capital city?
So far, situation in Kyiv is pretty much okay compared to what you've seen in Mariupol, Izium, Kharkiv, and other cities of eastern Ukraine. Our hearts are broken to see this destruction. And I've just got a report, it's still not confirmed, about a shell or rocket hitting a maternity house in Mariupol. But in Kyiv, the situation is more or less okay. We have roadblocks, we have checkpoints, shops have short working time, but they are working, everything is there. The epicenter of fight is northwest of Kyiv, and the humanitarian crisis is like 20 kilometers from where I live.
Do you have plans to stay there? Do you have a plan to leave at any moment if you need to?
I took my child to my brother, like 200 miles away from Kyiv, but we decided to stay here because, as we say, we believe in different gods, but we trust in the Ukrainian armed forces. And I made the decision just because I have some experience in the military that until Russians deploy artillery and multiple launch rocket systems to shell our part of the city. We stay here. We support our military and the territorial defense, and and everybody volunteers for some kind of activity. I personally deliver transport elderly people because the public transport is not working. I transport elderly people to hospitals, and the doctors who have no cars, they go to the shifts at the hospitals, and they cannot reach there. So I take my car and I drive through the checkpoints to the homes and then to the hospitals.
Yeah, it's been so wonderful to watch Ukrainians like you step up and try to help out whoever needs help in whatever way you can. I do want to ask you before we let you go, for folks who are watching this interview, what do you want people to know about you, about Ukrainians, as we watch this crisis unfold in your country?
I would like to tell that this war is a myth-busting experience for the whole of the world, and I expect it to be. A whole bunch of myths is being debunked and destroyed about invincible Russian army, about the noble word of Russian officers, and these are not Dostoevsky and Tolstoy and Tchaikovsky people. Those are the Ivan the Terrible Oprichniks. Those are the NKVD murderers who killed my grandfather and sentenced 3 of my other grandfathers to Gulag. And these people want destruction here. They are not peaceful people. And we are very much appreciating all the military support, but also the prayers and the support that comes from common people of the free world. It's really, the whole nation is united, but with your support, spiritual support, material support, donations and other charities, and we are feeling like we are already part of the EU and a part of the free world.
Well, Andrei, we know that prayers will continue for you and people will continue to hope for you and your country. We appreciate you making time for us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
We want to stay here and continue our coverage of the humanitarian crisis on the ground. And let's go ahead now to Jay Gray, who's in Poland, right there along the border with Ukraine. Jay, give us a sense of what you're seeing today. I mean, how many more people have been arriving, for example, since we spoke to each other yesterday?
Yeah, Morgan, I'd love to tell you, but there's so many you can't keep count. It's overwhelming to see the flood of refugees pouring in. We're in a shelter right now, and I want to give you an idea of what you're looking at and what people encounter as they first move in. You can see the beds here, 800 beds in this particular shelter, but this is much different than some others that we've seen, because this, 2 weeks ago, was a shopping center. There were vendors in all of these areas, shops. A doctor who lives in this town said, I've got to help these people. I can't take this anymore. He convinced the vendors to go downstairs, and he created this shelter. Again, 800 beds. If you come with me this way, meals for everyone, catered meals as they come in. You can see the meals here. And it's something they desperately need, obviously, when they're making these trips. Showers and bathrooms. You can see here a place to wash and dry your clothes. I mean, how valuable is that for people who have just grabbed a couple of things and made their escape? Here's the deal. 2 days, 48 hours is how long it took them to transform this. He had crews working around the clock to get this done. If you get in and there's no catered meal available, you can come in here and make a sandwich. There are power bars, fruit, there's drinks as well. One of the most important aspects of all of this, though, is right here. And it's a medical center. It's 24/7, and it is fully staffed with doctors for 24/7. They come in. If you need a problem, have a problem, you can come and talk to the doctors. I talked to a lady who was working here today as a doctor, and she said, I was trained. I did my schooling in Ukraine. She said, I had to get back here and help.
Jay, this is, I think, the first report I have seen from inside a place like that. And I appreciate you sort of giving this firsthand look. Yeah. You know, we've been hearing these pleas from people on the ground for international help, specifically from the United States. Yeah. And as we mentioned, Vice President Kamala Harris is making her way to Poland today. So it's sort of emblematic, right, of the U.S. and the U.S. response. What do the people there tell you that they hope she, as a symbol of the United States, will say, do, or promise?
That the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine, stand with the partners who are engaged in this fight. I mean, the thing you hear most often is, close the airspace. Can someone close the airspace over Ukraine? She's not going to do that, and I think people are beginning to realize that. But they'd love to see the idea that the U.S. is so engaged in this and doing what they can. They look at the sanctions and say, yes, you're standing by our side. We applaud what you're doing with those sanctions. Do they want more? Obviously, their homeland's being destroyed. They want troops on the ground. They want fighters in the air. They understand the implications of that, and they are very proud that she's going to be here and represent the U.S. as this continues to unfold.
NBC's Jay Grayforce there. Jay, we really, really appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
Now, as Ukrainians try to escape the fighting in their country, most are ending up in Europe. Few are actually being welcomed into the U.S. at this point, according to the Biden administration. And with the situation overseas growing worse, Americans who have family still in Ukraine are begging for change. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now with that story. Vaughn?
Aaron, for some of these refugees, their closest family members are here in the United States. But right now, U.S. refugee policy is keeping most of them from getting here. The frantic fleeing from Ukraine has left now more than 2 million refugees displaced.
What led you guys here to being together here?
Sure. Many of them with family in the United States, but unable to get approval to make the journey here, including 7-year-old Vladislav and 12-year-old Stanislav Kostuk. They are brothers, refugees who fled to Poland. Their parents stayed behind in their Ukrainian town of Zaborov to help defend the country. Here's a photo of their father taken Monday. The boys' nearest extended family is in America. But because the boys can't get official refugee status in the U.S., their uncle and a cousin who live in New York flew to Poland to care for them.
That's all we're asking for, is for the time being, for the kids to just have a safe place to be.
Their uncle went to the U.S. Embassy in Warsaw on Monday, but officials there declined the boys' ability to fly to the U.S. The U.S. Embassy's website explicitly saying such travel is not possible.
It's 7-year-old boy without his mother and father, you know.
The Biden administration has yet to create an expedited refugee pipeline to the U.S. for Ukrainians. But Russia is currently shelling their home country. The oldest brother saying, without my parents, it's more difficult to adjust. Back in New York, Olha Rosanovsky and her son Michael wait. Olha is the boy's aunt and the sister of their mother.
I feel really heartbroken, and yeah, I'm very worried about them, because they are just 2 little kids.
So, Vaughn, do we have a sense of who has been admitted to the U.S. from Ukraine?
Just this week, Aaron, Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, have said that the United States continues to focus its resources, its humanitarian aid, on helping our European partners in their resettlement. The EU has granted temporary protected status to these refugees. The question is, will the United States at some point open up, even in the case of the Kostuk family, for example, family members, individuals who have American relatives over here and nowhere else to go? That is a question mark. The only move the administration has so far made when it comes to Ukrainians is last week granting temporary protected status to Ukrainians who were already in the United States, but before March 1st. Again, though, they continue to focus on those refugee resettlement efforts in Europe. Aaron.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thanks.
And stay with us, because coming up, a 12-year-old student in Texas says bullies led him to thoughts of suicide.
Still ahead, his message to other bullied kids and the new civil rights investigation for a school system already at the center of controversy.
top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Any moment now.
Is widening into a troubled Texas school district already at the center of a federal probe over bullying. A 12-year-old boy who identifies as pansexual says the Carroll Independent School District didn't protect him from relentless bullying that made him have suicidal thoughts. Here's NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton.
Like many 12-year-olds, Christian loves Yu-Gi-Oh!, science fiction, and hanging out in his room.
I really wanted to make an elemental hero deck.
But recently, he says he's struggled after being bullied relentlessly for identifying as pansexual at Durham Intermediate School, part of the Carroll Independent School District in Southlake, Texas.
It mainly just gave me depression, and it felt more nerve-wracking to go to school.
What were kids saying?
They were using gay slurs and being very rude to me just by making jokes.
One day, his mother, Christina Edmiston, noticed welts all over his legs. Christian told her other students had hit him.
I would go to pick him up, and I would see him standing by himself, but then watching kids circle him, kind of like a lion would stalk its prey.
Southlake schools have been in the national spotlight since 2018, when a video of high school students chanting the N-word went viral. Volunteers spent almost 2 years working on a school diversity and inclusion plan, but conservative residents launched a lawsuit and voted in new school board members opposed to it. Now, the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights is investigating alleged discrimination based on race, sexuality, and nation of origin. The NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund has also filed a complaint on behalf of 4 students, saying the district failed to intervene. Christian is one of them.
Why did the NAACP now add to this investigation?
This is not about any particular individual, but rather this is systemic. This is happening over and over again.
Did the Carroll School District fail this 12-year-old?
Absolutely. This is any parent's worst nightmare.
September was the breaking point. Christian says he told a friend that he no longer wanted to be alive. Students allegedly turned an old volleyball net into a noose, encouraging Christian to hang himself from a football post in the schoolyard.
Since that incident, has there been an investigation, and have any of the kids involved been held accountable?
Not to my knowledge. It feels to me like they are trying to sweep it under the rug and they are trying to not address it.
Christina has filed 3 detailed grievances with the district and has pulled Christian out of Southlake schools. The district did not respond to numerous requests for comment. If the federal government finds violations, Carroll schools could be forced to implement new diversity training. But that process could take months or even years, something Christina says her family cannot afford to wait and see.
Some days are really still difficult. He's working really hard to overcome, but the good days we're just so thankful for every day because we almost didn't have any more with him.
What gave you the bravery to talk about this?
Mainly just being able to know that other people in the school district, if they are listening to this, that they'll be able to actually see that there will be some good in this world.
Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Southlake, Texas.
Now, Antonia is just out with a new episode of her podcast, Southlake, digging deeper into these new developments. It's available right now. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. We are also following some breaking news right now. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking about the response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He's in Great Britain. Let's listen.
Prime Minister Johnson committed to ban all imports of Russian oil by the end of 2022. We're also united in calling on the Kremlin to immediately allow Ukrainian civilians to safely depart the cities and towns of Ukraine that are besieged by Russian forces. Every country has a responsibility to join us in pressing Moscow to do this. This is not the time to equivocate by calling on both sides to allow civilians in Ukraine cities to leave safely. Doing so obfuscates the basic facts around why these corridors are necessary and who is blocking them. Russia invaded Ukraine without justification. Russian forces now encircle multiple Ukrainian cities after having destroyed much of their critical infrastructure, leaving people without water, without electricity, without access to food and medicine. And Russia's relentless bombardment, including of civilians trying to flee, prevents people from safely escaping the hellish conditions that they've created. The Kremlin's proposals to create humanitarian corridors leading into Russia and Belarus are absurd. It's offensive to suggest the Ukrainian people should seek refuge from the very government that has demonstrated such disregard for their lives. The civilians who were able to escape yesterday through one of those corridors from Sumy to Poltava, another city in Ukraine, shows that this is possible, but it must be allowed to happen on a much broader scale. It's not only in Europe where the United States and the UK are working together to address threats to international peace and security. We also share a grave concern about Iran's nuclear advances. Together, we discussed our work to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the so-called Iran nuclear agreement. Either way, we are committed to ensuring that Iran can never acquire a nuclear weapon. On Northern Ireland, President Biden has been steadfast in his support for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which he views as a historic achievement that must be protected to ensure the peace, stability, and prosperity of people in Northern Ireland. The United States continues to support both sides' efforts to engage in productive dialogue to resolve differences over the Northern Ireland Protocol. Before handing it over to Liz, let me just make one final point. It's not just the British government that's stepping up to help Ukraine. We're also seeing incredible solidarity and compassion from the British people. People like Khaled Al-Mayat in Cheltenham, who is leading a local campaign to buy second-hand ambulances and drive them, packed with supplies, to humanitarian responders at Ukraine's border. People like Yorkshire resident Magdalena Timon, who, on the second night of Russia's invasion, sent a message to a Facebook group called Polish Mums of Leeds, appealing for donations to help people in Ukraine. Within days, she'd received enough to fill 3 18-wheelers. I believe one reason we're seeing such an outpouring of support from the British people is because they've been through something similar. The harrowing Blitz during World War II inflicted colossal suffering on the country's people, killing more than 60,000 British civilians, wounding 86,000 more. It's impossible to see the images of people seeking refuge in Kyiv's metro in 2022 and not think of those who sheltered in the London Underground in 1942. The grit, the compassion, the determination that Britons exhibited 8 decades ago that inspired the world is exactly what we see in the people of Ukraine today, and it's why we need to stand with them. With that, Liz, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Tony, and it's great to be here with my friend and ally, Secretary Blinken, and we've certainly seen a lot of each other around the capitals of Europe over the last week, working very closely with our allies. Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine is causing immense pain and suffering, yet he is not making the progress he planned. Since the build-up on the border, the United Kingdom and the United States have led work in the G7 and through NATO to challenge Putin's aggression. Before the invasion, the United States and the UK called out his playbook of false flags, attempts to install a puppet regime in Kiev, and fake provocations. We worked with our G7 allies to warn that he would face severe costs and a determined Ukrainian people. We have surprised Putin with our unity and the toughness of our sanctions, hitting the banks, the ships, the planes, the oligarchs, and the oil and gas revenues. And the brave Ukrainian people have surprised him with their determination and their leadership. Now is not the time to let up. Putin must fail. We know from history that aggressors only understand one thing, and that is strength. We know that if we don't do enough now, other aggressors around the world will be emboldened. And we know that if Putin is not stopped in Ukraine, there will be terrible implications for European and global security. We would be sending a message that sovereign nations can simply be trampled on. So we must go further and faster in our response. We must double down on our sanctions. That includes a full SWIFT ban and the G7 ending its use of Russian oil and gas. The United States and the United Kingdom this week announced our plans to stop importing Russian oil, and the EU have announced their plans to reduce their dependency too. We want to encourage a wider group of countries to get on board with our sanctions effort. 141 countries voted against Russian aggression at UNGA. And we must continue to supply defensive weapons to Ukraine. I'm proud that the United Kingdom was the first European country to do that, and I welcome the decision of Germany and Japan and many others to send military aid. Since the end of the Cold War, we took our eye off the ball, but we are now stepping up together, and we must never let down our guard again. We're determined to keep strengthening NATO and urge all allies to increase their investment. We must accelerate NATO's modernisation and deepen our cooperation on tech and cyber. We will end strategic dependence on authoritarian regimes for our energy and for other vital resources. And we will step up our work to build economic and security alliances around the world, including with India and the Gulf nations, to further isolate Russia. We'll keep working to bring more countries into the orbit of those who believe in the sovereignty of nation and by playing by the rules. The war in Ukraine is a struggle for the future of freedom and self-determination. We must not rest until Putin fails in Ukraine and the country's sovereignty is restored. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions, taking 2 questions per side, alternating. We'll start with Kylie Atwood of CNN.
Good afternoon or morning. Thank you for doing this. Secretary Blinken, yes or no, do you believe it's possible to get the Ukrainians MiG-29 fighter jets? If so, when and how?
Nothing for my friend. Okay.
We'll go to you next.
First, as we've said, the decision about whether to transfer any equipment to our friends in Ukraine is ultimately one that each government will decide for itself and has to make. We're in very close consultation with allies and partners about the ongoing security assistance to Ukraine, because in fact, I think what we're seeing is that Poland's proposal shows that there are some complexities that the issue presents when it comes to providing security assistance. We have to make sure that we're doing it in the right way. You heard from the Department of Defense just yesterday about the particular proposal, the prospect of fighter jets at the disposal of the United States government, departing from a U.S. NATO base in Germany to fly into airspace contested with Russia over Ukraine raises some serious concerns for the entire NATO alliance. So we have to work through the specifics of these things going forward. And it's not simply clear to us that there is a substantive rationale for doing it in the way that was put forward yesterday. So what we're doing right now is continuing to consult very closely with Poland, with other NATO allies on this, and the logistical challenges that it presents. Together with Poland, as well as with the UK and many of our other partners, as we've noted, we have provided extraordinary support to Ukraine and to those defending it from the Russian aggression. Support that has been used extremely effectively by Ukrainian defenders, support that will continue in the days, weeks, and months ahead. Just yesterday, with the supplemental legislation being put forward, we have an additional $6.5 billion.
You've been watching Secretary of State Tony Blinken and the UK's Foreign Secretary discussing the ongoing crisis in Ukraine.
Of course, we will continue to follow this breaking story all throughout the day across the platforms of NBC News. And your news continues right now. Breaking on NBC News now, under attack. Russian forces stepping up their assault on Ukraine, the desperate effort to help civilians escape the violence.
High-octane surge. Americans now paying more for gas than ever before. The growing concern, these prices may be here to stay.
Critical meeting. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson meeting with Senator Joe Manchin today. How his vote could make or break her nomination.
And how to help. As we watch the horror unfold in Ukraine, Americans are trying to figure out what they can do. We'll show you ways to figure out whether charities promising to assist refugees are actually legit. Good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with new images of devastation on day 14 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The southern city of Mariupol is under immense attack, and one city leader says that Russian bombs destroyed a children's hospital. NBC News is currently working to confirm those details, but Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky wrote in a tweet that there are children underneath that wreckage.
There are now new worries about the Chernobyl nuclear plant now under Russian control. That facility is now disconnected from the power grid. This could potentially jeopardize the cooling of nuclear material stored at that site since the 1986 disaster. In the U.S., lawmakers are pledging even more support to the Ukrainian people. Congress approved nearly $14 billion as part of a larger government funding deal.
Our team coverage is covering all the developments and impacts of this crisis right now. Let's go to begin overseas with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who joins us once again from Lviv, Ukraine. Matt, we mentioned just a moment ago the developing situation at the Chernobyl nuclear plant. What is the latest there? I mean, do we know yet how this will be impacted if, in fact, it stays disconnected from this power grid?
Well, we just heard from Ukrainian authorities, actually the head of the company that runs sort of the state energy, state sort of nuclear energy company. And he said that, you know, even if the power goes out, there are 7 days left of diesel generation there to run the cooling operation. But remember, guys, it's also very cool outside. He mentions ambient temperatures. That's something to consider. They can continue to cool just because it happens to be quite cold, as you can see. So that's part of it. Also, you know, we just heard from the head of the U.S. Department of Energy saying that there's no really proximate danger from this for radiation fallout or anything like that. So it really does look as though this is a situation that, while worrying, might be relatively safe. The real problem is getting in contact with those people who are running the operation there. They are occupied. This is an occupied force, and the Russians have shown a certain amount of, to put it mildly, laxity when it comes to safety and taking care of these plants. We saw that with the Zaporizhzhia power plant on the other side of the country. They had no problems attacking that power plant. So there are concerns that the Russians are simply not taking this very seriously. But for now, it looks like crisis averted. Guys.
Our Josh Lederman has also made his way to Poland ahead of Vice President Harris's visit there today. Josh, what can we expect to hear from the Vice President once she arrives?
Well, Morgan, a senior administration official tells us that Vice President Harris has a separate message for 3 different audiences after she arrives later today here in the Polish capital of Warsaw. The first is to, of course, the Ukrainians. The Vice President expected to tell Ukraine that it can expect more assistance from the United States, not only in terms of the humanitarian needs, but also in terms of military assistance. And then she also has a message to NATO countries, such as Poland, to let them know once again what we've heard from so many U.S. leaders, that NATO intends to defend every inch of its territory, that those who are in NATO countries can feel confident that they are safe from Russian aggression. And then lastly, a message to President Putin. She's expected to say that Putin misjudged this situation, that this whole effort has been misguided, and that the economic costs for Russia will only increase. But really what Harris is stepping into as she arrives here in Poland is a bit of a diplomatic mess over this issue with the airplanes and this announcement from the Poles that seemed to catch the U.S. off guard. She is expected to downplay any signs of a rift between the U.S. and Poland, but officials say she is going to be working on this issue while she is here, trying to find some resolution. The U.S. continuing to say it's up to the Polish government if they want to give those airplanes to Ukraine, but that the U.S. does not want to be a middleman, does not want to get dragged into this conflict by shipping them from a U.S. base in Germany to Poland, nor does the U.S. want to be in the risky situation of flying those aircraft into Ukraine, given the fact that Russia still has significant anti-aircraft capabilities in the airspace over Ukraine.
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley and Josh Lederman for us there. Gentlemen, thank you both.
Now, the invasion's impact is being felt by Russians and Ukrainians half a world away. For some, it brings back memories of surviving the Holocaust. This tragedy is front and center thousands of miles from Eastern Europe in New York City's Brighton Beach neighborhood. Here's NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan. Brighton Beach, New York is a community in Brooklyn known as Little Odessa. It's named after the port city in Ukraine, and on the streets you hear Russian and Ukrainian more often than you hear English. Within the large Russian and Ukrainian Jewish community, emotions are running high as the war in Ukraine rages on. We spoke to people in the neighborhood, including Holocaust survivors, about how the news is impacting them.
Stores along Brighton Beach Avenue are waving Ukrainian flags, propping up signs that say "Stop Putin," and putting up QR codes for charities supporting Ukraine. Brighton Beach is home to the highest concentration of Russian-speaking immigrants in the U.S. At a Jewish community center nearby, Russian and Ukrainian seniors can be found playing games, dancing, and reading local newspapers in Russian. The war in Ukraine is ever present among this particular group.
It's impossible for me to watch any of this without tearing up and crying immediately.
My heart is bleeding as I'm seeing how they are annihilating the city and annihilating the people of the city.
Many of these seniors are Holocaust survivors and are watching the latest news out of Ukraine with a deep sense of fear and shock.
I don't know a single Jewish senior whose family went through the Holocaust and who immigrated from the former Soviet Union, where they did not have an easy life, who doesn't report, "I cannot sleep. My whole life is flipped upside down." It's terrifying.
Many of the Russian-speaking Holocaust survivors and the Ukrainian Holocaust survivors are experiencing and reliving trauma, and this is triggering PTSD from their wartime years.
In 1941, Hitler's forces were moving into Ukraine. Pavel Iverbuk says he made it on the last boat out of Odessa when he was just 6 years old.
I'm remembering the bombings and fear from the fact that at any second they could destroy us and a bomb could hit our house. It's a terrifying feeling. Even at 6 years old, I was completely petrified by the sound of the bombs.
A Russian missile strike that appeared to target a TV tower in Ukraine's capital on March 1st struck the vicinity of the Babinya Holocaust Memorial, a site where more than 33,000 Jews were killed over a 2-day period. Holocaust survivor Vladimir Brovarnik has relatives who were murdered in Babinya.
They hit Babi Yar. It was simply like a punch to the heart. I cannot fathom how it's possible to survive World War II, this major war against fascism, and then afterwards turn around and attack your own people.
Anatoly Sukharukov was evacuated towards the end of World War II from Moscow to River Ural. He is deeply disturbed by Putin's claims that Russia's military action is being taken to, quote, denazify Ukraine.
That's a lie. That's a complete, total lie. Putin is playing on the feeling of Russian people who hate the Nazis.
All of these people survived the Holocaust. Now they are seeing their homeland ripped apart by war.
For the older generation of people who are Jewish, to them, this is what they were afraid of. And this is what they were screaming and fighting and giving up their lives, and their family members gave up their lives for never again.
As Holocaust survivors in the Little Odessa area watch the news unfold, they're thinking about ways to help.
I love America, I love New York.
We are very worried about Ukraine. We're very worried about the people dying. We're thrilled to be in this country, and if there's any way to help, we would love to help our brothers.
Now, as we mentioned, and what you were hearing translated there was, again, Russian and Ukrainian. Another reminder of just how close these two communities are and the pain that exists on both sides of this war. Back to you.
Federal prosecutors have charged a dual U.S.-Russian citizen with illegally acting as an agent of the Russian government right here in the United States. The Justice Department says Elena Branson worked to spread Russian interest for nearly a decade. NBC News' Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, what do we know about Elena Branson, and what specifically is she charged with doing?
Well, we know that according to the FBI complaint, Morgan, that this started back in 2011 when, at the time, she actually wrote a letter personally to then Russian Prime Minister Vladimir Putin, asking him for resources and the ability to host cocktail parties and other events at the Russian consulate here in New York City, as well as the embassy in Washington, D.C. And the idea here, according to federal authorities, is that she wanted to present pro-Russian interests and pro-Russian messaging and talking points and communications and garner favoritism towards the Russian Federation through her efforts here in New York City. That included outreach to state politicians, that included outreach to New York City's City Hall, and that also involved other efforts to lobby to not change the name of a fort in Hawaii, for instance. So this was really wide-ranging, and then the FBI got onto her and as a matter of fact, conducted a search warrant at her Russian Center for New York here in New York City back in 2020, and it was just a month later or so that she actually left the country fearing, she says, as she told Maria Butina, somebody else who's been convicted of acting as an agent of the foreign of the Russian Federation, because she was afraid that she would be arrested. They found 11 cell phones on her person at the time and a whole bunch of electronic devices, and were able to seize her emails and communications, which, according to the charging documents, made this whole case a heck of a lot easier to bring forward.
Tom, we also do understand, though, that Elena Branson had some sort of connection to former President Trump. What exactly was that connection?
Well, it was actually a misconnection. It was her efforts, a couple of efforts, and it's just really odd the amount of times that Russia tried to reach out to the former president, then candidate Donald Trump. So back in 2016, while he was running for office in April, tried to invite him to a Russian forum here in New York City in lieu of then candidate Trump, any one of his children to attend. She specifically mentioned Ivanka at one point. And then in November, as a matter of fact, on November 10th, she tried to reach out and reached out to the Trumps through an advisor of his and tried to invite him to a chess tournament here in New York City, a world championship. According to publicly available photos of that event, Dmitry Peskov, kind of one of the right-hand men of Vladimir Putin, his spokesperson, was also at that event. But according to the FBI, no indication the Trumps ever actually went to these events or actually ever reached out to Branson and spoke with her. But again, Morgan, more instances here of the Russian Federation trying to reach out to then candidate Donald Trump at a time that they were actively hacking and infiltrating the DNC.
Wow. All right. NBC's Tom Winter for us there. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Today, President Biden will meet with business leaders and governors. The issue, passing legislation to boost America's competitiveness on the world stage. Bills like the Senate's Innovation and Competition Act aim to strengthen the technology supply chain and reduce reliance on overseas manufacturing. The president wants to pass the bills quickly, saying they will reduce inflation for American families. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is joining us now. So, Carol, what do we expect to come out of this meeting for the president today?
Well, look, the president's trying to revive his legislative agenda and in some form. We've seen his attempt to pass a very large bill, this Build Back Better bill, just completely failed. And now he's coming back at this and trying to do it in smaller bites. And so this is a piece of that. It's a $250 billion bill, the Innovation and Competition Act, and it's designed to really try to make the U.S. compete with China. It's about manufacturing, increasing the manufacturing of semiconductors and wireless technologies here in the United States. So the idea is that they would invest this money in making those products in the U.S. and so that the U.S. would be less dependent on sources outside of the country for these important materials, particularly China. And so it's part of the president's efforts to, as he calls it, strengthen the home front in order to compete more effectively overseas.
All right, Carol Lee for us in Washington today. Carol, thank you.
West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin is set to meet today with Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, President Biden's Supreme Court nominee. Now, this meeting is pretty critical for Jackson since Manchin could hold the decisive vote in this evenly split Senate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell breaks this all down for us. Leanne, the senator says that he has no concerns about Judge Jackson's nomination thus far. Has he signaled anything that could possibly change that?
No, he hasn't really. It's important that he's meeting with the judge today. That's something that all the senators, or most of the senators, are expected to do. She's had several days of meetings up here on Capitol Hill this week already, as she did last week as well. The thing about Senator Manchin is he usually gives a lot of say to the president and the White House on their nominees. He voted for 2 of the 3 Supreme Court justices under President Trump. He voted for most of President Trump's nominees, and he voted for most of President Biden's nominees as well. So this is something for him that he thinks is mostly an administration issue, and it's up to the Senate just to make sure that these people are qualified. It doesn't matter what their ideological bent is. So I expect Senator Manchin to support Ketanji Brown Jackson, but he will meet with her today, and we'll see how that meeting goes.
Another big development, Leanne, on the Hill. Congressional leaders have agreed on a deal to fund the government, and this would, of course, avert a shutdown this weekend. But what exactly are the specifics of that deal?
Yeah, so this is a massive government funding bill. It's $1.5 trillion. It funds the government for the remainder of the fiscal year that ends September 30th. So we're already halfway through the fiscal year, so they're finally getting this done. But there were some really important parts of this government funding bill, including $15.6 billion for COVID aid, and a lot of that is going to pay for medicine and monoclonal antibodies to fight COVID. There's also $13.6 billion for Ukraine aid. Now, this is more than twice as much as the administration asked for less than 2 weeks ago, but the need has grown dramatically, and so now that number is $13.6 billion. It's for humanitarian aid, for defense aid, and also for economic assistance as well. And there's one other important part of this government funding bill. It also renews the Violence Against Women Act. Of course, this is not, it has to do with appropriations, but it's a must-pass legislation that congressional leaders, both Republicans and Democrats, figured could be attached to this bill. So this is a major bill. The House is expected to pass it today. The Senate, hopefully, in the next few days, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Leanne Caldwell there, live from the Capitol. Leanne, thank you.
Opening statements begin today in the federal trial of 4 men charged with plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Now, prosecutors say the alleged kidnappers resented the governor because of COVID restrictions she put in place. The government is expected to play secret recordings here and to show evidence that these suspects scouted out Whitmer's vacation home. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos now. Danny, these men are charged with kidnapping conspiracy and conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction. How would you try to lay out a defense here in this case?
It'd be a challenge because in American law, we punish what are called inchoate crimes. That means incomplete crimes. Crimes like attempt or conspiracy And the public policy behind that is if law enforcement intercepts you before you commit the crime, you shouldn't get credit for not having completed the crime because someone else stopped you before you finished. If you trip running into the bank to rob it, then you should still be charged with robbing a bank. And that's what you have here. As you see those four gentlemen up there on your screen, you have basically inchoate conspiracy counts. And as a defense attorney, you'd like to be able to mount a defense and say, well, look, just because they were talking about it doesn't mean they were actually going to do it. The problem with that defense is that federal conspiracy law is so broad. You really only need some overt act in furtherance of that conspiracy, that agreement to do something unlawful. Once you get that additional act, that substantial step, not even that really, just barely doing anything, arguably going and buying a ski mask online would count, then you probably have everybody on the hook for a conspiracy. And once you have everyone on the hook, everyone in that conspiracy can be charged for everything bad that they plan to do or that any of their co-conspirators did.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, thank you.
The U.S. ban on Russian oil is sparking concerns that the U.S. economy could soon fall into a recession. Now, those fears are pushing some to really rethink whether fracking might be a viable solution. Let's go ahead and bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, historically speaking, I mean, oil prices, when they've spiked, it typically has come before a recession. So what would actually have to happen for that to become a reality?
Okay, so Morgan, for a recession to become a reality, like you say, you'd have to see a market slowdown in energy consumption due to those higher prices. Now, there are some anecdotal signs of people driving less, perhaps, because of those high prices, or using less fuel because of those high gasoline prices. But if there isn't yet a widespread slate of data that suggests that, you may not see that play out for a while. Now, the reason why fuel costs are so important is because in that inflation-related narrative, the recession narrative, energy use is universal. Every country uses it. Just about everybody around the world uses it in some way or shape or form. The vast majority of that comes from fossil fuels right now. So if the world's energy gets too expensive, there will be what some experts call demand destructions, less use of it because it's just too expensive and economic activity slows down. And oil industry experts like Andy Lipow worry that that slowdown will spread.
And Dom, I mean, some are now also suggesting that the U.S. should actually ramp up its own oil production by subsidizing fracking. Can you break down why that argument is so compelling for some people?
Well, Morgan, it's not just that. Even Elon Musk wants you to produce more oil and gas. This is the man whose name has become synonymous with alternative energy and electric vehicles. He tweeted just this past week that the world needs more oil and gas produced. He hated to say it, but he did, because in his words, quote unquote, extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. Now, he's not alone here. The inflation narrative, even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, had prompted a slew of different folks to call for greater fossil fuel production to ease that burden on rising fuel costs for consumers. The U.S. is in a very high-profile spot here. On the one hand, the Biden administration and progressives are trying to shift resources towards cleaner alternative energy projects. At the same time, America is the world's biggest producer of hydrocarbons and has the ability to produce even more. But right now, Morgan, some oil companies are reluctant to commit more money towards exploring for and producing oil because there's just arguably less support from the government for it. Instead, these oil and gas companies are focused on working with what they already have and then taking that excess money and returning it to shareholders because that's what they're supposed to do if they can't find projects to drill more for, Morgan.
So much happening in that space, and it's only changing day by day in the middle of this conflict. CNBC's Dom Chu for us there. Dom, thanks.
Well, the price of oil affects a lot more than just your car's gas tank or your home's heating system. You can expect to pay more for just about everything. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is joining us now to break down some of the specifics here. Hi, Sam.
Aaron, good morning. And look, I was just listening to Dominic, or good afternoon, a second ago, and driving less is not necessarily going to insulate you. The reason being, of all the oil that is consumed, Aaron, globally, 60% of that is for fuel, 40% of it is for everything else, and that means plastics in your phones. It also comes down to produce. Why produce? Because fertilizer utilizes fossil fuel, and right now there is a crunch on fertilizer, meaning that produce and meats and dairy, all the things that come from livestock that need grain, they're all impacted as well. So your grocery bills aren't the only things going up. Pretty much you're seeing higher costs as a consumer, Aaron, across the board.
It's a ripple effect that stretches far beyond just filling up. The skyrocketing cost of oil hitting you at the pump, tied to not tens or hundreds, but thousands of other products. Sure, there's delivering the items.
The majority of them are going to be on truck or rail, which consumes diesel fuel.
But unknown to many shoppers, oil is in your products too. Petroleum derivatives make up plastics and electronics like TVs and smartphones. For home and construction, they're in furniture, carpet, and roof shingles. At the grocery store, the crunch on fertilizer impacts produce, grain, and even meat and dairy. And everyday goods like moisturizer and sunscreen are packaged in plastic.
Basic lotion for everyday use.
At University Pharmacy in South Florida, Natasha Patel sees the upticks on her shelves. But she says medicine, from asthma and cholesterol to blood pressure medication, is also on a steep curve. In some cases, up 200% or more, with petrochemicals often involved in production.
It's so hard to tell a patient, especially with groceries going up, gas prices going up, to tell them, hey, now your medication that you need on a day-to-day basis to survive is going up as well.
Nothing operates in a vacuum. Supply chain issues are also playing a role, making isolating the spike from oil alone very difficult. But it's a huge spoke in the wheel.
A lot of people know there's petroleum products in tires, but if you're using a bike as an example, what about the cables on the brakes, the tape on the handles, the styrofoam in the helmets, the plastic in these bottles? Half the products in the store have some form of petroleum.
At No Boundaries Sports in Coral Gables, Oscar Paez tells me it's a perfect storm of issues.
Shortage of supply, we have logistical issues, and you see gas prices go up or petroleum-based stuff, you'll see higher prices.
While racing to get a bike might save you on fuel, some more practical tips for staying conscientious at any point include buying off-brand food products. The most expensive ones are often at eye level, and shopping for appliances at independent stores where you might negotiate a better bargain. Either way, shoppers are starting to see double vision.
If you wear eyeglasses, the cost of polycarbonate lenses just went up.
And it is pretty incredible just to think about the reach of all of the consumer products that have some sort of petroleum derivative in them. Now, a couple of points for you, Aaron. One is that the trucks that come, the 18-wheelers to your local grocery store, or the Amazon trucks that are bringing food to your house, they are generally running on diesel fuel vehicles, which is to say, if regular fuel right now is at records of $4.25 a gallon, diesel is outpacing that. It's at $4.80 a gallon right now. All of that gets baked into the costs. And second, Ukraine, aside from just the oil fallout, happens to be one of the largest exporters in the world for wheat. So there is an agricultural component to this as well. Obviously, they can't plant their next crops, which is to say that wheat-based products, pasta, spaghetti, bread, any and all of that kind of item are going to be more expensive as well. There are just so many trickle-down effects of what's happening right now. As consumers here, certainly on the ground, it is horrifying. What we're experiencing economically here as well is more pain. Aaron?
A lot more impacts to come. Sam Brock for us in Florida today. Sam, thank you.
Ukrainian leaders say Russia blew up a children's hospital, leaving a pile of rubble behind.
Still ahead, what it looks like for the 2 million Ukrainians trying to escape the violence.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, a Philadelphia police officer who shot a 12-year-old boy will be fired. The city's police commissioner announced on Tuesday that the unnamed officer violated the department's use of force directives. The plainclothes officer shot Thomas Siderio in the back last week as he ran away. Now, the commissioner also said evidence suggests that the young boy fired a bullet into an unmarked police car before he was chased. A man at the center of a medical miracle has died. 57-year-old David Bennett had a genetically altered pig heart transplanted into his body in January. Now, he had severe heart disease when he agreed to the experiment. The University of Maryland Medical Center saying his condition began deteriorating a few days before his death on Tuesday. And a stunning discovery in the Antarctic Ocean. A British expedition encountered the wreck of the Endurance 107 years after it sunk. Now get this, this was the ship of English explorer Ernest Shackleton, who attempted a land crossing of Antarctica back in 1914. He led his crew on a very daring escape and survived, making him a legend of British exploration.
Let's bring you up to speed now on the breaking developments out of Ukraine today. At this hour, thousands of civilians are rushing from cities under siege, desperate to get out. Today, Russia and Ukraine agreed to a new evacuation route, or several, to help civilians escape the violence. But Ukraine says hundreds of thousands remained trapped. The United Nations saying there have been more than 1,300 civilian casualties in Ukraine so far.
War-torn Mariupol has been hit especially hard. Today, the city council said Russian airstrikes destroyed a maternity hospital. Ukrainian officials are calling that situation catastrophic. Meanwhile, the UN does report that millions have successfully made their way to neighboring countries.
NBC News crews are covering every angle of this breaking story for you. Let's begin with NBC's Jay Gray. He's in Poland for us now. Jay, I know you're in a shelter there. How are folks there? How are the refugees holding up?
Yeah. Well, it's a difficult go, obviously, and they continue to pour in. We're seeing more and more people move into the shelter, 800 beds here. I want you to look across a donation center, mostly toiletries here, diapers.
All right, it looks like we...
Medical center on the other side of this. There's a kitchen. There's a... Hey, guys, you got me?
Yeah, we have you, Jay. I'm sorry. We lost you for a second, but go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Yeah. There's a medical center on the other side. There's a place to wash and dry clothes and things like that. This was, as we talked about earlier, a shopping mall. These were all vendors that have moved downstairs, a doctor funding this entirely, doing it all on his own because he felt like he had to do something. Moved down this hall. We're on the other side from what we showed you earlier. And I want to show you what's just down here. You saw the donations, the toiletries and things like that here. This one's so key for everybody. clothing. So you've got jackets, you've got blankets, you've got shoes, boots, the things that people need when all they could do was grab a few things, throw them in a bag, and run. And so a lot of people with the opportunity to get things as they stop here and then move on their way. But the most important room that I've seen in this shelter is right next door. And I want to give you a peek inside. It's actually a playroom, guys. And these are kids who quite literally have come through bullets and bombs and the fighting to get to this spot. Some of them traveling 2 and 3 days by foot or being carried by their parents. And this is their first chance in a couple of weeks to just be kids, playing with friends, to see them smile and to see the change that transpires when they come in and see this room and see other kids is amazing. It's remarkable what they're doing here, what the volunteers across Poland are doing to help these refugees.
You know, you're right, Jay. It is beautiful and heartbreaking at the same time to see those kids just getting a little bit of an opportunity to be kids despite all the chaos that's going on around them. We appreciate you showing us that, Jay. Jay Gray for us in Poland today. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, I know that you spoke with some Americans who are trying to help their relatives escape. How exactly? What did they tell you?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, it is heartbreaking. There's a growing sense of uncertainty, a sense of helplessness that is only getting worse by the day. When his cousin's family sent him this video from their apartment in northeast Ukraine, Andrei Molchanov's life changed.
I just immediately went into red alert.
He then saw his cousin's 6-year-old daughter Sonia in a cellar, hiding from the chaos.
Привет всем. Я вам еще хотела пожелать, чтобы с земли было очень хорошо.
They needed an escape plan, so for days, Andrei, who lives in LA, has been working virtually around the clock to provide logistical support for his relatives turned refugees.
I know that I can't stop doing what I'm doing because I can't sleep comfortably unless I'm doing everything I can to help.
In New York's Long Island, Voldemort Tokovsky has also been trying to help family members escape since the war broke out. Now his mother and brother don't want to leave.
They're making this choice, right? Because they feel like that's their land, this is their life, and they just don't want to give that up, right? They want to fight.
Olga Soy is a social media influencer from Chicago who'd been visiting her mother in Kyiv when the shelling began.
Has this all sunk in yet?
Not at all, no. This is a bomb shelter.
She documented her brief stay in an underground bomb shelter and then her frantic journey with her mother to Poland.
We're just waiting to get to the border, I guess.
But now she's desperately trying to find an escape plan for her father and other relatives in Kherson, the southern port city under Russian control.
My whole family is still in Ukraine, and your day starts with waking up and calling to see if everybody's alive.
Her hometown defiant in the face of Russian occupation.
There are no words to describe it. It's horrifying. It is. It doesn't make any sense.
Senseless as the war may be, tonight Andrei has some hope. Some of his relatives have just managed to cross into Poland, but his cousin stayed behind, putting his life on the line.
It really breaks my heart to know that we might not see each other, and I'm just trying to do whatever I can to not let that happen.
It really is gut-wrenching for these families. Now, even if they are able to get their relatives out of Ukraine, so far they have not been able to get them visas to come here to the U.S. They're asking the federal government to make that easier. Morgan and Aaron?
NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you.
Now, hundreds of students from India trapped near the Russia-Ukraine border are now on their way to safety. Those students have been evacuated through a humanitarian corridor out of the city of Sumy. NBC News correspondent Zinkley Esimwa has been following this story for us. She joins us now. Zinkley, bring us up to speed.
Yeah, Aaron, so we've been keeping up with these Indian students. I've been texting them all week, and they've been trapped at Sumy University since Russia's invasion began. Some students I spoke with decided to stay at the university because they were fearful about what would happen if they attempted to leave, while others just yesterday began the hours-long journey to flee war-torn Ukraine.
International students trapped in Ukraine
finally evacuated out of the war zone. Since Russia's invasion began, students pleaded for help.
We are afraid.
And for food and water.
It's 2022 and you had to melt snow for water. How does that feel?
It feels like we're in Stone Age.
Now, this convoy of students fleeing the region during a temporary ceasefire on Tuesday, according to India's government and student accounts. India says there were about 700 Indian students stuck at Sumy University by the Russian border, with as many as 1,700 foreign students still in the dorms.
Just pray for us. We are just moving from our own risk.
Their prayers answered. On Tuesday, Ukrainian officials announced an evacuation corridor from Sumy to Poltava and asked Russia to uphold its ceasefire commitment. Tuesday morning, a long line of evacuation buses. But the hope of safe evacuation is overshadowed by fear. Shivangi Jaswal said Tuesday the journey is, quote, very stressful. On Monday night, Ukraine said Sumy rescue efforts were interrupted by a Russian airstrike in a residential area. Verified video shows a rubble-filled Sumy with just a few trees and buildings standing. Still, the Indian government says it successfully evacuated students, while others, like Jaswal, say as of Tuesday, they are still in transit with no idea about their routes. Before her journey, we spoke to her.
What do you want the world to know about what's happening to you and other Indian students who are stuck in Ukraine?
I want the world to stop this war. We want peace.
You know, Zincle, we've all seen these reports about some Nigerian students also being trapped in Ukraine. What do we know about that? Have we learned any more about efforts to get them out?
That's an important question, Aaron. I've heard from these African students who include Nigerians who were not only trapped, but say they faced violence from border officials in Ukraine. I know we showed that report on your show earlier last week. And many of those students have successfully gotten out of Ukraine, but say they still feel shocked and fearful. And obviously, they're traumatized. One Nigerian man who was a student in Ukraine earning his master's was asked by our team in Poland if he would go back after the war. And he said absolutely not. And he said the reason was what he called discrimination that he faced at the border. So a lot of really difficult stories coming from Indian, African, and other international students still trying to get out of Ukraine. Aaron?
All right, Zincle Esamwat, thank you.
Thank you.
And as we've been reporting, Russian troops are amassing just outside of Ukraine's capital, with President Zelensky vowing to remain in the city. Ukrainians are evacuating Kyiv's suburbs to escape Russian bombardment, many of them sheltering in the city's metro stations. Z Gaiman joins us now, a mother of two who has been sheltering with her family there in Kyiv. Z, first off, I want to thank you for taking time to even share your story with us today. First off, how are you and your family doing? How are you coping? Do you have any plans to leave Kyiv?
Currently, we don't have any plans to leave because my husband is in territorial defense. So as long as we have family here, we're not leaving. And right now, there's an airstrike alarm. That's why we're currently in the corridor between the apartments. But otherwise, I think we're okay because this morning, my mom went to the store. So there's still food available. The main necessities are available also. So yeah, we just believe in our army. We believe in the guys that protect us and defend us. So we're here to be there for them when they need us, when they will finally come back with freedom and victory.
You know, it's interesting to hear you talking about them coming back with freedom. I mean, that's the ultimate hope. Can you walk us through? I mean, Z, a lot of people can't even imagine what you're going through right now, what your days look like. How do you all cope hour by hour? Where are you staying? What are you doing? How are you getting access to that food you described? I mean, what does the day-to-day look like for you right now?
The entire 2 weeks, today marks the 2 weeks since the start of the war. It's been surreal because our standard routines are completely overhauled. We started working, I work in an IT company, a small IT company called Husby. And we started working on the projects this week to maintain a sense of normalcy. Otherwise, our kids don't have any school. There are some online classes that are being offered right now by Ukrainian government. So that's very helpful with fun things to do for kids, so that they have stuff to do and activities to do. Otherwise, our main day is mostly getting up, having breakfast, then doing some screen time or communicating with a lot of the friends from overseas and from all the other countries that are interested in what's going on. Then it's lunch, then more communication, and dinner, and then the nightly routine. So it feels like we don't do anything, but at the same time, the days fly by just because they're all the same. Because we're all at home, we try to minimize going outside, just so, to simplify the crowd management or something.
Sure.
And plus, our Army guys tell us to, if you have an opportunity to stay inside, just because it's safer. And so, yeah.
Z, I want to just thank you for kind of giving us a look at what your life is like there, and I hope you know how much support there is around the world for you and for your safety. Thank you so much, Z, for joining us.
Teachers in Florida worried their classrooms will no longer be safe spaces to have certain conversations.
Still ahead, how student advocates are reacting to that state's passage of the so-called Don't Say Gay bill. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Florida's controversial Don't Say Gay bill is on its way to the governor's desk after the state legislature approved it. Cristian Benavides from our station in South Florida has been following this story for us. He joins us now. Cristian?
Hi there, Aaron. All indications currently are that the governor will likely sign the bill. In recent days, he has been defending the legislation, even as protests all throughout the state have been pressuring lawmakers to drop the bill. State Republicans, however, were unfazed, determined to move the legislation forward.
Even in the face of statewide protests and national outcry.
22 yeas, 17 nays, Mr. President.
So the bill passes. The Florida Senate passed the Parental Rights and Education Bill. It's a blow to the LGBTQ+ community, which rallied against the legislation, but to no avail.
I knew that I was different by kindergarten. I was getting bullied for being more outwardly feminine, and I was confused and I didn't know why.
Will Larkins organized a massive walkout at his Orlando area high school.
Everyone kind of knew that this was going to happen, but it still happened, and it still hurt, and it's frightening.
Critics have dubbed it the Don't Say Gay bill, which Florida Republicans have taken an issue with.
That's inaccurate. It doesn't say anything in the bill about that. What it talks about is topics of instruction and parental rights on changes of services or monitoring.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis lashed out at a reporter this week when asked about it.
Does it say that in the bill?
Does it say that in the bill? I'm asking you to tell me what's in the bill because you are pushing false narratives.
The bill states that classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards.
And we're going to make sure that parents are able to send their kid to kindergarten without having some of this stuff injected into their school curriculum.
But Democrats have argued the language in the bill is broad enough that it could cause a chilling effect across public schools, regardless of grade level, on LGBTQ+ topics. The bill also gives parents the right to sue schools over the matter.
I never wanted to disappoint my dad. And I even told him to watch this today.
Democratic State Senator Chevron Jones, who is openly gay, got emotional as the bill was being debated.
When you're talking about seeing and hearing children who and they're banging the floor to ensure that you do not hurt or harm myself or my friends, and if that doesn't resonate and pull on your heartstring, I don't know what else.
U.S. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona called the bill hateful and wrote in a statement that schools receiving federal funding must follow civil rights law, including protections against discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. If the governor signs this into law, as it's expected, it would take effect in July. Aaron?
Christian Benavides for us. Thank you.
A former high school football coach is taking his firing all the way to the Supreme Court. The sticking point, whether the coach's post-game prayer is in fact protected under free speech and religious rights. CNBC's Scott Cohn spoke with the coach about this case and joins us now. Scott, what'd you find?
Well, Morgan, we expect that the High Court is going to hear arguments on this as soon as next month with a ruling by the summer. This is a case that is closely watched. It pits a former assistant high school football coach who says he was fired against his old employer, but also it pits one part of the First Amendment against another.
And that's what America's built off of.
To hear Joe Kennedy tell it, the essence of freedom is on the line. The 50-yard line, to be exact.
I don't want anybody to ever have to lose their job because of their faith.
This is where his practice of kneeling and saying a prayer of thanks at the end of every football game in this working-class Seattle suburb ignited a controversy now headed to the Supreme Court.
I've been a fighter my whole life, and you know, the Constitution actually really means something to me, and you know, the First Amendment.
Attorneys representing the district agree it's about the First Amendment, the part that bars the government from endorsing religion.
This is a case about a coach who was pressuring his players to pray with him at the 50-yard line, violating their religious freedom after every high school football game repeatedly.
Do you see where that's problematic for the school district?
I really don't. These kids I helped raise. It wasn't like we were doing anything trying to promote a religion or trying to convert anybody. It was just being thankful after a football game. And that was it.
Kennedy, a self-described Christian, says all he ever wanted, all he's fighting for, is to say a brief prayer privately at midfield.
If this were a case about a teacher or a coach's right to pray privately, we wouldn't be here.
The pictures show something far different from private prayer. Players, often from both teams, taking a knee and surrounding Kennedy as he led the post-game ritual.
The school district learned from a player's father that he felt coerced to join the prayer in order to have playtime.
A federal appeals panel twice sided with the district, one judge calling Kennedy's case a deceitful narrative. Now, the Supreme Court will decide if the appeals court and the district went too far. Lost on no one, the conservative tilt of today's Supreme Court.
We're hopeful that the court could still rule the right way.
The ideal outcome for you is that you get your job back and you can go back to the way that things were?
I would like to be the coach here at Bremerton High School again, and I would like to be able to thank God afterwards.
Have The district's attorneys have offered the justices an alternative. This may be, in football terms, a bit of a Hail Mary. They point out that Kennedy no longer lives in Bremerton. He's moved to Florida. And so they say the justices could just decide the whole thing is moot. But Kennedy says no. If the court rules in his favor, he will be on the first flight back to Bremerton. Morgan?
Wow, a lot to unpack there. CNBC's Scott Cohn. Scott, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
The First Lady of Ukraine is calling out Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Just after the break, the heartbreaking details she shared about the youngest casualties of this war.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, Ukrainians are left scrambling for basic needs. Many are now left without necessities like clean water, food, or shelter. Now humanitarian groups are doing what they can to help. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen has been following this closely for us. She joins us now. So, Vicky, what do Ukrainians need most at this point?
Aaron, so good to be with you. And think of it as an emergency situation like what we saw here after Hurricane Ida or after the wildfires in the West. People's immediate needs, food, water, shelter. But then it goes beyond that. It's cold there, so they need warm clothes. When you leave with only what you can carry, there are things that moms who are carrying children and babies need that are expensive. Diapers, baby formula, medicine, pain medicine for grown-ups and for kids. So it's a whole list of all kinds of things that are needed. But aid workers tell us it's much better if you can and if you want to donate money, because that is what gives them the ability to be flexible and agile and respond to the needs of the refugees and the people there on the ground. And frankly, you know, there's some groups there right now, Global Empowerment Mission, for example, in Poland. They are using donations to buy plane tickets and train tickets to help those refugees get out of their camps and get to stable housing, Aaron.
All right, Vicki Nguyen for us today with some ideas on how folks can help. Vicki, thank you.
And as Russian forces surround Ukraine's capital, Ukrainian First Lady Olena Zelenska has bravely spoken out against Russia and the war. In an open letter, she voiced frustration and heartache over this conflict. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
In response to what First Lady Olena Zelenska calls an overwhelming number of media requests, she's now posted an emotional letter on social media. She calls it her testimony to Ukraine. Take a look.
The First Lady of Ukraine describing the destruction in vivid and heartbreaking detail. Perhaps the most terrifying and devastating of this invasion are the child casualties. Olena Zelenska writes in her open letter, "When Russia says that it is not waging war against civilians, I call out the names of these murdered children first," with photos of children, she says, who have now been killed in the war. Like her husband, President Volodymyr Zelensky, the First Lady has emerged as a national hero following an unlikely background. Zelensky famously rose to prominence as an actor, while his wife was a comedy writer who largely stayed out of the spotlight before becoming First Lady. Now Zelensky describes himself as Russia's #1 target and his family as target #2. Though reportedly at an undisclosed location with her children, Olena Zelenska has continued to reach out to Ukrainians and the world through social media. The 44-year-old mother now sharing other children's stories, like a girl whose grandfather, she writes, tried to protect her from shells. Zelenska also reflecting on the challenges of getting essential medical care and the heartache of mothers, something we've seen throughout Ukraine as the refugee crisis mounts. And calling out President Putin, writing, "He underestimated our country, our people, and their patriotism." Zelenska adding this dire warning for the rest of the world. The war in Ukraine is not a war somewhere out there. This is a war in Europe. If we don't stop Putin, who threatens to start a nuclear war, there will be no safe place in the world for any of us.
Now, she also makes a direct appeal to the world's media. She says, please keep showing what is happening in Ukraine. Please keep showing the truth. And to the border countries and to the people helping, she says a big thank you, and we see you.
Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Ceasefire expired. The temporary hold that let Ukrainians leave their country ended an hour ago. So what happens now? A COVID pill for kids. Pfizer's testing out its antiviral treatment in a new clinical trial for children. Plus, women in power in danger. The violent and radical threats against women serving in our country's highest ranks. We start this hour in Ukraine, and there's a lot going on. The Pentagon will have a press briefing later this hour. We will, of course, bring that to you live. Meanwhile, a temporary ceasefire that let some Ukrainians evacuate expired just over an hour ago. People in the Kyiv suburbs able to escape on foot. The military there helping the elderly just outside the capital. Ukraine accusing Russia now of breaking the ceasefire in Mariupol. President Zelensky saying Russian strikes destroyed a children's hospital there. The Red Cross is helping people still trapped in that city, the group calling the situation there apocalyptic. Also, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant now disconnected from Ukraine's power grid, but the International Atomic Energy Agency is saying there's no critical impact to safety. We've got team coverage with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. He's in Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Poland. Matt, first to you. What can you tell us about the situation in Mariupol tonight?
Yeah, well, we just heard, like you just said, that maternity hospital, that tragic bombing that could have injured as many as 17 people. I think that those casualty numbers are going to go up as we start to see the full implications of what happened there. But this is a city that's been battered for days and days and days. And the problem is, not only is there no relief from the shelling, there's no humanitarian corridor that's been successful in getting people out. This is a city of 400,000 civilians. 200,000 of them supposedly are waiting to try to get out, and so far that hasn't happened. Now, the thing about these humanitarian corridors is they work two ways. So civilians, if they can't get out, that means that humanitarian relief also can't get in to those civilians who are inside. And this is a city, again, of nearly 500,000 people that's been going days without food, without water, without heat, without electricity, without medicine for a lot of elderly people and other people who desperately need it. So this is a situation that is suffering from the bombings and the shellings that, again, are causing a humanitarian catastrophe. You used the word apocalyptic that the Ukrainians have said, but also the deprivation just from the lack of supplies and the lack of humanitarian aid that's compounding the problem. Allison?
Ellison, nearly 1.3 million Ukrainian refugees are now in Poland, according to the UN. I understand you met a teenager at the camp you visited today. What did she tell you?
Yeah, we talk about these big numbers of people who have fled Ukraine, and the majority, or at least half of those, are said to be children. And when you are at these border crossings, at these makeshift refugee campsites, you remember exactly that. So many children are being impacted by this, so many teens being forced to grow up much earlier than they should have to. Listen to what one 16-year-old told us a little earlier today.
My plans were to go out, to hang out, to study, but not to live. I wanted to be an actress.
How have you changed in the last 2 weeks? Do you feel like you had to grow up?
Изменилось внутри за последние 2 недели? Yes, I have. I started to value everything I have as much as I never did before. I worry about everyone now. I worry about my relatives, my loved ones.
And she talked to us about helping her mother get her 3 younger siblings out of their home, telling them not to look around, to just get to the train station. It's a constant reminder, stories like that the impacts of war, they last well beyond people just fleeing the immediate violence. And that little girl, her siblings, it's something they will deal with for the rest of their lives. Allison?
Yeah, Allison, sadly they will. Matt, back to you. President Zelensky said today that the scale of the threat is in its peak. Ukrainian recruits are getting weapons training in Kyiv. We are now 2 weeks into this conflict. The Russians are still stalled outside the capital. What is the level of concern in Kyiv tonight?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, Allison, because, of course, Kyiv has always been the major political goal, the major battle that has been going on for the Russians since this started 2 weeks ago. And you remember, and I say remember because it's been like a week since we heard really about that 40-mile-long convoy of armored vehicles and tanks that were supposedly at any minute about to break into the capital and start tearing it to pieces. Well, that's been stalled outside of the city now for the better part of a week. So the question is, when are we really going to see that enormous amount of hardware really being put to use and tearing apart the capital? We don't know. The military assessments that I've been hearing is that anywhere between 24 to 96 hours. So, I mean, we can reasonably expect that sometime between today and the end of the week, there's going to be some sort of massive final assault on the capital. We don't really know yet, though, because, of course, most of the Russian forces and most of the advancing has been concentrated in the south. That seems to be because that's just where they've been most successful. The Russians have been frustrated both in Kyiv and to the east in the second largest city of Kharkiv. But that could change at any minute, and it's clear that the Russians and Vladimir Putin himself are becoming increasingly impatient and really want to bring a quick end to this fighting. And that quick end will come with taking the capital of Kyiv.
Allison, I want to ask you more about the kids involved here because it has been so heartbreaking to see what they are going through. A UNICEF spokesperson told NBC News that at least half of the Ukrainian refugees are kids. Are they able to go to school in Poland? What kind of services do they have? What do they have access to there? What have you learned in your time there?
So we've met some families who have told us they have already made plans to enroll their children in school here. Remember, the European Union unanimously voted to extend temporary protection to refugees fleeing Ukraine. That's Ukrainians, and it's also third-party nationals who had refugee or protected status in Ukraine or permanent residency. And what that temporary protection means is that they don't have to file individual asylum claims, that for at least a year, with the potential to extend it 3 years, people who qualify for this, having fled Ukraine after February 24th, they'll be able to access housing, education, social welfare programs within European Union countries. And the goal of extending this, or implementing rather, this directive that is something that they came up with in the European Union after the Balkan Wars, is to prevent a lot of individual asylum claims and the system being overburdened, but also to let people access services like education sooner rather than later. Allison.
All right, Ellison Barber, Matt Bradley, thank you both so very much. The United States rejecting a Polish proposal that the U.S. act as a go-between to send fighter jets to Ukraine. The Pentagon saying we do not believe Poland's proposal to be a tenable one. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins me now. Dan, U.S. officials are saying they were blindsided by that proposal. What else are you hearing from the Pentagon?
Allison, it's been a pretty extraordinary back and forth. And yes, that's right. You had the number 3 official at the State Department telling senators yesterday she had no idea this was coming. This was a complete surprise. I think that the larger issue here is trying to avoid actions that might trigger a kind of direct U.S.-NATO, U.S.-Russia conflict. And that's something that both Poland and the U.S. want to avoid. But everyone's sort of caught in an awkward position. You have this desperate plea from Ukraine for fighter jets. But Poland was, I think, anxious about flying those jets to Ukraine and possibly sparking some kind of reaction from Russia. They kind of threw the hot potato to Washington and said, we'll give it to you at your base in Germany, in Ramstein. And you saw the reaction from the Pentagon, which was, that's just not tenable. So it looks like this is not going to happen, but it's hard to say. What is true is that I think it was an awkward moment for the alliance, which has been pretty unified all along, but this was kind of an embarrassing hiccup where there wasn't a clear answer they could give to Ukraine.
Dan, President Zelensky clearly upset with the U.S. response, saying this is not a game of ping pong. Here he is earlier today.
Послухайте, у нас війна, у нас немає часу на ці медіа, на всі ці сигнали. Це ж не пінг-понг, це про людське життя. Ми ще раз просимо, вирішуйте це швидше. Не перекидайте відповідальність, відправте нам літаки.
Dan, is there a solution here, something that might work for everyone, or is someone going to be disappointed here? Is there no easy answer to this problem?
I don't think there's an easy answer. Yeah. It's a difficult question, and it ultimately does sit on the desk of President Biden, and that is, is it possible to send fighter jets to Ukraine from a NATO country in a way that does not risk a conflict directly between NATO and Russia? And it looks like at the moment, the White House, President Biden is not ready to go there. But you can hear the frustration and the anger in President Zelensky's voice there in that speech you just aired. So they're really in a difficult spot, as you've just heard from all our colleagues there. And I think it's a dilemma now for the West, how far to go to help them. We're sending them weapons that can shoot down Russian aircraft and take out Russian tanks. But at the moment, the U.S. is not ready to sort of endorse this idea of fighter jets. That might change, but that's sort of where we stand right now.
Dan, the U.S. is sending 2 Patriot missile batteries to Poland, calling this a defensive move. Can you explain to our viewers what they're used for and what this says about the U.S. position in this conflict?
That's right. So Poland has really become a key focus, a key hub of this conflict, because not only do you have this enormous wave of refugees in Poland, but it's also one of the main places where weapons are being funneled to Ukraine, where military equipment is being sent to Ukraine. And Poland is anxious about the threat from Russia. And so we are sending them missile defense systems, Patriot missile defenses, which are really the top of the line equipment from the U.S. And that can allow a country to shoot down incoming missiles and aircraft from a distance. So the idea is to kind of bolster Poland's air defenses so that they feel more protected from any possible errant missile or possible attack from Russia in the future.
All right, Dan DeLuce from the Pentagon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Kremlin says the U.S. has declared economic war on Russia after announcing a series of sanctions and a ban on oil and gas. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley live for us in D.C. So, Mike, how is the administration clapping back on that this afternoon?
Well, Allison, yesterday when the president announced this ban on Russian oil imports, he said the U.S. was going really right at the artery of the Russian economy. It is a significant step, even if U.S. oil consumption, at least from Russia, is not as high as some of our allies. And clearly, though, the president, as he said to me yesterday, acknowledged that this was going to result in some higher gas prices. But we've also seen that with this action, in addition to all the other sanctions that the White House has announced, as well as our allies, a significant economic impact on Russia, as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki laid out in detail today. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Their stock market has been closed for days. The ruble's worth a penny. They're headed toward what many outside economists have described as a recession. They have had a huge strain on their financial markets and systems. So I don't think the facts bear out if that is the claim anyone is making.
Obviously, this is having a significant impact on the Russian economy, but the White House also focused on the impact here at home, with gas prices really a major concern for Americans at this point. And it's clearly something that's on the mind of the president. He had an event today to talk about a piece of legislation that's moving through Capitol Hill, but before he even sat down to join some of the other participants in the event, he made note of the fact that oil prices were actually taking something of a dip today, down more than 10%. Yeah. Clearly, this is something the president's getting regular updates on, and was happy to share a little bit of good news, even for what's otherwise been a tough story.
Yeah, surprisingly good news for sure. We're all kind of stunned by that one today, Mike. Let's talk about Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He is meeting with the UK's foreign minister, calling for broader humanitarian corridors in Ukraine. What else did the secretary say on that?
Yeah, the humanitarian crisis that's unfolding, obviously, in Ukraine is a significant concern. We're seeing that on Capitol Hill here in Washington, where they've added more than $14 billion to a supplemental appropriations bill that's moving its way through the House right now. And the Secretary of State talking about that with his UK counterpart today, even as most of the discussion was focused on what you and Dan were just talking about, that Polish air power deal that is obviously not going forward. Here's the Secretary of State, though, talking about what the U.S., what our allies are willing to do to try to alleviate this humanitarian crisis. Take a listen.
I lost all sound like yesterday again, guys.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Eglin. She's got the headlines for us from NBCNews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we start with border authorities finding 52 lizards and snakes hidden in a man's clothing. Authorities say some of the animals were endangered and the man was trying to smuggle them from Mexico to the U.S. A 1994 cold case has been solved after DNA from a bite mark led to an arrest of a man in Southern California. Authorities say the 48-year-old was charged last Friday for the murder of Sherry Huss, who was stabbed and bitten by her killer. Venezuela freeing 2 detained Americans after a visit by senior Biden administration officials. The White House announcing the release of an oil executive after 4 years and another man who was arrested in 2021. South Korea says it sent back all 7 North Korean sailors who were aboard a ship it seized yesterday. Officials claim the North Korean ship entered South Korean waters by mistake. And Charles Tinman, the man who helped make his family's Long Island bakery a household name, has died. He's credited with introducing see-through packaging. He was 92 years old. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. Pfizer launching a trial to test its COVID pill in children. Paxlovid is already authorized for use in people ages 12 and up. NBC News digital health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace is covering that clinical trial. So, Berkeley, Pfizer's testing its antiviral pill in kids as young as 6. Tell us about those trials.
Right. So Pfizer wants to test the pill in about 140 kids who are at high risk for severe illness. They're going to be divided into 2 groups. Based on their weight, and that'll determine whether they're given a proper dosage for those that are already given to those 12 and older, or whether they'll be given a lower dosage. They'll also be given the same formulation given to those who are 12 and older, and that's 3 pills twice a day for 5 days.
So just remind us, for people who aren't familiar, how this pill works, who it might be best for, what we know about it so far based on what we've seen in adults.
Yeah, so the pill works by preventing the virus from replicating inside the body. These pills are especially important for adults and kids who may have weakened immune systems. Those are people with conditions such as HIV, cancer, or those who've had organ transplants who may be at severe risk for COVID and also may not mount a great immune response to the vaccines. And keep in mind that COVID vaccine rates have fallen among kids in the U.S. And although kids are less likely to develop severe COVID as adults, some of them actually do.
How long will this trial run? Do we know yet how long it will take? And how about kids under 6? Any plans to test them when this current trial is up?
Yeah, so Pfizer says it hopes to have results in the second half of the year. As far as kids for under age 6, Pfizer says they do plan to enroll kids eventually. They're just working out the correct formulation for this age group. Allison.
All right, Berkeley, awesome to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over in Florida, one signature and it's law, the Don't Say Gay bill, ready for Governor Ron DeSantis. That controversial bill passed Florida Senate on Tuesday. It bans teachers from discussing sexual orientation and gender identity with young students. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
A controversial bill in Florida, which opponents call the Don't Say Gay bill because it forbids instruction on sexual identity and sexual orientation for younger students, sits on the governor's desk awaiting his signature to become law.
22 yeas, 17 nays, Mr. President.
So the bill passes. The bill was passed by a Republican-dominated state Senate, but not before sparking heated debate.
This bill says, parents, your right to raise your children does not end when they walk into a classroom.
And to those who think you can legislate gay people away, I'm sorry. You cannot.
The bill, entitled Parental Rights in Education, was introduced by Republican State Representative Joe Harding. It says in part, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3. Parents would be able to sue the district if a school violates the law. Opponents worry that it could have a chilling effect on discussion of those topics in any grade. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis left no questions as to whether he will be signing the bill into law.
I think it's inappropriate to be injecting those matters like a transgenderism into a kindergarten classroom.
But critics are not letting this go quietly. They have staged school walkouts and protests, saying the bill would erase decades of progress. Denise Soufrine is gay and has been a teacher for 34 years. In her kindergarten class, she has these books, no matter what the law.
These books will remain in my classroom as long as I am a teacher in this district.
Even with a law like this?
Even with a law like this.
Could it cost you your job?
I don't think so.
And if it does?
It would be worth it.
A school district in Southlake, Texas, now the subject of a lawsuit and a federal civil rights investigation. Southlake in the spotlight for years for its handling of race and sexual identity. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke with one of the students involved in this suit. And just a warning for you, this story mentions suicide.
Like many 12-year-olds, Christian loves Yu-Gi-Oh!, science fiction, and hanging out in his room.
I really wanted to make an elemental hero deck.
But recently, he says he's struggled after being bullied relentlessly for identifying as pansexual at Durham Intermediate School, part of the Carroll Independent School District in Southlake, Texas.
It mainly just gave me depression, and it felt more nerve-wracking to go to school.
What were kids saying?
They were using gay slurs and being very rude to me just by making jokes.
One day, his mother, Christina Edmiston, noticed welts all over his legs. Christian told her other students had hit him.
I would go to pick him up, and I would see him standing by himself, but then watching kids circle him, kind of like a lion would stalk its prey.
Southlake schools have been in the national spotlight since 2018, when a video of high school students chanting the N-word went viral. Volunteers spent almost 2 years working on a school diversity and inclusion plan, but conservative residents launched a lawsuit and voted in new school board members opposed to it. Now, the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights is investigating alleged discrimination based on race, sexuality, and nation of origin. The NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund has also filed a complaint on behalf of 4 students, saying the district failed to intervene. Christian is one of them.
Why did the NAACP now add to this investigation?
This is not about any particular individual, but rather this is systemic. This is happening over and over again.
Did the Carroll School District fail this 12-year-old?
Absolutely. This is any parent's worst nightmare.
September was the breaking point. Christian says he told a friend that he no longer wanted to be alive. Students allegedly turned an old volleyball net into a noose, encouraging Christian to hang himself from a football post in the schoolyard. Since that incident, has there been an investigation, and have any of the kids involved been held accountable?
Not to my knowledge. It feels to me like they are trying to sweep it under the rug and they are trying to not address it.
Christina has filed 3 detailed grievances with the district and has pulled Christian out of Southlake schools. The district did not respond to numerous requests for comment. If the federal government finds violations, Carroll schools could be forced to implement new diversity training. But that process could take months or even years, something Christina says her family cannot afford to wait and see.
Some days are really still difficult. He's working really hard to overcome, but the good days we're just so thankful for every day because we almost didn't have any more with him.
What gave you the bravery to talk about this?
Mainly just being able to know that other people in the school district, if they are listening to this, that they'll be able to actually see that there will be some good in this world.
If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That's 800-273-TALK, or you can text STRENGTH to 741-741. And for more on Southlake, Books and Backlash, a new bonus episode of the podcast, available now. You can get critical supplies to the people in this crisis who need them the most.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Back now to the crisis in Ukraine. A temporary ceasefire there is over. More strikes in Mariupol. Local officials there accusing Russia of hitting a children's hospital. President Zelensky, meanwhile, asking Ukraine's allies to send air support. Let's bring in NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts. He is a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. Clint, what can you tell us? Where are Russian troops engaging right now? What tactics are they using? What do you know?
Yeah, so it's interesting today. We were talking yesterday about how this has changed. We're entering week 3 of the invasion. Week 1, really a failure from Vladimir Putin's troops. Week 2, the switch to conventional forces. And what we're seeing today is, 1, this convoy still there, but trying to break out and move to the west. Separately, in Chernihiv here, you're starting to see another corridor advance. And then from Sumy, essentially 3 corridors. The goal seems to be for them to try and cut off Kyiv and eventually surround it, much similar to what we're seeing here down south. Now, what's interesting, in Sumy and Kharkiv, you're seeing contested areas. The Ukrainians are fighting back. In Kharkiv here, yesterday we saw in Chuhiv, this area, we actually saw the Ukrainians take some ground back. So it's interesting. This area is very close to the Russian border. That also speaks to some bigger problems. Down here in the south is where we're seeing a lot of advancements by the Russian forces, incrementally pushing through with their armament convoys. You might have remembered a week ago we were talking about their advance out of Crimea to Mariupol. This is the town we're talking about today. That terrible atrocity hitting the hospital, the maternity hospital there. Lots of casualties, extreme violence and death. This town and many of those in the east are now coming up on a humanitarian disaster. Out of food and water, electricity, it's cold, intense bombing campaigns. So we're seeing some corridors being set up for humanitarian relief. Separately, we're still seeing these advances out here to Kherson and Mykolaiv, but more importantly, we're seeing them try and advance what looks like to Dnipro. If they can do this to Dnipro, we think they may be trying to go for this in the long run. What we see Vladimir Putin always talk about is Novorossiya, which means New Russia. Historically, this is a territory that the Russians once controlled several hundred years ago. He talks about essentially unifying all ethnic Russian people all the way out to here. That we talked about Transnistria maybe yesterday if you heard this show. This essentially would be a Russian corridor that he's trying to build, cutting off Ukraine from the south into the sea. Odessa is a very critical location right about here to watch for. If he surrounds that and takes that city, that would be a major economic port and some severe damage to the Ukrainian economy over time. The last thing I would note is in terms of the humanitarian situation that we're seeing here today, we've got lots of different corridors, lots of different places where we're trying to see evacuations. The situation here in the east is quite dire. Everyone's trying to move to the west and move to the west very quickly. We're going to need to provide a lot of humanitarian support in the coming days and weeks.
All right, Clint, thank you so much. Back here in New York, Brighton Beach, Brooklyn is a community known as Little Odessa, named for the port city in Ukraine. Spend some time there and you're more likely to hear Russian and Ukrainian on the streets than English. NBC News co-anchor Savannah Sellers spoke to people in the neighborhood, including some Holocaust survivors, about the crisis overseas.
Stores along Brighton Beach Avenue are waving Ukrainian flags, propping up signs that say "Stop Putin," and putting up QR codes for charities supporting Ukraine. Brighton Beach is home to the highest concentration of Russian-speaking immigrants in the U.S. At a Jewish community center nearby, Russian and Ukrainian seniors can be found playing games, dancing, and reading local newspapers in Russian. The war in Ukraine is ever present among this particular group.
It's impossible for me to watch any of this without tearing up and crying immediately.
My heart is bleeding as I'm seeing how they are annihilating the city and annihilating the people of the city.
Many of these seniors are Holocaust survivors and are watching the latest news out of Ukraine with a deep sense of fear and shock.
I don't know a single Jewish senior whose family went through the Holocaust and who immigrated from the former Soviet Union where they did not have an easy life, who doesn't report, "I cannot sleep." my whole life is flipped upside down. It's terrifying.
Many of the Russian-speaking Holocaust survivors and the Ukrainian Holocaust survivors are experiencing and reliving trauma, and this is triggering PTSD from their wartime years.
In 1941, Hitler's forces were moving into Ukraine. Pavel Iverbuk says he made it on the last boat out of Odessa when he was just 6 years old.
I'm remembering the bombings and fear from the fact that at any second they could destroy us and a bomb could hit our house. It's a terrifying feeling. Even at 6 years old, I was completely petrified by the sound of the bombs.
A Russian missile strike that appeared to target a TV tower in Ukraine's capital on March 1st struck the vicinity of the Babinya Holocaust Memorial, a site where more than 33,000 Jews were killed over a 2-day period. Holocaust survivor Vladimir Bravarnik has relatives who were murdered in Babinya.
They hit Babi Yar. It was simply like a punch to the heart. I cannot.
Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby is briefing reporters right now. Let's listen in.
Made clear how much he's looking forward to attending in person next week's NATO Defense Ministerial in Brussels. Now, the Secretary also had a chance to discuss with Minister Blaszczak the proposal to send MiG-29 fighter aircraft to Ukraine, and specifically the notion of doing so by way of transfer to U.S. custody. Secretary Austin thanked the minister for Poland's willingness to continue to look for ways to assist Ukraine, but he stressed that we do not support the transfer of additional fighter aircraft to the Ukrainian Air Force at this time, and therefore have no desire to see them in our custody either. Let me walk you through the reasons for this. First, we believe the best way to support Ukrainian defense is by providing them the weapons and the systems that they need most to defeat Russian aggression, in particular, anti-armor and air defense. We, along with other nations, continue to send them these weapons, and we know that they are being used with great effect. The slowed Russian advance in the north and the contested airspace over Ukraine is evidence alone of that. Although Russian air capabilities are significant, their effectiveness has been limited due to Ukrainian strategic, operational, and tactical ground-based air defense systems, surface-to-air missiles, and manpads. Secondly, the Ukrainian Air Force currently has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft. We assess that adding aircraft to the Ukrainian inventory is not likely to significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force relative to Russian capabilities. Therefore, we believe that the gain from transferring those MiG-29s is low. And finally, the intelligence community has assessed that the transfer of MiG-29s to Ukraine may be mistaken as escalatory and could result in a significant Russian reaction that might increase the prospects of a military escalation with NATO. Therefore, we also assess the transfer of the MiG-29s to Ukraine to be high risk. And we are grateful for the superb support and cooperation of our Polish allies who continue to host thousands of our troops and who are welcoming more, as I said, more than 1 million Ukrainian refugees. Polish generosity is clearly on display for the whole world to see. But at this time, we believe the provision of additional fighter aircraft provides little increased capabilities at high risk. We also believe that there are alternative options that are much better suited to support the Ukrainian military in their fight against Russia, and we will continue to pursue those options. Again, we thank Poland for their incredible level of support and cooperation. Poland is a valued ally and a very good friend. We look forward to exploring ways to deepen that partnership in this critical moment. And we also know the Ukrainian armed forces, as well as average Ukrainian citizens, are defending their country with great skill and bravery. We will continue to look for ways to help them do that, knowing full well that that effort is in no way made more effective or less harmful to the Ukrainian people by steps we take or decisions we make which lead to an escalation of that conflict. I might add, just before coming out here, the Secretary wrapped up a phone call with the Ukrainian Defense Minister, Minister Reznikov, as one of his ongoing series of calls with counterparts. We'll have a detailed readout of that call later. The call really just concluded, so I don't have much context to provide for you there. Now, on another note, approximately 3,000 U.S. Marines will join some 30,000 military forces from 27 NATO ally and partner nations for the Norwegian-led exercise Cold Response, which kicks off Monday, the 14th of March. This is the 9th iteration of this multi-domain extreme cold weather exercise designed to enhance our collective military capabilities in the demanding Arctic environment. This exercise will emphasize and test critical activities ranging from the reception of reinforcements and interoperable command and control to combined joint operations in a highly intense combat environment. In total, approximately 220 aircraft and more than 50 ships will take part in the exercise. U.S. forces began training in Norway in December as U.S. Marine units conducted cold weather training and planning in the lead up to this exercise. 2 Marine Expeditionary Force will be the largest American military unit participating this year. Some 200 military vehicles, attack and assault support aircraft, and equipment departed Camp Lejeune, North Carolina in January as part of that unit's participation. And again, we look forward to a terrific exercise, Cold Response, and the exercise will be running through April 1st. And with that, we'll get to questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. With regard to the Polish proposal on the MiG transfers, would it be correct to say that you just closed the door on this transfer, whether it's done through the United States or through any other NATO country? And secondly, separately but related, you referenced alternative options that you're looking at. Can you explain what that is?
Alternative options are working with other allies and partner nations around the world who may have additional air defense capabilities and systems at their disposal, who might be willing to provide them to Ukraine. And so we're having discussions with many countries right now about some of those capabilities, surface-to-air missiles, for instance, that the Ukrainians are more trained and more equipped to operate. It could include additional manpads as well, and certainly anti-tank, anti-armor, systems. So we're going to continue to talk to the Ukrainians about their needs, and we're going to continue to talk to allies and partners about how to best fill those needs. But it's our assessment right now, for all the reasons that I gave you, that we don't believe additional aircraft is the most effective answer to meeting those needs in the conflict. Now, look, sovereign nations can decide for themselves what they want to do, but this idea, the proposal of transferring these jets to our custody, then transferring to Ukraine, that is something that we are not going to explore right now.
Thank you.
Jen.
Are you talking about providing S-300 missile defense systems?
I'd rather stay away from the actual systems themselves, Jen. We're going to continue to look at a broad swath of capabilities that the Ukrainians could use effectively. Some of them they already are, and maybe they need replacements. But I'm not going to get into individual systems.
And what's the difference in providing javelins and stingers to the Ukrainians versus MiGs or fighter jets? Why is that more provocative from an intelligence perspective? Why is that seen as more provocative? It seems like you're splitting hairs there.
No, there's no splitting hairs, Jen. I think we take seriously the intelligence community's assessments and their views based on the information that they have available to them. And it's their assessment, one in which the Secretary concurs that the transfer of combat aircraft right now could be mistaken by Mr. Putin and the Russians as an escalatory step. And as I said at the very end of my opening statement, we need to be careful about every decision we make, that we aren't making the potential for escalation worse. Because that's not only not good for NATO, and it's not only not good for the United States and our national security, should this conflict escalate even further, but it's certainly not going to be good for the Ukrainian people. To have what is already a destructive and terrible war get even more destructive and terrible, given the fact that Mr. Putin has other capabilities at his disposal. Fadi.
Thank you, John. I have two questions. So the first one is on this whole issue of MiG-29. As you know, this The prospect of delivering MiG-29s to the Ukrainians was raised by President Zelensky, and based on the assessment that you just told us, this is not the most effective way. Are the Ukrainians now on board with this assessment, or they're still insisting? Have you been in communication with the Ukrainians on this issue exactly?
Well, I just told you that the Secretary just finished up a call with Minister Reznikov. I don't have a readout for you right now. It literally was finishing up as I was walking here to the podium. So we'll have a readout for you. I doubt seriously that readout is going to ascribe the sentiments of the Ukrainians. That is for them to speak to, and I will obviously we defer to the Ukrainian government to speak to this on their own.
And on this issue of military biological labs in Ukraine that the Russians keep raising.
Yeah.
Can you basically explain to us what type of relationship, if any, there was between the Pentagon and the Ukrainian side on any biological labs? When was the last cooperation? And what do you have to say about these Russian accusations?
The Russian accusations are absurd. They're laughable. And in the words of my Irish Catholic grandfather, a bunch of malarkey. There's nothing to it. It's classic Russian propaganda, and I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't give it a drop of ink worth paying attention to.
Yeah, but can you explain to us has there been any relationship between the?
We are not developing biological or chemical weapons inside Ukraine. It's not happening. Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is there any concern that Russia's actually doing this because they're planning some sort of a chem-biological?
Yeah, of course. I mean, again, not being perfectly inside the minds of the Russians, we have seen one of their playbooks is to accuse the other that which you are doing or which you plan to do, and to create a narrative that of victimhood and blaming somebody else for something that you're in fact going to do. I have no evidence of that. I'm not suggesting that that's in the offing right now. I have no intelligence indicators that that type of weaponry is in Ukraine and being planned to be used. So I want to be clear. But it is of a piece of the Russian playbook to blame others for that which you're about to do or you're considering doing. They've done that plenty of times before.
And then on intelligence, since you said that the U.S. intelligence assessment is that the transferring of the combat aircraft was considered high risk, what was the assessment of transferring Javelins and Stingers? Was it also high risk, but the calculus was the Ukrainians needed them, so it was worth it?
Without getting into specific inventory issues, the short answer to your question, Court, is yes. I mean, as we make the decisions to provide support from the very beginning, even before the invasion, but certainly since, we go through that calculus and to make sure that we are giving them what we believe can be best suited to their needs, and we see that they're they're using it with great effect, but also keeping in mind, as we must, the potential escalation of the conflict. So it's a calculation we do routinely, iteratively, every day.
So it's not uncommon, the Stingers, the Javelins, or let's say anti-armor, anti-air equipment that the U.S. has been providing to them, some of those have been considered high risk, but the calculus is?
I wouldn't say everything that we're sending we consider to be high risk. Without characterizing something as high or low risk, in particular on the other inventory items, I would just tell you that we go through that calculus with every shipment that we send. What is best needed to the fight, and with a mind that we obviously don't want to needlessly or heedlessly escalate the conflict to a level where it's actually more dangerous for Ukraine, not less. Okay? Yeah, Travis, I'm sorry.
Thanks, John. The soldiers who are deployed to Poland, 82nd, they had been helping small numbers of Americans who had been coming across the border from Ukraine. And you mentioned the massive refugee flow coming in now. I'm wondering if their mission, if it has, or if you're looking at potentially expanding that to a wider humanitarian mission, and is that something that maybe you've discussed with Poland?
There hasn't been any active discussions of expanding their missions to something wider in terms of humanitarian assistance. But I can assure you that the Secretary will want us to be as responsive as possible should there be a need for that. But we're not tracking a request to expand the mission set for the 82nd right now. They certainly have that capability should they be needed, and we certainly would want to pitch in and help. But we're in constant discussions with Polish authorities as well as the State Department. And again, should there be a need for that, you can bet the United States military will chip in and help. And I would add, and I don't want this to at all sound gratuitous, but the Poles have been doing an amazing job harboring, welcoming, and taking care of now more than 1 million Ukrainians that have fled across that border. And that's only, I guess, by the UN estimates, about half of the total that have left the country. But the Polish government and the Polish people have just been superb, just absolutely spectacular. And again, if they need our help in that regard, certainly the United States military would be positively disposed to look at those requests. Carla.
Thank you. Since we're talking about Poland, a defense official said that Russia had launched more than 710 missiles into Ukraine since the war began. Have any of those, or how close have those missiles come to the Polish border?
What I would tell you, Carla, without getting into too much detail here, almost all of the missiles that have been fired from either inside Ukraine or from outside Ukraine have been targeted at sites in the eastern part of the country. If you were to draw a line from Kyiv down to Odessa, straight line, almost all those strikes are occurring to the east of that line. So nothing close that we've seen to Poland or even in Western Ukraine, quite frankly.
And then a quick follow on the humanitarian corridors that keep, trying to be established and then failing. Yeah. Does the Pentagon consider it a war crime to establish a humanitarian corridor and then bomb it?
Yeah, the Pentagon's not making judgments on war crimes. We'll leave that to the experts. What I would tell you is that short of stopping the invasion, which is really what needs to happen here, short of that, we want to see that innocent civilians are given safe passage and not being harmed. And they ought to be given safe passage. Again, they shouldn't have to have a safe passage, but if they're gonna, it ought to be to places inside their own country, inside Ukraine, not aimed at the north and to Belarus and Russia. I think the Ukrainians can be forgiven for not wanting to flee into the very countries that have invaded them. And so we would obviously like to see, if there's going to be safe passage, that it's truly safe passage inside their own country and unmolested, by the way, from Russian attacks, which has not always been the case in the last few days. Calling for a safe passage, calling for corridors, and then hitting people while they're trying to use those corridors, killing people in the midst of evacuating. Again, I'll leave the legal scrutiny to others, but clearly what we want to see is for the destruction and the death to stop, and short of that, to be observed, the humanitarian concerns to be observed by the Russian military. Oren.
Are you actively discouraging the transfer of fighter jets to Ukraine, or is it the position that the U.S. won't be part of this and it remains a Polish decision? And then separately, have you assessed the Russians have used thermobaric weaponry in Ukraine?
No indications that thermobaric weapons, no evidence of that I can speak to. And look, what I'm talking about today is this particular proposal about the MiG-29s. As I mentioned to Bob, sovereign nations unilaterally are deciding to make decisions about providing security assistance to Ukraine, and they have that right to do that, and it's not our place to speak for them or what they may want to do. We just felt it was important, since this proposal involved a transfer to U.S. custody, that we believed it was important to lay flat our concerns about that, and that's what we've done here. Yeah. David.
So on the order to deploy Patriots into Poland, defense officials said this morning that Secretary Austin had ordered that. I always thought that kind of internal movement was ordered by General Walters. So, one, why was it ordered by Secretary Austin? And two, what changed to convince him that he should put Patriots forward in Poland? Was there any kind of aerial incident? Was there a failure of the deconfliction line? Was there another intelligence community assessment that the risk was higher? I mean, what changed from before he ordered the Patriots until now?
No one thing precipitated this move. We have been talking now for weeks about our willingness and our capability of moving assets around in theater, given the conditions on the ground, given what was then a looming invasion and now what has been a quite destructive invasion in Ukraine. And the Secretary has never been one to take off the table options to relocate our assets as he believes is best suited to defense of NATO territory. This was one of those decisions. It wasn't precipitated by one single moment or one single issue or one single act by the Russians, but rather by a constant and routine consultation with our NATO allies, in this case Poland, about the needs and the capabilities that would best suit our obligations to Article 5. And as for the orders given, I mean, clearly General Walters gave the order. They are in his theater, and you're right. He absolutely has that authority, and he made that order, but he did it at the direction of the Secretary, based on the Secretary's consultation with our allies and partners. I mean, that's not unusual at all. That's very typical of how things are done here. Matt.
Hi, John. We saw the Ukrainians claim that a maternity and children's hospital in Mariupol was hit directly by Russian strike. Do you have anything on that or any of the other civilian casualties that you're seeing at this point?
I'm afraid I don't. I've seen those same reports you have, but we're not in a position to be able to independently verify that. Obviously, that's a horrific outcome. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, if it's true, and we have no reason to doubt that it's true, we just can't independently verify. I mean, it's just another indicator of the supreme sacrifices that the Ukrainian people are making and that they shouldn't have to make. We're talking, families, children, killed, wounded, displaced. All of it avoidable. All of it completely avoidable. And on the casualties count, again, we're being very careful here to not get into estimates of casualties. Obviously, we know there have been casualties, civilian casualties. Ukrainian soldiers have suffered casualties as well. And we know the Russians have. But we're being very careful not to get into estimates of numbers. These estimates they vary widely. They change literally every day, if not every hour. And again, it's not an operation we're conducting, and so we don't feel like we have the confidence to be able to put out specific numbers.
John, we're also seeing reports of unguided munitions being used. Are you seeing that, and is that factoring into the civilian casualties?
Yeah, we do have indications that, not everything that the Russians are using and their long-range fires are precision-guided. That a number of munitions are not, and therefore not precise, which of course just raises the likelihood and the chances of civilian casualties and damage to civilian infrastructure. It not precise, but even in their use of precise weapon systems, or so-called precise by Russian accounts. I mean, we have seen, again, civilian infrastructure hit and civilian casualties caused. Tara.
Hi, John. How concerned is the Pentagon that the risk that this could escalate into a nuclear conflict has increased, and did that weigh into the decision to say the U.S. would not have a role in transferring MiGs to Ukraine?
Well, I think I laid it out pretty clearly in my opening statement that the risk of escalation certainly factored into our thinking on this MiG-29 proposal. And I want to be careful here that we're not getting into intelligence assessments about potential outcomes. Russia is a nuclear power. no question about that. And nobody stands to gain if this conflict, which is already so deadly, gets even more deadly because of the potential for a broader, deeper, wider, and non-conventional conflict. So we're certainly mindful of that threat. And as I said at the outset, we want to make sure that whatever decisions we make, whatever support we give, whatever leadership we show, it is not in a way that makes the conflict escalatory.
Related to that, has the Pentagon noticed any changes to Russia's nuclear posture, or have any changes been made to the U.S. Deterrent posture in the days since Putin announced his own change?
I would answer the question the same way I've been doing it, Tara, without getting into specifics. I can assure you that we are comfortable with our strategic deterrent posture as it is, and I just leave there. Sylvie.
Hello, John. To go back to the Patriots, is Poland the only NATO country that has requested Patriots? I could ask, do you plan to deploy Patriots everywhere in the region, anywhere else in the region?
I'm not aware of any other requests for Patriot missile batteries, and so I have no plans or no future redeployments to speak to today, Sylvie.
Now, you've clarified the Pentagon's position on the jet transfers, excuse me, but it was a sharp contrast from what Secretary Blinken said over the weekend about giving the green light for those transfers. Are the Pentagon and the State Department currently on the same page when it comes to the situation in Russia and Ukraine?
Yeah, absolutely we are. I mean, you're talking about comments that were made, over the course of last weekend when this was a nascent idea. And we were absorbing that idea, and we were talking about it, and we did. Secretary Blinken was 100% right that first of all, it wasn't our place to tell Poland what to do or not to do. That was the main point that he was trying to make. But he also indicated accurately that we were having an interagency discussion inside the administration about this idea. We have had those discussions. The Poles put out a statement last night about this transferring him to U.S. custody. We talked about that. And again, I came out here today to read out to you where we ended up landing on that.
If you have time for one more real quick, we've heard a lot about the help given to the Ukrainians, but is the Pentagon monitoring actors that could be assisting the Russians right now?
Monitoring actors?
Whether it be China, Iran, other countries that could be working with Russia while they're now viewed as a pariah on the world stage.
Look, I'm not going to talk about intelligence issues here. We're obviously scanning the threat landscape as broadly and as deeply as we can, and certainly we have taken note that the Chinese, for instance, have at the very least provided a tacit level of approval for what Russia has done, even to the point of blaming the United States for this war, incredibly. And again, we're constantly looking at the threat landscape, and I don't really have anything more to add on that. Janie.
Thank you, John. I have two questions. First question is, Russia has designated South Korea and the United States, its allies, as non-friendly nations. And Putin's retaliation against South Korea has already begun. What is your comment on Russia's action on this?
I think our actions speak louder than any comment or words I could offer here today, Janie. We continue to look for ways to support Ukraine in their defense. We're grateful that the South Koreans, our allies, have also levied sanctions and being willing to offer support. I think that's indicative of our close friendship and partnership, but also more indicative of the South Korean government and their concerns about what Russia is doing.
Secondly, yesterday at the U.S. congressional hearing, U.S. Strategic Commander General Richard said...
Admiral Richards.
Yeah, Admiral, I'm sorry. North Korea's...
Did I get that right?
Thank you, good. North Korea's ICBM nuclear tests are likely to increase in the future. What strategy does the U.S. have in the response to North Korea's escalated tensions in Korean Peninsula?
Look, Jenny, I would point you to what INDOPACOM just put out earlier this morning. We've made clear our concern over the significant increase in DPRK missile testing activity, which we continue to believe undermines peace and security and is destabilizing the region as well as the international community. So in light of that, as we've noted earlier this week, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command ordered intensified intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance collection activities in the LOC, as well as enhanced readiness among our ballistic missile defense forces in the region. So again, I think in our case here, actions are speaking louder than words. We have made clear what our concerns are, and we're acting on those concerns.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mike.
John, the Defense Department was tasked pretty much on the fly with finding billets for thousands of refugees after the fall of Afghanistan. Is the Pentagon trying to sort of get ahead of this task? I mean, get ahead of this to prepare for if you have to do it again with regard to any people from Ukraine?
Well, you know, we're just getting closer to wrapping up Operation Allies Welcome, and we were very proud to be a part of that, this DHS-led mission to provide a safe and secure environment for Afghan evacuees to get on with their new lives here as American citizens, and we're very proud of that. I know of no such similar efforts underway that would utilize Defense Department property or facilities or resources with respect to Ukrainian evacuees, but again, that would be really something better directed to DHS and the State Department. But there's no active efforts right now that for DoD participation in that kind of a move. And look, Mike, I mean, these Ukrainians that have had to flee, I suspect they want to go home, to their home, to a country that's not being bombed and shelled and not invaded by Russia. I would imagine that's what they really want, that they're not looking for new homes. They want to go back to their homes, and they have every right to do that. And what needs to happen is this war needs to end. And Mr. Putin, for all the options he has available to him, he still has the option of diplomacy and ending this war, which he has certainly within his power to do it, so that these 2 million plus people now can go back to their own homes where they obviously belong and want to be. Yeah, in the back there.
Paul Batey with Marine Corps Times. Thank you. With cold response, the Marine Corps originally planned on sending 5,000 Marines to Norway. That's now been reduced to 3,000. Is that troop reduction in any way connected with what's going on in Ukraine?
I don't think there's any connection to what's going on in Ukraine, but I would refer you to the Marine Corps to speak to how they're resourcing the exercise.
And second question, there's, from what I understand, about 14,000 troops kind of activated or potentially activated to head to Eastern Europe as part of the NATO response.
Correct.
Is there a potential reason why is there no real Marine Corps unit part of that?
I mean, look, we feel to need, we feel to requirement. And right now, the kinds of enablers that have been needed by our NATO allies have we've largely come from the Army and the Air Force. There's certainly no overt reason why there hasn't been Marine Corps units put on prepare to deploy or sent over. I wouldn't rule anything in or out going forward. The Secretary has always wanted to keep his options on the table to be able to provide additional force flow, even from the United States. So we'll see where this goes. Yeah. I didn't get anybody on the phone yet. I'm going to be in big trouble here. Paul Shinkman.
Yeah, hi, John. 2 questions, please. One on the Russian convoy and another on Russia's use of conscripted troops. Can you at all quantify the Russian column attempting to advance on Kyiv, like the number of troops or resources within it, and any other resources that Russia has deployed to either get it moving or to prevent those troops from freezing to death? And then secondly, can you comment on, or do you have any insights on the recent developments regarding Russia's use of conscripted troops? Can you confirm that they've recalled some of these forces and that their deployment to the front lines was seemingly the result of some kind of mistake? Thank you.
Okay, a lot there. On the convoy, I don't have a lot of additional context here. Our assessment is this was largely a resupply convoy. Our assessment is still that it remains stalled and is not moving. It has been attacked by Ukrainian armed forces with quite some effect, and our assessment is it has not been able to come to the relief of advance columns that are moving on Kyiv. I have not and will not get into estimating the length of it or how many vehicles or what kind of vehicles are in it. We don't have that level of detail. And on conscripts, we certainly, and we've been talking about this for a while, I mean, we certainly have seen that that some of the initial battalion tactical groups that were sent into Ukraine in the early days had conscripts in the force. We've been very careful not to provide a ratio or a number because we don't know. We're not experts on Russian manning and how they organize their units, but we certainly had reliable indicators that a good many of these troops were conscripts. Again, how many we don't know. What their fate is now, we don't know. I saw the statement out of the Kremlin about the offering their numbers. I think I can't remember what it was, several hundred or something like that. I don't think I need to tell any of you this, but I would look upon any piece of data that you get from the Kremlin with great skepticism. Let's see. Tony Capaccio, Bloomberg.
Hi, John. Quick question on Russia's cyber warfare capability in Ukraine. You remember, military analysts predicted before the invasion that Russia would unleash the full brunt of its cyber capability to cripple Ukraine's infrastructure. What's DoD's assessment of the extent of that use to date? It doesn't seem extensive.
Yeah, I mean, again, we don't have perfect visibility into everything that the Russians are doing in cyberspace. What we can do, Tony, is speak to outcomes. We believe that that there hasn't been so far devastating cyber effects on Ukraine, although that we have noted cyber attacks, cyber disruptions, websites being taken down, and attempts to limit communications. Certainly, we've seen all that, and we would expect that those efforts by the Russians would continue. Again, this is very much a part of their playbook. I would note that the Ukrainians are not neophytes when it comes to cyber operations. We have helped over time, over these many years, to help improve their resiliency in cyberspace, and I think some of that resiliency is on display as well. I mean, that the Russians may not have had devastating effects in cyberspace doesn't just have to be because the Russians decided not to have devastating effects in cyberspace, but rather because perhaps the Ukrainians have improved their ability to be resilient. Phil Stewart, Reuters.
Hey there. Just could you give a little more information about this high-risk assessment? Is there anything that's in the public realm that you could cite that explains why these combat aircraft transfers would be seen as high risk? And you know, is this a new red line by the U.S. government about things that it won't do to support Ukraine, or is this somehow related to the pre-existing red line about, you know, no troops even in airspace? Thanks.
We're not drawing a red line here, Phil. We're giving you an honest assessment of how we came to our conclusions about this particular proposal of MiG-29s that would be transferred to U.S. custody and then given to Ukraine. That's what we're here to talk about. That's the decision that we made. As I answered to court, we're constantly, with every decision we're making, with every piece of material and system that we're providing, we're always going through the calculus of the need and the potential risk of providing that need, and we're going to continue to do that going forward. And I'm not going to get into the specifics, the sausage making of how this particular decision got made. I walked through the three justifications. The Secretary is very comfortable with this decision and with those three justifications, and I'm going to just leave it at that. Oscar from Polish News.
Thank you for this opportunity. Could you talk a little bit more about why you think that sending these MiGs would be of little use to Ukraine? Is it because of the surface-to-air missile coverage, or and it seems like well, you've been talking about this issue as more of a logistical challenge, but now it seems like it's more of a political military issue. And if I may, also just a quick question about the Patriots. Is that just a temporary deployment? Thank you.
Oscar, I'm going to point you back to my opening statement. I think I answered your question, your first question, pretty well with that opening statement, and I don't know that I can improve upon it. And so trying would probably be folly for me. And as for the Patriot missiles, yes, this is a temporary deployment to Poland, given the circumstances that we're in. These Patriot batteries had already been deployed into Germany, and I suspect at the appropriate time they'll go back there. Okay, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks very much, and we'll see you guys later this week. Yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Mars. You're watching NBC News Now. You have been watching Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby doing a briefing this afternoon with the latest on the situation in Ukraine. We are going to start this hour a little bit late today with the rush to escape Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Lviv. Matt, Ukraine's government saying that Russian shelling is blocking evacuations and aid from a town near Kharkiv. How's the government helping people get out? And what can you tell us about other areas in Ukraine that are maybe having trouble evacuating their civilians?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that's been going on all day, and this time, Iliam, this is part of 6 different cities that are trying to evacuate. Now, this particular city, it's in Kharkiv Oblast. They tried to send convoys to the town in order to get people out. They were obstructed by what was reportedly, at least from the Ukrainian side, Russian shelling. 250 people only were able to escape. And so now there's still tens of thousands of people who are trying to get out. So this is a desperate situation, but it's one that's repeating itself throughout the country. So it's not unique to Kharkiv Oblast or any of the other places. It's really something that we're seeing in Mariupol, in the south, in Sumy, just to the west of Kharkiv, and in the areas around Kyiv. So again, we keep seeing this. Actually, I mentioned Sumy just a second ago. Sumy is the only place where we have actually verified and seen a very successful ceasefire arrangement that has created a humanitarian corridor where convoys have been able to get out. So while this whole thing is shrouded in pessimism, these ceasefires that are allowing for humanitarian refuge, there is some hope that this can actually work because it's worked at least once.
Matt, we have to talk about what's going on in Mariupol. A Ukrainian official saying 17 people were hurt in an airstrike on a children's hospital there. The videos of the damage absolutely horrific. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson calling it depraved. What are you hearing from that area tonight?
Well, we're hearing, we're seeing these images, the same images that you're seeing, and I think that we have not heard the total end of the casualty numbers.
Yeah.
I think that when you see those images, it seems as though we're probably going to see those numbers going up. I don't know that for sure. The idea that there hasn't been any deaths at all seems like something that could change in the next couple of hours. But again, this is a war zone, and this is a place that's being shelled indiscriminately and very quickly with dense shelling for the past several days. And it's also surrounded by Russian forces, which makes it very difficult to get information. And on top of that, electricity is shut down. Internet communications are down. This makes it really hard to verify. And as we just heard from the Pentagon, from Mr. Kirby just now, they can't independently verify what happened. So that's not going to be just the U.S. government. That's going to be aid agencies and probably the Ukrainian government as well. We're just seeing a black hole when it comes to information. So we don't really know anything more about this. We just see a couple of those images, like you were saying.
Matt, we have been talking so much about people trying to get out of Ukraine, but the Border Guard Service is saying more than 14,000 people have come back into Ukraine to fight. Now, NBC News has not independently verified those numbers, but what can you tell us about the growing resistance there?
Well, a lot of these people are people who were in the diaspora of Ukraine, and there are a ton of Ukrainian diaspora throughout all of Western Europe. This has been something that's been building for decades, ever since the fall of the Soviet Union. Ukrainians, especially young men, have gone into Western Europe, including where I live in London, to find work and to provide for their families back home. Now, remember, there was that rule that anyone between the ages of 18 and 60 who is a man could not leave Ukraine. You can't cross the border. So we saw these Ukrainian men taking their families, ferrying them to the border, dropping them off at the border with Poland or Hungary, and then turning around and going back into the country to volunteer to fight. Well, they were obliged to do that by law, but we're now seeing tens of thousands of men from all over the diaspora returning to Ukraine to do what is considered now to be a sacred national duty. And that's something that I think we're going to see more of. We're also probably going to see more foreign fighters because President Volodymyr Zelensky has opened the door for foreigners to come in and to try to fight for Ukraine as well. So we're going to start to see those numbers increase because I think, as you've seen, just the depth of passion from around the world for people who want to support Ukraine. So we're going to start to see those numbers increase as well. These are not professional fighters, but the Ukrainian resistance is not a professional fighting institution. There is a large army here that's been improved a lot since 2014, but a lot of the fighting, a lot of the most effective fighting back in 2014 was done by what is called territorial defense forces. And those groups are ready to absorb more numbers and ready to take them out to the front line. So even if men who were not involved in the military, who were not trained, who are not professional soldiers, they could find themselves with guns in their hands fighting against the Russians in short order. Allison?
All right, Matt Bradley, thanks so much for your reporting tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris landed in Warsaw just minutes ago. She is meeting with NATO allies in Poland and Romania to figure out how the alliance moves forward in the standoff with Russia. But as NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman reports, it is a trip now overshadowed by a rift between Poland and the U.S.
Vice President Harris's trip here to Poland just got a lot more complicated in light of this kerfuffle between the U.S. and Poland about sending Polish aircraft to the Ukrainians for use to fight the Russians. The U.S. saying it was caught off guard by Poland's announcement that they want to give their aircraft over first to the U.S. To ship them to a U.S. base in Germany and then put them at America's disposal. The U.S. saying that's a non-starter, that it would involve the U.S. too deeply in a direct potential military conflict with Russia. There are also logistical concerns and security concerns about bringing those aircraft into Ukraine, where there are significant Russian anti-aircraft capabilities that could be used to shoot those Russian planes down. The White House saying that it's going to be up to military officials to sort that out, but clearly this issue is hanging over Vice President Harris's trip as she works to paper over what has seemed, at least on the surface, like a significant rift between the U.S. and Poland, a NATO ally, as the U.S. has been trying to show that it is walking in lockstep with its NATO allies in response to the Russian threat in Ukraine. Beyond that singular issue, there are some real front burner issues for Poland right now involving the U.S. First of all, they want those assurances about the NATO alliance. They want to know that if President Putin goes beyond Ukraine, they are going to be safe and they will not need to defend themselves without help from NATO allies. To that end, the U.S. just announcing it's sending another 2 Patriot anti-missile batteries to Poland to help it defend itself against any potential future threats. The Poles also dealing with this massive influx of refugees from Ukraine. Poland has taken far more refugees from Ukraine than any other nation. It's well over 1 million Ukrainians now in Poland seeking refuge. The U.S. intending to tell Poland that it will do more, not only in terms of humanitarian assistance, but also military assistance as part of this partnership. That will be a key message from Vice President Harris, as a senior administration official tells us that Harris will also have a message here in Poland for the Russian leader Vladimir Putin, that this was a misguided effort by him and that the economic costs to Russia, if it continues with this war in Ukraine, are only going to increase.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's connection to the rest of the world is getting weaker. The country's struggling with major regional internet outages. Residents in Mariupol have been under assault for a week, and they haven't had the internet for about that long. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier joins me now. Kevin, it's so awesome to have you in studio. We haven't been able to do a lot of that this year. Thank you for being here, even though it's really a tough thing to talk about. You've been reporting that internet connectivity across Ukraine's dipped about 20% since the start of the invasion. What's happening here? Why is that happening?
It's a variety of factors. step one, if you're an invading army in modern times, you take out telecommunication structures.
Yeah.
You don't want the defending army to be able to communicate. But there's also all these other factors. If someone's, there are tons of refugees leaving, they're taking their devices with them. There's shelling from Russia hitting communications towers, power stations. The internet needs these things to connect people. There's been at least one known cyber attack that hit a satellite company that provides service to Ukraine. They're still dealing with remediating that. So there's all these factors combining to really squeeze connectivity throughout the country.
We mentioned the situation in Mariupol where they really haven't had the internet in the last week. Could you just tell us what you're hearing about people who are either in Ukraine trying to communicate with loved ones, whether it's overseas or across the border, and then folks who've maybe left trying to just get word back to people at home or hear from them? What's that been like?
Right. Well, our colleagues have spoken with a lot of people who are fleeing Mariupol and other areas of Ukraine, going west, trying to find refugee status elsewhere. And they will try to reach back. They'll try to text. They'll try to use Telegram, try to speak with people they've left behind. And often they'll get one text, one message, or nothing, radio silence. And so they don't know if their friends, family, and loved ones are safe or not, or where they are.
How about the information war between Ukraine and Russia? How are these outages exacerbating that?
Well, you know the term fog of war? We're seeing something like a fog of information war.
Yeah.
It's Russia has been pushing propaganda of its own. They've defaced websites. They have just, they'll make these websites say that there's been a, Ukraine has surrendered, that sort of thing. You'll see Telegram messages, spam texts sent to Ukrainians. You'll also see Ukraine trying to correct that, offer propaganda of its own. And when you can only get little bits of information, it's really hard to verify what you're seeing is accurate if you only get little crumbs or, so it's confusing for a lot of people.
Oh, God, what they are going through there on all levels is just unbelievable. Kevin, it was wonderful to have you on
really
set with us.
Here,
I know, I hope we have you back again. Maybe next time. I mean, I know you don't always report on all the positive things happening in the tech world. We usually are getting you on a hack or an attacker or something, but please do come back again. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Up next, from China to clean energy, the White House talking innovation and competition today. We will take you there next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is time to check in with NBC News digital reporter Maya Eglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we start with the death of David Bennett 2 months after he received the first heart transplant from a genetically modified pig. Doctors saying his condition was deteriorating for several days. Police in New York City say a McDonald's employee was stabbed early Wednesday. Authorities say the suspect is still at large and the injured employee is in critical condition. Puerto Rico's governor canceling a proposed debt restructuring deal for the island's power company. The governor's administration says paying the $9 billion debt is unfeasible with rising costs. South Korea's presidential race officially too close to call after early results. However, multiple outlets are reporting People Power Party leader Yoon Suk-yeol has won by a narrow margin. And a ship lost in 1915 has been found off the coast of Antarctica, with the preservation being described as beyond imagination. Ernest Shackleton's ship, the Endurance, was trapped by dense ice, and officials say it's virtually still intact. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. The White House getting innovative today, pushing an act on the very subject. President Biden meeting with business leaders and a bipartisan group of governors this afternoon to talk about a bill the White House says is vital to maintaining America's competitive edge. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Washington, D.C. Mike, we're going to try not to cut off our communications this time and let you give us your full report. My apologies for that earlier. The White House is saying this bipartisan innovation act is the key to lowering prices for working families. If that is the case, what is in it?
Well, Allison, this is all part of the president's bipartisan unity agenda that he outlined in the State of the Union address. And really the biggest part of this legislation, there are different versions of it working their way through the House and the Senate, but it would involve a significant federal investment in semiconductor manufacturing. This part of the bill alone is what has brought a lot of business community advocates out in favor of this. There was an executive from Samsung here today. We saw a representative from Intel at the White House for a similar event a few weeks ago. Also, a significant investment in research and development, R&D as they call it, and some policy changes really designed to take a much tougher line with China as it relates to our global competition. Here's the president laying out the case for this legislation earlier today.
It'll send a message to the world that America is back in the game, open for investment, commitment, creating clean energy economy, and competing to win in the 21st century. Second, we're going to create jobs, good-paying, cutting-edge jobs, manufacturing jobs, many that don't require a four-year college degree.
Now, Allison, some of the ideas in this legislation are based on what the president outlined during his campaign, but not to go too schoolhouse rock on you, where does this legislation stand? The Senate passed this on a bipartisan basis last year. The House, on a party line basis, only passed a different version of it a few weeks ago. And so now they're in what's called the conference committee. They're going to try and hash out the differences between the two bills and then bring it to the floor. The White House hopes in the next few weeks, because as the White House has been making the case for this, they've been emphasizing that a number of big companies are poised to build new manufacturing facilities in the U.S., especially in the Midwest, and that they're waiting for this legislation in order to do so. So the sooner the better.
Mike, I'm going to have I'm Just a Bill in my head all night now. Thank you for the earworm. This bill is pegged to help America maintain its competitive edge against China. But let's talk about the economic strain from the pandemic and the crisis in Ukraine. Obviously, two huge issues right now.
Yeah, Allison, part of what I think has given real motivation for this legislation is what the pandemic really exposed, which we saw when there were shortages of things like masks, other PPE in those early days of the pandemic especially. Why? Because we just aren't making things in America in the way that we used to. And that was a big sort of driver of this legislation. The president really outlined why he thinks this is so critical as well. Take a listen.
I saw during the pandemic that when we needed it the most, we were a short supply of masks, gowns, gloves, ventilators, and other essential equipment. We should never be in that position again. And the bottom line is this bipartisan innovation bill will allow us to stamp more products made in America.
Now, where does Ukraine fit into this discussion? Frankly, the administration wants to make more things in America to take more power away from China, from Russia, as we saw with the oil import ban yesterday. This is really all not just about American jobs, but our global resources as well.
All right, Mike Memoli in D.C., thank you so much.
Got it.
The Postal Service isn't a partisan institution. In fact, it is an institution that's beloved by Americans, providing services to them each and every day.
Who doesn't love the post office delivering checks, like Social Security checks, delivering our ballots if you're voting by mail, which a lot of people do in Ohio, delivering your prescription drugs if you're a veteran. It's really important to people.
So much love for the post office there. The Senate passing a bipartisan bill to modernize the post office after years of service cuts and financial concerns. Workers are hoping the new law will become an economic lifeline. NBC News Capitol Hill reporter Julie Sirkin is on the Hill for us. So, Julie, I got to ask you the most basic question first. What's in this bill?
Yeah, well, the number one thing in this bill is the $50 billion in savings, because the Postal Service has been on the brink of bankruptcy for the last 15 years. So this bill will really free up some funds so that they can improve service. They can hire more workers. They can expand and reopen some of those post offices that were closed because of the pandemic. They can create an online dashboard to help customers track their packages, something competitors like FedEx have already been doing and something the USPS wanted to implement. And now, just by removing this pre-funding healthcare mandate that unfortunately a 2006 bill that passed in Congress unintentionally forced the USPS into doing, they're able to do things like that. They can get a new fleet of trucks. Some of these trucks they have now have been online for over 30 years. And you can imagine the packages are getting bigger and bigger and not smaller. So we have postal workers making multiple trips. And one really important thing in this bill, it'll actually bolster local news service, an industry that is critically in need of help because of the pandemic. This will provide some incentives, cutting some costs to subscriptions so people can get their local newspapers on their doorstep.
Julie, President Biden's expected to sign this into law. So what are U.S. postal workers saying about it? I imagine they're pretty excited.
Yeah, they're very excited. I spoke to a couple of them, particularly in rural America, where one worker, Mallory, she described to me all they have in their town is a gas station, a restaurant, and the postal service and the post office. So she actually told me that where she worked closed down. She now has to drive an hour just to get to her customers and help them out. They're really excited about not having to do the job of 3 people, about improving their customer experience. One thing this bill does is actually it requires the Postal Service to open for 6 days a week. Right now, because of budget cuts, it's only open 5 days a week. I want you to take a listen to something Tom Tillis, a Republican who sponsored this bill, said yesterday.
I want to thank all the postal employees over the past 2 years with all the things that they've done in the face of COVID, whether it's delivering vaccines, whether it's delivering medicines, working with depleted resources and still delivering the mail. I want to thank them on behalf of all my colleagues. I think that we owe them a debt of gratitude for doing their job.
Yeah, Mallory told me that she does everything by hand. There's no automated system there now, so you can imagine this postal bill will certainly help them get those resources they need. You heard Senator Tom Tillis there. I was at that press conference, kind of a crowd of senators you don't see often, but this bill passed 79-19. I don't remember any other legislation passing like that in recent memory. This is something that was a product of 15 years of work, and of course, it's not everything. Nobody got everything they wanted, but it's a huge start for the postal workers and for Americans across the country.
A whole lot of love for the Postal Service today. Julie, thank you so much. Coming up, As We Work, a new podcast from the Wall Street Journal all about challenging and reevaluating life at work. Host Tess Vigland is here next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame.
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today, we're talking about hybrid equity, the new career buzzword. Never heard of it? Maybe you should be listening to As We Work. It's a new podcast from the Wall Street Journal about how the pandemic is upending our work lives. Tess Vigeland hosts As We Work, which just launched yesterday, and she is here now. Tess, I absolutely love the first podcast. I listened to it last night before watching This Is Us. There's so much conversation right now about the Great Resignation, the new workplace, but I got to be honest, so much of it feels redundant and stale. Your podcast is fresh and intelligent, so thank you for that. And now would you tell us, what is hybrid equity?
Well, thank you so much, Allison, and thank you so much for having me on. And yeah, it really is the challenge, right? Trying to figure out how to bring something new to a conversation that we've been having for almost 2 years now. So yeah, hybrid equity. I think this is a buzzword that's going to enter the mainstream fairly quickly. And this is the idea that you risk all kinds of inequality between people who are working from home and people in the office. How do you dole out promotions? How do you determine raises? Women and people of color are the ones who are requesting work from home arrangements more than white men are. How, as a manager, a boss, a company, do you make sure everyone is getting the face time that they need in order to succeed and advance?
In the podcast, you talked with Wall Street Journal Life and Work coverage chief Nikki Waller and business reporter Chip Cutter, and you guys raised the question, who wins the face-off between workers and companies that we are seeing right now? I know you'll explore this more in the podcast, but what have you learned so far?
It's undetermined at this point who's going to win. There's really no way to say. Right now, workers are very much feeling their oats. They've stashed away some money from not commuting, not buying coffee and lunches while they're in the office. So there's this sense of freedom that you can take that break, take some time to think about what you want to do, what's best for you and your family. But if the economy shifts, that could change things. It's all about the labor market supply and demand right now. There are more job openings now than workers to fill them. If and when that shifts, do we see the quits rate fall? Yeah. Do we see people saying, you know what, I'm just going to stay put for now?
So let's also talk about how this is affecting managers and the C-suite. You brought up a really interesting concept that people leave managers, not jobs. Tell me more.
Well, yeah, this is kind of the softer side of management that we're seeing over the last year and a half, where companies are losing people and they're trying to recruit people. And so a lot of employees are looking for something that is a little softer, a little kinder. And the idea is that people don't want to leave somewhere where they have friends, where they have people that they enjoy. Yeah. So what can managers do? It's not just about benefits like, I don't know, free smoothies, little gifts from the company. It's about how these interactions go, how bosses treat their employees, how employees feel about the people and the companies that they work for. And this pandemic hasn't been easy for managers either. So this goes all the way up and down the management and employee chain. Basically, try to be nice.
I also love you offer a pro tip at the end, but it's not a snarky one. Anytime anyone I have worked with has ever said pro tip to me, it has been something so obnoxious, or you just like you can feel yourself crumble inward because you know you're about to be scolded. Tell us about this concept of a pro tip that you're offering weekly.
Yeah, so these are literally our pros from the Wall Street Journal. These are our columnists who write about these issues day in and day out. So it's actual advice. It's not, don't put your hand on a hot stove, duh. So this week's episode is all about, with our columnist, Rachel Feinstein, the return to office and what that's like and some of the really awkward stuff that you're going to go through if and when you get there. Do you hug people? Is the handshake gone forever? You got to do the elbow bump. And really, again, it all comes down to just to ask each other, be a human being. And hopefully the last 2 years have taught us a little bit about seeing each other even more as human beings, because we've seen all of our backgrounds and kids and cats and all that.
Yeah.
So try to keep that in mind when you're heading back to the office.
Yeah, the big question we all have every day is like, do we mask? Do we not mask? You don't have to, you're not supposed to, but should you? Some people are doing it. What's on deck next week?
So next week, we're going to be talking about this increase in pay transparency throughout the company. There are some states and cities that are trying to make it so that it's a lot easier to figure out what people are making and what they should be making. And so we're going to talk to a couple of folks, one a sociologist, about the effect that pay has on our self-worth. And then we're also going to talk to a woman who literally, as she was leaving her company, put on Twitter, this is what I make and this is what you should expect to make. And there was quite a response to that.
She is my hero. I was like, yes,
right?
Girl, everyone on their last day of work should be like, and this is what you should get paid. Don't be fooled. All right, before you go.
Maybe don't wait till your last day.
Right? Tess,
what do you make, Allison?
I got to ask, we'll talk after, right?
Okay.
I have to ask this because all of you were talking and I laughed out loud about how you're all soaking beans while you're working from home. And I had literally just made a salad and had opened a can of beans. Is there something wrong with me that I'm the only person who has done work from home and hasn't started soaking my own beans?
Oh, Allison, come on. You should know better. Yes, you absolutely should soak your beans. They taste so much better. You can soak them in kind of all kinds of different things other than water, which is what you get when they come from a can. And they just taste better. So I would say give it a shot.
I started a garden. Do I get any credit for that? I started doing some gardening.
Absolutely. Yes, okay. You get full points for that.
I appreciate you. Tess, the podcast is really awesome. I will hope that you will come back to talk to us about it again.
I would love to. Thank you so much, Allison.
Thank you. So in this new American workplace, does your side hustle have to stay a secret? Do you have to quit your day job to start your own business? Some companies are saying no, and that they actually see real benefits when their employees have a side hustle. Here's CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson.
By day, Wendy Lanning works with nonprofit organizations on their planned giving strategies.
I'm working with all different departments as well as the clients' team members to get projects through the system.
On nights and weekends, the owner of Curly Girl Treats decorates cookies for the company she started about 6 years ago. The side job has given her some extra income, new time management skills, and a chance to unwind.
It's an opportunity to just kind of let your mind go and let it rest, because to me, it is a creative opportunity.
A University of Iowa study shows that workers like Lanning with side hustles actually perform better at their day jobs.
What we found is that they had more positive emotions, just positive feelings in general. And that ultimately translated to higher performance in the full-time job.
The Steltra Company, Lanning's full-time employer, supports workers' side hustles by providing some flexibility and helping them manage possible conflicts. The firm recently did a Zoom meeting with its employees to explain why.
Jennifer's research tells us that workers who have side hustles actually show up to work with a little more zhuzh. And that was intriguing to me.
The company CEO, Bev Huntney, says the pandemic showed another side of employees' lives, and she wanted to give them the opportunity to explore other interests.
We're always asking our employees to gain new skills and be adventurous and have new experiences, yet we don't always have space in the regular workday to do that.
Ben Karstens needed a steady paycheck to keep his agricultural distribution business going. His part-time work at Stelter quickly grew to full-time, and his loyalty grew too.
And that gives me the incentive to be even more productive because I don't want to let them down.
And Sharon joins me live now. Sharon, I'm so into this. This is such a cool story. And I want to know, like, what type of side hustles work best when you have a full-time job? Because there are definitely some jobs that you can't do when you still have to go in and do the 9 to 5.
Oh, absolutely. It really depends on how much time you have, Allison. How much time do you have? How much money do you have to start something? But really, you need to think of, who are you the person that people go to for at work and at home? Are you the person that people go to for desserts? That's what happened. Wendy Lanning, a lot of people at work loved her cookies. She realized she had perhaps a business opportunity there. Maybe you're the person that people come to for tech help. That could be your side business too. Or maybe you're the person who makes sure that everyone's desk is set up properly at work. Well, no one has their desk at work anymore. So you're the home consultant that goes in and helps us set up our home office. So there are a lot of different opportunities, but you have to think about what you're really good at and what people want you to do for them. That may be the perfect side hustle for you.
Yeah. All right. So you raised some things that you should consider. I mean, it is really exciting to think about launching your own business or even just flexing a different career muscle. But we all know any entrepreneur will tell you it is not easy. What are the questions you should be asking? What other things do you need to consider before you jump in head first?
Well, you know, when you're asking the senior personal finance correspondent, I'm going to say you got to have a budget.
Absolutely.
You have to have the money. You have to figure out why you're doing this. Are you doing this really because you have a passion for it and you just have some time on your hands and you want to do it? Or are you doing it because you need to make some extra income? And then how much is it going to cost you to ramp up? How much time is it going to take you to ramp up that business? And then you also want to just do a trial run. See how it goes. I mean, maybe it'll take more time than you expect, and maybe it won't. Go to some websites, put up what you're doing. Nextdoor, Upwork, maybe you make jewelry, put it on Etsy, start a store, figure it out, and see how it goes before really saying I've officially launched a side business or a side hustle.
All right, now I got an etiquette question for you because we've all lost the etiquette since we've been out of the office and all that. Should you disclose your side hustle to your employer? What is the proper etiquette here? And is this a maybe sometimes yes, sometimes no question?
It is sometimes yes, sometimes no, but the first thing you should do before you officially start this side business is to see what your employer's rules are about what type of clients you might be able to have if you can do it. There should be some documents when you started the company, when you came to the company, I should say, and if you can't find them, just say to HR you're looking for something for your records. You wanted to just get an update on what the company policy is for your records. You don't have to tell them officially that you've started this business or that you're thinking about it. And then depending on your relationship with your manager, maybe this is something that you could bring up. Some companies, like ours, like to feature people internally that have businesses. We get emails saying, did you know that this person has this type of business and they're still doing a great job in their day job too? It really is, I think, a motivation for a lot of people, and it makes them feel better about their work they're doing full-time when they can do something part-time too. And for employers who think maybe the people will be burnt out if they're working the candle both ends, I don't think so. The people that we talk to, they feel really rejuvenated having something else to be able to do, and having an employer who believes in them makes them even more loyal.
Yeah, it makes all the difference. Sharon, you know, I love the way you said it. Just go ask. Maybe say you're asking for a friend. Sharon, thank you so much. We always love having you on. This is a really cool story. Coming up, 2 young Ukrainian brothers trying to get to their family in the U.S. while their parents fight for Ukraine. Their story next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In Ukraine, Lviv's central train station offering a temporary safe haven for mothers and the youngest children. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes us inside.
Leaving home like this is traumatic. No one chooses this for their children. Millions making their way west to Lviv's central train station.
Arriving in Lviv's central train station is chaotic. It's confusing. But there's a group of volunteers right over here separating out mothers and the youngest children, infants, taking them inside upstairs to a warm room. There's food. It's essentially a sanctuary on their very long journey.
Up the stairs, it's just mothers and the youngest children. 5-year-old Miroslava and mother Natalia left Zaporizhia.
You left your husband, but she's safe.
Natalia says Miroslava finally believes that once again. Olga and 9-year-old Sonia left Kharkiv as the bombing intensified. Russian airstrikes every minute, she says, the circle getting smaller and smaller around their house. But here, there's still smiles and plenty of hugs to go around. Women arriving sometimes carrying just their children, and greeting them are young Ukrainian volunteers eager to help their country in some way.
Everything will be fine. You're in the right place.
Hi, Melita. 23-year-old Sofia from Dnipro is a single mom of Sonia and Melita. But as we're talking, a volunteer came up. It was time to go. Packing up and racing out so they wouldn't miss their ride. First Poland, then hopefully on to Italy. For some women, this room is the first moment they've had to stop and think. 28-year-old Ira and her 2 children left Kharkiv just yesterday. My children are traumatized, she says.
So they knew it was scary. They knew it was war.
They think it's some kind of game. Ira says she's so disappointed with how her life has turned out and doesn't know what's next.
I don't know.
But here in this room, there's relief and shared gratitude for making it this far.
Growing calls for the U.S. to take in Ukrainian refugees as their loved ones here make desperate attempts to get them to safety with people they know. Here's NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard.
The frantic fleeing from Ukraine has left now more than 2 million refugees displaced.
What led you guys here to being together here?
Sure. Many of them with family in the United States, but unable to get approval to make the journey here, including 7-year-old Vladislav and 12-year-old Stanislav Kostuk. They are brothers, refugees who fled to Poland. Their parents stayed behind in their Ukrainian town of Zaborov to help defend the country. Here's a photo of their father taken Monday. The boys' nearest extended family is in America. But because the boys can't get official refugee status in the U.S., their uncle and a cousin who live in New York flew to Poland to care for them.
That's all we're asking for, is for the time being, for the kids to just have a safe place to be.
Their uncle went to the U.S. Embassy in Warsaw on Monday, but officials there declined the boys' ability to fly to the U.S. The U.S. Embassy's website explicitly saying such travel is not possible.
It's 7-year-old boy without his mother and father,
The Biden administration has yet to create an expedited refugee pipeline to the U.S. for Ukrainians. But Russia is currently shelling their home country. The oldest brother saying, without my parents, it's more difficult to adjust. Back in New York, Olha Rosanovsky and her son Michael wait. Olha is the boy's aunt and the sister of their mother.
I feel really heartbroken, and
And that does it for us this hour. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with a, quote, apocalyptic scene in Mariupol, Ukraine. That's how the Red Cross is describing it after a maternity hospital was destroyed today. We'll show you the heartbreaking pictures from inside the wreckage as we're getting an exclusive look at a new interview with Ukraine's president. And as the White House deals with the controversy over those Polish jets, we've got new details on how President Biden is shifting his strategy over skyrocketing gas prices. There's another issue on the president's mind today, cryptocurrency, with a new executive order trying to find ways to regulate the digital money. Ahead, how the White House is embracing crypto, as millions of Americans do too. Plus, defense attorneys for the men accused of trying to kidnap Michigan's governor say the government made the whole thing up. Why the alleged kidnappers are using a so-called entrapment defense in court today. And Black Panther director Ryan Coogler is speaking out against Atlanta police tonight after he was mistaken for a bank robber. How he's reacting later in the show. Hey there, I'm Stephanie Goskin for Hallie Jackson, and we're going to get right to these devastating shots of a maternity hospital in Mariupol that Ukraine says was destroyed by Russian airstrikes. This video, shared by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, takes you inside. You can see the floor ripped up. There's debris everywhere. Zelensky says there are children under this wreckage, though NBC News can't confirm those details. You hear the crash and alarms blaring. The missile left a giant crater outside and ripped apart nearby cars. And we want to warn you, this next video clip is disturbing. Local officials say 17 people were hurt altogether. You see a woman crying, holding her child there, another person getting her head wrapped. A pregnant woman is being carried out on a stretcher. The World Health Organization says 18 facilities in Ukraine have seen attacks like this since the war began. And even though there is a ceasefire along so-called humanitarian corridors, you're seeing them here, letting civilians get out of the country. The mayor of one eastern Ukrainian town says it's tough for people to leave safely because there has still been Russian shelling on some of these routes. Later in the show, we're going to tell you more about the history of these humanitarian corridors and why some Ukrainians don't trust them. But first, we'll start in Lviv, Ukraine, with Matt Bradley. Matt, I want to play some of that exclusive interview our colleagues at Sky News got with Volodymyr Zelensky, where he describes what's happening in Mariupol. Here it is.
They want us to feel like animals because they blocked our cities, the biggest cities in Ukraine, and they blocked and because they don't want our people to get some food, water. Yesterday, for example, children. I don't know if you know the children in Mariupol was the child was dead.
Matt, what he's describing there sounds like absolute hell. Can you tell us what is going on in Mariupol?
Yeah, I mean, what he's describing is there is the issue of the bombardment, which we saw, the bombardment of that maternity ward or that children's hospital that injured 17 people. You know, Stephanie, I expect that those casualty numbers are going to go up, unfortunately. But that's only part of the problem in Mariupol. The big problem is the lack of food, the lack of water, the lack of electricity. And that is what is causing starvation, essentially. Dehydration. A young girl was dehydrated and died, and I believe that's what the president was just referring to in those comments. And also just the fact that nobody can get medicine. People who are in desperate need of medication aren't able to get that from the outside. Because remember, Stephanie, with those humanitarian corridors being unsuccessful, they can't get people out. That also means that they can't get any humanitarian goods in. So that means that these people are starving of food, starving of medicine, and a lot of them need water. Now, we heard from the deputy mayor just a moment ago on MSNBC saying that people there were excited because snow had fallen, which meant that they could go out and collect snow and melt it down for drinking water. That is just how desperate people are there. So again, the bombardments are a major threat, but also just the lack of humanitarian access is going to be killing people. It's going to become lethal. There's 400,000 civilians in Mariupol, and there's an effort to try to get half of them, 200,000 of them out. And so far, over the better part of a week, those efforts to establish humanitarian corridors have failed. The Ukrainians say because of Russian shelling. The Russians blame it on the Ukrainians. Hard to imagine why the Ukrainians would jeopardize their own humanitarian efforts to save their own people. But in this situation, it's hard to tell anything at all. But the fact is that no matter who's firing, no matter what is going on, it is the civilian population of this southern city that are carrying the bulk of the burden. Stephanie?
Yeah, they certainly are. And what's grim is only going to get grimmer if they can't get them out. I want to turn to something else. Matt, U.S. officials are saying that the Russians could be preparing to use chemical and biological weapons in Ukraine. What generated those concerns?
Yeah, I mean, the chemical and biological weapons, these are warnings that we've been getting for quite a while, of course. Remember, this is the Russian military. We believe that the Syrians use chemical weapons in Syria and that they were doing so with the blessing or with the aid of the Russian military. And one of the things we heard was that because of the Russians were warning that it was the U.S. that were going to be using chemical weapons, that they were going to be using they were planning on using chemical weapons in order to kind of stage it as like a false flag attack. And this is something that is straight from the Russian playbook that we've seen time and time again. Now, nuclear weapons, we already heard that Vladimir Putin has put his nuclear arsenal on notice as part of his general sort of warlike posture that he announced several weeks ago. So, you know, all of this is in play. And as the Kremlin and as Vladimir Putin himself becomes more and more frustrated, he becomes more and more erratic. Stephanie?
Yeah, and let's hope that doesn't lead to some kind of desperate move that involves those terrible weapons. Matt Bradley in Lviv, thank you. On the diplomacy front, Vice President Kamala Harris is now in Poland. Her plane touched down just as we came on the air. Tomorrow, she's going to talk with Ukrainians who have escaped the violence at home. She'll also sit down with Poland's president, where it's all but certain that they're going to talk about this controversy over Polish fighter jets. Because yesterday, you heard it on this show, that Poland was going to send Soviet-made plans to an American airbase in Germany to make their way eventually to Ukraine. But the U.S. just axed it because, as Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby says, U.S. intel believed that transfer was, quote, high risk.
The intelligence community has assessed that the transfer of MiG-29s to Ukraine may be mistaken as escalatory and could result in a significant Russian reaction that might increase the prospects of a military escalation with NATO.
Andrea Mitchell joins me now. Andrea, thanks so much for taking the time to talk us through some of this stuff. It really felt this week like there was a lot of momentum toward getting these planes over to Ukraine, but it's almost like something happened in the last 24 hours that crossed the line for the U.S. What changed? And are you surprised by how this is playing out?
I am so surprised by how this is playing out, but not surprised that this plan is not working. I'm surprised that it was even proposed by Poland. You had Secretary Blinken, Stephanie, over the weekend in Poland talking this through with them. There clearly was very little interest in NATO getting involved. You know that. That's the red line, and you know why. The president has said from the get-go, we don't want to go to war with Russia. And if NATO gets involved in Ukraine, which does not have NATO protection, it is not a NATO member, they're not part of the treaty, they don't get the defense if they're attacked, but they get help. They get help because they are our democracy. They are our ally. We are trying to help them with defensive weapons and have done, you know, $1 billion worth of weapons just in the last year. That said, we were talking about F-16s to backfill Poland, and then Poland would supply the MiGs if they wanted to do that because of their own concerns about their own security. And they want the F-16s, much better jets, obviously, than the older MiGs.
So effectively, Andrea, what they were saying is they were going to move these MiGs to Germany and kind of leave it up to the U.S. to get them to Ukraine?
And that would put it on us. This would be a U.S. base, Ramstein. I'm sure you've been there over many, many years of covering things overseas. And it's a U.S. base, not even a NATO base. They are MiGs, Soviet-era jets being flown to a U.S. base to be flown by U.S. pilots. I mean, who's going to fly them in? How would you get them there? To get them there from Poland, they have to be broken up. They have to be reassembled by people who know how to do that. Well, that could be done in Poland, and then, freight them in or carry them in. But in any case, the thought is that Vladimir Putin has now said that that would be akin to attacking Russia with NATO weapons and would be a declaration of war. So even that was going to be risky. But if Poland did it, they're the next door neighbor. But for U.S. pilots to be flying MiGs in, I mean, there's no way to get them there. Plus, what Kirby said today and made very clear is they could be shot down. It's been described to our people as a suicide mission. The minute they got in the air and got up there, they could be, shot down, unless the way you create a no-fly zone is to take out the Russian air defenses first. Well, that would mean that we, or Poland, would be attacking Russia in Russia or in Belarus to take out their missiles, their anti-aircraft weapons, to create the no-fly zone. And
I mean, it's interesting, Andrea. I think it really highlights in some ways this fine line that the Western governments are walking here, where they are providing military support of sorts, right? But yet they don't want to go too far and provide something that Putin might interpret as a gesture of war. That's a tough line to walk, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to give him veto power, but you also don't want to cross your own red lines. The 30 NATO nations have said, every time I've been to NATO meetings in these last months, we're not going to put boots on the ground or planes in the air over Ukraine. And where this gets really complicated and messy is that the Secretary of State was just there. They didn't give him any heads up. They didn't give the Pentagon any heads up. Poland just declared this. We had a top State Department official testifying to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and they informed her of it, and she said, well, I don't know about that. I just left my office. I'm going to have to go back to my office to find out. A little embarrassing. And then you've got the vice president. So she made her big debut, the biggest debut after some missteps in Guatemala with Lester Holt, some months ago. Her biggest foreign policy debut was in Munich, and she did okay on the world stage. But now this was supposed to be a celebratory trip to Poland to talk about NATO unity, and we were told last night it was supposed to be about how we're all in lockstep. And on the eve of that, they do something without pre-announcing it, and she's landing really to disentangle a mess.
Well, yeah, it's a difficult time and a messy situation she's flown into. Thank you for walking us through it, Andrea. We really appreciate it. Today, another major U.S. company says it's going to scale back its business with Russia. Amazon taking new steps to distance itself from the country. Russians will no longer have access to Prime Video, and Amazon products will no longer be shipped to Russia or Belarus. People there also won't be able to order the video game New World, the only game Amazon sells in Russia. In a statement, the company says they'll continue to partner with organizations to help with the humanitarian effort in Ukraine. More than 100 companies have now ended their business in some capacity with Russia. On to gas prices in the U.S., hitting a record high for the second day in a row. On average today, $4.25 per gallon. That's up 59 cents since last week. So if you were out there with the average tank of gas filling it up this week, it would cost you almost $10 more than last week. That starts to hurt. This comes just a day after the president tried to reframe the conversation, blaming those skyrocketing prices on Vladimir Putin and warning oil companies against price gouging, using the Ukraine war as cover. If Americans will be paying more, the president said, they need to know who is behind it. And today we're learning new details about this deliberate change in messaging from the White House. Joining me now is Mike Memoli. Mike, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Stephanie. Good to be with you.
So the White House has been talking about this shift in strategy for 2 weeks now. Why do they think they need to do it, and is it going to work?
Well, Stephanie, when you saw the president announce yesterday that he was taking this action to ban Russian oil imports, it was something of a reversal, because for the more than first week of this Ukraine crisis, the president has been saying that all the sanctions they were announcing on a nearly daily basis were exempting Russian oil to try to avoid further instability in the oil markets. Well, you know what? That instability was happening anyway. But so when the president made this announcement, it also presented something of an opportunity to realize this messaging shift that they had been debating behind the scenes. The president yesterday referred 7 times over the course of his remarks to Putin's war, and then he referred to the gas price hikes that we're seeing across the country as Putin's gas price hike. When he landed in Texas for an event on veterans, I asked him, what's your message to the American people about gas prices? And he was honest. He said, they're going to go up. But then he said, when I asked him what he's going to do about it, he said there's not much he can do in the near term, but it's Russia's fault. So there was obviously gas prices have been fluctuating over the course of his time in office. They were looking for a culprit, and this opportunity presented itself to really put all the blame on Russia. Now the question is whether there's steps they can take to actually make this easier for Americans who are feeling this pain at the pump. We're not getting those answers just yet.
For sure. You know, this shift comes as Americans are heading to the ballot box for primaries. The White House believes Americans are willing to pay more to squeeze Russia's economy. But do administration officials worry there is a point when Americans just simply get fed up with these high prices?
Yeah, it was interesting. We talked to some pollsters, my colleagues Carol Lee, Kristen Welker, who have been working for the DNC and for Democratic candidates, and they said right now Americans are saying in their focus groups and their surveys that they are willing to pay a little bit more at the pump if it helps the situation with Ukraine, if it deprives Russia of the revenues it gets from oil. But they don't really know what the tipping point will be and how much really Americans are willing to pay. So you're also hearing the White House not just point the finger at Putin, but also really warning oil companies not to do anything to take advantage of this, not to gouge prices further. Months ago, the president was doing things like writing to the Federal Trade Commission to call for an investigation into potential price gouging. Now you hear the White House increasingly making the argument against Republicans who say it's Biden policies that are to blame, saying that they have leases, they have all the opportunity to expand production already. It's not the White House that's standing in the way.
Well, Mike, that back and forth is only going to get more heated in the weeks and months to come. Mike Memoli, thanks so much.
You got it.
The way we use money could be reimagined. The president signing an executive order on cryptocurrency today with 2 main goals: to find a way to regulate the digital currency and to explore a digital version of the dollar. This is a big deal because this is the first ever federal strategy on cryptocurrencies. Some in the finance industry say the crypto world has been known as the wild, wild west because there hasn't been much regulation. And already there are 4 million Americans invested. It's about 16% of the country. The White House also used this announcement to downplay concerns that Russia could use crypto to get around U.S. sanctions. To clarify all this and walk us through it is Jacob Ward. Jacob, thank you so much for joining me and talking us through it. It's complicated.
Very complicated. I mean, this is weird stuff. We expected the White House to get involved in some way, but the fact that they're both doing a regulatory memo and also talking about creating a new currency, all of that is pretty surprising.
You also have the White House jumping in here. You've got millions of Americans invested in cryptocurrency. They're jumping in, and does it in some ways legitimize the future of crypto? I mean, this is where we're going. We better be prepared for it?
Absolutely. I mean, when I was first reading this memo, it began, I was assuming it would be about just looking out for the illicit uses of it, the possibility that we might need to up our enforcement game. But then, before long, you realize, no, what I'm looking at here is actually an agency memo that's talking about investigating the possibility of creating our own central bank digital currency, an American crypto, almost replacing the dollar. And so when you look at this, you can imagine that the White House here has advisors that are saying not just we need to get on top of this Wild West thing, but we have to establish a national version of this currency, really, surrounding it, co-opting it entirely. That's a whole new thing.
Explain this to me in real simple terms.
Sure.
I have dollar bills. I rarely use them. I use my credit card. That seems digital enough for me. What's the difference between the dollar in your wallet and what this would be?
Well, this would essentially cut out the middleman in all of those transactions. When you are using a dollar, especially when you're going through withdrawing it from your bank or you are paying off a credit card, there are all these intermediaries right now that are the soul of the financial system. What this would do is it would do away with all of that. Instead,
do away with the banks.
Do away with the banks. I mean, this is the thing. It's weird to say it out loud, but that's exactly right. It would do away with the banks. It would do away with credit card companies such that all exchanges would be directly between you and me and directly between me and the government. That means that my stimulus check would not have to clear for a couple of weeks in the bank. It wouldn't have to be mailed to me. It would be instantaneous. That would be a whole new world.
Okay, that sounds nice, except I kind of like my bank. I sort of like the security and protection of my bank. What could possibly go wrong with this?
Well, we can certainly imagine, we wouldn't want to port over, and I'm sure the White House would say if it was sitting here, we would not want to port over the variability, the volatility that we've seen in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies recently. So they want to instead regulate it, make it part of the Federal Reserve's, remit to control this. But you also have to think that it would not only do away with banks and credit card companies, which are going to oppose this violently, by the way, they also... It adds all kinds of weird tools to the Federal Reserve. Right now, the Federal Reserve, if it wants to fight inflation, can only raise interest rates or lower them, but it can't lower them below zero. This could conceivably make it possible to reduce the value of your money, like wipe out a couple of percentage points of your money if that served fiscal policy. And we've seen in other countries like China, they already have a central bank digital currency like this. 140 million people are using it there. And in that country, they have something called the social credit system, where if you misbehave online, you can be punished by the government. Now, those two things have not been connected in China before, but we're talking about handing over really the soul of money to the government. Now, all money is imaginary, really. The gold, the dollar, all of that is imaginary. But this is a whole new world that could really rewrite the rules of global finance.
A lot of freshmen in college studying macroeconomics, heads just exploded over that conversation. I'm glad I'm not there. Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Coming up, the trial begins for 4 men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Federal prosecutors say they planned it for months. Details on what happened in court ahead. Plus, a high-level American delegation makes a rare trip to, hear this, Venezuela, and frees 2 detained Americans after talks with the U.S. More on their release and the very interesting timing of the trip. That's after the break.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Defense attorneys in Grand Rapids, Michigan courtroom today accused the government of coming up with a fictitious plan to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer in order to entrap their clients. In opening statements, the defense said FBI agents and informants targeted the defendants for their anti-government views and then coerced them further into the plot. They argued there was never a plan or a conspiracy to begin with, calling their clients' comments, which were actually recorded, quote, stone crazy talk, while prosecutors said they were furious about COVID restrictions And their actions went well beyond just talk, including training exercises and practicing with explosives, all part of their plan, according to the government, to kidnap the governor from her summer home and blow up a nearby bridge so law enforcement couldn't respond quickly. Adam Fox, Barry Croft Jr., Daniel Harris, and Brandon Caserta face charges of kidnapping, conspiracy. Foxcroft and Harris are also charged with the conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction. Joining me now is Pete Williams. Pete, it's great to see you. Let's talk about this entrapment defense. They say the FBI and these informants coerced these men into planning a kidnapping and that it never was actually going to take place. How does the government have to prove that there was actually a real danger here to the Michigan governor?
Well, the government has a pretty strong thing in its arsenal here, because originally 6 men were charged with this plot, but 2 of them have since pleaded guilty and will testify at the trial. And the government will say that they will testify that this is not a case of the informants egging them on, that these 4 did intend to do this. And as you say, it was more than just talk. They did the weapons training. They surveilled the governor's summer home, from which they intended to kidnap her, according to the government. And they also built and set off explosives, practicing for an explosive to blow up the bridge. So the government says this went way beyond talk. Now, there's one interesting thing about this case, one sort of unusual thing about this case, is that there were 2 undercover FBI informants who were meeting with these men and 5 other people who were acting as informants. So 7 in all. And that cuts both ways, because on the one hand, the government says, look at all this evidence we had of what they were up to. On the other hand, the defense says, look at all these people who were in on it, egging them on.
Yeah, and it sort of looks like, oh, okay, well, who had the idea and then who followed through with it. But they have beyond just recordings. They have some video of this stuff going on, right? The surveillance and stuff.
They have video. You just showed just a little bit of it, of the training exercise video that was released by the government after the arrest of these men. And they also have all these recordings of the meetings, all their discussions. So there's a lot of material because they were under such close surveillance. And the question in all of these entrapment cases, entrapment, a defense that seldom works, but it often comes up in these so-called sting cases, or these cases where plots are discovered and then infiltrated by informants, or in this case, not only informants, but 2 undercover agents. There always is this question of, well, you know, which was the chicken and which was the egg here? Who was suggesting what to whom? And that's what the trial will deduce. That's what the evidence will discover. The jury will have to find out whose idea this was, and was the government, as it should be, a passive participant here, listening and making sure that they didn't do anything illegal. I mean, one of the things that's common in these cases, and apparently happened in this case, is that when one of the conspirators is accused of wanting explosives, then the FBI will provide them something that's inert so that they can't do any damage to anybody else. But the government also says that in this case, the men did get some materials and try to build bombs and then set them off and, you know, practice to see if they could build bombs on their own.
And regardless, building a bomb, Pete, is illegal, right?
Yes, that's one of the many things that they're charged with. You mentioned earlier that the 2 of them face charges of using a destructive, a weapon of mass destruction. That's federal statute talk for a bomb.
All right. Thanks a lot, Pete. We'll be watching this one closely. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the man who received the first successful heart transplant from a pig has died 2 months after the procedure. We told you about David Bennett when he got the surgery in January. Doctors haven't said whether his death is connected to the transplant, only that his condition started getting bad a few days ago. Bennett was 57 years old. Number 2, a new survey says over 10,000 hate incidents targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders happened in the U.S. since the start of the pandemic. The group Stop AAPI has been tracking hate incidents from March 2020 to the end of 2021. Race was the main reason in over 90% of the reports. California had the most hate incidents, followed by New York. Number 3, people in the U.S. can now order more free COVID tests online. The Biden administration is offering another round of at-home rapid tests as part of its efforts to combat coronavirus. 270 million tests have been delivered since January. You can get yours at covidtest.gov. Go there now. Tinder is offering a new safety feature. This is number 4 on its platform. The dating app is introducing a tool that will let users run background checks on prospective dates. Users get 2 free background checks, and then they have to start paying $2.50 per search after that. The app even says it'll boot users with violent criminal past. And number 5, a ship that sank over a century ago was found off the coast of Antarctica. Look at these pictures, how creepy they are. It was called the Endurance and belonged to explorer Ernest Shackleton. It sank in 1915, forcing Shackleton and his crew to escape. They all did, actually. The wooden vessel was found pretty much intact, with one official saying the preservation is, quote, beyond imagination, and you can tell just looking at it. We just heard from the White House about what it calls the, quote, tireless work it took over months to bring 2 Americans jailed in Venezuela back to the U.S. The Venezuelan government released Gustavo Cardenas and Jorge Alberto Fernandez after a rare trip by a high-level U.S. delegation to Venezuela over the weekend. Cardenas is one of 6 American Citgo execs who were arrested in 2017 on charges of embezzlement. The U.S. government has called it wrongful detention without a fair trial. Fernandez is a Cuban-American tourist who was taken into custody under terrorism charges for bringing a drone to Venezuela. It's worth noting that this weekend visit from White House officials was the first in almost 2 decades. Gabe Gutierrez joins me now. Gabe, it's really nice to see you. It's been 20 years since a high-level delegation has gone to Venezuela. Why'd they go now? Tell me about this timing.
Well, Stephanie, we've been following this for years, basically. Citgo 6 was taken into custody several years ago, and the timing of this is raising questions. Of course, it comes as the volatility in Ukraine is causing Russian oil imports to be off the table. So there are a lot of questions about exactly why now. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken talked about that when he was asked at his news conference today. Take a listen.
We have an interest globally in maintaining a steady supply of energy, including through our diplomatic efforts.
And, of course, this is an ongoing situation, Stephanie. You talked about these 2 that have been released. There are at least 4 others that are being detained in Venezuela right now. And so that is the question. What happens next for them?
Also, you have this announcement that we're not going to be buying Russian oil anymore, although it's a small part of our oil supply. We could be in a situation where Venezuela has a lot of oil. Is that part of what's going on here?
Certainly, and the Biden administration's critics are pouncing on this, including Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, basically saying that we're cozying up to the Maduro government. And, Marco Rubio is saying that, even if we were to buy all the oil from Venezuela, it really wouldn't make a dent in Americans' need for oil. So why bother, in his words, cozy up to this Maduro government? Of course, technically, Stephanie, remember, the U.S. actually recognizes Maduro's opponent, the opposition leader, Juan Guaido, as the actual president of Venezuela. So the fact that they are meeting with the Maduro government at this point certainly is pretty remarkable. Also, NBC News spoke with the wife of Gustavo Cardenas, Maria Elena Cardenas, this morning about how they're doing. And she says that, right now it feels like a dream. They're incredibly happy right now. They've been waiting for the release of her husband, for quite a long time. Again, they've been detained since November of 2017.
Wow, so it's exciting days for them, but there are still, as you say, more people who are there.
That's right. Of the Citgo 6, 4 of them are still detained in Venezuela. We don't have any update on their status or their condition. Their family members are still desperately trying to get them
but
out.
Perhaps a little bit more hopeful at this point, right?
That's exactly right.
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Still to come, a new message from Volodymyr Zelensky as the situation escalates in Ukraine. There's more talk of planned routes to get people out of the country. We'll talk about the hope that these humanitarian corridors could be as a path to safety. And Ukraine is trying to ramp up its evacuation efforts. We'll go to the Polish-Ukrainian border next for the latest.
potential choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
And breaking in just the last few minutes, we've got a new video from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky where he reacts to the attack on a hospital in Mariupol that we told you about earlier in the show. He's accusing Russia of, quote, a Ukrainian genocide, using the devastating attack today as evidence. Zelensky also directly addressed Russians, saying Ukrainians have never done anything like this because, quote, we are human. The Ukrainian president also used the video to again call on Western countries to set up a no-fly zone over the country. This morning, Russia and Ukraine reached a tentative deal to let civilians evacuate from Ukraine in 6 different areas. Here's what one of those evacuations looks like. This one is in the northeastern city of Sumy, and it all appears to be going pretty well there. It seems to be safe. Officials are saying more than 20,000 people have left in buses and cars along that established route alone. The problem here is that previous attempts to establish these safe corridors have, for the most part, failed because of Russian attacks. So trust that these routes will be kept safe is extremely low. And we've been talking about these so-called humanitarian corridors a lot over the last few days. But how do countries even go about creating a safe path for civilians to travel out during a war? We've got the details. Russia and Ukraine have finally agreed on protected escape routes for Ukrainian civilians after a lot of wrangling. They're called humanitarian corridors. It works by securing a ceasefire for a long enough time so that families and other civilians can flee the war zone unharmed, getting out to safety. The corridors also allow humanitarian aid to get in for those people staying behind. The first humanitarian corridors of the modern era were attempted in the Bosnian conflict in 1992. But UN soldiers and Bosnian civilians often came under fire from Serbian forces. One UN report found the corridors, which included the Sarajevo airport, allowed the Serbs to control incoming aid. More recently, humanitarian corridors were used during the civil war in Syria, which the Russians were deeply involved in. By 2016, Russian and Syrian fighters were often accused of violating the ceasefire agreements and bombing the corridors. Fast forward to now, the Russians and Ukrainians tried to come to an agreement on safe passage last week, but the Russian proposal only allowed civilians to escape to Russia or its ally, Belarus. Finally, yesterday, transports by the Red Cross successfully traveled Ukraine's first humanitarian corridor. The problem for the people of Ukraine now is that humanitarian corridors can only work if they are trusted. Ukrainian leadership says previous ceasefires have been violated. So the question is, will families and other civilians be willing to take the risk of using the corridors if they aren't sure they are safe? We're now going to Ellison Barber, who is on the Polish-Ukrainian border today. Ellison, you know, we talked about this earlier in the show. Local officials accused Russia of hitting a maternity hospital. How willing are people to trust using these humanitarian corridors when they hear about an attack like that?
They weren't trusting them, quite frankly, prior to that. I spoke to a woman about 2 days ago in a makeshift refugee site inside of a tent where she and other moms who had fled eastern Ukraine were trying to get warm. And they were talking about how the idea of green zones, humanitarian corridors, were a farce. And as soon as she was saying that, everyone around her in the tent was nodding in agreement. They were talking about hearing stories, seeing it themselves, instances of civilian cars being targeted by, they said, Russian troops. I spoke to another woman at the border today, and she was describing seeing, and her friends discussing it as well, a bus carrying civilians headed towards the border away from eastern Ukraine being hit by shelling. So there was already this immense distrust for these corridors to begin with, and discussion amongst refugees we've spoken to in Poland saying that they had seen instances of it not being honored. This adds to all of that. But the fact alone that these routes headed towards Belarus and Russia, for a lot of people, that made it a non-starter to begin with. This attack, I think, confirms a lot of fears, a lot of things people we were hearing discussed at camps. I think it confirms and solidifies their hesitations with trusting these corridors. Stephanie?
Yeah, and then there's the possibility of getting trapped where they are as a result. You know, we're seeing civilians make their way across makeshift bridges. They're hearing gunfire behind them. You know, you're right there at the border today. What did people tell you? What have they been experiencing?
Yeah, you know, we've been to 6 different border crossings in the last 12 days or so, and every single time we keep hearing these stories of mothers just grabbing their children, at times telling them not to look around, not to look up, to just get to the train station or wherever it is they are going immediately so they can try to get to safety. I spoke to one mom today. I spoke to her daughters as well, and they described all of that for us, and it was very emotional. Listen.
The road exploded, the railway exploded, and there aren't many people left in the city. The bombs are falling down on the city a lot, and people are dying. It is so difficult. We want everybody to be alive.
Wow.
You know, one mom I was talking to today, she was showing photos and videos of the things that she had witnessed on the bus ride trying to get from eastern Ukraine to the Polish border with her 8-year-old daughter. And at one point, and this is graphic, but it's the reality of what's happening here, she showed a photos of Russian soldiers who were dead along the way, along the road. And I asked her, I said, how do you help your child process that? I mean, most people, I think, would say that's something they never, ever want their child to see. And she said at this point, this is what is happening in their country. She said, it is war. My daughter sees it. She has to understand what's going on because it's just the reality that they are dealing with every single day there. And that was the woman who was telling us in the same breath that she had seen a bus of civilians being shelled, being targeted, even though to her it was very clearly not a combatant group of people, but still being targeted. And that gets back to this idea of why people don't trust those humanitarian corridors, Stephanie.
Right, because, of course, the more important thing than even explaining it to your children is protecting them from it. Ellison, thank you so much for your report. We really appreciate it. And concerns growing across countries in the Middle East and North Africa that the war in Ukraine will send prices of staple foods like bread way up. That's because Russia and Ukraine are both superpowers supplying a quarter of the entire world's wheat. And the price of wheat up 70% in the last month alone. It's bad news for countries like Egypt, the world's biggest wheat importer, or Ethiopia, a country in the middle of its own war. The invasion's already having a ripple effect, making the world's most fragile countries even more unstable. Now we want to give you another look into the lives of the Russian oligarchs we've been hearing so much about since the Ukraine invasion started. Tonight we focus on Oleg Deripaska. He came up after the fall of the Soviet Union, making most of his money in the aluminum business, but he's everything but your regular businessman. In fact, the U.S. has said he's actually threatened rivals with an allegation that he killed another businessman. He's even been denied a visa for trying to come here because of his alleged ties to Russian organized crime. Russia, in turn, has given him diplomatic status so he can still come and go as he pleases. So proximity to President Putin has been key to his success. Here's one of his yachts from a few years ago, because if you're an oligarch, you got to have a yacht. His current yacht is reportedly anchored in the Maldives. It looks lovely there. It's also, it happens, an island nation that has no extradition treaty with the United States. Tom Winter, you've been following all of these oligarchs. You've been kind of pulling back the curtain. Tell me a little bit about Deripaska over the years and his relationship with Vladimir Putin.
Well, it's not all yachts, models, and bottles with Oleg Deripaska. He's been enormously successful in the aluminum business, and we'll get to that in the violent nature of it. But with respect to his relationship with Vladimir Putin, he's been described in leaked U.S. State Department cables as being one of the 2 or 3 closest oligarchs to Vladimir Putin. And like all close relationships, Steph, there's been ebbs and flows over the years as Deripaska has gotten in trouble with some of his business practices and his companies have had issues. But overall, these two are quite close. He's an important figure. He's been targeted for sanctions before, and he's somebody that I think we'll continue to hear a lot about in the coming weeks and months as the U.S. ratchets up the pressure.
There have been investigations, accusations. How come there haven't been charges at this point against Deripaska?
I mean, this has been this ongoing cat and mouse game with the FBI now for over a decade. I mean, between the Russian organized crime allegations, the aluminum wars, sometimes we use the word war just to describe a bitter fight. We're talking about people that died over the control of the aluminum business in Russia. And Deripaska's links to Russian organized crime are pretty extensive, according to U.S. officials. That's why he was denied that visa. As you mentioned, he is currently under federal criminal investigation. He says it has to do with sanctions. We've heard it might be something more. The FBI is being very tight-lipped, but they searched his home back in October. This investigation has definitely been ongoing. He was talked to during Special Counsel Mueller's case. We'll just have to see over time where this actually goes.
So I have 2 big questions. First, how much is he being hurt by these sanctions? And second, how much does he have to be hurt to split with Vladimir Putin and come out against this war? And is that even a possibility?
If we see a real break, and not just some of the statements that we've seen, which you could read kind of 2 different ways, but if we see a real break between Deripaska and Putin, I think that's a signal that there's a real break between the rest of the oligarchs and Putin. That's something we're going to have to watch closely.
What would be the first sign that there was that kind of break?
I think if he showed up as a cooperator in an ongoing federal criminal investigation and that he was going to plead guilty, something the oligarchs never do, I think that's going to be a big sign that there's a break there, that he's finally come over to the U.S. side. And for the FBI's purpose, they don't really care about the sanctions violations with Oleg Deripaska. They want to know what is going on inside Vladimir Putin's inner circle. If they can get that from him, that's a home run. That's what they're looking for. That would be a big break.
So they would say, we'll give you a little immunity. Tell us what's going on.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
All right, Tom Winter, thank you very much. Sure thing. Appreciate it. Still ahead, a bizarre find for border agents in California after a man tried to smuggle, get this, dozens of reptiles. That's coming up in The Local in his clothes. And we're learning more about the incident where the director of Black Panther was mistaken for a bank robber in Atlanta. How Ryan Coogler is responding next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Students students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame.
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Negotiations went deep into the night as the MLB and Players Association try to reach a deal. Are they any closer to reaching an agreement with games on the line? We'll get into it with Sam Brock in just a few minutes. NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we like to call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, a Texas election official is resigning after some serious issues with last week's primary. Over 10,000 ballots were uncounted in Harris County, leading to a delay in some of the results. There were also reports of machines malfunctioning. Administrator Isabel Longoria says she takes full responsibility for the mishaps. She'll officially step down July 1st. And from our West Coast Bureau, border agents in California arrested a man who tried to slither in some reptiles. The man was driving a truck when he stopped at a border crossing in San Diego. That's when agents found 52 live lizards and snakes in small bags hidden in his clothes. It's not exactly clear what the man's intentions were, that's for sure, but authorities say some of the species found were endangered. And from our Northeast Bureau, a public university in Maine is wiping out about $2 million worth of student debt that built up during the pandemic. The University of Southern Maine is forgiving the debts of more than 750 students. The school's president says the move is to offer relief to students and let them know they can come back and finish their education. Well, that's great news for them. This next story has been trending online all day. A major Hollywood director handcuffed and mistaken for a bank robber, according to a police report. We're talking about Black Panther director Ryan Coogler. The filmmaker was questioned by police in Atlanta back in January after he tried to withdraw his money from a Bank of America. The report says bank employees thought the 35-year-old, who was wearing a face mask and glasses, was staging a robbery because he handed a note to a teller asking for at least $10,000 from his account. Here's a look at that police report. You see it highlighted. It says police, quote, determined that Mr. Coogler did pass a written, filled out withdrawal slip with a note written on the back of the withdrawal slip to be discreet when handing him the cash. Our Blaine Alexander is joining us now from Atlanta. Blaine, this is a crazy story. The director confirmed the incident to Variety, saying that this should be a situation that should never have happened. So how did all this unfold?
Well, Steph, remember, all of this happened back in January. Of course, Coogler has been spending a lot of time in Atlanta recently. He's here filming the sequel to Black Panther Wakanda Forever. So all of this started, according to the police report, when he went into a Buckhead branch of Bank of America with two people who were waiting in a black SUV in the parking lot for him to go inside. Now, according to the police report, essentially, like you said, he filled out the withdrawal slip, asked for an amount higher than $10,000, and he handed it to the bank teller. But on the back, back, he had scribbled a note essentially saying, listen, please be discreet. Don't count the cash in public because of the high amount. We also understand, according to surveillance video, that he was wearing a COVID-19 mask. He was wearing sunglasses and a hat. Well, when the teller went to withdraw that amount, apparently it triggered some sort of alert on his account. This is according to the police report, and that made her notify her supervisor, essentially to say that there was a robbery in progress, and they called 911. Steph.
You know, Blaine, there's an alert that you can't take out that much money, and then there's trying to rob a bank. It seems to me there's a lot of room in between those things. Is that part of this discussion right now?
You know, I think it is. You know, the police report goes on to say that when officers arrived, they went up to the two people who were in the SUV. They were like, hey, you know what? We're here with Ryan Coogler. He's a very big name Hollywood director, of course, Oscar-nominated movie maker. They went inside. The two people in the SUV were never handcuffed. Coogler was, though. He was put into handcuffs. He was escorted out of the building. At some point, according to the report, the officers realized the mistake. They apologized to him, explained what happened. But according to the report, he asked for all the officers' names, their badge numbers. Now, remember, this happened back in January, so certainly some time between when we're all finding out about this and when the incident happened. In a statement to NBC News, Ryan Coogler essentially said, yes, this is something that should have never happened, but Bank of America apologized. They rectified the situation to his satisfaction, and essentially they've moved on. Bank of America was also apologetic, saying that this is something that should have never happened. Steph.
Blaine, did Ryan Coogler himself say he believed in some way this was because of the color of his skin?
He did not say that in the statement. You know, he was very brief in what he said. He basically said that you know, it shouldn't have happened, but that they've moved on. I will say that according to the police report, according to the officer who filled out the report, the teller herself was a black person, a black woman who filled out the police report. But as this is making its way on social media, of course, the comparisons can't help but be made and questions about perhaps the motivation behind this and why something like this happened. But Coogler himself did not make that reference. Steph.
All right. Thanks, Blaine Alexander, for walking us through it. We appreciate it. There's still some hope that we could see a full 162-game baseball season this year. Wouldn't that be great? Here's where we stand. Late last night, the baseball